Victor opened his eyes to see a familiar sight, his bedroom ceiling. Huh? How did I get home? He tried to remember the events of the previous evening, but his memories were scrambled and fuzzy, unreachable. Suddenly, he heard an angelic woman's voice call his name. Victor. He sat up, confused. Hello? Who's there? But there was no response. His head throbbed in pain. He braced himself against his bed and felt his hand shoot through the mattress and burst through the wood slats below. His hand had punctured the bed and shattered the bed frame. He quickly pulled back and looked down in confusion. What the hell just happened? His mind raced, but he couldn't retrieve any memories. It's like something is blocking me from my own past. He tried to piece together his fragmented thoughts. Let's start at the beginning. I went to the grocery store to buy the food my mom ordered, but as he tried to retrace his steps, he was distracted by an unbearable thirst. It's like I just ran a marathon and I need a gallon of water immediately. He shot to his feet, ignoring the sounds of wood splintering from the floorboards below. He grabbed the handle to his bathroom door, attempting to open it, but instead ripping it off its hinges, tearing it completely from the wall. He was shocked at the show of force, but didn't have time to admire it, or even question how it was possible. My throat is bone dry. I need water, now. He ran into the bathroom and tried to turn on the sink. But once again, his strength was too much and the handle snapped off, spewing water everywhere. He stuck his head into the geyser, desperately gulping from the wild stream. He felt the cold water from the tap enter his mouth and seep down his throat, but it didn't satisfy him. I need more. Again, he heard the strange angelic woman's voice emanating in his head. Calm down. Suddenly, his crippling thirst vanished. He collapsed on the ground, panting heavily, comforted and frightened by the voice at the same time. Who's there? He was met with only silence. He took a deep breath. What the hell is happening? He looked at the sink above him, the water still spraying everywhere, now pouring down the counter. I can't leave it like this. He opened the cabinet beneath the sink and wrenched the water valve shut with the flick of his wrist, watching as the broken faucet sputtered to a stop. He sighed in relief and climbed to his feet, perplexed by a glimpse of himself in the mirror. No way. Is that really me? He looked taller. His body was buff, muscles in all the right places, six-pack abs and ripped arms. But what stood out the most about his appearance was his sickly pale skin. He suffered from a rare blood disorder that made him anemic, so he was used to looking gaunt. But the way he looked now, his complexion was almost ghostly. It's like I've been drained of all my blood. On the other hand, he noticed that his face was more defined. His blue eyes and black hair had gained a distinct shine. He was stunned. How is this possible? Was I kidnapped by the government and drafted into some kind of classified super soldier program? He heard a different woman's voice, a familiar one. Victor, what's going on? What's with all the noise? Mom. He took a deep breath and noticed that his throat was once again parched. He looked at the wall and somehow his eyes bore right through it. He saw the outline of his mom, enveloped in a red pulsing glow, her heart beating in a steady rhythm. It's almost like heat vision. Suddenly, he found himself fighting a strong desire to sink his teeth into his mother's flesh and drink her blood. What's wrong with me? His mother was oblivious to his condition. Victor? What's happening? What was that noise? He jolted out of his brief fugue state and called to her in the most normal tone he could muster. I'm fine. But it was obvious by her alarmed response that he failed. Victor? Open the door! What's going on in there? He looked at his reflection in the mirror and noticed that his eyes had turned blood red. Oh, shit. He tried to steady his nerves. Think rationally. He used all of his strength to resist the temptation to barge out of the room and bite his mother's neck. He took a calming deep breath. Mom, I'm busy right now. He saw through the wall as her body language relaxed. Thank God. He couldn't see her facial expressions, but he could see her heart return to pumping at a slower rate. And then he heard her voice again. Can you please open the door, sweetie? He was agitated. I can't. I'm not wearing clothes right now. She exhaled and turned away. Okay, we'll talk when you get out. He saw her saunter down the hallway. Why did she give up so easily? Maybe she thought I was, never mind. He again heard her voice in the distance. Make sure you take out the trash. I shouldn't have to remind you of that, but when you don't have a girlfriend, you end up taking orders from your mother. Oof. Low blow. He couldn't help but crack a smile. My mom is brutally honest, but I love that about her, though she always finds a way to get under my skin. I guess when you're 21 and still living at home, familiarity will breed contempt. He glanced at the clock to see that it was almost 8 a.m. Damn, I have class in 15 minutes. But I'm not sure I should be out and about in my condition. First, I need to figure out what's going on. My college credits can wait. He gazed around his room and assessed the damage. Hole in the bed, broken floor, dismantled door, flooded bathroom. I should probably tidy up before I go anywhere. It took him about 2 hours to make his quarters presentable again. While straightening up, he discovered several new things about himself. In addition to his sudden increase in strength and vision, his other senses were more attuned as well. His hearing was 10 times as acute. I can hear everything in my house and in a 5-block radius. Ugh, this is kind of annoying. He could hear countless voices at once and was unable to discern who was who and where they were coming from. Let me try something. He clicked open a porn file on his computer called The Hardest Game in the World. He concentrated on the adult video playing in front of him. With focus, he was able to eventually drown out the cacophony of other sounds and retain a singular focus on the X-rated images. I hope no one comes in. While focusing intently on the video, he noticed that his sense of smell had also exponentially improved, but the only thing he could smell was blood all around him. I can't differentiate one blood source from another, but I know it's there, waiting for me to drink it. What a weird feeling. He practiced using his new X-ray vision. When he activated this form of sight, all boundaries around him dissolved and everything turned red. No walls, no partitions, no barriers. This way of seeing also made his unquenchable thirst for blood even more overwhelming. I've got to be careful and use this sparingly. And then all at once, it dawned on him. He could no longer deny the facts. There was only one explanation for all these weird developments. I've become a vampire. Or something very close to it. The telltale signs were obvious: pale skin, red eyes, trim physique, and an insatiable thirst. If I've gained all these strengths, I wonder what my weaknesses are. The most obvious weaknesses he knew from vampire books and movies were garlic, crucifixes, sunlight, and the inability to enter a house uninvited. He decided that no matter how insignificant any of those weaknesses may be, he needed to test them all, to know the limits of his new form. He scanned his room and located a cross necklace hanging from his computer screen. He gingerly reached out and touched it with the tip of his finger, expecting to feel a burning sensation. But nothing happened. Okay, one down. Next on the list was garlic. Hey, I got a pizza a couple nights ago and there was definitely garlic in the sauce. He yanked open the door to his mini fridge and retrieved 2 slices of pizza wrapped in tinfoil. He sniffed the cold pizza. And then he held it to his lips and nervously bit down. As soon as his teeth made contact, his lips clamped shut and his body recoiled. He charged into the bathroom and spit the tiny bite of pizza into the toilet. His face cringed and his stomach churned with nausea. Disgusting. Why do I feel like I've just eaten expired fish? Is the garlic bothering me, or was that pizza just old? He took a series of slow, deep breaths, and gradually the urge to vomit receded. At some point, I need to test a whole clove of garlic. That experiment didn't really tell me anything. He decided that next he needed to test his reaction to the sun. He gently crept up to his bedroom window where the curtain was drawn shut. He pinched the corner of the fabric and cautiously peeled it back. The sunlight peeked through the small gap. He gulped in nervous anticipation. What if it burns my skin? After all, this is known as one of the biggest vampire weaknesses. What if simply putting the tip of my finger in the sun hurts me? But I need to know. Slowly, he inched his finger closer to the sunlight, stopping with only a centimeter to spare. Don't be a chicken, Victor. Do it. With a wince, he thrust his finger forward squarely into the sunlight. He was relieved to see that nothing happened. He felt no pain and saw no change in the condition of his finger. He whisked the curtain fully open, letting sunlight stream into his room. He bathed in the warm glow, allowing the rays to caress his muscular body. He lay back down on his bed and stared at the ceiling. He had no obvious vampire weaknesses, besides a mild aversion to possibly spoiled garlic pizza. But he wasn't yet ready to test the full limits of his vulnerabilities. His eyelids grew heavy as he played back the events of his bizarre morning. He still couldn't remember anything from the night before. I have all the classic characteristics of a vampire, but without any of the detriments? So then what am I exactly? And how did this all happen? Without any clear answers, he drifted into a deep slumber enveloped by darkness. Hours vanished as the day passed by. Slowly, the warm glow of the sun gave way to the cold shadows of night. Soon, everything around Victor was quiet and still. And that's when he suddenly jolted awake. Covered in sweat, his vision pulsing. He was consumed by a single disturbing fear, feasting on the juicy, beating heart inside his mother's chest. The hunger was unbearable. I can't control this horrible feeling. My family is in grave danger. Victor jolted awake, drenched in sweat. He clawed at his throat, overwhelmed by an unbearable thirst. He found himself possessed by a single terrifying thought. I need to drink my mother's blood. He realized this unstoppable desire might drive him to do something he would regret forever. I have to leave right now for the good of the family. He hoisted open his bedroom window with his newfound strength. He heard the pane of glass crack from his inadvertent force. He crawled out onto the ledge and stood against the night sky, the wind whipping against his face. He found that at night he felt even stronger, his senses even further heightened. Before, he could hear his whole neighborhood, but now his auditory reach seemed limitless. I have no dominion over my urges. The bloodlust is overtaking me. I feel like a drunk driver in my own body. No control over my speed or direction. All I know is that I need blood, and I need it now. Suddenly, he felt something pierce the inside of his lips. His incisors grew into long, jagged fangs. I really am a damn vampire. Impulsively, he threw himself off of the edge and into the air. His body soared for a moment and then crashed onto the street below. The road cratered beneath him, but he was uninjured. He stood and shook off the impact before taking off down the street, sniffing wildly. He was in hot pursuit of the delectable scent of blood. The fragrance overwhelmed him. I have to find it. He lost all sense of time, his consciousness overtaken by animal instinct, despite his best efforts to wrest back control. Soon he found himself in a dark alley. His primal vision suddenly kicked in. His world turned red. He saw 4 silhouettes, 2 men twisting a woman's arms behind her back and a third man pressing a knife to her neck. He studied the chests of the 3 men, as if stalking prey. He honed in on their hearts, glowing red, pumping, pulsing. Only these men's hearts weren't as vibrant as when he had seen his mother's heart. The light they emitted was duller, much duller. One of the men noticed him. Hey, who the hell are you? Victor barely registered the man's words, instead fixated on the woman. For some strange reason, she doesn't have a red glow in her chest. It's in her neck. The knife-wielding man stalked toward him, but stopped dead in his tracks. Eyes wide, he stared in horror at the smile curling across Victor's lips, revealing his razor-sharp fangs. Fangs like shark's teeth that could easily tear flesh and bones. The faces of all 3 of the men shifted from violent delight to absolute terror. One of them shouted, Monster! Victor's smile grew even broader at the sight of their fear. It's as if I'm fueled by it. He confidently strode toward the men, who were now frozen in place. Whether they knew it or not, their fates were already sealed. With supernatural speed, Victor appeared in front of the man holding the knife, giving him no time to react. With ease, he plunged his hand into the man's chest and ripped out his still-beating heart. Holding it in his hand, he marveled at its steady hypnotic rhythm. I'm starving, but for some reason this man's blood doesn't interest me. He unwrapped his fingers and let the heart splatter to the ground. Another one of the men began screaming like a scared child. Victor disappeared and then reappeared behind him, sending the man into a disoriented stagger. Please don't! But Victor had already made up his mind. He grabbed a clump of the man's greasy matted hair and ripped his head clean off his neck. He stared at the decapitated head in his grip, watching blood stream down the man's frozen face. I can't believe I just did that. I don't crave his blood, but I am curious. Victor guided the head toward his lips and ran his tongue across the man's cheek. He recoiled at the taste. Ugh, disgusting. Tastes like spoiled meat. Maybe I'm not interested in men's blood, only women's blood. He wheeled around to face the last bandit standing. He stiffened his arm and reared it back like a broadsword. With one swift motion, he hurled it forward and sliced the man in half at the waist. The bandit looked down in horror at the last sight he would ever see, his detached torso sliding across his legs and toppling to the ground. Victor found himself intoxicated by the pleasure of killing. The smell of blood aroused him, but he felt strange, not quite conscious, like he was in a violent waking dream. He was jarred by the sound of a woman's voice laughing. His vision slowly returned to normal as the red faded into the shadows of the night. He stared through the darkness at a tall, pale woman with a white ponytail so long it nearly touched the ground. She had hypnotic purple eyes, a slim waist, perky breasts, and delicious hips wrapped tightly in a black dress. As predicted, you exceeded my expectations, Victor. He immediately recognized her voice. It was the angelic woman's voice he had been hearing in his head. He stammered, "It's you." His mind was flooded with questions, but she silenced him with a finger to his lips. "Shh. First, you must quench your thirst. My blood will tell you everything you need to know, darling." She seductively unclasped the top 3 buttons of her dress, slowly loosening her collar to reveal the taut, milky white flesh of her neck. Victor was overwhelmed with her aroma. Drool dribbled from the corner of his mouth as his body vibrated with intense desire. She beckoned him forward with a lascivious grin. "Well, what are you waiting for?" Victor lunged toward her, plunging his sharp fangs into her tender skin. She squirmed ever so slightly. "I see you have a violent nature." Victor was too entranced to respond. He guzzled her blood, overtaking with a feeling of pure ecstasy. "This is the most delicious thing I've ever tasted. Like a gourmet dish prepared just for me by a world-renowned chef, and then mainlined straight into my veins." Beyond her decadent flavor, he felt a different kind of connection forming. "I feel her whole existence within me. She's a drug and I'm instantly addicted. Her blood tastes so damn good." A licorice smile grew on her face. "You're enjoying me. I can feel you." Without warning, he felt a sharp pain on his own neck. He looked down, startled to see that she had now bitten him. Everything he felt from drinking her blood suddenly intensified as she drank his. Somehow, her already divine taste was even more incredible. He felt their energy merge, their souls entwine. They became one. This sensation is indescribable, like nothing I've ever felt. Suddenly, he was overcome with a powerful flashback, lost memories from before he woke up. In these memories, he could see everything from the perspective of the white-haired woman. He was in the grocery store. She was watching him from a distance. He heard the voice of a different woman standing beside her, but couldn't see her face. The mystery woman sounded ambivalent. "Him? Are you sure?" The white-haired woman nodded with certainty. "Yes, I'm sure. I will make him my darling." Everything suddenly erupted in a blinding white light as Victor now saw himself lying on the dirty floor of a decrepit, abandoned building. The white-haired woman bit her finger, sending a rivulet of blood trickling down her palm. As droplets of her blood landed on the ground, a glowing magic ring formed around her and Victor. Victor saw that his arm was mangled with a massive wound, as if he was gored by a wild animal. "I don't remember any of this." He saw himself losing a dangerous amount of blood. The woman crouched down to his level and sunk her teeth into her wrist, holding her punctured arm over Victor's gaping mouth. A stream of crimson blood flowed down into his throat like a waterfall. She suddenly straddled Victor's prone body and stared deep into his eyes. "Victor, prepare yourself to be reborn." She cradled his head in her arms and, with a violent twist, snapped his neck, killing him instantly. Victor watched himself die in stunned belief. And then he saw his dead body begin to twitch and convulse, regenerating at an unbelievable speed. The magic circle began to pulse and undulate. He saw his eyes shoot open as he gasped for breath, the magic circle receding all around him. The white-haired woman stood over him, grinning with deep satisfaction. Success! Victor noticed that the other woman, the mystery woman from the grocery store, was gone. His eyes began to glow red. He sprang to his feet and instinctively chomped down on the white-haired woman's neck, slurping down her blood, a look of pure exhilaration in his eyes. Victor watched himself finishing his first drink of blood. Immediately, The world of the memory began to fade, and he found himself back in his own body, standing in the dark alleyway, his fangs still snugly planted in the woman's neck. She flinched with a playful smile. "Victor, are you trying to kill me? Surely you're satisfied by now." He pulled back and looked into her eyes, blood still dribbling from the corners of his mouth. "I have so many questions. I don't even know your name." The woman flashed the most beautiful smile he had ever seen and introduced herself. Violet Snow." Victor felt his heart flutter. "Pleasure to meet you, Violet Snow. My name's Victor Walker." She smiled and stared deep into his eyes. "The Walking Victor. That's easy to remember." Victor stammered. "Yeah, I guess so." Violet laughed, amused at his awkward innocence. "Let's change locations, Victor, shall we?" Before Victor could respond, he heard a loud whoosh and saw Violet vanish into the darkness. He was stunned. "Violet? Violet! Where'd you go?" He called out for her, but all he could hear in return was his own voice echoing across the dark alleyway. Panic began to set in. Was she even real? He looked down at the mangled corpses at his feet and trembled, his vampiric trance wearing off. What have I done? Have I lost my mind? Where is she? Was it all in my head? Victor and Violet Snow had just dined on each other's blood, only for Violet to disappear into thin air. Victor was bewildered. He looked down at the mangled corpses by his feet as the reality of what he had just done hit him like a ton of bricks. I killed these men with my bare hands. He heard a whistle in the distance and looked up to see Violet perched on the edge of a roof above him. She called down to him. What are you waiting for? Victor was relieved to see the moonlit outline of the beautiful vampire. He yelled back, There you are! How do I get up there? He could see a playful grin grow on her face. Just jump! Victor crouched down, threw caution to the wind, and launched himself into the sky. It was a rocky ascent, but he managed to tumble to a stop on the roof beside her. He caught his breath, exhilarated. She took his hand and laced her soft fingers through his. Come, I have lots to show you. Victor sighed. I can tell this girl is nothing but trouble, but I don't care. Victor accompanied Violet to a mansion so decadent it appeared to be straight out of a movie. The property was absurdly large and filled with more than 30 rooms. Wow, this must be at least a $10 million estate. Victor followed Violet to the front door. As soon as he lifted his foot to cross the threshold, he was sent stumbling back, as if blocked by an invisible barrier. That's right, my untested weakness. Vampires cannot enter other people's houses without being invited. A short woman in a French maid's uniform rounded the corner. She had piercing blue eyes and a thin but well-defined body with a blonde ponytail draped over her shoulder. As soon as she entered Victor's field of vision, he could tell she wasn't a vampire. The maid spoke very professionally. Miss Violet, I see you have brought a guest. Violet smiled. Yes, Natalia. Can you invite him in? Natalia nodded. Come in, Victor. You must have a lot of questions. After the formal invitation, Victor was able to walk right through the doorway. He followed Violet through the grand estate while feeling Natalia's eyes bore into him. Why is she watching me? Victor followed Violet into a stately living room where she directed him toward a plush green sofa. Be seated, won't you? He nodded in agreement and sunk into the comfortable couch. Violet glided into a seat beside him. He caught a whiff of her aroma and once again felt an intense sexual desire. He shook his head and took a deep breath, trying to tamp down the carnal impulse. She studied his face. You're controlling yourself quite nicely despite being a newborn. I was thinking you would ravage me right here, right now, for all the servants in the mansion to see. Victor stammered, unsure how to reply. Violet just winked. Oh well, your loss. Victor's body tingled, sweat beading on his forehead. My God, this woman. He tried to refocus. Although I find that prospect very tempting, PDA is not my kink. I just need answers. Violet laughed. You're honest, aren't you? Victor fidgeted with slight nervousness. Try to live with a woman who only speaks her mind for all 21 years of your life. You inevitably pick up on some of her traits. Victor slapped the back of his hand with faux outrage. You've lived with another woman for over 2 decades? Who could she be?
Victor smiled. Let's just say she gave birth to me and I haven't been able to shake her since. Violet nodded with the realization. Oh, right, your mother. She draped her hand on his upper thigh. But I wasn't worried. I know you're a virgin, so there's no reason for me to be jealous of other girlfriends. Victor stammered with embarrassment. Wait, how do you know I'm a... Violet crept her hand up his thigh. Only virgins can be turned into vampires. Victor took a deep breath. So, that confirms it. Vampires. That's what we are? Violet gestured to her pale, voluptuous body. What else? Victor thought back on all the irregularities. But I barely have any of the weaknesses from most vampire lore. You know, sunlight, cross, I can even see my reflection in the mirror. Plus, I have the ability to see the red world. And I've never heard of a vampire with that skill. Violet raised an eyebrow. Red world? Victor nodded. Yeah, that's what I call it. For some reason, whenever I'm excited by the smell of blood, my vision changes. Everything goes red and I can see through walls. People's bodies just become silhouettes, and if they're humans, I can see their heart beating with a pulsing red glow. It's like their hearts are calling out to me, begging me to drink that person's blood. Violet stared back with admiration. Victor gazed at her milky white neck. But you're the only one who is different. When I look at you with that vision, I can only see your neck glowing red. Violet studied him like he was an exotic animal in captivity. Just as I suspected. It seems like it was the right decision to turn you into a vampire. You're even more special than I realized. And you've inherited my characteristics. She excitedly wrapped her arms around him and nuzzled her mouth into the side of his neck. Jeez, this woman wants my blood right now. He pulled back. Hang on. What does that mean, your characteristics? Explain to me what's going on. Violet sat up straight and collected herself. Let's start at the beginning. There are two kinds of vampires, the noble vampires and the plebeian vampires. The two species are similar, but their differences are crucial. Noble vampires, that's me, can have children, and those children will always inherit the same characteristics as their noble father or mother. Heredity heightens these traits, so the children's powers are always greater than their parents. Victor listened, confused but engrossed by her explanation. Violet continued. My family, the Snow family, has the fire trait. That means we can control fire and have full immunity to the sun. Normally this trait wouldn't be passed on to other vampires my family has raised, but you seem to be different. Somehow you got it. Victor's eyes widened. That means I inherited. Violet nodded emphatically. Yes, you inherited my trait, even though I didn't give birth to you. Almost all vampires have an aversion to the sun. A few families have some resistance to sunlight, but only my family has full immunity to it. Victor processed the news, remembering when he tested his body in the sunlight. Just out of curiosity, what happens when a normal vampire is exposed to sunlight? Violet grimaced. They turn to ashes. Jesus Christ, that was really close. I almost cremated myself. Violet raised her hand. Like I said, my family's characteristic is to control fire. She summoned a fireball out of thin air, letting it hover above her palm. Victor was amazed. Holy shit, that's incredible! Violet rotated the fireball in her hand. My family is very feared in the vampire world. After all, with a small ball of fire, we can reduce a vampire into ash. She cackled in delight, exposing her sharp teeth. Victor shifted uncomfortably. You mentioned plebeian vampires. Yes, you'll encounter them someday. Plebeian vampires cannot have children, and they get characteristics according to their personalities, not bloodline. The plebeian vampires are usually the creations of noble vampires. Victor scratched his head, puzzled. So, I'm a plebeian vampire because you're a noble vampire, and you created me. Violet chuckled. Yes and no. You are a plebeian vampire because I created you, but you also inherited my trait. That aspect makes you a noble vampire. Great, I'm a walking contradiction. Violet leaned in close, her breath hot on his neck. Remember that red world you talked about? He tried to ignore his raging desire. Yes, of course. Violet teased him, gliding her tongue over his ear. His body tingled and pulsed with an ecstatic surge of energy. She swung her leg over him, grinding on his lap. That red vision is your own personal plebeian vampire trait. You gained it when I turned you into a vampire. Victor's heart raced, his manhood throbbing. Violet's grinding intensified. You see, Victor, your blood is special. She ran her teeth across his neck. Because you also gained my family's immunity to sunlight. So that makes you a noble vampire of Clan Snow. Victor has never been called special before. He stammered. I have so many questions. So many things I don't understand. Violet slid her fingers between the buttons of his shirt and ripped it off his body, exposing his bare chest. Let's save the boring explanations for later, shall we? Violet parted her luscious red lips as her fangs extended from her mouth. She lunged forward and sank her teeth into Victor's neck with hunger and precision. His body was shocked with a jolt of discomfort, followed by a wave of intense pleasure radiating through every fiber of his being. God, this feels good. Victor was overcome with lust. He grabbed Violet's perfectly sculpted ass with both hands, squeezing hard. She moaned in delight as she wrapped her legs around his waist. Victor stood up, lifting her in the air. The whole time, her teeth still affixed to his neck. Dribbles of blood streamed down his chest. He threw her back down on the couch and tore off her dress, revealing lacy black lingerie over her plump breasts and curvy waist. He opened his mouth, baring his fangs as his vision shifted to crimson red. He glanced up at the wall of the living room and saw the silhouettes of 4 females and 2 males on the other side, watching. Only one had a glowing red heart. Victor paused, distracted. That must be Natalia, but who are the rest? He found himself suddenly overcome with a burning anger. He shouted at the vampires on the other side of the wall. Leave us, now! But the silhouettes remained, standing there completely still as if silently mocking him. Victor rose to his feet, bellowing at the top of his lungs. Leave now, or I'll make you leave!
Victor pulled back from his passionate embrace of Violet. He had just caught sight of 6 silhouettes on the other side of the wall. Rage coursed through his veins. How dare they watch us? He erupted to his feet. I said leave, goddammit! Don't make me say it again! Violet was unconcerned. She casually snapped her fingers.
Leave.
They immediately dispersed. She pulled Victor back down to the couch.
Ignore them. They're just protecting me, as an overprotective family would do.
With a breathless moan, she guided Victor's head back toward her neck.
Now, darling, eat.
Victor shook off his anger as his bloodlust came roaring back. He closed his eyes, opened his mouth, and sunk his fangs into Violet's succulent neck. After gorging himself on Violet's blood, Victor lay quietly in her lap as she stroked his hair. Finally, he spoke.
I don't understand it. What do you not understand?
The maternal tone in her voice comforted him as much as it surprised him.
It's just, I've always been a calm, rational person. My mom taught me to use my head in any kind of situation, but I don't understand why I'm losing control of my emotions.
Violet smiled and rubbed his chest.
You're doing better than most newborns. Don't worry, this is normal.
Victor was puzzled.
This lack of control is normal? In the vampire movies I watched with my dad, vampires always seem to be in control of their actions. Not that movies are an accurate source of information, but...
Violet laughed.
Yes, in real life, becoming a vampire amplifies your emotions. It's because of this problem that we live in isolation. Just imagine, you're walking down the street calmly, and you accidentally bump into a vampire. If that vampire is an emotionally volatile newborn, he's liable to snap and kill you. Oh, come on, that's ridiculous.
Violet shrugged.
Ridiculous, but true.
Suddenly, they heard approaching footsteps and turned to see Natalia, the blonde maid.
Miss Violet, we have visitors.
Violet let out an exasperated sigh. Whoever the guest was, she wasn't looking forward to seeing them. Victor looked toward the entrance and could see the red silhouettes of a man and a woman, both of their necks glowing red.
Vampires, huh?
Violet grinned.
That skill of yours is quite useful. How far can you see?
Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Victor shook his head.
I don't know, I haven't tested the limits of my abilities yet.
Natalia opened a secret closet built into the wall. There hung a row of dark black men and women's clothes. Violet gestured to the selection.
Choose any outfit you like and get dressed. I prepared these clothes for you beforehand. You see, I've been looking forward to your stay for a long time.
Victor peered into the closet as another maid approached. She was dressed in a modern outfit, unlike Natalia. She had short black hair, dark eyes, and a permanently inscrutable look on her face.
Lord Victor, our guests may be lesser beings, but as a noble vampire, you must always dress appropriately.
Victor sensed the maid's contempt for their waiting guests.
What's your name? And why do you call me Lord? My name is Kaga. You are Lady Violet's husband, so of course we servants address you with respect.
Victor's eyes widened. Violet explained.
When creating a new vampire, a ritual must be done. The vampire responsible for the ritual must choose whether the human they will transform will become their husband or their slave.
She paused. Slowly her eyes began to change to blood red.
When I turned you into a vampire, I chose you to be my husband.
The word lingered. Victor's eyes also began to glow red. He felt an emotion he couldn't explain.
It's like I'm being filled with another life. It's such an odd sensation, but also exhilarating. It's the same feeling I get when I feed on Violet's blood, but somehow different. It's like I'm feeling emotions that aren't my own. I feel happiness, love, and obsession coming from Violet.
Violet stared into his soul.
Can you feel it?
Pure love and desire radiated from her voice. He felt a growing heat emanate from her body.
I can feel Violet. I can feel all the emotions she is transmitting to me. But when I turn my head around the room, I can feel other faint sensations too. Like a connection from somewhere else. But where?
Violet rested her hand on his cheek and turned his head to face her.
This is proof of our connection. From the moment I turned you into a vampire, you became my husband for all eternity. You became my darling.
A smile stretched across Violet's face as she looked at him with a dominating stare. She was beautiful, but there was an undeniable fury within her. Victor nervously smiled back. He stammered.
It sounds like we'll be together for years to come, so I hope you take care of me.
He was uncomfortable. He didn't know what it was like to have a girlfriend, much less a wife. Violet embraced him in a jubilant hug.
Yes, of course I will take care of you, my darling.
Victor had triggered some kind of a strong reaction from Violet. She hugged him and sniffed him. Repeating the word,
darling.
She ran her hand across his body, exploring every curve and fold. He ran his hands through her white hair. She suddenly stopped moving. Victor tensed.
What's wrong?
Violet hesitated.
Are you annoyed or irritated by my attitude? Why would I be? I think you're adorable.
She grasped her chest like something struck in her heart. Her beaming smile returned. She was lost in an amorous trance. She snapped her fingers and suddenly Victor found himself dressed in an elegant black suit. He was shocked at his appearance. He glanced over to see Kaguya holding his old clothes.
Wait a second, that's my underwear. How could I not feel her undressing me?
He turned to Violet.
What just happened?
She giggled, still in a dreamlike trance. Kaguya shook her head and whispered to Natalia.
Lady Violet is definitely at the point of no return.
Natalia nodded and whispered back.
I think we should notify her parents.
Violet pulled Victor back down onto the couch, tightly clutching his arm. He took her in, still amazed by her stunning beauty. Suddenly, he tensed.
I'm getting a weird feeling, like we're once again being watched.
He activated his red vision and saw that there were vampires surrounding the room. He counted nearly 20 in the vicinity. He grew uneasy.
They're all over the mansion. It seems like this place is even bigger than I thought.
He looked down and through the floorboards could even see some red silhouettes in the basement. Still, the only human in sight was the maid Natalia. Victor was jolted out of the red world by the two vampire guests finally entering the room. It was a man and a woman who looked more like fancy lawyers than vampires. The man had a surprisingly feminine name, Lucy, and the woman's name was Karen. Lucy bowed apologetically.
Lady Violet, I wasn't aware you had taken a new follower.
Violet corrected him.
He's my husband.
Lucy was surprised.
Well, that is news to me.
Violet was impatient.
What do you want, Lucy? I came here for one reason only. I want permission to bring more vampires to this town.
Violet bristled.
Lucy, this is my territory, and I don't accept other vampires in my territory that aren't connected to my family. You know that, and yet you come to ask me this? Are you looking for war?
Lucy nervously straightened his tie.
I wouldn't dare. I intend to live for a few thousand years, yet I certainly don't intend to offend Clan Snow.
Violet barked.
Then what?
Lucy continued cautiously.
You see, Lady Violet, I just don't want to die a violent death.
Violet took a deep breath and gave him a knowing stare.
I see. You're worried about the Inquisition.
Lucy and Karen nodded. Tension hung in the air. Victor was confused.
What the hell is the Inquisition?
Lucy exchanged mocking grins with Karen.
You don't know? How long have you been a vampire? Don't tell me you're a newborn.
Victor was filled with a sudden rage. He shot to his feet.
And what if I am?
Lucy cackled in Victor's face.
I guess Lord Husband doesn't know about the Inquisition. How long have you been a vampire, Victor? Don't tell me you're a newborn.
Karen laughed derisively.
I didn't expect the Princess of Clan Snow to have a plebeian husband. Hell must have frozen over.
Victor shot to his feet, boiling with rage. He tried to calm himself.
Use your mind, Victor, not your fists.
He took a shaky, deep breath.
I'm surprised to hear two seasoned vampires like yourselves lob such petty insults. Isn't that beneath you?
Lucy and Karen glared. Violet watched intently but didn't intervene. Victor sneered.
Must be problems at home, huh? What's the matter, Karen? Lucy not getting it up like he used to?
Lucy gritted his teeth in anger as Karen blushed. Victor had struck a nerve. Violet chuckled, pleased with her husband's retort. Lucy lost his composure.
Do you want to die, boy?
Victor wagged a chiding finger.
Temper. You must be getting senile, losing your cool like this with a newborn like me.
He turned to face Karen.
You're so brave to stick with him through his mental decline.
Lucy and Karen stepped forward, ready to brawl, when Violet suddenly stomped her foot and interrupted the tension.
Enough! Have you forgotten where you are?
The air was suddenly heavy with killing intent. Small beads of sweat began to appear on Lucy's face. His rage faded into a nervous smile.
I'm sorry about that slip, Lady Violet.
The killing intent disappeared as if it never existed, but the tense atmosphere still lingered in the air. Victor watched the vampire guests carefully.
Something tells me that if Lucy makes a move, he won't be alive for long.
When he was satisfied the threat of violence was gone, he turned to face Violet.
Now, can you tell me what the Inquisition is?
Violet nodded.
The Inquisition is an organization formed by the Vatican Church. They train humans to hunt down the vampires that are causing trouble in the human world. They use blessed holy water weapons and chant Bible verses to cause permanent damage to vampire minds.
Oh, so they're vampire hunters.
Exactly.
Victor leaned over to Violet and whispered in her ear.
When I was testing my abilities, I touched a cross and felt no effect. Does that mean I'm immune?
Violet shook her head.
No, you are not immune. What you have in your room is just a normal item. The items used by the church are blessed by the Pope himself, the closest figure to God humans have in this world.
Lucy cleared his throat.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I need to know where you stand on my request, Lady Violet.
Violet's eyes narrowed.
The answer is no. Even if the Inquisition is coming, this is still my territory. My family and I can handle it.
Victor grimaced. As much as he disdained Lucy, he realized the vampire may have a point.
Honey, maybe you should give our friend permission. It might be wise.
Violet was shocked. Victor stared into her eyes. She reluctantly nodded.
You're lucky, Lucy. My husband has come to your aid.
Lucy stifled his resentment.
Thank you, Lord Victor.
Victor nodded.
Tell me, Lucy, how many vampires do you intend to bring into my wife's territory?
Lucy studied Victor's face and swallowed his pride.
50 vampires.
Victor considered his plea.
That's quite a lot. Are they all your offspring? Yes, they are my slaves. Very well. We accept your request. You can bring the vampires, though I have one stipulation.
Victor leaned in to whisper to Kaguya. She received his request and hurried out of the room, returning with a map. Victor unfolded the map and drew a large circle.
Keep your minions out of this section.
The circle surrounded Violet's mansion and Victor's family home.
Agreed.
Victor looked to Violet for a final confirmation. She nodded her head in agreement. Lucy took the map.
Thank you very much, Lord Victor. I am indebted to your generosity.
Victor smiled warmly.
Don't worry. Friends are meant to be helped, right?
They shook hands. Lucy squeezed Victor's hand with excessive force, but Victor was young and significantly more durable.
So that's how you want to play it.
Victor tightened his jaw and summoned his vampire strength. His fangs grew from his mouth as his strength magnified, cracking the bones in Lucy's hand. Victor watched Lucy stifle the intense pain. He forced a grin through welling tears.
Until we meet again, Lady Violet.
Violet didn't say anything. She just nodded her head softly as Kaguya escorted the two guests out of the mansion. Once they were gone, Victor returned to the couch, where Violet immediately climbed onto his lap. She gently wrapped her arms around him and leaned her head against his chest.
What are you planning? Bait. Lucy is my worm that will attract the big fish.
Violet's eyes widened as she flashed a wicked smile.
Aren't you getting used to this vampire thing a little too quickly?
Victor shrugged.
Vampires are no different from humans. Lucy's just an opportunist.
Violet nodded.
I agree. Lucy prepares a feast for powerful vampires. He has strong ties to noble families.
Victor was connecting the dots.
So that's why the Inquisition is here. They're after Lucy?
Yes.
And when you say feast, you mean humans.
Victor processed the information, still totally not comfortable with the thought of a mass of humans dying to feed vampires. Violet picked up on his discomfort.
Normally, noble vampires don't need human blood. Huh? Isn't that like the main thing about being a vampire?
Violet shook her head.
You can suck blood from humans if you want, but that won't quench your thirst. The noble species are a very strong type of vampire, and because of that we need more blood than normal vampires. We'd have to kill thousands to satiate ourselves on humans alone, which is unsustainable.
Victor cocked his head to the side.
So what do you do?
Violet explained.
When we get married, we ask the witches to do a ritual so that we will quench our thirst with our partners instead. But there are vampires who get bored drinking their partner's blood all the time. Because of that, vampires like Lucy exist. They kidnap humans and take them to the noble vampires who want to taste new flavors.
Victor was intrigued.
I see. I had no idea witches were real. Of course they are. Witches are human women who, for some reason, acquire powerful magic. They use that magic to alter things related to nature. Do you remember the magic circle you saw in my memories? I do. That was a creation of witches at the request of the ancient vampires. The witches that serve us are mercenaries. If you pay the right price, they'll do anything for you. Interesting.
Violet nuzzled into Victor as he stroked her long white hair and processed all the new information.
Every feature about her is stunning, but the one I find myself the most fixated on is her beautiful hair.
He glanced down at Violet to see that she was a flushed mess. Her breathing was ragged. She stared back at him with hungry eyes. He smiled.
It really doesn't take much to get her going.
Victor looked out the window to see the first rays of dawn.
Shit, I have to get to class. Violet was surprised. Class? You want to go back? But what's the point of studying now? You're my husband. I can provide all that you desire.
Victor shook his head.
I don't want to be a parasite that depends on my wife. I want a partner, not a sugar mama.
Violet sighed.
Why college then? Well, I was going so I could get a job to help my family. Things have been a bit rough financially for us. I thought getting a degree in economics was the best chance I had at getting a good job and bringing in some much-needed money.
He considered his new vampiric form.
Though, I guess my new circumstances have opened up some other money-making opportunities. But still, a college degree is important to me, and I'm not willing to abandon my friends and family.
Violet sat up and shot him a look of confusion.
So, you want to go to college even though you don't need to? That's right. You see, because of my illness, I couldn't enjoy much of my life before, but that's not an obstacle anymore. So now I plan to live my life to the fullest.
Violet pouted.
But you'll live here, right?
Victor shook his head.
No, I want to live at home. I can't leave my mom alone. She'll be too lost and lonely without me.
She lowered her eyes, wounded. Victor clocked her pain. What is it? Her eyes welled with tears.
What about me, Victor? I'm your wife. What about us?
Victor stammered as Violet's tears turned to rage.
Answer me, Victor!
He swallowed and met her icy stare.
Well, Violet...
Violet was struggling with the news that Victor wanted to continue his college education and remain living at home with his parents. Her eyes welled with tears.
What about me, Victor? I'm your wife. What about us?
Victor stammered as Violet's tears turned to rage.
Answer me, Victor!
Victor took a long, deep breath, and then a big grin grew on his face. He looked lovingly into his wife's eyes.
Isn't it obvious? I want you with me. I want to introduce you to my friends and family, and for us to live together.
Violet was stunned.
Live with you in your home, not in my mansion?
Victor nodded.
That's right. I can't abandon my family, but I can't abandon you either, my love. So, what do you say?
Violet radiated joy. She wrapped her arms around Victor in a deep embrace. They laughed and kissed and shared a moment of pure celebration.
Yes, of course. I would love to live with you, my darling.
The next day, Victor walked towards his family home with Violet clinging to his arm. He gazed at her in wonder, still astounded by her beauty. He could hardly believe how quickly his life had changed.
Not only am I coming home with a new wife, but also a new body.
He was hit by a sudden wave of unease.
But how the hell am I going to explain this to my mom?
They passed by an office building and Victor caught a glance of himself in the reflective glass.
Not only have I grown 2 inches, but I'm much buffer. My skin is also paler now too, though it's not like I was known for being out in the sun. So hopefully I won't attract too much attention from my parents. You checking yourself out, handsome?
Violet winked at him.
Can't say I blame you.
Victor blushed and studied Violet's sexy outfit. She was wearing a short black dress that expertly framed the curves of her perfect figure. She caught his wandering eye and returned a seductive smile.
Like what you see? According to Violet, my body is still developing. The vampire transformation forces the body to its peak state.
Victor checked his phone to see that it was 7 a.m.
Pretty early for a couple of vampires to be wandering around.
He noticed that Violet was in a very bubbly mood, treating their outing like an exciting adventure. If anything caught her eye, she stopped and approached it. If she saw anything interesting for sale, she bought it immediately, asking Kaguya, who was accompanying them, to carry it. As they walked, Kaguya shared details with Victor about her life, including that her family had long been dedicated to serving Violet's family. Kaguya was a vampire, but she only inherited immunity to the sun from the Snow family, and not their fire abilities. Instead, she had her own ability called Shadows. With this power, she could become one with the shadow as well as travel through shadows undetected. Kaguya paused the story of her life to complain.
Lady Violet, you're buying too many things. The thin arms of this helpless young woman can't take it. I wonder if there is a strapping young man available to help.
Kaguya faced Victor with a smirk. Victor smiled back.
You?
Helpless?
Kaguya giggled and playfully batted his shoulder. Suddenly, Violet pulled Victor close.
I'm glad you're getting along with Kaguya.
She looked back at Kaguya over her shoulder.
Just don't get too close, okay?
Violet spoke with a cold stare. Victor was uncomfortable. He could see that it was just a simple warning, but could tell it contained something deeper. He noticed Kaguya looking nervous. Violet meant business. Victor calmed Violet, stroking her hair.
Let's keep walking. Help me think of ways to explain this whole vampire thing to my mom and dad.
Violet relaxed and nodded. Kaguya trailed behind them. Violet rubbed Victor's arm.
Darling, why don't you just charm your mother?
Victor raised an eyebrow.
Meaning? Just insist she doesn't notice anything out of the ordinary, and your influence will overpower her senses.
Victor sighed. He wasn't very comfortable with the idea of doing that to his family. The conversation was cut short by 2 cop cars careening past them. They were in hot pursuit of a speeding truck. Victor smelled something familiar.
This is a good opportunity to test my new senses.
He slid on a pair of cheap tinted sunglasses and activated his vampiric vision. His eyes turned red, but the cheap glasses concealed their bloodshot appearance. He focused his vision and looked at the fleeing truck.
I knew it.
He turned to Violet.
There's vampires in the back of that truck, nearly 20.
Violet was a little shocked.
You can see that far? Yes. Maybe those are Lucy's subordinates? I smelled the old vampire stench coming from the back of the truck.
Violet shrugged.
Lucy sure is drawing a lot of attention to himself. If he's not killed by the Inquisition, he might die by the claws of noble vampires.
Violet stopped suddenly outside of a toy shop. She stared at a giant stuffed bear in the window and rushed inside with an excited skip in her step. Victor smiled at the sight of Violet enjoying herself and then noticed Kaguya rolling her eyes at the thought of having to carry a kid's toy around in addition to all the other items Violet already purchased. He sidled up to her.
Kaguya, why would the nobles kill Lucy? Because he broke the rules.
Victor raised an eyebrow.
Which rule? Don't be a pompous dick?
Kaguya ignored the joke.
Rule number 4 of being a vampire is never reveal that you're a vampire to humans. Matters involving the vampire world should not be mixed with human affairs. This rule can only be ignored if the vampire is contacting a human with the intention of turning them into a vampire. If Lucy has broken this rule, he'll be hunted by the nobles and killed. After all, we don't like to draw too much attention to ourselves.
Violet returned carrying a big bear with a beaming smile on her face.
Sorry for the delay. I just had to have this. Isn't it adorable?
Victor caressed her cheek.
You're adorable.
He took her by the hand.
Come on, we're almost there.
It was late morning by the time Victor, Violet, and Kaguya arrived at Victor's family home. Victor swung open the door.
Mom, I'm home, and I have a bit of a surprise for you.
He heard his mother's voice rounding the corner.
Victor? Why didn't you answer the phone? I was getting worried.
She trailed off as she saw him standing in the doorway with 2 beautiful women by his side.
Victor?
She approached slowly with a suspicious look on her face. Victor's mother was a lawyer whose clients had been politicians with checkered pasts. It wasn't the most noble of livelihoods, but they certainly paid her a lot. She viewed defending corrupt clients as a challenge, and she had a successful career until she got too involved with the wrong people and her life was put at risk. She now made less money and avoided taking on any well-connected clients. She cleared her throat as she studied her son.
You're paler than usual. Are you eating? It looks like you've grown too. Is that possible?
She placed her hand on Victor's head and tried to measure his height. He was previously only slightly taller than his mom, but now he towered over her. He stammered,
It's puberty, Mom. Puberty, huh?
She looked at Violet and Kaguya and her face suddenly lit up.
Oh my god, I see it now. These ladies made you a man.
Victor blushed as Violet and Kaguya chuckled. His mom turned back and shouted up the stairs.
Leon, get down here.
They heard Leon, Victor's dad, grumble from the other side of the house.
What is it, woman? I'm watching a movie.
His mom shouted back.
Our son lost his cherry and brought 2 beautiful girls home.
What? I'm on my way.
Sounding like an elephant leading a parade, his father raced down the steps. He reached the front door and stared at Violet and Kaguya, amazed. He turned to his son and gave him a proud nod.
My son, with 2 beautiful women. I was starting to worry that you would be a virgin forever.
Victor's dad was far too distracted by the beautiful women to take notice of Victor's change in physical appearance. Leon was a bricklayer who worked in construction. Even though he had long since retired, he still showed up at the job site every morning to give advice and throw his weight around. Victor gestured to his guests.
Mom, Dad, this is Kaguya, and this is Violet, my wife.
His parents' faces dropped, stunned. Victor's mother approached Violet and suddenly her expression changed.
Wait a second. I know exactly what you are.
Victor's mother, Anna, approached Violet with a stunned look on her face.
I know exactly what you are.
Victor gulped, his body tensed. Can my mom tell Violet is a vampire? Can she tell that I'm one too? And then his mother's shocked look blossomed into a beaming smile.
You're the gorgeous woman who's going to make a man out of my little baby boy.
She rushed in and hugged Violet, lifting her off the ground. Violet kicked her legs in the air and laughed nervously. Victor breathed a sigh of relief. Never have I been more thankful to be embarrassed by my mom. A few hours later, Victor, his dad, and Violet were lounging on a large brown couch in the living room. The house was cluttered but cozy. Kaguya sat behind them, holding the stuffed bear and all the other goods Violet got on her shopping spree. Victor tried to process all the changes he'd experienced in just a few days' time. All of a sudden, I'm living a completely new life, but I still want my family to be a part of it. Ideally, I don't want to hide anything from them, but I know the vampire world isn't something ordinary humans can handle. Victor was torn. A life where I can't receive unsolicited advice from my overbearing mother or watch old movies with my opinionated father sounds miserable. He snapped out of the spiral. No use letting that get to me now. I need to focus on the present. Victor's mom approached from the kitchen with a tray full of hot tea and cookies. She was still beaming.
So, Victor, you were saying that you've been in contact with Violet for many years and just recently started dating?
Victor smiled. Sort of, but like I told you, we're not dating, Mom. We're married. Victor's dad nodded, a bit confused.
Well, we're mighty proud of you. But it does feel a bit quick, don't you think, kiddo?
Victor cleared his throat. Time to make this convincing. I know what you mean, Dad. But we've been dating online for about a year now. When we first met in person, it was love at first sight. We both knew we wanted to be with each other forever. Violet hugged Victor tightly.
That's right.
Victor's mother sighed.
I just can't believe you've been seeing this girl for a whole year, and you only tell us about her now? I have so much I need to learn about her.
Victor's mom swiveled to face Violet, flooding her with a barrage of questions. Victor tried to intervene, but it was futile. His dad slapped him on the knee with a big grin.
So, kiddo, have you two?
Victor blushed.
Dad, come on.
His dad laughed hysterically.
You know what I'm talking about. Penetration of the sacred cave, drowning the goose, letting the dragon drink the divine nectar, double cultivation. I can keep going.
Please don't.
No need to be ashamed. At the end of the day, sex is a perfectly healthy act.
Victor cringed. This is the worst conversation ever. Victor's mom heard what his dad was saying and flashed him a stern look.
Stop embarrassing our son. Don't mess this up for him. Do you know how difficult it will be for him to get another woman like this?
Victor shook his head. Thanks, Mom. His dad grumbled an apology. Victor's mom turned to face Victor with a serious look on her face.
But have you?
Victor scoffed.
Are you serious right now? Did you forget what you said a few seconds ago? That thing about not embarrassing me?
Violet brought her teacup down from her lips and placed it on the saucer.
The answer is yes, we did.
Victor's cheeks reddened. Oh my God, wow. His parents stared at him in disbelief with the biggest toothy grins he'd ever seen. His mom jumped out of her seat.
Did you hear that, honey? They did it. We have to buy champagne.
Victor's dad ran after her.
Wait for me. We'll need to buy fireworks too.
Victor just sighed and shook his head. Victor and Violet looked at each other and then exploded in laughter. My parents are such weirdos. I'm sorry about them. Violet kissed his cheek.
I love them.
She frowned slightly.
My mom and dad are miserable. They've spent so much time together they can't stand to see each other's faces. Victor started stroking her hair. She looked up at him with concern. We won't be like that, right? Victor noticed she was shaking. I don't know. I don't want to lie to her. I have no idea what marriage does to people. He took a deep breath. But I do know one thing. Relationships are a two-way street. If we put in the work, our love will survive. Violet was reassured. I don't think I'll ever regret turning you into a vampire, Victor. But there's one thing I will always regret. He narrowed his eyes. What is it? She squeezed his hand tight. I should have stopped those two bitches from being so close to that ritual. She spoke in a poisonous tone that carried a lot of hate. Victor was perplexed. Two bitches? What is she talking about? He turned to look at Kaguya, who had been silent this whole time. She just shook her head, indicating that her lips were sealed. What's going on? Victor looked back at Violet and saw a murderous expression on her face. Whatever is happening, I know one thing. If a woman is insecure, you must show confidence and let them know that everything will be fine. Some useful advice from my mother. Victor leaned in close. Don't worry, Violet. Our love will persevere. They leaned in for a passionate kiss. Victor assured her, don't worry about things you can't control. It will only cause you stress. She leaned her head against him. He stared off into the distance, still stuck on her comment about the ritual. What did she mean by two bitches? Did I bite more than one woman during the ritual? That seems unlikely. Maybe this has to do with that mystery woman standing with Violet at the grocery store. Victor racked his brain but came up empty. Whomever she's referring to must have done something to me while I was under that trance. He released the spiraling thoughts with a deep exhale. No use thinking about it too much. I'll just have to keep it in mind until I find out more. Besides, I have more important things to sort out. Later that day, Victor returned to his college campus with a new lease on life. After leaving his parents' house, he had called his boss at the donut shop and quit. He had a new money-making plan on his mind, and it was significantly more lucrative. No more donuts. I'm gonna rob thieves for a living. Victor was excited by his plan. He had superhuman strength and was ready to use it. Thieves are the perfect target. They steal from others and then I'll steal from them. Although I will keep the money, so I'm not quite Robin Hood. He briefly considered an alternative plan. I could always use my vampire charm to bilk corrupt politicians out of their ill-gotten gains. But I think I'll avoid doing that for now. It will draw too much attention to me and I don't want the ire of the Inquisition yet. Right now I just need easy money. Fast. Everything else will be simpler once I know I've got some cash to lean on. Victor strolled through the wide-open campus. He wondered how Violet was doing. She had stayed back at the house. I hope Violet and my parents are getting along. He recalled the great challenge he had faced before leaving. Deleting his prized adult video. The hardest game in the world. He knew it was the right, mature thing to do. But it took a whole lot of willpower to click that delete button. I can't have Violet finding out about that folder, so it's bye-bye porn. As Victor walked toward his classroom, he noticed people looking at him differently. They had shocked looks on their faces and lingering stares. Do you know him? A woman whispered to her friend as he passed by. He looks familiar, but I can't quite place it. He looks hot. A grin spread across his face. Well, that's new. Victor approached the classroom, but stopped suddenly when he heard the sounds of a group playing basketball. I always loved basketball, but because of my disease, I could never play. Now, however, he watched the university team practicing. He admired their skills and then caught a whiff of a strange smell. Huh, what's that? He pulled his sunglasses out of his pocket and slipped them on. He activated his enhanced vision and his world turned red. He focused in on one of the players on the court. He had a red glowing mark on his neck. What the hell? Victor deactivated his vampiric vision and took off his glasses. There, to his stunned surprise, was his number one enemy and the captain of the basketball team, Luan Davis. Are you kidding me? Luan is a vampire? Victor couldn't believe it. Luan Davis, the captain of my high school basketball team, and the biggest asshole on campus, is a vampire? Because of his illness, Victor was always in an anemic state.
He could do some physical activity, but always yearned to do more. He had the spirit of a star athlete, but a body that couldn't meet the challenge. In his later teen years, before he left for college, he had a friend and physical trainer who helped him do some moderate exercise and get some experience playing sports. Victor would play basketball alone, not bothering anybody. But without fail, Luan Davis would always be there to harass him. His words echoed in Victor's head.
This is pathetic. Why is a loser like you striving for something so useless? You should stay in a hospital bed.
On more than one occasion, Luan had shoulder-checked Victor or knocked him to the ground just to make his point. It was never enough to cause real damage, but just enough to constantly belittle him. Victor never cried or broke down. He was physically limited, but refused to show weakness. He had tried to report Luan in high school and then again in college, but it never worked. Eventually, Victor had given up practicing sports and instead waited for an opportunity to get revenge. Unfortunately, that opportunity never came. It was as if Luan Davis had some kind of guardian angel or demon. Looking at Luan now, it all made sense. He was a vampire this whole time. He must have had the support of a noble vampire. That's how he avoided any consequences in life. Victor remembered that when Luan was just a boy, he also suffered from a disease that made his muscles weak. But in high school, he made a full recovery and no one ever seemed to bring up his past. Victor himself had forgotten about it until this moment. There must have been some kind of wide charm effect by his noble vampire. Victor felt a feeling of validation wash over him. Things are different now. We're finally on even footing. He saw the basketball soaring towards him and effortlessly caught it with one hand. Someone on the team yelled out,
Hey you! Throw the ball over here!
Victor cracked his neck and casually dribbled it down the court. He hurled the ball through the air with power and perfect form. It traveled across the court and landed directly in the basket. Everyone looked at him in disbelief. Onlookers started cheering.
Whoa, how the hell did that guy do that?
His heightened senses allowed him to calculate the distance and exact amount of force he needed to get a basket.
This feels good. Victor, is that you?
He heard a familiar voice and turned back to see Luan with his mouth wide open. Victor steeled himself. Hey Luan, long time no see. The other players crowded around the two of them. Luan shook his head.
Is that skinny Victor? What happened?
Victor flashed a smile and calmly approached. Well. As he got closer, the other players moved out of the way. They felt an invisible pressure rising. Victor stopped inches from Luan's face. Luan was still taller than him. But no longer was Victor afraid. They stared each other down, Luan with a cocky smile plastered on his face.
What does weak little Victor Walker think he's about to do? My friend, you have no idea who you're dealing with.
Victor gently placed his hand on Luan's shoulder. I'm not your friend. With a flick of his wrist, he brought Luan down to his knees. Luan scowled in pain.
What the hell?
Victor crouched down to his level. You see, Luan, I know exactly who I'm dealing with. Luan struggled to get off the floor, but Victor just shoved him back down. Victor's fangs began to protrude from his mouth as an unhinged smile grew on his face. You had fun, right? Treating me like crap, hating me, saying I was useless. It was fun, right? I bet it was. After all, you always had a smile while doing it. Victor grabbed Luan's shoulder and squeezed tight. He felt the bones crack as the bully shrieked in pain. Luan looked up at Victor's fangs and bloodshot eyes, and suddenly understood what was going on. He growled in anger. But, you must be just a newborn! Luan scrambled to his feet, only to have Victor knock his legs out from under him. I didn't say you could get up! Luan stared at Victor, terror apparent in his eyes. One of his teammates jogged over concerned.
Luan, is everything okay over here?
Luan clenched his jaw.
Yes, we're just talking.
Victor released his grip. His fangs receded and his expression flickered back to normal. I got a bit carried away there. Even with the charm, there's too many witnesses to take care of this now.
Victor shot to his feet and grabbed the basketball lying on the ground. Let's settle this the old-fashioned way. After all, we're not barbarians, right? Victor clocked Luan's shoulder and saw that it was already completely healed, as expected with vampire regeneration. He chucked the ball over to him. It soared through the air at incredible speed. Luan caught the ball and the force sent him skidding back across the court. Victor laughed. You and me, first to 21. Got it? Luan nodded.
Okay, you're on.
A look of arrogance returned to Luan's face. The onlookers cleared the court to give the two men space. By now, a large crowd had gathered, watching intently. A woman with vibrant red hair cut through the throng and looked on inquisitively. She had green eyes, pale skin, and a voluptuous body hidden under a baggy red sweatshirt. She tapped a friend's shoulder. Hey, what's going on here? Her friend turned back. Oh, hey, Ruby. Apparently Luan is gonna play one-on-one with this new kid. They almost came to blows a minute ago. Seems like they've got some sort of history. Ruby's eyes narrowed. She muttered under her breath. What an idiot. Her friend glanced back at her. What are you doing here anyway? Shouldn't you be in med school on the other side of campus? Ruby stammered. Oh, I heard a commotion and I came to see what was going on. Her friend was confused. You heard a commotion from across campus? Ruby ignored her and scurried up into the bleachers. She took a seat and studied Victor's face on the court. She heard a man's voice behind her.
Miss Ruby, it's a surprise to see you here.
She looked back to see a tall, middle-aged blonde man with green eyes and an aristocratic arrogance. She hid her disdain for the man and forced a smile. She pointed down at the court to Victor and Luan playing basketball with inhuman force and power. A small crack splintered across the court beneath them. The blonde man shook his head.
My twit of a servant is always causing trouble.
Ruby agreed. This is a bad look. The man nodded.
Whose newborn opposes Luan?
That's the new husband of the princess of the Snow Clan. Rage flashed across the man's face. The seat beneath him began to quake, and then all at once he calmed himself.
That can't be right. A plebeian with the princess of Clan Snow. Has hell frozen over?
Ruby just shrugged. Cornelia, I hope you punish your subordinate after this event. You know how dangerous attracting this kind of attention is. Cornelia nodded.
Yes, of course. He will be punished, as well as Violet's new plebeian husband.
Ruby looked out at the two vampires engaged in a violent game of basketball. Cornelia snarled.
By the way, what's that little bastard's name?
Ruby looked into the man's evil eyes. Victor. Victor was engaged in a violent basketball match with this old tormentor, Luan. He felt a strange energy in the bleachers and shot a glance in the crowd. He locked eyes with the woman he had seen before with the vibrant red hair. It was Ruby. A woman he didn't recognize, but who knew exactly who he was. He was distracted by her eyes and paid with a body check. Damn it! Luan charged in for the ball, but Victor slipped out of the way with incredible speed. Luan scowled.
Don't use your gifts in front of the mortals.
Victor growled and dribbled down the court. Luan charged after him, and soon they were locked in a stalemate. Victor was quick, but so was Luan. He couldn't get a shot off, and Luan couldn't steal the ball. And then in one swift motion, Victor pump-faked and blew by his opponent, adrenaline coursing through his veins. Luan barreled down the court, gaining on Victor. Victor felt him closing in. Fuck it, I'm going for it. Everyone stared in shock as Victor launched himself into the air from half court, rocketing toward the basket and tomahawking the ball down with an earthquake of a slam dunk. The crowd went crazy, hollering at the incredible sight. That was amazing! How is that possible?
He's a star!
Victor hung on the rim, enjoying the adulation. Finally, he let go and landed hard on the ground, clocking the hateful expression on Luan's face. Victor grinned wide. What's wrong? Luan snarled.
Big deal. Any of us can do that.
Victor laughed. Oh yeah? Prove it. Luan beckoned him forward.
Bring it on.
Ruby and Cornelia watched from the stands. Cornelia was disgusted.
What a disgrace. Using his gifts in public.
Ruby shook her head. He's not using his gifts.
Huh?
She turned back. If he was using his gifts, the basketball court, the basketball hoop, and everything else would be destroyed. He's just using his natural ability. His vampiric endurance is offsetting his anemia, sure, but that just brings him to a normal human baseline.
Cornelius snorted in disdain.
All newborn vampires can do that. He's no big deal.
Ruby scoffed. Oh, can you tell me which newborn vampires can do this? I'm curious.
Cornelius growled and turned his attention back to the game. Ruby muttered under her breath.
That's why female vampires hate you. Your ego is the size of the world, but it's also very fragile.
Cornelius snapped toward her.
What was that? What did you say?
Ruby feigned innocence.
Nothing.
Cornelius stared at her with a nasty scowl. Back on the court, Luan and Victor were locked in another stalemate, countering all of each other's moves. Luan was pissed.
What about the agreement not to use your gifts?
Victor was defiant. I'm not using my gifts, asshole. I don't need them to take down a punk like you. Luan's face twisted in anger.
We'll see if you don't need to use your powers.
Luan lunged forward and snatched the ball from Victor's grip. He took off down the court as the crowd went wild. Victor raced after him, refusing any distance to set up a shot. Luan swung back and tried to knock Victor off balance with his vampire strength. But Victor stayed firm and absorbed the blow.
Is that all you got?
Victor and Luan's bodies collided in a battle of raw strength. The force cracked one of Luan's ribs. Luan grimaced as his rib began to regenerate.
What the hell are you made of?
Victor grinned. What's wrong, gonna cry about it? Luan broke away, slipped Victor's grip, and attempted a Hail Mary half-court shot. Victor and the entire crowd watched in momentary silence as the ball arced through the sky. The ball slammed into the rim and bounced off. Victor pumped his fist.
Hell yeah!
They both charged for the rebound, but Victor was quicker. Luan got in his face, but Victor wasn't shaken. You know what, Luan? I'm tired of running. Luan cocked his head.
What does that mean?
Victor suddenly pivoted out of the way and hurled the ball at full strength across the entire length of the court. The crowd gasped in shock as the orange sphere hurtled through the air and rocketed into the hoop in one clean swish. The crowd erupted in thunderous applause. They had never seen such a wild game before.
This man is insane!
Is he really human?
How did he do that?
Victor played to the adoring crowd as Luan stomped around throwing a temper tantrum.
Who does this newborn think he is? He comes to my territory and challenges me. You're trash, Victor!
Victor mimed a tear trickling down his face. He was fully enjoying humiliating his former bully. Luan twitched in rage and came tromping toward him. He swung his arm like a blade and knocked the ball from Victor's hands.
That's it. No more holding back.
The energy in the gym suddenly shifted as Luan tapped into his full vampiric abilities. But Victor wasn't scared. What happened to the agreement not to use powers? Luan growled.
You've been using your powers from the start. I'm just making us even.
Victor shook his head. It looks like your brain is smaller than a dog. Actually, saying you have a dog's brain is an insult to dogs. At least they follow commands. Luan dribbled the ball with violent fervor. The impact of each bounce sent small shockwaves rippling across the court. Victor glanced at the stands and could feel the radiating energy of the tall blonde man sitting watching Luan. That must be the noble vampire that's his master. Victor had yet another tool to use against the flustered Luan. He caught his stare. Oh, Luan. Poor Luan. Luan snarled.
What?
Victor pointed to the stands. I don't think Daddy is very happy with you. Luan followed Victor's finger in frozen fear. He saw Cornelia watching him with pure anger. He didn't need to say a word. Luan immediately cowered. Victor chuckled. Looks like the dog found its owner. Luan began to sweat in panic. Victor wagged his finger. Now, are you going to obey your owner or are you going to continue? Decide. How good a dog are you? Luan trembled with pure rage, but had no choice but to concede.
You son of a bitch.
Victor grinned. Well? Luan lowered his head, destroyed.
It's over. I give up.
The crowd watched in shocked silence as the captain of the basketball team quit at the hands of some unknown. They erupted in cheers for the mysterious basketball Victor. Victor. He felt a pang of sympathy for the broken vampire, but it was quickly replaced by a feeling of vindication. I humiliated Luan in front of the whole school and I found out who his master is. I think that's enough wins for one day. As Victor pushed through the crowd, he could hear women around him talking and gawking.
My God, look at his body. He's so hot. Does he have a girlfriend?
He was flattered, but ignored them. Sorry, ladies, I'm a married man. He glanced back into the stands and again saw Ruby. They locked eyes. He had no idea who she was, but yet she felt so familiar. He saw a look of stark concern on her face. What the hell is going on here? As Victor walked off the court, he had no idea what kind of evil was coming for him, and he had no idea that he had just been staring into the eyes of his other wife. Victor was too keyed up from his heated basketball game with Luan to think much of the strange woman with vibrant red hair who had been staring at him from the bleachers. As far as he was aware, he had never met her. He certainly had no idea that he was looking into the piercing green eyes of his wife, Ruby. Instead, he was focused on the tall blonde man behind her, Corneliu Funar, the noble vampire, Luan's master. Why did that vampire look at me with such rage? It was just one basketball game where I humiliated his slave. Victor shook his head. Noble vampires are beings with egos the size of the world. Before returning home, Victor waited for Corneliu in a shadowy stretch against the wall of the quad. He knew vampires couldn't walk in the sunlight and figured he would leave the building sooner or later. Victor waited for a few minutes, but when he realized he wasn't going to come, he lost interest. Before leaving, he used his vampire vision to scan his surroundings. No vampires, only humans for several miles. With a sigh, he departed the shadows and left campus. Meanwhile, in his office, Corneliu yelled angrily at Luan as he slammed his hand on his desk.
You fool! What were you thinking showing off in front of the entire school?
Because of his supernatural strength, the desk had an imprint of his hand in the wood. Corneliu was currently working as the college's basketball coach. Despite his title, he didn't teach the students anything. He merely managed the team, a figurehead at best. In reality, he did nothing for the school. He used his vampiric charm to stay in this post. It was an attempt to win the heart of Ruby, one of the 4 flowers of the vampire world. At this point, Luan was frightened. He may have acted like a big man on campus, but he knew that in front of the vampire who gave him his gifts, he was nothing more than a slave. Luan knew that noble vampires were arrogant beings. They thought the world revolved around them, but their egos were as fragile as glass. At least in Luan's experience. But he had only been in contact with a single noble vampire since he became a newborn. Luan looked up at his master, Corneliu, heir of House Vinar. He still remembered the day he was in a hospital bed and the vampire had shown up to help him. He felt he was chosen to be the prince's knight, but the reality was much more difficult than he imagined. This prince was nothing more than a spoiled vampire, but since he helped him out of that deplorable condition, Luan was eternally grateful, literally. Corneliu fumed. You have nothing to say for yourself? Luan remained silent. He knew that no matter what he said, he would suffer the punishment. When you endure incessant torture for so long, you get used to it. As long as his master wasn't touching his family, a little torture was nothing to him. Corneliu chewed his fingernails as he racked his brain. This was a habit he had since he was a child. Finally, he perked up and looked down at Luan. I'll save your punishment for later. But first, we must kill that newborn. Corneliu's logic was simple. Get rid of the showboating Victor and he would be free to court Violet. Luan opened his eyes wide. Why? Why should we kill him? Despite being a vampire for over a year, Luan still hadn't killed a soul. He always just drank his master's blood. Corneliu screamed with a menacing face. Are you questioning me? If I say do something, you do it. Don't forget your position here. Luan stammered. Yes, master. Corneliu rattled with irritation at the thought of a newborn having stolen one of the flowers of the vampire world. Violet had always been an object of desire for all young noble vampires. She was beautiful and connected to one of the rarest bloodlines in the vampire world. He simply couldn't accept that a humble newborn had decided to steal his most prized possession. Corneliu grumbled to himself. Just wait, you little slave.
I'm going to turn you into dog food.
Victor arrived home to see that Violet had made a huge basement in his house. His old run-of-the-mill cellar now looked like a cave with lots of tunnels and rooms. It was like an underground command center straight out of a movie. How did she do it so fast? Victor approached her. Is it safe to make a basement this size? Violet didn't understand his confusion. Of course, why not? She was wearing casual clothes this time. A simple white sweatshirt, black denim shorts, and purple sneakers with a swoosh. I'm a little surprised by the outfit she picked out. I thought she had an all-black wardrobe of cosplay outfits. Well, I'm not complaining. She looks hot no matter what she wears. Seeing my affectionate gaze, she smiled back. He challenged her timidly. I mean, I'm no scientist, but won't the house collapse over a hole this size? Oh, don't worry about it. Violet clapped her hands lightly, and soon Victor felt someone approaching. He used his vampire vision to see that the person was human. The characteristics of a vampire were very easy to identify, but Victor always used his vampire vision to make sure. After all, some humans could look like vampires if they were ill or had genetic conditions like his. I can see this woman's heart glowing as if inviting me to feed on her. But the blue aura that surrounds her and her heart that seems to glow brighter than usual tells me she's different. The woman had short black hair with golden eyes. She wore a casual outfit consisting of a white shirt with a beach photo stamped on her chest, simple khaki shorts, and a basic pair of sandals. She looked a little shorter than Kaguya. Violet wrapped her arms around Victor, possessively.
Darling, meet June. And June, meet my husband, Victor.
June flashed a peace sign with their fingers.
Yo, can you stop looking at me with those red eyes? I'm feeling a little threatened.
Victor closed his eyes for a moment, and his vision returned to normal. Sorry about that, it's just a bad habit of mine. He studied her. She smiled.
Don't worry, it's all love.
She spun to face Violet.
Lady Violet, I'm still waiting on my payment. You can deposit it in my account with the same amount as always.
Violet rolled her eyes.
I know, $1 million, right?
June nodded.
Yes, indeed.
Victor almost choked at that dollar amount. Just how much money does my wife have? June made a few gestures with her hands, and soon the basement began to transform. Black tiles covered the floor, and several wooden coffins appeared in the bedrooms. The walls turned a pale white color, and bricks popped out of thin air. Like a magic trick, the basement that once looked like a cave now looked like the interior of a mansion. Victor scratched his head. To my knowledge, there's only one group of beings that could do what this woman just did. You're a witch! June's satisfied smirk quickly turned into a happy, joyful smile. Violet spoke with elegance.
Indeed, June is a witch I hired when I arrived in the U.S. As you can see, she has many useful and unique skills. If you have a requirement that cannot be legally obtained, you can ask June. She'll charge you an arm and a leg, but since you're my husband, she should give you a discount, right? Of course, Lady Violet.
Victor was amazed. It must be helpful to have a witch on retainer who can literally create anything with a stroke of her hand. It seems like Violet has a long history with June. She must plan to keep her around for a while. Victor tried to ask Violet why she created this underground basement. Why did you... But then he remembered all the servants she had. Never mind. Victor scanned the massive space around him. Of course, this is all very useful for Violet and her staff, but how the fuck am I going to explain this to my parents? I need to keep it hidden from them. They might be dense enough to ignore my physical change, but oblivious enough to easily accept Violet as my wife. But this is another level of bullshit I would have to invent to convince my parents. Suddenly remembering the money-making thievery scheme he hatched earlier, Victor looked at June. Miss... She smiled.
Just call me June.
June, can you help me get a fake ID, a fake bank account, and a fake social security number? June gave him a confused look that was quickly replaced with a professional smile.
Is that all? Easy.
June picked up a phone and punched in some numbers. She had a quick whispered conversation with someone on the other end. She glanced up at Victor.
What name do you want to use?
How about, James Smith? June nodded and continued her phone call. Victor exhaled. That was easy. He began stroking Violet's long white mane. He felt her breathing grow erratic. She leered at him with glowing red eyes. She looked like she was going to jump on him at any moment. For a moment, he looked at his hand. Do I have the hand of a god? Why is she reacting like this just by me stroking her head? June hung up the phone and summoned 3 documents out of thin air. The first was a fake social security card. The second was a passport. And the third was a bank statement from a tax-free country. Victor was genuinely surprised. You are very efficient. Are all witches like this? June spoke as her golden eyes sparkled.
The answer to that question is going to cost you. Do you really want to know?
Victor shook his head. Forget it. June clicked her tongue.
Too bad.
Violet suddenly looked at June with intense blood-red eyes. Leave. Her fangs began to protrude. June felt a shiver run down her spine.
Right, I just remembered that I had to feed my cat in Hawaii. Take care, Lord Husband. Soon I will be back to collect my money for my services. Aloha!
June made a few gestures with her hands. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared on the ground. She stepped inside and disappeared. Victor turned to lock eyes with his impassioned wife and felt a sudden explosion of bloodlust inside of him. He licked his lips. I want her. I want her blood. Victor unclasped the top buttons of her shirt and bared her fangs.
Come get me, darling. Let's have some fun.
Violet pounced on top of Victor, oozing lust. She wrapped her legs around his waist. He squeezed her voluptuous ass and stared into her blood-red eyes. She looked like she was going crazy.
Drink me, darling.
She had an unhinged smile on her face, heart racing, cheeks flushed. Victor began to match her passion. He loosened the shackles that kept him under control. His teeth started to grow as a hungry smile appeared on his face. Violet bared her fangs, delighted. She sniffed his body, sucking in ragged breaths of passion. She leaned close to his neck, bathing it with her tongue. She opened her mouth and bit down, hard. Victor let out a breathless moan of pleasure. He was overwhelmed with a surge of pain and pleasure. I'll never get used to how good this feels. He took over, pushed Violet up against the wall. He heard the sound of the wall cracking, but he didn't care. Victor opened his mouth wide. My turn. He sunk his teeth into her neck. She released her teeth from his neck and groaned in ecstasy. Victor felt her blood drenching his shirt, and he loved it. Violet lapped up his sweat as he sucked her neck. Just as Victor was about to rip his clothes off, he caught a whiff of a horrible stench. What the hell is that? Violet smelled it too. Her bloodlust and excitement evaporated with an irritated snarl. Victor stopped sucking her blood and activated his vampire vision. He saw 2 male silhouettes at a considerable distance from the house. They were both human, but just like June the Witch, they had an aura covering them, as if protecting them. But unlike June, whose aura was blue, their auras were golden. That's the source of the smell. These guys stink to high heaven. He informed Violet of their presence, and she flew into a rage.
Those fuckers! They just had to come and interrupt my moment with my husband! Pieces of shit!
Violet's face contorted through various expressions of disgust and anger, as she rattled off words that would make the most vulgar sailors blush. Victor brought his face closer to Violet's neck and started licking off the smears of blood. Upon feeling his flicking tongue, she stopped her diatribe and moaned. He spoke to her in a low, sensual tone. Calm down, my love. Let's think clearly. I sincerely doubt these people are here looking for us. She moaned again, this time a little louder, biting her lip and wrapping her legs tight around his waist. Their passion rekindled as they devoured each other's skin. And suddenly, Violet pushed him away with a growl. Victor stumbled back. My love, what is it? She lowered her head, her breath ragged. I can't focus with these unwanted guests so close by. Victor nodded with understanding. Who do you think they are? Violet sighed.
Agents of the Inquisition, of course.
Victor was stunned. Oh, shit. He again activated his vampire vision and peered through the walls with his glowing red eyes. He saw the 2 men walking around urgently as if searching for something. One of them was also holding an item in his hands. They're holding some kind of strange device. Violet snarled.
They're on patrol. They have a device capable of tracking vampires. The thing is useless when hunting noble vampires, but for hunting common vampires without support, it gets the job done.
Victor raised an eyebrow. Why is the device useless for nobles?
Noble vampires are the only vampires who can pay witches to deploy countermeasures for that technology. Of course, there are exceptions. There are ordinary vampires who have been transformed and become rather wealthy.
She continued sarcastically.
After all, this is America, the land of capitalism. There are several plebeian vampires with a lot of money here. These agents who are patrolling must be recruits, since an experienced agent would never be so obvious.
Victor's interest was piqued. Just out of curiosity, how much does a countermeasure cost?
Depending on the witch you use, it could be upwards of $5 billion.
Victor opened his eyes in shock. Isn't that a little high?
Violet answered, "That's what happens when a product is monopolized. Witches are the only ones who have this technology, so they can put whatever price they want on it. That's why noble vampires always invest in maintaining friendly relations with witches."
Violet walked into one of the bedrooms.
"I'm going to change clothes."
She slipped her sweatshirt over her head and straightened her mussed hair. She unzipped her jean shorts and was left with only black panties and a black bra. Victor followed her into the bedroom, immediately turned on. As he headed toward the room, Kaguya appeared from the shadow and stood in his way. He remained calm. What are you doing, Kaguya?
"Lord Victor, please don't be a degenerate now. You have all the eternity to feast on each other. You have all the time in the world to practice the act of reproduction, but now is not the time for that."
Victor felt his eyes twitch at Kaguya's words. She's annoying, but she might be right. Kaguya pointed to the room beside Violet.
"Please, follow me, Lord Victor."
Victor sighed and followed Kaguya into the other room. On the bed was a change of clothes. Kaguya gestured with an emotionless face.
"Lord Victor, do you want help changing?"
Victor clocked her eager expression. I'll be honest, I'm a little curious how she would go about changing my clothes, so why not? Sure, if you don't mind. Kaguya's eyes transformed to a crimson red as she lit up with excitement. She suddenly morphed into a shadow energy and passed through his body. The clothes that were on the bed vanished, and Kaguya stood in front of Victor again, now holding the clothes he had been wearing. They're even neatly folded. Everything happened so fast I could barely process it. He looked down at his chest and realized he was already dressed. That was impressive. How did you do that? She held her hand to her chest as a gesture of pride.
"I'm the strongest, most perfect maid. That's the least of what I can do."
Victor grinned. What a character. He followed an impulse and began stroking her hair. She lifted her expressionless face and looked at him.
"Lord Victor, please keep your hands off the maids. Surely you're not the type to cheat on your wife."
Victor laughed. Is it not the maid's duty to serve her master?
"So you are abusing your authority."
She remained stoic and humble.
"I understand, as it's the master's order. I can't do anything. After all, the master's orders are absolute, and I am a perfect maid, and the eldest of my sisters. I must be the one to sacrifice myself so that you don't lay a finger on the other girls."
He stopped stroking her hair and shook his head. Lighten up, Kaguya. But also, good job. I was just teasing you, but you responded in an honorable way. Kaguya nodded and gave him a strange, frustrated look. Victor left the room and walked toward the stairs that led to the main level. I'll wait for Violet upstairs. After all, I just heard my parents' voices. I think they've come home. After Victor departed, Violet, who was now wearing a different outfit, appeared.
"Kaguya!"
Kaguya was startled.
"Yes, Lady Violet."
Violet's eyes changed to blood red. She spoke possessively.
"He's mine. He's only mine." "I know, Lady Violet. I was just surprised. It won't happen again."
Violet's eyes returned to their normal color.
"Good."
She smiled contentedly, turned, and started walking toward the stairs.
"Lady Violet!"
Violet stopped and turned back. Kaguya swallowed.
"May I ask, what do you intend to do about Lady Sasha and Lady Ruby?"
Violet's body shook violently. She clenched her fists tightly, and the air around her started to heat up. Her face distorted in cruel anger. Her eyes glowed with a dangerous glint, and all her sharp teeth showed. She didn't look like a noblewoman anymore. She looked like a monster hellbent on destroying the world. Realizing that Violet was losing control, Kaguya took a small green ball from her pocket and crushed it.
June.
June, who was wearing a green bikini, appeared in a magic circle. She immediately clocked what was going on, and without being told what to do, snapped her fingers and soundproofed the entire basement with an insulation barrier. When June was done, she nodded, no longer able to suppress her rage. Violet punched the wall with all her might.
Those bitches!
The wall fractured in the pattern of a spider's web. June spoke with a hint of genuine surprise.
She has an absurd strength as always, but it looks like she's gotten even stronger.
Violet spiraled into deeper torment.
It's just mine. I will not allow any woman near him. I will kill those whores.
A bloody pressure began to spread throughout the basement. Kaguya realized that Violet was raging uncontrollably and not returning to normal.
Lady Violet, those two, as you say, bitches, are your childhood friends.
Hearing Kaguya's words, the atmosphere around Violet weakened, but the sense of danger still lingered. Violet clenched her fist tightly and bit her lip in frustration. She struggled and squirmed in her momentary mental battle, but soon she calmed. She spoke in a tone devoid of emotions.
I know. That's why I don't want Victor to meet them. I don't want to have to kill my childhood friends.
Soon she brought her powers completely under control, and the atmosphere returned to normal. It was as if nothing happened. June made a gesture with her hands, and soon the barrier she put in place disappeared. June dusted off her hands and addressed the two vampires.
As always, the same amount of money in the same bank account, and I'll charge a little more for the teleportation tools. Those things aren't cheap, and please don't call me on such short notice. I was sunbathing in Maui.
She tossed 3 more green balls to Kaguya, who put them in her pocket. June nodded in thanks. The witch's services were cheap compared to the other witches she knew, so spending a little money to prevent Violet from screwing everything up was worth the cost. And besides, it wasn't her money. Violet retreated to her room as Natalia, the blonde maid, appeared from one of the basement's secret passages. She had been sipping tea in a hidden room, but decided to come out when she heard Violet's tantrum. She pulled Kaguya aside.
What do you intend to do?
Kaguya sighed.
As the perfect maid, I cannot let Lady Violet make a mistake that she will regret in the future. After all, the maid must always want the best for her master. Lady Violet is not taking the whole situation well, and her obsession with Victor is clouding her judgment. The ritual is absolute. All 3 women must join Lord Victor, because if they don't, Lord Victor may fall into a deep sleep.
Natalia gulped. Kaguya continued.
If this were to happen, Lady Violet would go mad.
Natalia nodded.
This whole situation is complicated, especially considering this has never happened before.
Kaguya agreed.
I have to get in touch with Lady Ruby and Lady Sasha. It's the only way.
Natalia was concerned.
It's not safe right now. Those Inquisition assholes are still out there.
Kaguya was undeterred.
I have no choice. We are running out of time.
Kaguya was on a journey to find Sasha and Ruby. She stopped on the roof of a skyscraper to collect her thoughts, gazing out in the distance at the bustling university campus she was headed to. She was miles away, but she could see everything with crystal clarity. As she watched, she thought about everything that had transpired over the past 2 days. She couldn't lie to herself. She was a little surprised that Violet had picked Victor as her husband. Kaguya paced, thinking out loud.
At first, I thought he would run away when he witnessed my master's psychotic behavior. I know Miss Violet's personality well, but he seems to really love her.
Kaguya sighed and thought about her life. She was 210 years old, young by vampire standards. Since the moment she gained consciousness, she had been trained to be the personal servant of Clan Snow. Kaguya was part of Clan Bank. The 2 families had an unbreakable blood bond, because they used to be one. That is, until one of Clan Blank's ancestral leaders went rogue and abandoned the clan, leaving them without a functioning hierarchy or political support. This meant that Clan Blank was demoted to a subsidiary family that existed only to serve Clan Snow. Because of a single vampire's decision, an entire bloodline was doomed to a life of servitude. Kaguya did not inherit Clan Snow's flame abilities, but she did inherit their immunity to the sun, which made her an asset. She didn't like feeling shackled by the responsibility that had been placed on her since birth. She liked being a servant, but she didn't like being someone's property. She exhaled in a shrug of resignation.
The perfect maid can freely choose the master she wants to serve. Unfortunately, I'm far from being the perfect maid.
It wasn't that Kaguya didn't like Violet, she just had complicated feelings about her master. Her face glazed over.
But as Lady Violet's personal maid, I can't let her make a mistake she'll regret forever. I may not be perfect, but at least I'm hardworking.
She chuckled a little to herself and jumped, headed in the direction of the university. While all of this was going on, Victor was at home with his parents. "You guys really bought all this? I thought you were kidding." He couldn't believe what he saw before him. 3 boxes of fireworks, each the size of a microwave. Victor's mother, Anna, always asked a question without giving him time to answer.
Why do you have that face, sourpuss? Oh, that's right. Because you always look like that. Anyway, we have to celebrate. You have no idea how much I wanted a daughter-in-law, so I can have some real girl time.
She's so annoying. She's treating my wife like she's her daughter. Suddenly, she ran toward the kitchen looking for Violet, like a kindergartner excited about a play date. When she found her, Violet was staring into the kitchen with disgust. Anna ignored Violet's expression and hugged her. Violet is taller, so seeing my mom hug her is a bit comical. She looks more like Violet's younger sister. Violet was stunned by the affection, but soon she returned a soft smile.
Lady Anna, what are you doing?
Anna shook her head.
Wrong. You are my son's wife, so you must call me Mom.
Violet looked shocked, struggling to get the word out.
Mother?
She sounded like she had never uttered that word before in her life. Anna broke away from Violet and nodded, satisfied.
That didn't sound quite right, but I realize you're uncomfortable, so I won't force you into anything.
Violet panicked, embarrassed.
It's not that. It's just...
She fell silent. Anna beamed proudly.
Shh, don't worry. Everyone in the world has secrets. Even my son and his wife.
Violet smiled with relief.
But why were you looking at the kitchen like it was a torture chamber?
Victor shook his head. As always, brutally honest, Mom. Violet's expression took on several shades of red. She ducked her head in embarrassment and pouted.
I was never good in the kitchen, and I wanted to make Victor something to eat.
Anna and Victor looked at Victor in shock. Anna started squeezing Violet even tighter.
Aw, you are so cute. My son hit the jackpot.
Violet's face was completely red, and she looked to Victor for help, but he just shrugged. Leave me out of this. Anna stopped hugging Violet and squealed with excitement.
That's it. It's official. I've decided I'm going to teach you how to cook.
Violet's eyes brightened.
Really?
Anna pulled Violet by the arm and led her into the kitchen.
Of course. Let's go.
Soon the two women were chatting. Victor retreated to the living room. There he found his dad, Leon, leaned against the wall with his arms crossed.
You found a good wife there.
Victor returned his father's smile. You're wrong, Dad. Leon looked at him confused.
I'm sorry?
I didn't find her. She found me.
Women these days are more honest with their feelings, huh?
He crouched down and tried to lift the boxes full of fireworks. Leave it to me, Dad. Victor walked over and stacked all the boxes on his shoulder. Leon couldn't help but smile with pride at Victor's display of strength.
You used to be a total wimp. Now you look like you could work construction.
If only he knew. Victor carried the boxes across the living room. By the way, you two were out of the house for a while. What took you so long? It's way past dinner time. Leon followed him.
We wanted to give you guys privacy.
Anna chimed in from the kitchen.
That's right, some time and space to get a little hot and heavy.
Victor blushed.
Mom!
Anna continued nonchalantly.
Don't be silly. I know all about this stuff. It's all very normal. You two are young, your libidos are running wild, hormones and whatnot.
Violet grinned wryly.
Indeed, we enjoyed last night.
Victor turned a darker shade of red. She means that we sucked each other's blood, but my parents are definitely not ready to hear that. Anna looked at Violet with shining eyes.
I think I'm going to like you even more than I already do. I found a partner!
Violet cocked her head.
A partner? Yes. Do you know how difficult it is to be the only honest person in this house? My son is so antisocial that if it weren't for my positive influence, he'd be a fanboy for some cam girl.
Victor set the firework boxes down.
Really, Mom?
Victor shook his head, frustrated. I wouldn't be a fanboy because I've never had any money, and I'm not naive enough to believe that if I paid those scam girls, I could get in their pants. Besides, I never had time to think about any of that because I was always worried about my health. In the past, I always looked like I had one foot in the grave. I doubt any woman would have been interested in me. Victor turned back in to hear his mom roasting his dad. My husband, well, what more is there to say? He's my lazy husband. In general, Leon was a good father. He was an excellent provider, and he was always there when the family needed him. Leon fumed.
Hey, woman, don't trash talk me in front of my daughter-in-law.
Anna stuck her tongue out at him. Suddenly, Victor smelled the sewer stink again. Those Inquisition agents must have returned. Damn it! Violet noticed it too, turning to face him with a tense smile. Honey, should we go get my things from the house? He nodded. Good idea, darling. Anna frowned. Aw, but we were having so much fun. Violet gave her an apologetic look. I live near here, and I just need to get some more clothes. Anna nodded. I see. Well, take care and come back soon. Violet walked toward the door, taking Victor's arm. Of course. We'll be right back, Mother. Victor smiled. That word is already getting easier for her. They were about to open the front door when they heard Anna call out from behind them. Her voice was shaking. Victor whipped back. Mom, what is it?
Violet and Victor were almost at the door when they heard Anna's trembling voice behind them.
Wait!
Victor spun back, concerned.
Mom, what is it?
Anna flashed a big warm smile as a tear trickled down her cheek.
I'm just so glad you two are here.
Victor let out a sigh of relief.
Really? That's all she wanted to say?
He shook off his nerves and smiled back.
We're glad to be here, Mom.
Violet bowed, moved by Anna's affection. Violet and Victor continued out the door. When they were out of sight of his parents, they leaped into the air, disappearing into the sky as two wild bats. Ruby Scarlet, Victor's mysterious other wife, with her shimmering long red hair and a body that would be the envy of any model, lay sprawled out in a king-sized bed. She slept soundly and comfortably. Suddenly, a woman's voice sounded in the bedroom.
Lady Ruby.
Ruby turned over and kept sleeping. She was fully convinced that no one would dare interrupt her sleep or attack her family. Because of that peace of mind, she always slept like a baby. The woman called again.
Lady Ruby!
This time, Ruby heard the woman's voice, but she was too lazy to get up. And then Ruby heard the distinct Russian accent of her personal maid, Luna.
Kaguya, you're doing it wrong. Oh, how do you wake up your master, Luna?
Luna flashed a sadistic smile and rushed over.
Lady Ruby, I ripped up your entire anime collection.
Ruby's eyes shot open. She glared daggers at Luna.
I'm not buying that ploy anymore, Luna.
Luna snorted.
It worked, didn't it?
Luna wore a maid's uniform similar to Kaguya's. She had shoulder-length white hair, pale skin like all vampires, and pink eyes. Kaguya leered with disdain and jealousy at a specific part of Ruby's body. Her breasts. She muttered under her breath.
Huge as always.
Ruby grumbled and sat up in her bed.
I wanted to sleep.
When Kaguya saw Ruby's breasts dangling in her red nightgown, she couldn't help but think,
maybe I should just let Lady Violet kill this woman.
Ruby looked at her guest.
Oh, Kaguya, how long has it been since we've seen each other?
Seeing Ruby's gentle smile, Kaguya softened. Ruby was kind-hearted. She also had nothing against her personally. Ruby cleared her throat.
Well, what is it, Kaguya?
Kaguya took a deep breath.
I came here to talk about Lady Violet.
Ruby had anticipated this.
You came at a good time. I have something to tell you, too.
Kaguya looked at Ruby with curiosity.
Oh?
Ruby explained to Kaguya all about Victor and Luan's heated basketball game, sharing Cornelia Funar's ominous vow to punish Victor. Kaguya shook her head.
A young noble vampire who thinks he's the center of the world and has an ego more fragile than glass. What else is new?
Ruby nodded in agreement.
I know, but he's serious about coming for Victor.
Luna interrupted with a vulgar joke.
So are you, Lady Ruby?
Ruby wasn't amused.
Silence.
Luna froze.
Apologies.
Luna had always enjoyed teasing Ruby. Ruby was a humble person and didn't like to use her master status to force Luna to do things. But Luna knew this and pushed those boundaries whenever possible. Tarnishing their master's reputation was inappropriate behavior for any servant. Ruby shook her head.
I don't like to do that, but she doesn't know how to control her mouth.
Kaguya nodded in understanding.
About Corneliu, Lady Ruby, no need to worry. Why needn't I worry?
Kaguya stood confidently.
Because Lord Victor can handle it.
Ruby countered.
But he's a newborn, and a newborn can't fight a noble vampire who's been roaming the world for over 50 years. Even though Corneliu is weak by noble vampire standards, he's still a noble vampire. A newborn vampire can't handle him.
Kaguya pushed back.
Lady Ruby, have you forgotten that we are?
Ruby gave a knowing smirk.
You're absolutely right.
Kaguya conjured a cold smile.
We are vampires. We are not like wolves that take care of each other. If Victor dies fighting Corneliu, that means he wasn't as special as Lady Violet always said he was. Indeed, but I don't intend to become a widow after meeting my husband.
Kaguya nodded.
I understand.
Ruby took a breath.
Now, what have you come here to talk about?
Kaguya approached Ruby's bedside.
I came here to say that Lady Violet's obsession has been getting out of hand since the moment she met Victor, and she will probably try to kill you without batting an eye.
Ruby closed her eyes in resignation.
I know. I've known her since she was little. I know how crazy she can be when someone takes something that belongs to her. I guess Sasha and I shouldn't have been there when Victor was turned. After all, he was someone Violet had her eyes on since he was a child.
Ruby put her hand on her neck and her eyes flared into a harsh red. A bloody atmosphere emanated from Ruby's body, and slowly, the room got colder. It's as if they were stranded on a frozen tundra. Ruby made a fist.
But I don't intend to give up either. What happened in the ritual can't be undone, and I can't go into hibernation because of one little mistake. I have big plans. If Victor does become my darling, or when he becomes my darling, he'll have my full support for whatever he wants to do with his future.
Ruby's smile broadened until her sharp teeth showed. The primal animal inside of her was coming out. Kaguya noticed this change. On the outside, she held an expressionless face, but inside she worried. Does Lord Victor's blood have properties that turn female vampires into stalkers? Kaguya remained diplomatic, having fulfilled their goal.
I understand. I'm leaving.
Ruby responded to Kaguya's politeness by softening her own demeanor.
Are you going to visit Sasha? Yes. Be careful with Sasha's new maid. She's special.
Kaguya turned to Ruby.
What happened to her former maid?
Ruby's crestfallen expression answered everything.
I don't have class until 1. I think I'll just go back to sleep.
Ruby lay on her bed. As soon as she pulled the sheet over her body, a crippling thirst came over her. When she felt this craving for blood, a craving that couldn't be satiated by ordinary blood, she had the urge to curse Violet.
That bitch! She's got her thirst quenched, but she doesn't think about the consequences. Does she want my darling to go into a coma?
Ruby's eyes alternated red and green as she tried to fight the bloodlust. Luna showed cautious concern.
Lady Ruby?
It's okay, Luna. Soon this problem will be solved. Ruby drew the sheet over her head and closed her eyes. She tried desperately to sleep while resisting her desire with all of her strength. Luna looked at Ruby worriedly. She couldn't help but think.
This is bad. If it goes on like this, Lady Ruby could lose control or go into a coma. I need to do something. Fast.
She thought intensely for a moment when a brilliant idea struck.
That's it. I'm going to get in touch with Ruby's mom.
Across town, Victor and Violet stood on top of a roof, looking for the Inquisition agents they had been smelling all day. Victor spotted two tall men walking down the street. At first glance, they appeared to be dressed in priest uniforms, but unlike holy garb, these black robes had been modified for combat. Around each man's neck hung a small white crucifix. One had short-cropped black hair and brown eyes. The other, a light brown bowl cut and black eyes. Victor used his enhanced senses to listen to their conversation. The brown-haired man impatiently huffed.
Thomas, what are we doing? We've been down this street 500 times. For the love of our father, let's get out of here.
Thomas, the black-haired man, didn't flinch.
Shut up, dickhead. I feel those evil creatures around here. I smell the stink.
The brown-haired man clenched his jaw.
Don't call me dickhead. I have a name that God gave me. My name is... Yeah, whatever. Come on, dickhead. The equipment is sensing something over there.
Thomas pointed to a connecting alley.
No way. You've been down there before, too.
Thomas checked his instrument, shaped like a wooden crucifix.
Strange. This is state-of-the-art equipment. Maybe it's defective.
The brown-haired man studied the device and blew his top.
This is not state-of-the-art, for the love of God. Where did you get this? Van Helsing himself would call this an antique.
Thomas scratched his head.
I got it from the church warehouse. They said it was for tracking vampires. Did you happen to check out any of its specs? Maybe what generation it is?
Thomas blushed with guilt.
No, I guess not.
Veins popped in the brown-haired man's face.
You're a goddamn idiot, you know that?
Victor stopped listening to the conversation and turned back to Violet on the roof. And you're saying that these two hunters from the Inquisition are famous? Violet sighed.
Yes.
Victor looked at the two priests again, and then back at Violet, who ignored him. Are you sure? They seem like morons. Violet's voice quivered with uncertainty.
Two things can be true.
Victor and Violet looked at the priest again, baffled by their ineptitude. Victor let out a disappointed sigh. Violet clocked it and tried to cheer him up.
No need to be disappointed, darling. There are more experienced hunters out there. Maybe in the future you'll meet them.
He stared at Violet, perplexed. That's not what I'm upset about. I'm just pissed that these two agents interrupted our move-in day.
Plus, they smell like shit.
The reminder of their spoiled moment enraged Violet. She emitted a suffocated killing intent that filled the air. Seeing Violet's violent expression, Victor couldn't help but think how beautiful she was. And then Violet shapeshifted into a bat and dove through the sky toward the hunters. Victor was stunned.
Oh, fuck. Violet, wait!
Thomas and his partner stopped dead in their tracks. The two vampire hunters had sensed Violet's killing intent, but didn't know where it was coming from. Thomas's partner took a Bible from a satchel he carried and placed his hand on the cover.
Oh, my Lord, please forgive these corrupt souls and bless your lost lambs in this battle to come.
A golden light descended on the two men. Thomas ripped the crucifix off his neck.
I am the man chosen by God to be his messenger.
Suddenly, the crucifix morphed into a sharp sword. The sword looked ordinary, but the blade was unusual. It was outlined in golden light. Violet in bat form dove out of the sky and materialized right beside Thomas. She swung her leg to kick him in the head, and a golden barrier blocked her attack.
Damn it!
Violet pulled away and looked at her bruised foot. Her vampiric regeneration cured her almost instantly. She looked at Thomas with a murderous glare. Thomas saw Violet's red eyes and pale complexion and alerted his partner.
Jimmy, vampire!
Jimmy opened his eyes wide.
Now you call me by my real name?
Thomas growled.
Prepare to fight.
Jimmy nodded.
I can't believe we actually found a vampire. In the morning.
And then he shuddered with a troubling thought.
Thomas, there's only one coven of vampires who are immune to sunlight. Let's get out of here. Thomas raised his golden sword. Why? We have a vampire to kill! Jimmy fired back. Think about it, dipshit. She is a vampire, but she is walking around in broad daylight. Tommy's eyes widened. Oh, shit. Violet tore through the air toward Thomas. She grabbed him by the hair, intending to rip his head clean off. He panicked and dug out a canister of holy water from his bag, splashing it on the ground. He feverishly flipped to a certain page in the Bible. Michael, guardian, prince, and warrior, defend me and protect me with your sword. Don't let any harm come to me! Suddenly, a giant golden sword fell from the sky and landed in front of Jimmy. It was made of pure golden energy. At the sight of the blade, Violet backed away. Oh, you're talented, aren't you? She displayed a predatory smile, flashing her razor-sharp teeth. Jimmy seethed. I don't want compliments from a demon like you! Suddenly, Victor in bat form came careening into the showdown, transforming back to his normal self. Seeing Victor's red eyes, Jimmy's face went pale. Another vampire who can walk in the sunlight? They are from that clan of cursed nobles. We don't have a chance here. We need to run! Thomas refused to quit. His body glowed with the power of his golden blade. Jimmy was terrified. Thomas, don't do it, you fool! We shouldn't be fighting this battle! Victor watched as Thomas charged toward him in a blinding flash of light. Give me your head! Victor stayed calm. He could feel that the power of the sword was dangerous to his vampire skin. He slickly evaded the attack, but felt a sharp scratch against his face. What the hell is this pain? It's like I've been burned from the inside. It's like thousands of ants are biting my face at the same time. Jimmy chided his partner. Thomas, you fool! If you're going to attack, don't miss! Thomas snarled. Victor realized that even though Thomas's weapon hadn't connected, the outer edge of the golden aura had injured him. Suddenly, a bloody pressure exploded into the air. They all whipped back to see Violet surging with flames, her expression twisted into pure rage. You fuckers! A pillar of fire burst forth from her body like an erupting volcano. She cradled her head like she was possessed, mumbling loud enough for everyone to hear. How dare you! How dare you hurt my beloved darling! Thomas quivered with fear. That fire... Jimmy kept his eyes on the vampires. I warned you, Thomas. We should have backed off. You never listen to me. Jimmy trembled, searching for an escape. We just provoked a monster. He watched the cut on Victor's face heal in a few seconds. He turned to his partner with murderous eyes. If we survive this, you and I are done, man. I can't be stuck with you anymore. You're too damn stupid. Victor ignored the hunters and approached the enraged Violet. He caressed her face, unharmed by the fire around her. He leaned in and they exchanged a passionate kiss in the middle of the raging flames. Victor pulled back and flashed a gentle smile. Are you calmer, my love? She smiled. Yes. Victor laughed and noticed the two hunters scampering away. They caught his watchful eye and burst into a sprint. Oh shit, run! Victor nodded at his wife. We need to know what they know. You grab the one with the brown hair, and I'll get the one with the black hair, okay? Violet nodded dutifully. Yes, darling. Victor exploded forward at lightning speed and caught up to Thomas. Before the hunter could react, Victor kicked him hard in the side of the head. Thomas dropped to the ground like a sack of potatoes. Victor lifted him like a child and took off into the sky. Violet appeared alongside Jimmy, who was stammering out a prayer. God, please protect this lamb that is being kidnapped to the devil's lair. Violet ignored his babbling and snatched him up, launching into the sky behind Victor. A mob of concerned locals approached the scene of the firefight, puzzled to find it empty. Everyone was gone. Victor and Violet arrived at an abandoned building a few miles away. Victor threw Thomas's unconscious body to the ground. He stirred from the impact. Ouch! What the... And then remembered where he was, fear returning to his face. Violet tossed Jimmy to the floor. He landed in a heap, groaning in pain. Violet stared at the man with murderous intent. How are you feeling, boys?
Victor shot her a look. Calm, Violet. We need information from them. Violet growled.
But I'm angry. I want to kill him. He hurt my darling.
Victor shook his head. It was barely a scratch. My wife is loyal to a fault. He spoke to Violet with authority. My love, I appreciate you being so protective of me, but don't let your emotions overpower you. Victor studied the men on the floor. I may not have much battle experience, but there's one thing I'm sure of. A level head is essential when you're facing hunters who are bred to exterminate you. Violet took a shaky, deep breath, heeding Victor's warning.
You're right. I'll try not to lose control.
Victor nodded in appreciation. I don't blame her. Since becoming a vampire, my emotions seem to be out of control, too. Jimmy sheepishly cleared his throat. Can we leave? Violet whipped her head toward him. Victor placed a pacifying hand on her shoulder and wagged his finger in Jimmy's face. Not yet. Victor began circling the wounded hunters. Don't worry. As long as you tell us everything you know, we'll let you leave here alive. After all, your mission here doesn't involve us, does it? Jimmy's face lit up. No, we came here to hunt a vampire named Lucy. He's wreaking havoc in the human world. Thomas tensed. Jimmy, what the hell are you doing? Victor and Violet exchanged glances. Victor crouched down in front of Jimmy, staring into his soul. Don't listen to your friend Jimmy. If you want to live, you'll tell us everything. Victor and Violet had just broken Jimmy, the vampire hunter. He admitted that Victor and Violet weren't his targets. Instead, he and his partner Thomas were there to hunt the vampire Lucy. Victor grinned. Go on, tell us everything. Jimmy spilled the beans like he was confessing his sins to a priest. It's me, this idiot here, and 3 veteran vampire hunters. An American named Carlos Rice, a Japanese woman named Mizuki, I don't know her last name. At the mention of Mizuki's name, Violet tensed.
Mizuki is one of the new generals of the Inquisition. She could easily fight a vampire that's over 500 years old. The last report I heard about her was from Japan, where she single-handedly eliminated 5 clans of noble vampires.
Victor was shocked. How many generals are there? Violet reveled in teaching him.
4. Each general is an exceptional force. They are the strongest humans alive.
She paused.
I don't know how they do it, but it looks like the Inquisition is getting stronger as time goes on.
Jimmy rose to his knees and clasped his hands together. The generals are God's chosen warriors. They have eternal youth and many God-given abilities. Violet silenced him. Quiet! Jimmy cowered. Victor shook his head. Chosen by God, huh? Does the God he talks about so much even exist? If so, why doesn't he eliminate vampires himself? After all, isn't he supposed to be an all-powerful being, right? I think someone is using the notion of God to align people under a single purpose. Wouldn't it be the first time God's name was exploited like that? Victor crouched down to Jimmy, ignoring his babbling. And the last hunter, what's his name? Jimmy stopped praying. It's not a him. It's a her. Maria. She's also an American. She's Carlos's partner, but she's gone missing. Victor considered the information. Maria, Carlos, and Mizuki. 3 strong hunters and these 2 bozos. They're putting a lot of effort into hunting a not-so-strong vampire like Lucy. Why? The situation has changed. This has become a dangerous game. And quite interesting. I can't help but smile a little when I think about it. Victor stroked his chin. Why am I having fun in this situation? I'm a newborn vampire. If I were to confront these expert hunters, I would die like a pig being slaughtered. I need to control myself. Violet stared at Victor as he was deep in thought.
We can't let them go anymore.
Victor nodded. No, we can't. Jimmy shook with despair. But why? I told you everything we know. Please don't kill me. Kill him, but not me. What a coward. But a smart coward. Prioritizing his life over his companions. Jimmy's the poster boy of a soldier you wouldn't want in your organization. By comparison, Thomas is a loyal man and hot-headed. He's the perfect pawn. Victor pointed at Thomas. Just out of curiosity, did you choose Thomas as your partner? Jimmy scoffed. No fucking way. God chose us to be each other's companions. Oh, now I get it. The Inquisition brought these two together on purpose. They hoped that Thomas's loyalty would rub off on Jimmy. Guess not. Victor copped an innocent smile. Well, I apologize, Jimmy. We can't let you go after all. The situation has changed. But don't worry, we won't treat you badly. Let me test something on this guy. I've always wanted to try this, and now I have the perfect lab rat. Victor kneeled beside Jimmy. Look into my eyes. Jimmy reluctantly complied. Victor's eyes turned blood red. You will do whatever I order. Violet cautioned him.
That isn't going to work, darling. They have something that prevents them from being enchanted.
Victor whipped his head back to Violet. They do? Violet nodded.
We never found out what it is, but the Inquisition has methods that prevent vampires from enchanting their members.
Jimmy's eyes suddenly turned blood red as he spoke in a hypnotized tone. Yes, I will. I'll do whatever you order. Violet gasped with excitement.
Darling, how did you do that?
Before Victor could answer, Thomas leaped to his feet.
I'm going to kill you bastards! What did you do to Jimmy?
Victor was unperturbed. This man sure has a lot of hatred in him. It can't be a coincidence. He must have a history with vampires. It's personal for him. No doubt he was victimized by a vampire at some point in his past. Thomas began speaking an incantation.
Oh God, please!
Before he could get further, Victor grabbed him by the neck and lifted him high into the air. Victor cast his red eyes at Thomas. Just shut up and obey me. Thomas trembled in fear.
Yes!
Victor dropped him to the ground. Victor grinned at the sight of the two hunters under his control. I'm still curious about some things, especially about the spells they used in our last fight. I'll make them tell me everything I want to know. Victor turned to Violet. Let's get them to your mansion. I don't want potential enemies in my parents' house. Violet smiled deviously.
I was thinking the same thing, darling.
Across town, Kaga arrived at a presidential suite on the 25th floor of a luxury hotel. She was there to see Sasha, Victor's other wife who he knew nothing about. Kaga lowered her head in reverence.
I heard what happened, Lady Sasha.
Sasha was a voluptuous blonde woman with short hair, pale skin, and eyes that constantly shifted from red to blue. She has big breasts, but the features that garnered her the most male attention were her ass and thick thighs. If Ruby had the biggest breasts Kaga had ever seen, Sasha had the biggest butt. Sasha replied through cold, tired eyes.
And? Did you come here to give me your pity?
Kaga shook her head.
No. Can you tell me what happened?
Sasha snarled.
This is not your concern.
Kaga's eyes changed to blood red.
Wrong. I've known Julia longer than you. She was like a teacher to all the maids who served the houses of the 4 vampire earls. Just as she was a mother to you, she was a mentor to me. This is my loss as well as yours.
Sasha backed down.
You're right. I'm sorry.
Kaga repeated her question.
So, what happened?
Sasha's eyes flipped from sapphire blue to blood red.
Maid?
A blonde maid gently opened a side door and robotically entered the room, landing obediently at Sasha's side. From the meek woman's demeanor, it was clear to Kaga that Sasha had been abusing her status as master. The blonde maid's hair was tied in a low bun. She had blue eyes and a stern face. She wore long black gloves, so as not to directly touch her master. Kaga resented Sasha's treatment of this fellow maid, but more importantly, she needed to hear what happened to her mentor, Julia. Sasha took a deep breath.
You really want to know what happened to Julia?
Kaga nodded.
Tell me.
Sasha relented.
Fine. It all started after the ritual.
Kaga faced Sasha, waiting to hear the story of how her mentor, Julia, died. Sasha sighed and stared off into the distance.
It was January 31st, the day of the ritual that turned Victor into a vampire.
Kaga hung on every word as she recounted the entire tale.
I was yelling at the top of my lungs as I jumped from building to building. I don't believe this. It's all Violet's fault, that stupid stalker! My breathing was ragged, and my mouth was oozing blood from Victor's body. His blood tasted so good. It was the best blood I had ever tasted, and now it was mine. But was it just mine? I shook off the thought and stopped on top of a building, looking up at the cloudy sky. I can't believe I'm married to a stranger. I mean, Victor was not a complete unknown. Violet had always talked about him to Ruby and I since we were kids. We always had to listen to her swooning over thoughts of her darling. Honestly, when I was younger, I found it very irritating. But as time went on, I got used to Violet's obsession with him. I was distraught. I had accepted the request to help with the ritual, but I never thought something like this would happen. I'm married to a man I don't even know! I was furious, and then I realized something even more alarming. If I didn't drink more of my husband's blood, and soon, I'd dry up. I'd turn into a mummy, and my body would go into hibernation. Fuck! I yelled in frustration. How was I supposed to make this work? Just walk up to Victor, tell him he doesn't know me, but I'm his wife and I need his blood? I shuddered at the thought and realized I needed to get home. So I leapt off the building and flew to one of the mansions I own. Arriving at the mansion, I opened the door and the first thing I saw made me freeze in disbelief. It was Julia's headless body sprawled on the couch. The room had been ransacked. No. Julia? I trembled in shock. I couldn't form a coherent thought at the terrifying sight of the woman who practically raised me lying dead. I saw the bodies of all my servants strewn about, vampires and humans alike. A massacre had taken place while I was gone. I didn't have time to mourn because I felt someone approaching at high speed. I covered my body with a lightning shield and dodged the attack. I heard a man's voice.
How good of you to join us.
The man was tall and bald, wearing a black priest's robe, but looking at it further, the robe seemed to have been modified to look like a suit. I growled in anger. Seeing the decapitated body of Julia was too much. A burning fury I couldn't control spewed out of my body. You fuckers! Lightning started to cover my entire body. The man ignored me and menacingly snapped the elastic cuffs of his black gloves. He bowed his head.
God bless this servant's fist so he can punish sinners.
His fist began to glow with a faint golden hue. When I tried to move my legs, I felt suddenly constricted. I was stuck. Just then, a woman in a nun's habit appeared. Her robe was also tailored to resemble a tight-fitting suit. She nodded at the man. Good job, Carlos. I could see in her hands she held the end of several long ropes. I scanned the mansion to see that they were stretched to the top of the ceiling, and then I saw that they were also somehow tied to my wrists. Before I could react, she pulled the ropes taut and suspended me in midair, stretching my arms painfully wide. I hung there like I was crucified in my own home. Carlos grinned.
Nice job, Maria. I'm glad I don't have to battle this vampire one-on-one. My fighting style is quite incompatible with her lightning abilities.
Maria nodded. Indeed, you're lucky to have me as your partner.
Carlos winked at Maria. You must be my good luck charm.
I could see that these two murderers were lovers. My anger reached a boiling point. These miserable hunters had treated me like I was easy prey to hunt. They invaded my house. They killed my servants. They killed my Julia. My teeth started to sharpen, and a bloody pressure started to emulate from my body. I was determined to kill them. Carlos grumbled, as if he was bored.
I knew it wouldn't be that easy.
Maria laughed, unafraid. Indeed, she wouldn't be the heiress of a clan if she was weak. The ropes that were holding me started to tighten, and I felt my skin burn. I looked at the ropes and realized they had a slight golden glow. Soon the holy energy would burn through my skin. I was getting angrier by the second, and I needed revenge. I focused my gaze on Maria. I flashed a smile, almost on the verge of insanity, and decided to use a technique. my mother taught me. I covered my body with golden lightning and channeled it inward, creating a sonic boom around me. I felt the ropes around my wrist snap, and I fell to the floor, landing on my feet, buzzing with electric charge. I charged my attackers with incredible speed. I was tempted to finish Carlos first, but he was shielding himself with a halo of golden energy, so I pivoted to Maria. I knew killing Carlos wouldn't satisfy me anyway. He needed to suffer. He needed to see Maria beg for her life. I reared back, extended my fangs and sucked my teeth into Maria's neck. She shrieked in horror when she realized what I was doing. I heard her desperate cry and it made me bite her neck even harder. Carlos ran toward us.
Maria!
But before he could get close, I lifted her body and took off running as fast as I could. I could hear his desperate cries behind me.
Cursed be the vampires!
I don't know why, but I started to laugh with tears in my eyes and Maria in my arms. Fuck you for crossing me! I escaped the mansion and kept running. After a few miles, I slowed down and threw Maria to the ground. I tore the crucifix from her neck and bit my finger. A drop of blood fell to the ground, forming a magic circle around us. I taunted Maria. I didn't prepare the proper materials for you to become a full-fledged servant of mine. But who cares? With this, you'll become what you hate the most. A vampire. And worse than a normal vampire, you'll be a defective vampire. Teardrops streamed from my eyes as I thought of my fallen servants. As I thought of Julia. The last thing Maria saw as a human was my sadistic, cruel smile as I exacted my revenge.
Sasha's eyes returned from her distant stare and landed on Kaguya's stunned face. She had listened to the whole story in silence. Kaguya paused for a moment and then exploded with murderous intent at the thought of Julia's mutilated body. She looked over at Sasha's maid and had a horrible realization.
Wait a minute. What is your name?
The maid bowed her head.
Maria?
Kaguya trembled in anger. Maria's instinct screamed for her to react, but Sasha ordered her to stand by and stay close, and she could not disobey the order. Kaguya considered exploding with an attack, but calmed herself. There were bigger fish to fry. She turned back to Sasha.
What do these hunters want from us? Why are they so active right now?
Sasha swallowed.
According to my maid, a vampire named Lucy stole something very valuable from the church. Unfortunately, I couldn't get any information on what that something is. Maria didn't know.
Kaguya leered at Maria.
Are you sure about that? Are you sure you can trust her?
Sasha grilled Maria to demonstrate her control.
Tell me, what were you planning to do with your lover, Carlos?
Maria's eyes glowed red, a glazing look passing over her face.
We were planning to get married and have children together.
Sasha continued.
When you killed my former maid, what did you feel? And why did you set that trap for me?
Maria was still glassy-eyed.
Nothing. I felt nothing. After all, this is just a job. Carlos killed all the servants. I ripped your maid's head off and set a trap with the ropes. Our goal was to capture the heiress of Clan Fulgur.
Kaguya had seen enough.
Okay, I get your point. She is completely under your control.
Sasha cackled.
Oh, Kaguya. It was just getting good.
She whipped her head back to Maria.
Continue. Why did you want to capture me?
Maria responded without hesitation.
The Inquisition received information that the leader of Clan Fulgur lost his position as a vampire count and became an ordinary noble vampire. The Inquisition decided it would be a good opportunity to further weaken this clan by capturing their heiress, who was located in the States.
Seeing Kaguya's shocked reaction, Sasha sighed.
See? My father is losing the Earl title. I don't know why. He probably did something stupid. He may have bet the title while playing some high-stakes card game.
Kaguya shook her head, reeling. Sasha continued.
And because of that, these idiots here thought it would be a good idea to capture me and use me as a bargaining chip to further diminish the strength of my clan. And the funny part, if these hunters had been successful, my parents wouldn't care. They would say I was weak and that I should die. The irony is that the only people who cared about me died at the hands of these monsters.
Kaguya saw Sasha once again getting emotional.
Lady Sasha.
Sasha let out a quivering breath.
I don't want your pity.
Kaguya narrowed her eyes.
You don't have it.
Before Sasha could react, Kaguya traveled through the shadows and slashed her throat.
I'm sorry, Lady Sasha.
Sasha's eyes widened in shock and betrayal.
How could you?
Blood geysered from her neck as she staggered to the ground. Kaguya set her sights on Maria. She charged her ribs with a flurry of dagger thrusts. She moved so fast, Maria didn't even have a chance to scream. Kaguya threw one final jab into Maria's neck as the glow of life left her eyes. She came crashing down to the floor beside her master. Kaguya sighed as she wiped her face with a handkerchief.
God damn, it's hard to be a good maid.
She stared at the lifeless, bloody bodies by her feet. A million thoughts raced through her mind.
What's my next move?
Kaguya muttered to herself, folding towels at Violet's mansion.
It's not easy being the perfect maid.
She looked at the body bags on the ground beside her. She scratched the back of her neck as she grew anxious thinking about their contents. Lady Sasha and Maria.
I could store Lady Sasha in my shadow, but that would be pretty rude to her after all. My shadow is hardly a nice place to visit.
She sighed, trying to think of what to do.
A maid's duty is to do what's best for her master.
This was a teaching that Julia tried to put in her head at a young age. Julia was a role model for all maids. She had trained several generations, beloved by all. She was Sasha's personal maid, but she was also the head maid of the Fulgur clan. Kaguya was sad to think of a world without her presence.
Those piece of shit hunters.
She thought about Sasha.
Losing a mother figure and finding out your family lost their Earl status must have been quite a shock for her.
Kaguya felt a pang of pity, an emotion she often avoided. The feeling carried through her thoughts.
Attacking her felt wrong, but I had to do it. She was in a bad mental state. If I had left her alone, she would have made a rash decision and ended up dead.
Kaguya knew that to prevent the worst fate from happening, the three women needed to stay together. It was the only way.
Lord Victor needs his wife's blood, and his wives need his.
Kaguya rubbed her forehead.
Maybe I should look for another job? This is stressful.
But she knew there was nothing else she was allowed to do, or equipped to do.
I suppose this is my lot in life.
She found herself wondering if Lord Victor would praise her for doing a good job. She frantically shook her head to get this thought out of her mind. She turned to see Violet and Victor entering the mansion, dragging the bodies of two vampire hunters, Thomas and Jimmy. They dropped them on the ground. The men were badly bruised and unconscious. Kaguya stealthily slid the body bags containing Sasha and Maria underneath the couch and turned to face Victor and Violet.
Welcome back. How'd it go?
Victor and Violet had no response. Kaguya could tell they were exhausted. Victor kissed Violet on the cheek. Ooh, I should get back to my parents' house. Make sure you keep an eye on these guys. Violet kissed him back.
I will.
Victor turned to leave. Violet stopped him.
Where will you tell them I am?
Victor shrugged. I'll figure it out. Victor arrived home and the first thing his mother said was, "Where's Violet?" "Good to see you too, Mom." His father was washing dishes and turned off the sink, still awaiting the answer. Victor cleared his throat. "She's got a big house, so takes a while for her to pack." Victor's mother beamed.
You really hit the jackpot. You got a rich, beautiful, and loving wife. I have nothing more to teach you. I'm proud.
Victor nodded. "Thanks, Mom."
I mean, if it were up to your father, you would work as a bricklayer, and you would whistle to women passing by on the street. You would be a caveman. I don't want my son to be like that.
Victor's dad growled.
Woman, Why did you agree to date me back then if I was a caveman?
Well, you were tall, muscular, and knew how to treat a woman well. Very well.
His parents traded loving looks, and Victor smiled. These two are still like teenagers. They heard the front door and saw Kaguya barge in. She seemed Sorry, little buddy. You'll have to wait. Victor followed Kaguya through a secret passageway that descended to the basement of the house. When they were out of sight, Victor's father leaned over to his wife.
Do you think Victor is straying on his marriage?
Anna shook her head.
I doubt it. I know my son. I raised him to be a loyal man. He won't run after another woman if he's married to someone as beautiful as Violet. There must be something else going on.
Leon nodded, satisfied with the reasoning.
Do you ever think it's weird that they got married without having an official wedding? Or did they have one and not invite us?
Anna sighed.
They wouldn't do that to us, would they?
Leon shrugged and continued washing the dishes. Victor and Kaguya arrived in the basement. Victor was shocked at what he saw.
What the...
Sleeping in an open coffin was Sasha. To Victor, it was just a stunning woman in a silken white dress. She had short blonde hair and very pale skin. And though Victor tried not to stare, her thick thighs caught his attention. Damn, she's a beauty. Despite his best to stifle the reaction, he felt a strong bloodlust for her. What the hell is happening? It was the same way he felt the first time he saw Violet. It was an inexplicable attraction. It was like he needed to suck her blood, immediately.
Why am I feeling this way?
Kaguya? Who is this? What is she doing here? Kaguya didn't answer. Victor watched the resplendent woman's chest rise and fall. He studied the delicate shape of her face, her soft skin, and perfect cheekbones. He bit his fist and stepped away. Get it together, man. You already have a beautiful wife. What the hell are you thinking? Kaguya watched him.
You're reacting to her, huh?
Victor ignored her question.
Who is she?
Victor asked as he clenched his fist with an insatiable hunger. Kaguya didn't answer him. Victor raised his voice. Kaguya, tell me now. Who is this woman? Kaguya met his stare. He could tell she was nervous.
Are you sure you want to know?
Victor tensed. Yes, tell me. Kaguya took a deep breath.
Well, Victor, she's your wife.
Victor's jaw dropped. All he could hear was his own heartbeat as his face grew red. He turned to face Kaguya. Come again?
She is your wife.
Right, okay, just making sure that's what you said. He leaned a hand against the wall and let out a heavy breath. What I meant was, what do you mean she's my wife? Kaguya tilted her head in confusion.
Like you're her husband and she's your...
Kaguya, what the hell is going on here? She sighed.
Normally, as the servant of Lady Violet, I shouldn't be telling you this information, but...
She bit her lip, struggling to find the right words. Victor started to think of Kaguya's personality. A loyal maid determined to be a perfect maid. A maid who does everything for her master's sake. Oh, I get it. She's worried about betraying Violet. Victor approached Kaguya and patted her on the head. Don't worry. Just tell me what happened. If Violet says something, you have my support. He felt her body tremble as a smile stretched across her face. Victor started to pull his hand away, but suddenly, at remarkable speed, Kaguya took his hand and placed it back on her head. She stared into his eyes. What is she doing? And then he understood. She wants me to stroke her hair. Her smile grew as Victor complied. He calmed himself. Okay, now explain everything. Kaguya nodded.
This woman's name is Sasha Folger. Just like Lady Violet, she is your wife.
Kaguya took a deep breath and then explained all events that led up to Sasha arriving in the basement. Victor listened intently as he stroked Kaguya's hair. His emotions fluctuated wildly along with Sasha's journey. Even though he had never met her, their emotions were strangely in sync. He felt a deep connection to her. As Kaguya shared the part of Sasha's saga involving Maria murdering Julia, Victor felt himself overcome with vengeful anger. And where's this piece of shit now? Kaguya pointed to an open coffin in the corner of the room that Victor hadn't previously noticed. He looked at the blonde maid inside, boiling with anger. He calmed himself. Sasha had already sought her revenge. Victor tried to walk himself through all the new information he had received. Okay, so let's see. According to Kaguya, Sasha is Violet's childhood friend. Violet asked her and another one of her close friends to help out with the ritual that turned me into a vampire. But then things went haywire and they both became a part of it. So now they're also my wives? And if they don't drink my blood soon, we both might die. This is a nightmare. Victor turned to face Kaguya, still reeling. Who is my other wife? Kaguya bit her lip and sighed. Ruby Scarlet. Victor stroked his chin. Ruby. Wait, I know Ruby. She's the most popular girl at the med school at my university. He remembered her red hair, green eyes, and of course, her large breasts. She was very popular with the college men. She was called the untouchable red flower. For some reason, an irritating feeling grew in Victor when he realized that several men were after her. Those fuckers, they better stay away. Suddenly, Kaguya's voice broke Victor out of his rageful trance.
Lord Victor, are you all right?
Victor unclenched his fist. Yes, thank you, Kaguya. He stroked her hair. You've done a good job. Her whole body trembled as she heard those words. Suddenly, Victor heard a shuffling and saw Sasha stirring in her coffin. She was very groggy and disoriented, but the slash wound across her neck had long healed.
What happened to me? Where am I?
She was about to say more, but when she noticed Victor's presence, she froze and focused all of her attention on him. Sasha's sapphire blue eyes changed to blood red as she let out a breathless moan. He felt her energy. His throat went dry. His body begged him to lunge at her and feast on her blood. He heard Kaguya's voice.
Lord Victor, you're hurting me.
Victor realized that his gentle stroking of Kaguya's hair had become painful clawing as his lust for Sasha intensified. Sorry, Kaguya. He removed his hand and faced his waking wife. Sasha, right? She nodded, her lips trembling. Victor noticed that her whole face was glowing red. Seeing that expression of hers, something seemed to pierce his heart. Without any control, he could feel a word escape his mouth. Beautiful. Victor saw a yellow current of electricity flash in her eyes. She shrieked and jumped to her feet, backing away.
Stop! Don't look at me!
Kaguya approached her gently.
Lady Sasha, please take a moment to calm yourself. Kaguya, why did you bring me here? I'm not prepared mentally, physically, or emotionally to talk to him right now.
Her face twisted into a scowl.
You brought me here to humiliate me.
Kaguya held firm.
Wrong. I brought Lady Sasha here to strengthen herself.
Kaguya pointed at Victor. Sasha tilted her head in confusion. Kaguya explained.
Every time Lady Violet drinks Victor's blood, she is slowly getting stronger. Do you understand?
Sasha's lip quivered.
How is this possible? Vampires only get stronger the older they are, nor if they train their skills to be the fullest, like Lady Scathatch. Lady Violet is 21 years old, practically a newborn.
Kaguya bowed in a gesture of respect.
Enjoy some time with your husband, Lady Sasha. Gain some strength.
She shut Maria's coffin to give them some privacy and left the basement, shutting the door firmly behind her. The newlyweds stood in awkward silence. Victor closed in, unable to control himself. He sniffed Sasha's neck and wrapped his fingers around her waist. She turned to him, to face him. When their eyes met, they couldn't control themselves any longer. Victor saw Sasha's glistening fangs extend from her mouth. She pushed him against the wall in a fit of passion. She wrapped her legs around his waist as his hands crawled across her body. They toppled to the floor. They dug their fangs into each other's supple skin and devoured each other. They were overcome with the transcendent explosion of pleasure as they feasted on each other's delicious blood. Victor could suddenly feel and understand Sasha's whole existence. Her feelings, her thoughts, her pleasure. His world turned red. He could see Sasha's memories. He saw Violet and Sasha talking at the edge of a forest.
Yes, I will make him my darling.
He heard another voice and followed their eyes to a third woman in the conversation. It was Ruby. Sasha put a hand on her shoulder.
What do you think about this?
Ruby sighed.
No matter what I think, Violet won't change her mind. We should support her. Besides, I already brought the materials for the ritual.
Ruby pointed to a black bag on the ground. The vision was replaced by a different memory. Victor now saw himself in the abandoned building where his ritual took place. Everything happened the same as before, but now he saw what happened after he bit Violet. He saw himself pull back from Violet's neck, still lost in a trance of bloodlust. He saw Ruby and Sasha standing on the outside of the magic circle, watching the proceedings. He raced towards them. They ran, but he was faster. He caught Ruby first. He sunk his teeth into her neck before she even had a chance to scream. Ruby moaned as she wrapped her arms around him. A smile full of sharp teeth stretched across her face. She licked her lips and dug her fangs into his neck. Violet rushed towards them, screaming, "No!" But she was too late. Violet looked at Sasha, still standing there.
Run away from here now, Sasha! Go!
Sasha watched, frozen in shock. Violet dove in between Victor and Ruby, trying desperately to separate them, but she wasn't strong enough. She whipped back to Sasha.
Run! Now! Go, Sasha! Go!
Lightning started to appear around Sasha's body. She snapped out of her shock and turned to flee. Victor released his grip from Ruby and raced after her. Violet screamed in horror as Victor overtook Sasha from behind, biting her neck like a rabid dog. Sasha moaned as her eyes began to glow red, possessed by an overwhelming bloodlust. She bit him back. They guzzled each other's blood, their bodies entwined as one. Violet went ballistic.
No! You bitches! What have you done?
Victor watched Sasha's memories, seeing for the first time how that ritual turned him into a vampire truly unfolded. He saw himself drink Ruby's blood and then sink his fangs into Sasha's neck. He saw Violet scream in a rage as she summoned two powerful balls of fire in her palms.
You bitches! You'll burn for this!
Victor instinctively raised his hands to shield his face. As the wild flames spread through the air, he was jolted awake. He removed his fangs from Sasha's neck, but she kept feeding. He stroked her golden hair, patiently waiting for her to be satiated. One thing he noticed was that no matter how much Sasha took from him, he didn't run out of blood or get tired. Finally, she had gotten her fill. She licked his neck clean. Seeing that some of his blood was still on her lips, he leaned in close, their powerful attraction pulling them into a passionate kiss. She released a breathless moan, pulling back to stare into his eyes. Her hair was tousled, her breathing ragged. He marveled at her perfect features. So beautiful. She leaned her head into his chest. They clung to each other in silence until she finally spoke.
So, nice to meet you.
He let out a nervous chuckle. You too. She pushed her hair out of her face and tried to collect herself. There wasn't much for them to say. Just like Victor, she had learned everything about him through his blood. Though they had just met each other, it was as if they had already developed a deep personal connection. Sasha batted her eyelashes.
Vampires spawned really fast.
They both laughed as Victor stroked her hair. You can say that again. Sasha continued.
In our society, when a vampire takes interest in a potential mate, they will pursue them to the point of obsession.
Victor laughed. My world isn't that different. Sasha caressed his cheek.
My mother was the heiress of the Folger family when she met my dad, a blonde vampire with blue eyes at a party. She became obsessed with him and eventually kidnapped him and married him.
Victor shook his head. Wow, that's intense.
Yeah, he was a noble vampire with incredible stamina. I got my lightning powers from my mom and my stamina from him. But I would trade it all for better parents.
Victor raised an eyebrow. What do you mean, my love? Victor noticed her becoming emotional.
My parents did a lot of experiments on me to improve my control of lightning energy. It was a tough childhood. They used me like a prop. They put me on display.
Victor was overcome with deep empathy for his wife. He stared into her eyes as she continued.
They put me into an electric chair and tested my resistance to electricity. They threw me under the sea and made me use my lightning skills to see if I would come out alive. They used the excuse of training to experiment on me to satisfy their twisted curiosity and desire to play God.
She clenched her fist.
But I held on. I persevered until I could escape.
Tears welled in her eyes.
And now, I'm free. The best thing that ever happened to me was getting my own personal maid, Julia. She was like a mother to me. On my worst days when I felt like I was falling apart, she would always put me back together.
Victor was overcome with a deep sadness as he listened to Sasha talk.
Julia taught me everything I know today. Etiquette, education, the rules of the noble world, arithmetic, geography, vampire history. And now she's dead. I don't know what to do with those memories anymore. I miss her so much.
Victor squeezed her hand. You can cry, Sasha. You don't need to hide your feelings from me. She hid her face in his lap and unleashed her welled-up pain. He gently rubbed her back and felt the intense depths of her loss. He also felt a boiling rage growing inside of him as he thought about how her parents had treated her. They hurt my wife. I want to make them pay. He tried to remain calm, but he could feel his heartbeat racing as he thought of all the injustices she had to suffer. It's not fair. Sasha dried her tears and gazed up at Victor, her eyes puffy from crying.
I'm sorry that...
Before she could continue, Victor placed a finger to her lips, signaling her to stop. You have nothing to apologize for. Sasha nodded, grateful.
Is it weird I feel so safe with you?
He shook his head. No, it's not weird. It's fate. Plus, I'm built different. Sasha laughed, appreciating the levity.
You really are, Victor, my husband.
Though she seemed to be feeling better, he could still sense an immense anger beneath her serene exterior. Violet and I will help with your revenge. He noticed her expression change. He felt her discomfort. Shit, I think I said the wrong thing. Victor stared into her eyes. Never mind. You want to avenge your Julia alone, don't you? This is your fight. She was shocked he knew exactly how she felt.
You see me.
He nodded. I feel you too. He climbed to his feet and lifted her up like a princess, carrying her to an open coffin. Natalia! The door to one of the basement's secret passageways opened and Natalia stepped in.
Yes, Lord Victor.
Prepare lodgings for Sasha. She'll live with us for now. Natalia stammered, shocked.
Impossible. We don't have enough space.
She began to list a dozen reasons why it was a bad idea, but Victor cut her off. He had already made up his mind. Even if I have to buy Sasha a home of her own, she's my wife, and I want her to be close by and safe. She'll stay here for now. That's final. He noticed a look of deep concern on Natalia's face. Don't worry, I'll talk to Violet.
I don't think that's a good idea, Lord Victor.
Victor waved her off. Nonsense. Violet may be passionate and possessive, but she's also loving and kind and deep down very fond of Sasha, her childhood best friend. Her love will triumph over anger, I guarantee it. Natalia flashed him a frightened look.
Good luck, seriously.
He put on a brave face and bowed to her. Thank you, Natalia. I'm gonna need it. Victor bid them farewell and departed the basement, leaving Sasha and Natalia alone. As soon as he was gone, Sasha cast a nervous look at Natalia.
How do you think she'll react?
Natalia gulped.
Honestly, Lady Sasha, very, very poorly.
Sasha nodded.
Agreed.
Victor had a plan to tell Violet that his other wife, Sasha, was moving in with them. And then he lost his nerve. He needed a distraction, so when he remembered his cat, Zach, waiting for him at the vet, he was grateful. As he walked down the street, his nerves were replaced with giddiness. I can't believe I went from no girlfriend to 3 wives. I'm insanely lucky. Doesn't every guy want a harem of beautiful women? Victor also knew that having 3 wives with exotic personalities could be very stressful. He was sure problems would arise over time. But one thing would never change. He, Violet, Sasha, and Ruby were connected by blood, in the most literal sense possible. He thought back on how he was able to see all of Sasha and Violet's memories whenever they drank each other's blood. He thought about the botched ritual. How did it all go wrong? He remembered Violet had said that his blood was special, RH null blood. The blood that made him so sick as a human but gave him so many benefits as a vampire. Was it my unique blood that made the ritual go haywire? He wanted to learn more about the ritual to understand his origin story and figure out what went wrong. There were only 2 beings who knew a lot about rituals: older noble vampires and witches. He quickly ruled out witches. With their greedy attitude, they would likely ask for something valuable in return. I'd have better luck with old vampires. A voice screaming his name interrupted his thoughts.
Yo, Victor! Victor!
With his enhanced vampire senses, the voice boomed in his ears. He clenched his fist, rage growing, and then he saw who it was. His childhood best friend, Andrew Walter. He had spiky blonde hair and vivid green eyes. They hadn't seen each other in forever. Andrew ran toward him.
Victor! Is it really you?
Victor released his anger and smiled.
Andrew, how are you, dude?
They slapped hands and embraced. Andrew gave him a playful shove.
Bruh, I've been calling you for like 10 minutes. What's the deal? You ignoring me or something, big shot?
The first thought Victor had was of Andrew's mother. She was a gorgeous older woman with a very charming personality and even nicer body. Victor has always had a secret crush on her as a kid. He tried to shake off the prurient thoughts. Come on, man, don't think of your friend's mother that way. Remember the Brothers' Code of Conduct. The Brothers' Code of Conduct was something Victor and his friends had created when they were young. The code was simple. Don't date your friend's ex-girlfriends, don't date your friend's mother or sister, and most importantly, don't date your friend's current girlfriend. Why had they created this? Well, Victor was fully aware that just like Andrew's mom, his mom was also beautiful. And even though he knew she would never cheat on his dad, it didn't hurt to have some additional insurance. Andrew looked at Victor with questioning eyes, sizing him up.
Hey, no judgment, man, but you juicing or something?
He gestured to Victor's newly formed muscles. Victor scoffed. You think I'm on steroids? Victor was almost flattered. Andrew rested his hand on Victor's shoulder.
It's okay, bro. You can be honest with me.
Victor shook his head. This guy really makes me angry sometimes. No, Andrew, I didn't take anything. I've just been working out. Andrew didn't buy it.
Bullshit.
Victor shrugged. Believe what you want. I'm telling the truth. Andrew laughed.
Whatever you say, Captain America. I still think you're lying.
Victor stifled a smile. Andrew was right, but not in the way he thought he was. Victor changed the subject. Did I tell you I got married? Andrew's jaw nearly dropped to the floor.
What? I don't believe you.
Victor looked back at him with a dead stare. Andrew stammered.
Come on, man. You're messing with me, right?
Dude, I'm not lying. I'm married now. Andrew shook his head.
I just don't believe you. You're not even wearing a wedding ring. What kind of a newlywed doesn't wear a wedding ring? You're already cheating on your wife?
Victor winced. Well, that's a more complicated topic. He assured his old friend. It's true, I swear I'm married, but things happen quickly. Spur of the moment thing. We're still working on the wedding ring. Victor kept walking. Anyway, I'm in a rush. Gotta get going now. But it was great seeing you. Andrew looked wounded.
Huh? Hold up, I'll come with you.
Shit, guy. Take a hint, guy. Victor shifted uncomfortably. You don't even know where I'm going and you're going to follow me. What if I'm going somewhere illegal?
Sounds fun. Plus, I can't let you go alone into this mysterious den of illegal activity. Of course, when it's all over, I will have to tell your mom all about it, which will give me an excuse to spend some time with her.
Victor laughed. If you try to bang my mom, I will bang yours. Andrew chuckled.
Don't worry, bro. I remember the code. I wouldn't do something like that.
Good, Victor said, satisfied. He knew Andrew wouldn't do that. Besides, Anna had defended Andrew's mom in court whenever his deadbeat dad sued her for custody. Andrew respected Victor's mom way too much to cross the line. Andrew added,
Besides, I don't like married women. Too much trouble.
Victor raised an eyebrow. Are you speaking from experience? He saw Andrew's smile break for a moment, and then he averted his eyes.
Don't worry about it.
Victor was surprised. Dude, be careful. You don't want some deranged husband coming after you. Andrew nodded.
Trust me, I know.
They walked along quietly. Victor couldn't help but press for details. I gotta know, was she hot? Andrew grinned wide.
32 years old, tan, curvy as hell with dark black hair. Yeah, she was hot. She lived in New York and was from a wealthy family, but her husband was a 66-year-old man. I think she was frustrated because he didn't satisfy her.
Victor nodded. Huh? You feel bad for the guy at all? Andrew shook his head.
Nah, he was a scumbag.
Nice justification. Victor playfully punched Andrew on the shoulder. They both laughed and looked up to see that they had reached pause and awes. The automatic doors parted as he and Andrew strolled in. Victor was excited to see his cat, reconnecting with his old friend, and now his pet made him feel like he was still tethered to the human world. He approached the front desk. Hello, I'm here to pick up Zach. He's a Burmese cat? The nurse looked suddenly stricken as she rose to her feet. I'm so sorry, Mr. Walker, but I have some bad news. Victor stumbled back, reeling. Oh, God. What happened? The receptionist at the veterinary Zach with a K or an H? Victor raised an eyebrow. What the hell is going on? Zach with a K. The receptionist blushed and began to apologize profusely. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Zach with a K is totally fine. I'll have someone bring him out. Victor took a deep breath. Oh, thank God. He heard an old woman's voice behind him. My cat's name is Zach with an H? What's going on? The receptionist swallowed hard and buried her head in her hands. Victor retreated to the lobby to wait for Zach, only to see his good friend's sister, Leona Elizabeth Lykos, carrying the little furball in her arms. He had completely forgotten that she was a vet tech at this hospital. She had long white hair, bright blue eyes, and a slim body. Her albino complexion made her even paler than Victor. She was born with a physical condition just like me. With no pigmentation, her skin was very sensitive to the sun. Because of that, she always stayed indoors, and when she did venture out, it was only at night. Victor took his cat from Leona and pet him lovingly. Zach purred loudly and then rolled over for a belly rub. Victor looked back to see Andrew move seats to the far corner of the lobby. Wow, I can't believe those two still have beef. Leona studied Victor and his new physique. You've changed. Victor nodded as the two of them silently stared at each other. Well, this is new. Is there a vibe here? Victor stroked his cat's ears. How is Zach doing?
He's fine. We ran some tests. Everything looks good.
Victor raised a quizzical eyebrow. Really? But he's been meowing like crazy and eating less than usual. Leona cleared her throat.
Well, I can explain that. He's horny.
Victor was shocked by her answer. Horny? Like he's in heat? Zach purred as if he knew he was being discussed. Leona laughed.
Female cats go into heat. Male cats just get horny. You should consider neutering him. I can give you a friends and family discount.
Zach hissed at Leona like she was about to snip him right there and then. Victor chuckled. He doesn't like that idea very much. Leona took a step back.
He's very smart.
Victor looked his cat in the eye. One man to another. I won't let her do that to you. You want to have your own litter one of these days, don't you? Zach meowed in agreement, then jumped on Victor's shirt, playfully scampering up to perch on his shoulders. He's done this since he was a kitten. He always likes to sit on my shoulder for some reason. Victor's shoulders being broader than before, Zach easily found a comfortable position. Leona giggled.
Seems to be more monkey than cat.
Zach hissed at Leona once again. He really doesn't like her, huh? Leona frowned.
Now I'm just offended.
They both laughed. Victor couldn't help but clock Leona's smile. This girl is cute as hell. How did I never notice? Suddenly, he heard a man's voice from behind him. Well, Victor. Long time no see. It was a tall man with a toned body, platinum blonde hair, and eyes as blue as Leona's. It was her brother, Edward Jonathan Lycos. Edward had previously been Victor's personal trainer, before he hung up his dumbbells and opened his own bar. This was the man who trained me in self-defense. I could never do many of the moves because of my physical limitations, but I learned just enough to take care of myself. Executing a knee to the groin, using a stun gun. Come to think of it, was that a women's safety course? Victor gave Edward a friendly nod. Sup, Ed? Do you still shine in the sun when you walk down the street? Edward bristled. Man, I wish that movie never came out. Victor laughed. I'm sorry. How are things going? Not too bad. I finished building a new VIP lounge for my bar. I can get you behind that velvet rope, bro, anytime you want. Victor smiled. Sweet. Sounds great. The receptionist paged Leona over the loudspeaker.
Leona, we need your help with a client.
Leona touched Victor's shoulder.
I'll be right back.
Victor felt a slight buzz of energy course through his body at the feel of her touch. He ignored it. Once she was gone, Andrew came sheepishly waddling over. Yo, Ed, how are you doing? Edward shrugged. Is my sister still mad at you? Andrew lowered his eyes. I think so. Victor shook his head. Leona had been bullied when she was younger because of her looks. As a result, she always hung around with Andrew. Spending so much time with the cute boy made the other girls even more merciless. Her brother never let the bullying escalate since he was an upperclassman. He protected his sister loyally. He almost got arrested for breaking the jaw of some jock that catcalled her at a basketball game. But he hired the right lawyer, Victoria's mother, and beat the case. After that, the bullying stopped. Everyone was afraid of incurring the wrath of Edward. But also because of this incident, Leona had a lot of trouble making friends. The only friend she had beside Andrew was Andrew's ex. They broke up when Andrew cheated on her with an older woman. Leona had resented Andrew ever since for betraying her friend. Edward slapped Andrew casually on the shoulder. You don't need to worry too much. One day she'll forgive you, I think. Andrew sighed. Nah, not Leona. She's an expert at holding a grudge. Edward nodded. Yeah, that's true. You're screwed. There was an awkward silence interrupted by Edward observing Victor's swole physique. Holy hell, man. How did this happen? Leona rejoined the group in time to respond.
You just now noticed, Ed? I say it was only a matter of time. Victor was always the runt of the group. He had to grow someday.
Andrew smiled at Leona. She avoided eye contact. Edward squeezed Victor's bicep. Your muscles are defined, too. How did you bulk up so quick? Well, I followed your masterful tutelage, plus a few internet videos. Edward smiled. Well, good for you, man. I heard about that little basketball showdown with Luan the other day. Slick moves. A dunk from midcourt. Leona scoffed.
Juan's a bully. I hate that guy.
Edward agreed. Definitely. Let us know if you want our help dealing with him. Victor waved him off. No, it's all good. It's between me and Luan. Edward sighed. I get it. You have your pride, and as a man I respect that, but don't go overboard, okay? I don't want to see you arrested. Andrew chuckled.
If you are arrested, please know that I have a plan for you to flee to Brazil, although that plan is still in progress.
Leona shook her head.
You guys are so boring with your macho bullshit.
Edward took offense. You don't get it, Leona. She shot back.
Why, because I'm a woman?
No, because you've never tried to fight the people who bullied you. Leona stammered.
I was weaker than them, and they...
Edward interrupted her. You know, I'm not talking about that. There's a big difference between accepting bullying and fighting it. How you deal with bullying is what matters. You never decided to ask for help, and you never talked about it. You just bottled it up and lived silently with the pain. Leona looked hurt. Edward backed down, realizing he had gone too far. Victor tried to comfort her. Don't think about it too much, Leona. Everyone handles things differently. He touched her shoulder and saw her blush. He felt a faint, radiating energy between them. Victor removed his hand. Shit, I've got to be careful with my abilities. I forgot about that vampire charm. He turned back to see Edward glaring down at him. His jaw clenched. Victor stammered. Oh, what's up, Edward? When he was angry, there was no stopping him.
Don't tell me you forgot about the Brothers' Code, asshole.
Oh, shit, he's angry. Victor and Edward stared each other down, ready to brawl. Victor had touched Leona's shoulder to comfort her, and her brother Edward didn't like what he saw.
Have you forgotten the code, asshole?
Victor swallowed. Ooh. Shit, how do I play this? I don't want to fight Edward. If I do, I'll destroy him. Luckily, Leona jumped in to defuse things.
Edward, don't be such a nut job. He was just making me feel better after you berated me for no reason.
Edward considered her take and backed down. You're right. I'm sorry. I'm just on edge. Things are tense at work right now. He extended his arm for a fist bump. Sorry, bro. Victor accepted and bumped him back. Don't worry about it. That was close. There was a moment of awkward silence before Edward broke the tension. So, what else is new? Victor smiled. Well, I just got married. That's new. Edward and Leona stared at him, stunned. Married.
You?
Victor beamed. That's right. Edward's gaze shifted, as if Victor had made the biggest mistake of his life. Oh boy. I wish you the best. Victor raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Andrew explained.
Don't listen to him. A few years he almost got married, but the woman turned out to have some issues.
Big issues,
Leona added. Edward's side flooded with painful memories. Victor felt for his old friend. I'm sorry to hear that. Can I ask what happened? Edward stared at the floor. She turned out to be an obsessive stalker type, following me secretly, going through my phone, freaking out if I talked to any other woman. Victor nodded. Oh, what's wrong with that? Everyone shot him a look. Victor averted his eyes. Oops, I guess I'm the minority on this one. Edward took a deep breath. Listen, man. Jealous women are the worst kind of women. Don't go near them, or you'll end up in a world of misery. Victor scratched his head. I don't understand. It just means they care, right? Edward stared at him, unsure how to respond. I wish you the best. Leona playfully shoved her brother.
Stop being so negative. Victor just got married. We should be celebrating him.
Edward sighed sheepishly. That's true. You're right. Andrew cleared his throat.
Who's your wife? You have a picture of her?
Victor pulled out his cell phone and showed them Violet's photo. This is her, Violet.
Whoa, she's hot.
Victor glared at Andrew. Andrew flashed him a contrite smile.
Sorry, she's just very pretty.
Edward tapped Andrew's shoulder. Broco, dude. Andrew rolled his eyes.
Yeah, I know.
Leona snatched the cell phone out of Victor's hand. Hey, give that back! She swiped to see a photo of Sasha. Leona raised her eyebrow. And who is she? Victor hesitated for a moment. Oh, she's my second wife. The three friends looked at Victor as if he had tentacles protruding from his face. If they were cartoon characters, their lower jaws would be on the floor and their tongues would have rolled out a mile long. Andrew yanked the phone from Leona.
Holy shit!
Edward leaned in to take a peek too. Edward mimed, fainting.
I don't know how to react to this.
Leona was a little disturbed.
Do your wives know about each other?
Victor grew in confidence. Yes, of course. Edward was questioning his whole life.
Maybe my issue was that I only tried to marry one girl. Victor, you might have cracked the damn code.
Andrew was reeling.
I can't believe you didn't mention this on our walk over here. How did you land them?
Victor smirked. Well, to be honest, they're the ones who came after me.
What?
Leona disapproved.
You know polygamy is illegal, right?
Victor gave her a sincere nod.
I know.
Luckily, human laws mean nothing to vampires. Andrew raised his hand.
Question. Do your wives get jealous of other women?
Victor's eyes widened. How did you know that? Andrew shrugged.
Bro, I'm so envious, but also very worried for you. Shit is gonna get crazy.
Victor blinked in confusion. What do you mean? Crazy how?
You're dating two yanderes, buddy.
Victor repeated back the unfamiliar word.
Yandere?
Do you remember that anime we used to watch with the pink-haired girl who was lovesick for that military guy, like, out of her mind?
Victor nodded. Yeah, I remember. So what?
That's a yandere.
I see. And you're saying my wives are just like her. Andrew shrugged.
That's what it sounds like.
Victor furrowed his brow. Isn't that a good thing? My wives are beautiful and they love me. What else matters? Andrew, Edward, and Leona sighed simultaneously, as if they'd given up.
Just don't cheat on your wives, or you'll die.
Why would I cheat on my wives when they're that beautiful and we all love each other? Leona smiled.
You really have lost your mind, Victor. It's almost charming. Remind me to do the opposite of everything you're doing when I get married.
Edward wagged his finger.
Oh no, you're not getting married while I'm alive.
Leona slumped in embarrassment.
Ed, come on. I'm a grown woman.
Of course you are. Doesn't change the fact that no man will ever be good enough for you.
Victor's cell phone rang and interrupted the sibling back and forth. Leona was still holding it. She looked down at the screen.
Kaguya?
Victor reached for his phone. She's my wife's maid. Leona was confused.
Maid?
Victor grabbed the phone and stepped away. Hello? The trio continued their conversation without him. Leona looked at her brother.
Hiring a maid is expensive.
Edward shrugged.
One of his wives must be rich.
Andrew closed his eyes and fantasized.
Well, isn't he lucky? 2 hot wives and at least one of them is loaded.
Edward considered his point.
Yeah, but they're yanderes. He could die at any moment.
Leona took a breath to calm herself.
I think Victor will be fine. I hope. He's good with women.
Andrew shot her a look.
Yeah, but since when?
Leona would never admit it out loud, but she was still buzzing a bit from when Victor touched her shoulder. She looked Edward in the eyes.
As far as this yandere stuff, anime protagonists only die when they're beta males who refuse women's advances. That's not Victor.
Andrew nodded.
So as long as he just always accepts his wife's advances, he's okay. For the rest of his life?
Leona rubbed the back of her neck.
I guess so?
Victor barged back into the group, panicked. I've got to go, now. Leona was concerned.
What's wrong?
Victor gulped. Wife A just met wife B. She stammered.
What's the problem? They've never met?
Edward gave his sister a grave look.
Yanderes, Leona. Yanderes.
Even Zack the cat let out a deeply troubled meow.
with his cat Zack snugly in his arms. Victor raced home to prevent an all-out war between Violet and Sasha. I can't believe I let this happen. I was supposed to talk to Violet first, but I thought she wouldn't be home till much later. Zack the cat meowed sympathetically. I can't even imagine how bad it was when Violet walked in and saw Sasha standing there. God, I hope everything's okay. I don't know what you just said, buddy, but I hope you were wishing me luck. Victor arrived at the front of his house. He took a deep breath and swung the door open, preparing for the worst. His heart raced. Oh shit. He barreled toward the sound of her voice, only to discover her grinning wide. Zack, my little baby! It was a scream of joy. She was delighted to have her beloved cat back home. Zack, on the other hand, was not nearly as excited to see her. His fur stood on end, and he quickly jumped off Victor's shoulder and scampered under the couch. Anna chased after him. Hey, don't run away from me, Zack! Get back here right now! Victor shook his head and slipped away toward the basement, leaving his mom to chase the cat around the house. Thankfully, the drama between my wives hasn't made it upstairs. Victor crept down the secret passageway, braced himself once again, and opened the door to the basement. Violet's shrieking voice was the first thing he heard. Out of my way, Kaguya! I'm gonna kill this bitch! Victor rounded the corner of the bedroom to see Violet losing her mind. Kaguya held her back against the wall, using all of her strength. I'm sorry, Lady Violet, but I can't let you do something you'll regret. Sasha and her maid Maria sat calmly on the other side of the room. Victor sighed. Well, looks like I made it in time for the fireworks. Violet's face burned with hatred as she glared daggers at Sasha. Looks like Violet's trying to use her powers, but Kaguya is smothering her before she can harness them. Victor cleared his throat. Hey there, ladies. Suddenly, all the women in the room swung their focus toward him. Violet's killing intent exploded. Victor! What, no darling? That's unlike her. Victor calmly nodded at Kaguya, signaling for her to unhand Violet. Kaguya shot him an "Are you sure" look. Victor closed his eyes and nodded. Violet leapt toward Victor, her hand drawn back, aiming to stab him with it. Oh, sweetheart, I am not in the mood for an assault right now. Victor snatched her hand as she hurled it toward his face, twirling her body into an elegant pirouette, before pulling her into a tight embrace. Violet shook her head, disoriented. Pretty half-hearted attack attempt. Easy to disarm. My sweet, jealous wife. Victor recalled the dance lessons he had taken in the past. Years ago, he attended a billionaire CEO's gala. Mom was their corporate attorney at the time, and Victor was constantly dragged to those types of events. The number of rich people's daughters I was forced to dance with. Ugh. I had to train in classical dance for 2 months just for that one appearance. I was a teenager. I wanted to be doing anything but that. What a coincidence. The gala was the same day I found Zack abandoned in the street. Victor whispered into Violet's ear. Calm down. I'm not going to disappear and you're not going to lose me, so you don't have to attack me out of jealousy. Violet melted when she felt his embrace and heard his words. Her eyes reverted to their normal lilac color. Natalia got snarky. And to think that there was someone other than Violet's mother who could calm her down. All the women stared at Victor, completely flabbergasted. Victor stroked Violet's hair. Why is everyone looking at me like that? Sasha grimaced. Normally when she goes crazy, she only gets calmer after she destroys everything around her. Violet buried her face into Victor's chest. Darling, darling, darling! She sounded like she was possessed by a demon, a love demon. And then suddenly her smile vanished as she began to sniff Victor's chest. She looked at him sternly. Why am I smelling another woman on you? Victor stammered. Oh, I went to get Zack from the vet. I ran into a childhood friend who worked there. Violet's eyes changed to blood red. Victor cupped Violet's cheek into his hands and pulled her in. Nothing happened. She's just a friend. You can trust me. Victor slowly leaned in and gently kissed her. Violet reluctantly returned his kiss. Victor stroked Violet's long white hair. You know I'll never leave you, right? She bit her lip. Yes, but... Victor pulled her eyes up to his own.
I don't know about Ruby yet, but Sasha is my wife too, and I want her close. Violet sneered, her lip twitching in rage. Sasha just blushed. Victor gestured to Sasha. What do you think about this? She trembled. Showing affection was foreign to her.
Me? I don't know.
Kaguya appeared beside Sasha and jabbed her elbow into her stomach.
Ouch! What's that for? Don't be indecisive now. This is about your future.
Kaguya's words left Sasha speechless for a moment. Sasha was torn, her face changing from embarrassed to curious to scared. Violet wrapped her arms tightly around Victor.
He's my husband.
He felt her breast squeezed against his chest. At the sight of their embrace, Sasha's eyes suddenly turned blood red. She leapt to her feet and charged toward Violet. Victor braced for a brawl, but instead, he felt Sasha's breasts now squeezed against his back as he heard her say,
He's my husband too.
4 perfect large breasts caressing him from all angles. I know they want to kill each other, but I'm in heaven. He waited nervously to see if the hugging would erupt into fighting, but both women just kept holding him. Somehow they had reached an unspoken detente. Kaguya was amazed. She leaned over to Natalia.
Wow, I think Lord Victor just accomplished the impossible.
Natalia clocked the 2 wives' glaring eyes.
Are you sure? They still look pretty angry.
Kaguya nodded.
This is just the beginning. Lady Violet is definitely angry at Lady Sasha, but she doesn't want to kill her like before. Instead, she's just acting like a possessive teenager.
Natalia looked at Kaguya.
I think you're right,
She added.
and it looks like Lady Sasha has stopped being stubborn about her feelings and is acting more honestly. That's progress for a woman like her, who isn't used to showing affection.
Kaguya nodded her head.
Now we just have to see what happens when Lady Ruby shows up.
Natalia swallowed.
Oh crap, I forgot about that.
With deep uncertainty, the 2 maids cast their gaze back toward the amorous threesome who were deep in the throes of passion. Victor's 2 wives held him close. They hadn't made peace, but the threat of violence had lessened. He looked back at Kaguya. There was business to attend to. Kaguya, call that witch June here. I need her services. Kaguya retrieved a small green ball from her pocket and crushed it in her hand. A magic circle burst onto the floor. June appeared before them, wearing a big sweatshirt and short shorts.
Unbelievable, I'm in Japan about to go to sleep in a beautiful hotel after a luxurious shower, and you summon me into this stupid basement?
June scanned the room, and her jaw dropped at the harem surrounding Victor.
Oh my gosh, has the number of women grown since I was last here? Lady Sasha, is that you?
Sasha nodded, sheepishly. Victor took control of the situation. How much do I owe you, June? I placed an order before and you said you were going to put it on my tab. I just want to know my balance before I rack up a higher one. June's eyes flashed dollar signs.
You owe me $1 million.
Just as she was about to complete her sentence, Violet shot her a death stare. June cleared her throat.
$1 million before adjustments. So you owe 30,000. Sorry for the confusion.
30,000, huh? That's a big amount, but I think I can get it in one day if I steal from the right thieves. I need you to make me an outfit and a black mask. June scrunched her face.
Excuse me?
Victor pressed. Sorry, is that too tall of an order for a witch of your skill level?
No, I can do it. It's just that your requests are always weird. First fake documents, now a Zorro costume. What are you planning?
Victor turned the tables on June with a wink. You're going to have to pay through the nose for that intel. You sure you want to know? June scoffed. You're greedy, huh? I learned from the best. June laughed.
Fair enough. I can't dispute that I am indeed a greedy little witch.
Suddenly, several magic circles appeared on the sweatshirt she was wearing. The circles started spinning quickly, bursting into a blinding light and transforming her pajamas into a dazzling pantsuit.
My name is June, codenamed the Greedy Witch. I am the witch who solves all the problems related to the modern world. All for a price, of course.
June handed Victor a shiny business card made of pure gold, with her name inscribed on both sides. Kaguya muttered under her breath.
I never thought this huckster would give you her codename.
June whipped her head to Kaguya.
I heard that!
Victor held up his hand. Codename? Sasha massaged Victor's shoulders.
Codenames are a title given by the Queen of Witches. For the Society of Witches, a codename is a form of status. But not only that, if a witch gives her codename to someone she judges as a customer, a golden card will appear.
She ran her hands up and down Victor's arms.
Using this card, you can contact the witch to request her services anytime you want.
Wow, these witches are always on the clock. Victor examined the golden card in his hand. He looked up to June. But why did you give this to me? You know I don't have as much money as my wives do. June batted her eyelashes.
Yes, I know. You're poor now, but I smell money in your future. I'm betting on it. And I never lose when I make a bet.
June grinned like a schoolgirl with an enormous secret.
Not to mention that you seem to be very close to the two richest heiresses of the noble vampires.
Sasha averted her eyes, embarrassed. Victor clocked it. She doesn't know that Sasha's clan has lost its noble status. Poor Sasha. June cleared her throat.
Anyway, what is it that you need, Victor?
Well, first, I have a question. Do you know that anime called Tokyo Vampire? I haven't actually watched the show myself, but I see the main character in memes all over the internet. He has white hair, different colored eyes, and an awesome black outfit. He was transformed by a beautiful vampire with purple hair. June giggled.
What do you think I was watching in my hotel room just now?
Victor was pleased. Great. I need an outfit similar to his, but I want to customize it. It should look like a straitjacket. The boots should be a little bigger, and the mask should just cover my mouth. June raised her eyebrows.
Sounds like somebody's going to Comic-Con.
Victor retorted. Like I said, my intentions are yours to know if you pay up. Cancel my debt, and I'll gladly tell you.
Forget it. Your weird projects aren't that important to me.
Victor shrugged. Seems that her greed outweighs her curiosity. June clapped her hands, and several magic circles appeared in front of her. The jacket appeared instantly, and it morphed into the style Victor had requested. June gestured to it.
Like this?
Victor beamed at its perfection. I'd expect nothing less from a professional witch. June winked.
Flattery won't change the price, honey.
How much is it? June pensively stroked her chin to consider its value. Sasha winced.
No offense, but that jacket is cringe.
Victor wasn't bothered. I know it's ugly and ridiculous, that's why I ordered it. No one would ever suspect a vampire in this thing to be doing what I plan to do in it. Misdirection. Sasha looked at her husband with admiration.
So smart.
June finished her mental calculation.
You can have it for free if you spill the beans on these plans.
Victor shook his head proudly. Denied. Can't have everything in life, which? Choose. Do you want $30,000 I owe you, or do you want my personal information? June pouted.
No fair! I want both!
Victor chuckled in his victory. Unfortunately, that's impossible. Just as I'd expect from a witch with the title of Greedy. Me and June have surprisingly good rapport. I can't deny that she's kind of sexy, too. Violet and Sasha looked at Victor with danger in their eyes, causing Victor to furrow his brow. How do you know what I was thinking? The two women spoke in unison.
Our connection told us.
Interesting. So they can feel my emotions and my surface thoughts, too? Huh. Yikes. Well, sorry, ladies. They instantly forgave him. Violet buried her face in his chest as Sasha nuzzled against his back. He could feel both of their hearts beating. Victor returned his attention to June. Well, how much did the clothes cost me? June hung her head.
I have to admit, the clothes didn't cost anything. I merely used my powers to create them. I didn't use any complex incantations or anything like that. I just created fabric. That's easy and free.
Victor was impressed. You're more honest than I expected. June seethed.
I did it for free because of my long friendship with Lady Violet. But make no mistake, you still owe me.
Victor backed off. Okay, whatever you say. June turned to leave, but Victor stopped her. One more thing. Can you create a matching one for Violet in a women's cut? Violet was surprised.
Huh? Why?
June nodded in frustration and then clapped her hands again. The magic circles reappeared. A similar outfit manifested, but this one was curvier and more sleek. Very feminine. Victor lit up. Awesome! He turned to Violet. To answer your question, you looked interested, so I got you one. Violet suddenly climbed on top of him with a crazed, lusty smile. She sank her teeth into his neck in a fit of passion.
Oh, darling, how considerate.
Victor felt the blood running down his chest. Sasha, not one to be outdone, forced her way in and bit the other side of his neck. Sasha swilled his blood as the two wives glared at each other with hatred in their hearts. Victor's eyes changed to blood red at the overwhelming sensation of being drained by two women at the same time. He rocketed his fangs into Violet's chest. She moaned in delight and pulled him closer. The rest of the women in the room took in the sensual spectacle. June sighed.
Damn, I need a boyfriend.
Kaga quipped.
No man will want a gold digger like you.
June gasped.
Ouch, Kaguya. You must be frustrated that your master is being stolen from you.
Kaguya growled, and June realized she struck a nerve. Natalia interrupted.
Lady June, I have a job for you.
June perked up at the prospect of a new job.
Oh?
Natalia nodded.
I need you to investigate what's happening in the city. According to Lady Sasha and Kaguya, a vampire named Lucy stole something from the church. I want to know what that something is.
June played coy.
This is going to cost a lot of money, you know.
Natalia sighed.
What else is new? You'll get your fee. Just get me the information I need.
June grinned.
I accept the job, but keep in mind 2 things. I need 50% upfront, and if for some reason it turns out that another witch is helping the church, there won't be anything I can do. You know the rules.
Natalia accepted the conditions.
I know. Witches aren't allowed to be in conflict with witches. If 2 witches find themselves at odds because their employers are at odds, those witches must abandon their missions.
June fired a finger gun at Natalia.
That's right. You got it. Sayonara, sweetie. I'll let you know what I find out.
June summoned a glowing magic circle on the ground and vanished in an instant. Kaguya eyed Natalia suspiciously, confused how a maid of her stature was able to afford such an expensive request. Seeing her distrust, Natalia slipped away, disappearing down one of her basement's many secret passages. Kaguya clicked her tongue.
I don't like this. Something's up with her, and I'm gonna find out what.
After uniting his 2 wives and procuring a criminal disguise from June, Victor left his house and headed to campus for class. I hope those 2 don't kill each other while I'm gone. Victor strode through his college campus, brimming with confidence, and then he noticed that everyone was staring at him. Wow, that basketball showdown with Luan really changed things. My reputation precedes me. All the ladies swooned as he passed by, with the not-so-hidden sexual desire.
Who's the hottie?
All the guys sneered at him with jealousy and disdain. Stay away from him. He's trouble. I'm desired by every woman here and feared by every man. Feels good. Victor cut across the quad, towards the Arts and Sciences building where he had his first class of the day. He passed a geeky kid with a skateboard and heard him whisper.
Isn't that the guy who dunked from half court? Did you see the viral video?
A hippie nearby kicked a hacky sack.
That's him. How did he stay off the grid for the whole basketball season?
Victor shook his head. This might be too much attention. I've got to play it cool. If anyone suspects me of being superhuman, I may have to drop out of school. Victor entered his classroom 15 minutes early. Adam, his economics teacher, stood at the lecture podium in his custom-tailored suit, preparing his lesson plan. He was a tall man of 60 years who didn't look a day over 30. He sported a perfectly coiffed mustache, white hair, and blue eyes. Adam had known Victor since he was a little kid. He was Leona and Edward's father. His full name was Adam William Lycos. Adam raised his head when he saw Victor enter.
Well, look who finally decided to show up to class.
Looking into Adam's sapphire eyes, Victor felt an instinctive tremor of danger in his body that dissipated as quickly as it appeared. Did I imagine that sensation? I need to keep this moment locked in my head. What happened just now was weird, and it might mean something. Come on, Professor Adam, you know me. I only missed 3 days. Adam checked his roll book.
I suppose so. Felt like more.
Victor approached him at his podium. The closer he got, the more Adam's impressive height daunted him. I never get used to how tall he is. Adam leaned against the wall and folded his arms.
I want to hear all about it. The show you put on in the gymnasium.
You heard? Adam laughed.
Everyone did.
You made a lot of enemies for yourself, you know. The captain of the team has a lot of friends. You humiliated him, but you don't seem to care.
Victor flashed a half smile. How can you tell?
Hey kid, I've watched you grow up. I know you inside and out.
The two chuckled as if peers. They had known each other so long, their familiarity transcended normal teacher-student dynamics. Adam softened.
But seriously, don't cause too much trouble. The dean is a huge fan of Luan's. He might be coming for you.
Victor nodded.
Understood.
Adam studied Victor's complexion.
You look paler than before. Are you eating well?
Victor flexed his bicep. Heck yeah! Mom's been whipping up some new recipes, packed with protein. Look! Adam laughed out of kindness, but he knew Victor was lying. He was the kind of man who would accept just about any scenario, as long as his kids were safe. He could watch the world burn without batting an eye, but he'd rush into a burning building to save his children. I admire that about him, and quite frankly, we're a lot alike in that way. Adam's voice trailed off.
Funny guy.
Victor's face darkened. I wasn't joking. I've been bulking up with my diet. Adam smiled.
Whatever you say, Victor. Why don't you loosen up a little? How long are you going to hide behind this mask that you created?
Victor wasn't sure how to respond. Adam checked his watch.
Class is starting shortly. I take it you'll be gracing us with your presence today.
Victor grimaced. Actually, make this 4 absences in a row. I'm going to the campus pool. I need to test my possible vampiric weakness with water. Adam winked.
Tell you what, I don't want your participation grade to suffer more than it has to. I'm going to mark you as present, for old time's sake.
Thank you, Professor Adam. Victor smiled wide, but Adam didn't smile back.
Whatever's going on with you, use today to get it straightened out. No more absences, okay?
Victor gave him a nervous nod and hurried out of the classroom. He cut across campus to the gym. As soon as he was out of sight, Adam walked toward the window, jostled it open, and in a single motion leapt out. He gracefully soared through the air and landed nimbly on a nearby tree without ever making a sound. He made another enormous leap and glided clear across the breadth of the expansive campus, landing on a towering dorm building on the outskirts of the university lake. Atop the building, Adam collected his thoughts. He dug his phone out of his pocket and searched for a contact stored under the moniker My Princess. He dialed and waited anxiously for Leona to answer.
Hello, Dad?
He beamed.
My princess.
Leona was impatient.
Have you discovered something?
Adam's smile broke.
Yes. Unfortunately, he's not from your family. He didn't react to my pressure like a newborn wolf would. And I also didn't feel the connection indicating he was from my pack.
Leona's voice trembled.
Oh, too bad.
Adam sank at the sound of his daughter's disappointment.
But don't worry. The wolf's transformation may be dormant.
You're wrong, Dad.
Adam played dumb.
How do you mean?
He won't become a member of my pack. The wolf's venom has been neutralized by the vampire's venom. Victor is a vampire now.
Adam knew this, but acted surprised.
Oh, is he a vampire? Why do you think that?
Well, the changes are obvious, and he's married to the Snow Clan's heiress and Clan Folgers.
This news caused Adam genuine surprise.
I didn't know that.
He thought to himself,
Wolf's venom wouldn't be an easy thing to neutralize, especially my daughter's venom. But if 2 noble vampires bit him, it would make sense that wolf venom could be overpowered.
Leona was apprehensive.
What do we do, Father?
We don't do anything.
Why?
Adam boomed with confidence.
Since Victor isn't a wolf, he's not our problem anymore. He's just a leech now.
But...
Adam's blue eyes flared.
I forbid you to get involved with him.
Leona huffed angrily.
Father!
Adam growled.
Leona, who do you think you're talking to? Lower your voice.
Adam liked to spoil his daughter, but he never tolerated insubordination.
I understand. I will...
Leona choked up. The intensity in Adam's eyes waned.
You silly child. I don't begrudge you having a friendship with the boy. What I forbid is that you get involved in leech affairs. That's not our problem.
Leona gently sniffed back tears.
gotta go, princess. Class is starting.
When she heard the other end of the phone call drop, Leona wiped her tears away with a tissue.
Now what do we do?
Edward popped out from around the corner, where he had been watching everything. He shook his head.
Nothing. Victor turned into a vampire, so what? Just treat him normally and we'll leave each other alone.
Leona stammered with hesitation.
I guess you're right.
Did you want him as a member of the family?
Edward asked. Leona's face flushed at the question.
Huh?
Edward nodded sympathetically.
You've known each other since you were kids, and you both grew up as outcasts with disabilities. He was always kind to you, and because of that, you're in love with him. You expected him to become a wolf so you could get close to him and develop this relationship, right? Tale as old as time.
Leona bit her lip with embarrassment. Edward continued.
If you want to stay cliché, you would approach Victor and ask him out. After all, the childhood friend trope always wins out. But you didn't expect a yandere to show up and steal the man you were in love with, did you?
He pointed at her.
And if one yandere wasn't enough, you got two yandere. And when we talk about yandere, there's only one thing we can expect. Trouble.
Leona clenched her fist angrily and seethed at Edward. Edward's face stiffened.
Did I get it right? Well then, I forbid you to.
Before he could finish his sentence, Leona socked him in the gut.
You fucking idiot!
Edward flew backward into the wall. A fist-shaped imprint was left on his stomach. Leona stared daggers at her brother.
You're wrong. I'm not in love with him. I treat him like a precious friend. Stop making up precious lies. I just didn't want him to fall into those leeches' traps.
Leona stormed out, leaving her brother wheezing. Edward peeled himself off the wall, where his impact had left a body-shaped crater.
She's getting stronger and quickly. She's only been a wolf for 3 days. Soon she won't be a fragile little girl anymore. She'll be a goddamn grizzly bear.
Victor, oblivious to everything going on with Leona, Edward, and Adam, made his way to the gym. He arrived at the locker room, changed into his swim trunks, and nervously made his way to the pool. There was no one else there.
All right, time to rip the Band-Aid.
Victor braced himself and plunged a toe into the water. Nothing happened, save for the gentle ripple emanating across the surface. Okay, good start. Now for the real test. He took a deep breath and dove headfirst into his university's Olympic-sized pool. He had no reaction.
Yes, I'm immune to water and sunlight. I'm the ultimate vampire.
He had the pool all to himself, swimming laps for hours, taking in the soothing water all around him, until nightfall. Victor made his move to the locker room to towel off. The only weaknesses I have are the blessed items Violet told me about, and that I need to be invited into a stranger's house in order to go inside. He looked at his reflection in the mirror and couldn't help but notice. Did I get taller? As he stared at his reflection, he could momentarily see the figure of his former self, a thin 21-year-old with pale skin and sapphire blue eyes. He compared his current physique with the memories of his old one. I used to be 5'9", and now I'm 6 feet tall. I wonder how much I will have grown when I stop evolving. Violet said it all depends on my potential. Victor finished drying himself off and peered into his gym bag, where he saw the custom outfit that June had made him. He beamed with satisfaction. He quickly got dressed in his normal street clothes and left the locker room, bag slung over his shoulder. He walked through the silent corridors of the building. It's late. Why isn't campus security patrolling? He snapped his head back to hear ominous footsteps in the distance. Victor focused with his red vision on the silhouette of a man approaching. Shit, vampire. He toggled back to normal vision. The man approaching him looked like a cookie-cutter prince, blonde hair and blue eyes. And then he recognized him. It was the noble vampire from the basketball game, Luan's master. The man suddenly disappeared and reappeared in front of Victor. He grabbed his face in his hand and launched him into a wall. Victor was dizzy and disoriented. What the hell? Bits of concrete tumbled from his hair. The man laughed with evil contempt.
Pleasure to finally meet you in person. My name is Corneliu.
Victor writhed in pain as Corneliu circled him.
You are as strong as they say, but not nearly strong enough to be by her side. You worthless plebeian! I'll say this once. Stay away from her. Otherwise you and your family are dead.
Cornelius sneered at Victor like a Rottweiler to a kitten. Victor coughed up blood. He looked up at the man with rage, his eyes beginning to glow red.
Did he just threaten my family? Is he a fool?
Victor cracked his neck and knuckles, but before he could react, Cornelia once again grabbed him by the face and slugged him in the gut with a punishing blow.
Ha! So weak. So very weak. Why did she choose you? It so clearly should have been me.
Victor spat blood on the floor as the man doled out another flurry of punches to his midsection. Even amid the torrent of abuse, Victor's mind fixated on Cornelius' arrogant face.
This guy thinks he's king of the world.
Victor felt a sudden rush of excitement, relishing the opportunity to fight a noble vampire.
Bring it on, asshole.
Victor shot to his feet, but once again the man was quicker. He snapped Victor's arms behind his body and tossed him out of a 3-story window. Victor landed hard, but refused to scream.
I don't want to give him the satisfaction.
He lay on his back, broken glass gathered around his motionless body, and gazed up at the full moon. Pain permeated his entire body, but more than anything, he felt numb.
Why don't I have the energy to fight this son of a bitch?
Cornelius stuck his head out the window above, taunting Victor, but Victor just smiled as he was struck with the realization. The reason I'm not reacting is that this moron is just an insect. He's beneath me. His mind raced. I don't know where this sense of pride comes from, but I felt it ever since I became a vampire. Victor thought back to his showdown with Luan. He had been a worthy opponent, but the moment he lowered his head and backed away like a coward, Victor lost interest. What does this mean? I have no control over my motivation to fight. It's like my body isn't mine, nor these emotions. I feel like a wild animal in a hunter's trap. Victor heard the vampire's footsteps approaching, and before long he was looming over him.
God, you're pathetic.
Victor felt his ribs pop back into place as his arms began to heal. This guy is so unimportant to me. I'm not even sure of his name. Suddenly, the words of Professor Adam echoed in Victor's mind.
Why don't you loosen up a little? How long are you going to hide behind this mask that you created?
A moment of singular clarity swirled through Victor's brain. He laughed maniacally. It was the first time he laughed with all of his being. All this time, I've been holding back. All this time, I wore this mask because it was the right thing to do. Society shuns the weird. It shuns the authentic. I wore a mask to hide the real me. When did I start wearing this mask? Cornelius grunted.
What are you laughing at?
Victor's mind traveled back to an incident from when he was a child, lost in the woods. He heard a distorted child's voice in his memory.
Hey, Victor, you're a nobody. You're a shit for brains.
I remember it was said to me, but I don't remember who said it. Suddenly, a warmth swelled in Victor's stomach. It was such an intense heat that it furiously nudged him to let go. To be free. He flashed a smile full of sharp teeth and let the heat run wild. A pillar of flame suddenly shot out of his body. At that exact moment, in the basement of his parents' house, Violet emitted a violent moan.
Ah, my darling, I can feel you.
Sasha, Natalia, and Maria raced in, bewildered. Violet twitched her legs and lay down on the bed. His eyes were blood red. Her breathing was ragged, and she mumbled like a broken record.
Darling, darling, darling.
Natalia rushed to Violet's side.
Lady Violet, what's going on?
She noticed Violet's face flushed with passion.
Oh my god.
Violet continued to thrash and squirm. Sasha looked at Natalia.
Do you know something I don't?
Natalia shook her head and stared at Violet wide-eyed. Sasha looked around frantically.
Wait a minute. Where is Kaguya?
And then it dawned on Natalia.
She is in the shadow of Lord Victor. Whatever is happening right now, she's protecting him.
Without warning,
Violet abruptly rose from the bed.
My darling is in trouble. I must fight by his side.
Sasha stepped forward and raised her fist in the air.
I'm coming with you.
A pillar of flame shot out of Victor's body. Corneliu, the blonde vampire, stared in shock.
What is this? What the hell is this?
He began to panic.
This should have been an easy job. Eliminate the arrogant newborn and take the woman I want. But how is this possible? How does he have this power? How does he have these flames? How can a newborn have the power of Clan Snow?
Suddenly, Corneliu heard the roar of a beast leap from Victor's lungs. Corneliu collapsed to the ground at the sound of the shattering bellow. Victor's appearance had changed. His clothes had been devoured by the flames. He was practically naked. His entire body was covered in fire. His ears drew to an elven point. The whites of his eyes were pitch black, each iris blood red. Corneliu staggered at the sight of Victor's demonic sharpened teeth.
Tell me how. Only vampire counts can have this power. Who are you?
Victor flashed a cruel grin.
I want to humiliate him. I want to see him in more despair. I want to hear his screams.
Victor slowly stalked forward, the ground around him igniting with each step. He clamped his fingers around the blonde vampire's throat. Corneliu tried to scream, but nothing would come out. Victor squeezed his neck harder as the fire engulfed his body.
Let me go. Let me go.
Victor shook his head. No. With a burst of violent energy, he ripped the vampire's throat to shreds. He stared down at Corneliu's collapsed body, his throat destroyed. Victor's body trembled with pleasure.
I want more, and I want it now!
Victor stepped toward Corneliu for more carnage when the intense smell of blood wafted into his nose. He whipped his face toward the scent. He felt a sudden intense pain in his chest. It felt like his circulatory system was in a vice. He tapped into his vampiric vision. He followed the scent of blood. In the distance, he saw several humans covered in golden energy surrounding two female vampires. One of the vampires lay on the ground injured. The other female vampire was kneeling at her side. Victor focused his attention on the kneeling vampire's bite mark. He felt her heart beat like it was calling out to her. Then, a realization came over him. Ruby! He hurtled his body through the air, toward the two vampires. Cornelia watched him fly off, both bewildered and relieved. Victor landed out of sight of the battle, using his red vision to get a closer look. The Inquisition, glowing with holy energy, surrounded two female vampires. The woman on the ground was Luna. She had a gruesome gash in her stomach. She spit up blood as she tried to speak.
Lady Ruby, please, run away.
The kneeling woman was Ruby. She had a deep cut on her arm. She coughed blood and shook her head. No, Luna. She looked up at her attacker. It was a Japanese woman with white skin and black onyx eyes. She sported a professional white jacket.
Ruby Scarlet, heiress of Clan Scarlet. You are very brave to walk around without a guard.
Ruby spoke dryly.
I don't need bodyguards. All beings in our world know the consequences of my mother's wrath.
The other hunters shuddered in fear and looked to the Japanese woman for guidance. She was stoic and unflinching.
Indeed. All beings in our world know the legends of Lady Scathatch Scarlet, the strongest female vampire in the world. A vampire over 2,000 years old. She has been walking the earth since the dawn of humankind. Crazy, psychopathic, and is considered by the church to be the monster we should never provoke. Because of course, the moment she is provoked, an incident like the one 18 years ago can happen. An incident that reminds the powerful evil of vampires.
At the mention of the incident, all the hunters shrunk from Ruby. Knots of dread rooted in their guts. One hunter who was not afraid was Carlos, the hunter who attacked and killed Sasha's maid. Carlos looked at Ruby with smoldering rage.
Because of you, an entire country disappeared from the face of Earth.
Ruby nodded. It was true. She had been attacked as a child, and her mother's revenge showcased unparalleled destruction. Ruby looked up at Carlos defiant. So what? Carlos stammered in disbelief.
What do you mean, so what?
Ruby snapped.
Don't throw your hypocrisies at me! Carlos yelled angrily. You're a monster that sucks blood and kills for fun! Carlos's companion looked at him, puzzled by his behavior. Normally, he wasn't so easily rattled. Ruby chuckled softly in amusement, but Carlos bristled. What are you laughing at? Ruby leered, her eyes flickering to blood red. I've never killed a human soul in my life. I've always drank blood donated by humans to hospitals. Carlos glared with raging indignance, but he had no response. Ruby's smile spread ear to ear.
Let's be honest for once. The hard truth to swallow is that you hunters just hunt me because I'm a vampire. I'm a different species. God, heaven, saint, sin. It's all just noise used to disguise the truth. We are the predators, and you are the prey. One of us will win, and the other will lose. Ruby dipped her head back with a sadistic laugh. And I can guarantee you, we will be the winners.
All the hunters looked at Ruby in shock. The Japanese woman considered her words.
As expected, you also inherited your mother's madness.
Ruby laughed.
Crazy? Me? Where did you get that idea?
The Japanese woman clenched her jaw and stared into Ruby's eyes. Ruby composed herself.
Mizuki, I'm the sanest vampire you'll ever meet.
Mizuki, the Japanese woman, furrowed her brow.
Any last words?
Ruby paused, and then cracked a knowing smirk.
Yes, you guys are so fucked.
Mizuki felt something approaching at high speed.
Huh? What's happening?
She looked up into the sky to see a comet of flames racing toward her. Terror filled her eyes, and she screamed at the rest of the hunters. Get back! Now! Victor was covered in flames as he descended on the huddle of hunters in a tornado of violence. All of Mizuki's instincts screamed danger. Seeing Victor's monstrous form, she suddenly flashed back to advice she had received from the Pope. He had been unwavering in his instruction.
Remember, Mizuki, these vampires are on a completely different level than what you destroyed in Japan, especially the Count class. These vampires are like humanoid weapons of mass destruction. If you meet a vampire like this on your quest, you must step back immediately. After all, you've not yet received the baptisms to become my general.
She had recoiled when she heard this.
Step back. I'm sorry, but I won't carry out this order.
Now, staring up at the advancing beast, she yelled as she pulled a fan from her pocket.
On guard! Use level 3 enchantments! Gentlemen, a Count-class vampire is in front of you! Prepare to die if necessary!
Her men grunted in unison.
Yes, ma'am!
She snapped open her fan.
God bless my allies with the protection of the seas!
Suddenly, water appeared at the feet of the hunters, and it swirled around them in a protective cocoon, forming a hydro armor. Carlos summoned a spell.
God bless my fists so I can get my revenge!
Golden energy engulfed his fists. One by one, all the hunters cast a series of similar spells. Victor looked at Mizuki with a smile on his face that bared all his sharp teeth. The hunters felt their bodies shiver at the sight of the creature's smile. Ruby looked up at the monster, confused.
Violet.
But then she got a better look at the monster's face. She was stunned.
Darling, what happened to you? And how did you get this power?
Ruby tried to get up, but she couldn't. She looked at the wound on her arm with an annoyed look.
This is taking too long to heal. What is happening? I should have resistance to the energy used by the church.
Ruby looked at Victor's fiery face with a stoic expression. She had several thoughts running through her head.
I'm glad he's here, but I'm worried for him. He's not strong enough to fight a slayer like Mizuki. We must flee!
When Victor laid his eyes on Ruby's wound, his heart clenched in pain. He wanted to roar in rage. He was almost losing control of his own body. But as a last show of stubbornness, he managed to stay in a state where he understood everything, as if it were a dream. In his trance-like state of lucidity, there was only one thing he was sure of.
I must kill them.
Suddenly, all of the hunters felt as if the world stopped. Their bodies grew heavy. Everyone could feel Victor's killing intent so strongly that they forgot to breathe for a few seconds. The hunters were overcome by fear. They couldn't breathe or move. Their bodies refused to obey their desperate brains. Victor scanned the area, his rage growing with every moment. His fist pulsated open and closed as he watched the hunters cower. Mizuki stared at him defiantly. She lifted her fan in front of her face.
God, give me the peace of the night in the moonlight.
A searing white energy funneled into Mizuki's fan. With the flick of her wrist, the fan spiraled energy vectors in all directions. The bolts of energy collided with her hunters like heat-seeking missiles. With their magic jolts, everyone started to calm down. They breathed more softly, and an inner peace washed over them. They didn't feel fear anymore. But the enchantment didn't last long. Victor suddenly made a move and appeared in front of one of the hunters. Victor widened his jaw, his mouth full of sharp teeth, and clamped down on the hunter's neck. The man bleated out in excruciating pain.
Ah! Save me! Save me!
The hunter's voice faded as his body drained rapidly of blood. Soon, he was a dry mummy. Victor unlatched his fangs, and the hunter's entire body disappeared into ash. The younger hunters shuddered at the brutal sight. The more experienced hunters managed to remain calm due to Mizuki's enchantment, having seen something similar in the past. Mizuki couldn't help but comment in disbelief.
He destroyed the armor so easily. Was I wrong in my judgment?
She snapped her head to face her men.
This monster's body is very hot. If you don't have high-level protection techniques, don't get too close. You'll turn to ash. Carlos, have at it!
Carlos steeled himself.
Yes, ma'am.
He charged in and cracked Victor's flaming jaw with a right hook. Victor grinned. I'm not impressed. Carlos desperately heaved another blow at Victor's fire body, but it bounced right off. Victor grabbed Carlos by his bald scalp. Carlos's flesh melted beneath Victor's fiery grip. Victor ran toward another hunter and wrangled him by the head, now holding a man in each hand. A nearby hunter reached for his golden sword.
I'll save you, partner!
He swung it forward toward Victor's chest, but missed. Victor looked down at the two heads and flashed a big, unhinged smile. Carlos sensed Victor's intentions and tried to whip up a defensive spell. It was too late. Victor swung the two men's heads into each other, smashing them together like watermelons. Carlos survived, barely, but the other man's head exploded. Carlos winced at the tremendous pain. The subordinate hunter's head was completely crushed, and his brain leaked out of his eye sockets. Victor grabbed Carlos by the neck and threw him at the other hunters with all his strength. Carlos screamed in fear.
Catch me!
His subordinates scrambled into position, and while midair, Carlos started to speak an incantation. Soon his body glowed golden. The other hunters caught Carlos's body as it careened to them. Before Carlos could do anything, he saw a giant ball of fire flying toward them.
The fuck?
Victor's sadistic smile grew in satisfaction as a large swath of the group erupted in flames. One hunter gulped.
We must flee. We can't fight this monster.
A fanatic hunter countered.
No, we must kill them!
A third hunter turned to bolt.
I'm not going to die for nothing.
Mizuki thundered with contempt for their cowardice.
Shame on you! If you're not prepared to die, you shouldn't be in this job!
She sensed Victor's inexperience and using his monster powers.
Let's try something. God, give me a weapon to destroy my enemies!
Her fan began glowing red, and then suddenly turned into a 7-foot-long sword. Mizuki hoisted the sword with her right hand, as if it were light as a feather, and laid it on her shoulder. Everyone could feel the air around Mizuki had changed. She had gone from elegant woman to unruly beast. Mizuki plucked a talisman from her pocket with her left hand, closed her eyes, and held the talisman in front of her.
Lord, lend me your wisdom to defeat this demon, this Oni!
The talisman disappeared in blue light, and soon the same light enveloped Mizuki's body and sword. She bent her knees, and with a thrust, flew toward Victor like a missile. Realizing the threat, Victor dodged her attack and gripped her head with his fingers of fire, trying to decapitate her. She smiled, glowing with blue energy.
It's useless.
Victor hesitated.
Why isn't this attack working?
Suddenly, he screamed from the worst pain he'd ever felt.
Ah!
Mizuki had pierced him with her blade. Ruby cried out in horror as she saw a deep gash form on his chest.
Victor!
Victor clutched his bleeding chest. Slowly, the fire that covered his body began to weaken. Realizing the opportunity, Mizuki brandished her sword again.
This time, I want your head.
She swung the blade at Victor's neck, but before it could reach him, a giant wall of ice appeared in front of her. Mizuki's sword cut through the ice wall easily, but the monster was no longer in front of her. She heard a coy voice behind her.
Sorry, but I can't let you kill my master. I haven't had enough head pats yet.
It was Kaguya. Mizuki looked into her blood-red eyes and realized who she was facing.
The Blank Clan.
Kaguya flashed a small smile.
It's been a while since I heard that name.
Mizuki recalled.
When I destroyed the noble vampires of Japan, I looked in their records that talked about a clan of vampires who could control the shadows. They were the best assassins in Japan.
Kaguya spoke in an emotionless tone.
They kept records about us. What a surprise. I thought they had forgotten us.
Mizuki glared at Victor. He was weakened. He coughed blood onto the dirt, as the fire that covered his body completely fizzled. He was back to his pale skin and human form. Ruby tried to talk to him.
Darling, are you okay? Darling?
But Victor's eyes were unfocused, as if he were lifeless. Seeing the black blood on the floor, Kaguya looked at Mizuki.
What did you do? That is not something you need to know.
Mizuki placed the sword on her shoulder again and flexed her knee. She then scooped up a talisman from her pocket. A wave of flame erupted from the talisman as she hurled it towards Kaguya. Kaguya watched the fire surge closer. Darkness swallowed her body, and 2 daggers appeared in her hands. She swiped at the fire horizontally, extinguishing the blaze. Through the smoke of the extinguished flames, Mizuki bolted toward her. Kaguya's darkness slowly spread. Soon, all the ground was saturated with blackness. Mizuki's momentum brought her shooting forward, but Kaguya was ready. She summoned thousands of shadow hands that rose out of the ground. Mizuki tightened her fist and a cloud of golden light swaddled her blade, imbuing it with the magic she needed. With one sweeping motion, she obliterated all of Kaguya's shadow hands. But when she looked up, Kaguya was gone.
Show yourself!
A voice spoke in her ear.
You hurt my master. That is a serious crime.
Mizuki tried to run away, but couldn't. A dagger flew out of the shadows and punctured her chest, rupturing her heart. Mizuki looked down in disbelief.
I'm not supposed to be eliminated this easily.
She hacked up a wad of blood and phlegm. Kaguya pulled the dagger out of Mizuki's heart and pressed the edge of the blade against her throat.
Now, to sever your head.
An ancient and powerful voice erupted in her ear.
Enough!
A blue light plumed from Mizuki's body. Kaguya stared in shock as she looked at the floating image of a guardian angel hovering above Mizuki's body. It was an old man surrounded by a halo. The angel clapped its hands and Mizuki's chest wound began to regenerate at high speed. Kaguya swallowed.
Shit. That's not good.
Mizuki bowed reverently to the old man guardian angel who had spared her life.
Thank you, master.
The old man chided her.
Foolish disciple. You come to these foreign lands and the first thing you do is fight without knowing the enemy. I'm disappointed. Did you forget what I taught you?
Mizuki covered her ears with her hands, but he could still hear her master's voice in her mind. Kaguya looked at the old man. He was eerily familiar, but she couldn't quite place him. Guardian angels were heroes from the past who had fought and fallen, and now lived on as powerful entities. Kaguya suddenly placed his face.
You're Abe Simons.
The old man heard Kaguya say his name, and stopped lecturing Mizuki.
Oh, do you know me, Oni? My legend is spread far and wide.
Kaguya and the guardian angel were interrupted by women's voices. It was Violet, Sasha, and Maria. They found Ruby cradling Victor's lifeless body. There was immediate tension between the 3 wives, but they knew they needed to put their problems aside to save their husband's life. When Victor heard Violet and Sasha's voice, his blue eyes sparkled and he tried to move his hand, but couldn't.
I feel like I'm paralyzed. I can still hear everything happening around me, but I can't move.
Violet jumped toward Victor and assessed his gray physical condition. Her eyes darkened in fury.
Mizuki, you did this, didn't you?
Mizuki couldn't reply before being interrupted by Violet's angry outburst. You'll pay for this! Fire poured out of Violet's body, and the atmosphere around her grew suffocating. Violet slipped quickly into madness. Ruby took a deep breath.
Calm down, Violet. We need to get away and heal our husband.
The fire raging around Violet disappeared in an instant. Her eyes sparkled with clarity as she looked at Victor.
You're right.
Just then, a loud explosion rang out, as if lightning had struck the ground. Sasha, coursing with electric energy, lunged at Mizuki in an impromptu attack. But Mizuki parried with her sword. The old man looked on.
Oni, what are you doing?
Sasha didn't respond. She leered at Mizuki with pure hatred in her eyes. Lightning crackled around Sasha as she attacked Mizuki again, driving a dagger toward her gut. Try as she might, she couldn't pierce Mizuki's skin. The old man Angel sighed.
Give up, Oni. You can't penetrate my disciples' defenses. You're quick, but you're not strong enough.
Sasha's eyes flashed with more hate. She hated the woman for hurting Victor, and the old man for underestimating her. Her body began to glow with lightning energy. Ruby cautioned.
Sasha, don't lose your cool. If you use this power for too long, you'll be incapacitated.
I don't care. I'm going to kill this bitch!
At once, lightning surged through Sasha's body, and her body began to transform. Her ears lengthened into a point, her teeth extended and sharpened, and she grew taller until she was covered in yellow lightning. She had transformed into her strongest monstrous form, just like Victor had before. A violent energy hummed between Mizuki and Sasha. Maria tried to stop her master, but Sasha refused.
Get back, Master!
Violet, Ruby, and Maria scanned the remaining hunters to see that many of them were recovering. Ruby analyzed the situation and called out to her fellow vampires.
We won't be able to eliminate Mizuki and her team while her guardian angel is around. We need to retreat.
Suddenly, from across the battleground, Carlos, with burns all over his body, cried out.
Maria!
Maria whipped back and looked at him for a moment. Her eyes gleamed with desire to save him. But she was no longer the Maria of old, and serving her master was now her only purpose in life. She ignored him, but Sasha, hearing Carlos's voice, lost interest in Mizuki and eyed him with vengeance. Ruby intervened.
Sasha, get a grip. Decide what's most important to you now. Your revenge or our husband.
Sasha oscillated her gaze between Ruby's disapproving face and Victor lying on the floor like he was dead. In a flash of lightning, she suddenly cut through the throng of hunters, severing necks and piercing hearts. All the normal hunters collapsed to the ground, dead. The only ones who survived were those who had high-level defensive enchantments, like Carlos. Sasha's powerful lightning form was wearing off. Ruby clocked Sasha's heavy breathing.
Sasha, we have to go!
The old guardian cackled.
Oni, do you think you're allowed to leave this place?
Mizuki picked up her sword in one hand and a talisman in the other. She positioned herself to run and attack the vampires, but stopped when she saw her master motioning that she hold. She reluctantly obeyed. Ruby looked at the old man with a smile.
We don't need your permission to leave this place. You're just an old man who refuses to let go.
She flashed a signal to Sasha and Violet, who nodded with recognition. The old man opened his eyes, his expression shifting to disdain.
Oh, you think you can?
Violet thundered.
Just shut the fuck up, asshole. Why don't you crawl back to the cave you came out of?
The old man's face distorted in anger.
You!
Ruby capitalized on the moment.
Now!
She summoned a massive block of ice. As Violet hurled an enormous fireball at the wall. The fireball shattered the wall of ice, giving way to a dense fog that provided the vampires cover. Seizing the chance, Sasha grabbed Violet, hoisted Victor atop her shoulders, and jetted away from the remaining hunters, leaving a streak of lightning in her wake. Ruby lifted Maria and raced after Sasha. Carlos screamed and punched the air.
Children's tricks!
The motion of his fist cleared a small patch of fog, allowing him to look through and see that they were gone.
They fled.
Mizuki looked at her master.
Because you stopped me, I couldn't kill them.
Abe Simons sighed in disappointment.
Foolish disciple, you still need to train more.
Mizuki was befuddled by her master's reaction, but was used to his unpredictability. A surviving hunter crawled forward.
What do we do?
Mizuki craned her neck from side to side, surveying the damage.
We must retreat, recover the bodies of the fallen hunters, and return to our temporary base.
Abe Simons offered a modest smile.
Good decision.
As the hunters recovered the bodies of their fallen comrades, the old man Angel was deep in thought. He was powerful, but he still had one remaining fear, a destructive evil spirit he had faced when he was living. He thought to himself,
I know that spirit had a daughter.
The moment the old man had rescued Mizuki, he felt the gaze of a beast watching him from afar. From that moment on, he knew he could never interfere with or hurt the red-haired woman. Doing so would mean his permanent death. In a building several miles away, 7 people covered head-to-toe black suits and black masks gathered. Before them stood a woman in black jeans, a black blazer, and a black V-neck t-shirt from which her D-cup cleavage spilled out. She had long, fire-red hair. One of the masked figures spoke with a voice modulator to distort their identity.
We need to eliminate that newborn vampire. He broke the rules.
Another voice spoke, also hiding their voice.
By using his power openly, he's exposed us.
A third member agreed with the plan.
He must be eliminated.
The remaining 4 figures stood in silence, staring at the woman in front of them with a cautious look. After all, they knew very well the unpredictable temperament of this red-haired woman. The woman flashed a manic smile. She appeared to be watching something from a distance in her mind.
Interesting. My beloved daughter, whom I carefully raised as a child, has found a husband.
Suddenly, she snapped her head to stare down the 7 masked beings.
I heard that the first prince's son likes to travel the world. I wonder if I should pay him a visit.
The masked beings started to sweat with fear under their masks, unsure how to interpret the words of this crazy woman. Was she asking a question, or was she threatening the life of the first prince's son? They just didn't know, a prime example of why they feared her. The woman barked at the group.
I asked a question.
They trembled in fear.
Yes, Lady Scathatch, we agree.
The woman's eyes began to glow dangerously. Tension filled the room, and then she smiled.
Thanks for the hard work. Dismissed.
The group was relieved and quickly dispersed. Lady Scathatch stroked her chin and sighed.
I think it's time I paid my daughter a visit.
Her face darkened.
But first there are things I must sort out.
A mysterious red jet circled the darkened skies above Vatican City. Entrenched in the Vatican below were the headquarters of the Inquisition. It was 2 nights after Victor and his wives clashed with the hunters. The pilot of the plane informed the woman who was lying lazily with a photo album on her face.
Lady Scathatch, we've arrived.
Scathatch opened her eyes, took the photo album from her face, and put it on the table beside her.
I'll be back soon, Ruby.
She smiled lovingly at the photo album. It started to slowly freeze over until it became a solid ice chest. Scathatch arched her back in a stretch, heaving her big breasts forward. They threatened to bust out of her delicately fastened blouse. Even with that tempting sight, the pilot stayed focused. Scathatch smiled sensually and licked her lips teasingly when she realized the pilot showed no reaction to her beauty. It was a good thing the pilot rebuked her seduction. She didn't want to have to change pilots again. The 101 previous pilots made the mistake of sneaking a peek, and today they were 6 feet under. As a vampire of 2,000 years, Scathatch considered herself old-fashioned. Sneaking a peek is okay, but looking with lust is a hard no. She knew it was cruel to deliberately tease men only to castrate and kill them. But everyone needs a hobby, something to occupy their time when they're bored. Scathatch cracked her neck.
Let's pay a visit to my friend.
Her face scrunched with confusion.
What's his name again? Kratos something? I think it was Zeus.
She pumped her shoulders with a flippant shrug.
Not important. Tony, keep flying over Vatican airspace. My name is Lucas, ma'am.
He clocked her red eyes glowing ominously and cleared his throat.
Yes, lady Scathatch. Feel free to call me Tony.
She smiled coldly.
Good.
She opened a side hatch in the plane and gusts of violent wind tunneled into the aircraft. She grinned at the pilot, kicked her feet, and leapt into the air. "30,000 feet below, Mizuki stood in one of the Vatican's private chambers, having just detailed her battle with Victor and his wives. A man with golden hair and a powerful stare sighed wearily.
Let me get this straight.
He clapped his hand to his brow.
I gave the order to search and capture the vampire who stole the finger of St. Agatha, a sacred artifact, right?
Mizuki nodded.
And you failed.
Mizuki swallowed.
Unfortunately.
The man crumbled in his papal chair. He pressed a small button under the desk before him and reclined in his chair, striking a power pose.
Just a moment.
Seconds later, an unknown man softly knocked on the door. The man poked his head inside without making eye contact.
Your Holiness?
He was 25 years old with brown hair and brown eyes, dressed in a white priest's robe. Pope Alexander, the man with golden hair and eyes, looked nervous.
General Kurtz, can you raise the alarm, please?
Kurtz looked at Alexander with trepidation.
What's the alarm level, Your Holiness?
Level 6.
Kurtz stammered. Is that demon coming? Alexander nodded, staring at the ceiling.
Yes. Actually, she's already here.
Suddenly, a sonic boom echoed throughout the building, shaking the foundation. The impact was like a small earthquake, vibrating through every building in a 2-mile radius. Mizuki braced herself against a wall.
What? What is it?
Alexander bolted up from his chair, his athletic frame hidden by his robe. He smoothly walked to the window.
Mizuki, do you know what happened to the former general you took over for?
He died, but I don't know the details of death.
Alexander lamented as he opened the window.
Yes, he died. He was a good friend.
He looked out at the cause of the explosion, perched in a sunken crater in the adjacent courtyard with a red-haired woman with an evil smile. She gracefully jumped out of the crater, and as soon as she landed, an icy tundra formed at her feet. Mizuki recognized her immediately.
Scathatch.
Alexander nodded.
Indeed. Well, this demon killed the former general and left me a letter of complaint, claiming that I needed to improve the policemen that protect the Vatican.
Mizuki dropped her jaw in shock, convinced she heard him wrong. Alexander looked directly into Mizuki's eyes.
Do you understand what I mean? No. Imagine what she's going to do to you. The woman that hurt her daughter.
Mizuki remained silent, the reality of her situation sinking in. After all, she had thought it would be a good opportunity to kill Ruby, who could be a very dangerous vampire in the future. Mizuki fumed.
Fuck! If I had known this information earlier, I never would have tried to kill Ruby.
2 new voices entered the room.
Your Holiness!
A pair of men walked in. Alexander greeted them in a gentle tone.
General James and General Leonardo, prepare for battle.
James looked out the window at the woman who had created the vast ice field, then glared at Mizuki.
What did you do, woman?
Mizuki took a deep breath.
Apparently, I provoked a monster.
Great, just great!
James opened the door for the Pope and then shot a nasty glance at Mizuki.
Don't interfere in our fight.
Alexander exited the room, with James and Leonardo following. On the ice field below, they gathered. Scathatch approached Alexander.
Hello, Kratos. It's been a while since we've seen each other. I think the last time was 2 months ago.
The man sighed.
My name is Pope Alexander. How many times must I tell you?
She crossed her legs as she sat atop an icy throne.
Oh, I'm sorry. You know how being old is. You forget things as time goes by.
Leonardo flashed a genuine smile.
You don't look old to me.
Soon his face darkened as he felt Scathatch's sheer killing intent. The moment she clocked his fear, she lost interest and dismissed him as if he were an insect. Scathatch liked talented people, and with just one look, she determined that the man had no potential.
Silence, dog. You shouldn't even be breathing the same air as me. I'm talking to your owner.
Leonardo stuttered, confused.
But
He was interrupted by the sensation of something grabbing his neck. Scathatch tightened her grip in an attempt to squeeze his head clean off when Alexander snatched her wrist.
You're crazier than usual, demon.
She smiled.
I said silence. He must learn to listen to his elders.
She released her grip and leaned back in her throne. She crossed her legs elegantly, alight with joy. Leonardo panted heavily as beads of sweat trickled down his face. Scathatch gazed at Alexander, her fangs prominently displayed.
You've gotten stronger.
Alexander remained civil, despite the fact that she tried to murder his general.
I've had a lot of time to train.
She sighed with nostalgia.
1900 years. Time flies, huh?
Alexander reflected on the past.
As a mortal who gained eternal youth, I've had to endure many difficult farewells. Say, I've always wondered.
She uncrossed her legs, seductively.
Yes?
What is the story of your life?
All three generals looked at Scathatch with nervous curiosity. She thought deeply.
Life story, huh? I don't have anything that interesting to report. Oh, well, I did meet Jesus.
The four men froze in shock. The three generals clenched their fists in anger.
Blasphemy!
But Alexander's expression remained calm. The four men exchanged quizzical glances. One muttered under his breath.
A vampire training Jesus? You can't be serious!
Scathatch continued.
I even asked him to be my disciple, but he refused. He preferred to help people than to grow stronger. He was a good-hearted man. Unfortunately, his good heart was what led to his death.
Alexander spoke in a melancholy tone.
He didn't deserve that death.
Scathatch shrugged.
Agree to disagree.
Alexander gently approached.
Lady Scathatch, I'm sorry for what my subordinate did. She will be punished. Can we forget that this ever happened?
Scathatch shook her head.
I warned the world once, and nothing has changed. Touch my daughter, and feel my wrath.
Alexander's eyes began to glow until his body was drenched in a golden aura.
You don't give me any choice then.
Scathatch smiled sensually as she licked her lips.
My dear, you never had one.
Victor jolted awake. His head throbbed with excruciating pain.
It hurts so bad.
He clutched his forehead with his trembling hands and sat up in bed, groggy.
I don't even know where I am.
It was days after Countess Scathatch Scarlet attacked the headquarters of the Inquisition. Victor was at home, in his basement. Dizzy and delirious with pain, some memories started flooding back to him.
Oh, right. I fought that noble vampire, then I went to save Ruby, and I was paralyzed by that vampire hunter's attack.
Victor heard some light breathing beside him. He turned to see a woman with long red hair, big breasts, and a curvaceous body sleeping fully nude. He stuttered, taken aback by the gorgeous sight.
Ruby?
The sound of his voice roused her. The sleeping beauty opened her green eyes and beamed back at him.
Darling.
Victor's heart pounded frantically. His throat went dry, and he felt an uncontrollable urge to bite her neck. Instead, he bit his lip and tried to control himself.
It seems my bloodlust is stronger than before.
She flashed a seductive smile, stood up and crawled across the bed toward him. As she made her way across the bedsheet, her two breasts swaying hypnotically. Victor nearly drooled.
What a beautiful sight.
He looked into Ruby's eyes and couldn't help but be captivated by her intoxicating aura.
My God, she's so beautiful. I want to devour her.
She slowly climbed onto his lap and wrapped her arms gently around his chest and laid her head on his shoulder. Her eyes turned blood red. Victor raised his hand to her face. She startled and then accepted his soft palm, burying her face in it. He started stroking her. She looked at him with desire shining in her eyes.
Darling, I can't wait any longer.
Her breath came in short bursts. Victor stifled his own bloodlust and showed her his neck. The moment she saw it, she lunged forward and sunk her fangs into his neck. Unable to take it anymore, Victor threw open his jaw and bit into her neck. She moaned in ecstasy.
Oh, Victor.
She squeezed him tight, grinding back and forth on his lap, and she guzzled his blood. Suddenly, in a blinding flash, Victor's world changed, and he found himself back in the abandoned building where his ritual took place. Victor saw himself with his teeth buried in Sasha's neck. Everything unfolded the same way it had before, but this time, he saw even more. Violet created several fireballs around her. Die, bitches! Victor removed his fangs from Sasha and appeared to be in a trance-like state. He bellowed in a robotic tone.
All blood belongs to me!
Suddenly, a wall of blood appeared, surrounding him and Sasha. An explosion rocked the dome of blood as Violet's fireballs crashed against it. Violet's voice cracked in despair.
Darling? Oh my God! What have I done?
Victor collapsed on the ground, incapacitated. Violet squealed in concern.
Darling?
She swooped over to Victor with supernatural speed and clutched him against her bosom.
I'm sorry, darling.
She choked back tears. Ruby held her neck.
Calm down, Violet.
Violet exploded.
Calm down! I almost killed my darling because of you bitches!
Sasha held her neck too.
That's not fair, Violet. Remember that you were the one who called us for help.
Ruby nodded.
Calm down and tell us what happened. Why are we marked as his wife?
Violet's face sank with guilt. She drew a deep breath and cradled Victor's head to calm himself.
I think Darling's blood altered the ritual. He has a rare blood type. RH no blood.
She stroked his hair. Ruby's eyes widened in shock.
The golden blood? How is he still alive? That blood is considered a delicacy for vampires. We should have devoured him by now.
Sasha found her words.
This blood type paints a gigantic target on the owner. People with this blood type rarely go beyond 15 years of age. After all, a vampire can smell the scent from miles away.
Violet stopped stroking his hair and glared at the two women.
I protected him for 16 whole years of my life. I protected him from threats. I hired witches to hide his scent. I killed the vampires that went after him. I made this place my territory solely to protect him.
Violet stared into Victor's eyes.
But I took my attention off of him for a few seconds, and this is what happened.
Her voice dropped with weight, and her killing intent hung thick in the air.
It was just a few seconds. That was enough for a mangy dog to try and mark him. How dare they try to steal my darling?
Channels of white-hot fire shot out of Violet's body like an unwieldy cannon. The ground around her melted from the heat, but the flames didn't harm Victor. Violet shot her glare at Ruby and Sasha.
Do you want to steal my darling from me too?
Ruby yelled with time precision.
Sasha, now!
Sasha's body crackled with her lightning power. As she grabbed Ruby and disappeared in a yellow flash of light, Violet launched another onslaught of fireballs at the fleeing vampires, but the two women escaped. Suddenly, Victor's vision changed again, from the abandoned building where his transformation took place to a park. Only this time, his body was not part of his memory. He saw Sasha staring at a burning building in the distance.
She's crazier than usual.
Victor looked at the same building ablaze.
I wonder how my beloved wife managed to hide this incident from everyone.
Ruby sighed.
Love has melted her mind.
Sasha nodded.
We should stay away for a few days. Violet should calm down now that she's with Victor.
Ruby raised an eyebrow.
Do you think that Victor will accept Violet? You know, her personality.
The two women fell into an uncomfortable silence, which Sasha promptly broke.
If Victor doesn't accept Violet, God help us all.
Ruby sighed.
I'm going home. Luna must be worried.
Sasha nodded, and Victor's vision shattered like a crack in a glass. Victor opened his eyes. He was back home, with Ruby asleep in his arms. Feeling his gaze, she fluttered, opened her eyes.
Welcome back, darling.
I feel like I've known Ruby for several years. Just like Violet and Sasha. I can understand her completely. I know what kind of person she is. Gentle on the inside, but with a cold mask on the outside. Aggressive when she wants something, but easily embarrassed when confronted with her inner feelings.
Ruby leaned in and kissed Victor passionately. Their tongues entwined as they devoured each other's lips. Victor smiled.
You're way more aggressive than Sasha.
Ruby placed her hand on his chest, caressing him.
Not aggressive, darling. Decisive.
She winked.
You saved me, and in doing so, you awakened my desire to have you for myself. And I always pursue what I want. I want you to be my darling.
Victor's body shuddered in ecstasy.
You already have me.
He lifted her like a princess. As soon as Victor got out of bed, he felt imbalanced.
Things around me seem to be lower than I'm used to. Did I grow taller again?
He shook off the thought and stroked Ruby's red hair.
I need to see Violet.
Ruby took a deep breath and nodded. Victor smiled.
Ruby has a unique charm that's purely her own.
He thought about his wives.
Sasha is a strong woman who struggles to show affection. She's easily embarrassed and madly possessive. Violet, my beautiful ice flower, is a woman direct with her feelings. She is protective, would harm anyone who approaches me, and she always put my safety ahead of her own. And then there's Ruby. My God, Ruby. The coy, red-headed vixen.
Victor sighed and quietly spoke aloud.
My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. I really am a very lucky man.
Ruby heard him speak those words. Her red cheeks glowed with embarrassment. Victor laughed and called for his favorite maid, Kaga. At the sound of her name, she stepped out of his shadow.
Lord Victor, I'm glad you woke up.
Victor studied her.
She looks shorter than I remembered her. Jeez, I think I really have gotten taller.
Victor opened his arms broadly.
Do your magic.
Kaguya nodded.
As you wish.
Seconds later, she had changed his clothes. Victor stroked her head.
Thank you, Kaguya.
Kaguya purred like a kitten. Ruby's voice called from the other room.
Shall we go, darling?
Victor snapped his head back to see Ruby in a simple blue skirt, black tights, and a red shirt that could barely contain her breasts. She caught Victor's eyes drifting lower, taking in her full, voluptuous figure.
What are you doing, darling?
Victor cleared his throat.
This lucky man was just admiring how beautiful his wife is.
Ruby blushed, and she whipped her head away, hiding her face behind her hair. Victor smiled coyly.
Come on, honey.
He walked to the door, and upon touching it, several green magic symbols appeared. That's weird. What are those? Before he could figure it out, he heard a female news anchor's voice from the TV.
This just in, there's been a terrorist attack at the Vatican, using explosives made with liquid nitrogen. The suspects destroyed over 70% of the Vatican structures.
Victor tensed.
What the hell?
And then he heard another woman's voice, standing in the room with him watching the TV.
Liquid nitrogen, really? Can't they come up with a better excuse?
The woman turned off the TV and swiveled her head to Victor. When their eyes met, his body froze. He looked at her in fear. Her eyes radiated danger and intense seduction.
Nice to finally meet you, son-in-law.
Victor stared into the dangerously seductive eyes of Lady Scathatch. She grinned.
Nice to meet you, son-in-law. Did you enjoy sinking your fangs into my daughter's neck?
Victor felt his whole body go numb. He felt fear in its purest form. His heart was beating wildly. His instinct screamed to run, but he couldn't. His body was paralyzed. He realized that a real monster was standing in front of him. He swallowed hard. He could feel that in the eyes of this woman, he was just an insect. Victor clenched his fist tightly.
Can't let my fear get the best of me. I can't give in.
He bit his tongue hard and tasted the blood, but he didn't care. The pain made him regain control of his body, but he still couldn't find the nerve to speak, to confront the powerful force in front of him.
What is happening? Why am I feeling this way?
And then he heard Ruby's voice.
Mother, when did you arrive?
The woman ignored her daughter's question and kept looking at Victor before she burst out laughing. Victor didn't understand why. He looked to Ruby for answers and saw that she looked as confused as he was. Lady Scathatch abruptly stopped laughing and stalked toward him. He braced himself for violence, though he was still weighed down by a tremendous fear. She flashed an unhinged grin.
I like you.
Victor gulped.
Well, thanks? Why the hell did she say that?
He took a moment to calm his nerves and study her. She looked like a more mature version of Ruby. She had pale skin, blood-red eyes, long red hair that reached her waist, and a curvy body that her clothes couldn't hide. She had the most enormous breasts he'd ever seen. Victor shook off his indecent thoughts.
Damn it, not now, Victor. This is your wife's mother.
She was beautiful, a hot beauty, a crazy beauty, a woman who would make any man lose their mind with just a simple gesture. But she wasn't just that. She was also a warrior, a bloodthirsty warrior who had some screws loose in her head just like him. She looked him up and down.
It looks like your evolution gave you more potential than I expected.
For a moment, he saw her eyes glow red. And then he heard Violet's voice as she entered the room, with a scowl, wearing a skimpy black nightgown.
Really? This bitch?
Victor noticed Sasha trailing in behind her. Victor walked past Lady Scathatch and sat down on the couch. Pulling Violet into his lap, she squealed in surprise.
Darling!
She looked deep into his eyes, her face filled with genuine joy as she hugged him tightly.
Darling!
Victor held her in his arms.
I missed you.
He felt Violet's body shake, and she looked at him with a tearful face.
I was worried that you wouldn't wake up.
He wiped the tears from Violet's eyes.
Shh, I'm here. It's okay. I'll never leave you.
While Violet and Victor were in their own world, Sasha leaned in and whispered to Ruby.
He just ignored your mother? Walked right past her? Yes, it seems he did.
Ruby looked at her mom, expecting to see her pissed off. But to her surprise, her mom looked content. Seeing that smile on her face made Ruby shiver. She knew her mother very well. She was definitely plotting something. Something wicked. Luna entered the room and squealed in surprise at the sight of Scathatch. She ran to her side. Scathatch embraced her.
Thanks for contacting me. You did a good job, Luna. But now I want you to do something else for me.
Scathatch whispered something into her ear.
Yes, ma'am.
Luna responded like a soldier to a superior. As she left, she caught Ruby's angry stare and knew she would face punishment for her actions. But she didn't care. Scathatch suddenly growled at Violet.
Bitch, be gone. Why are you still here? The room will stink of antiquity. Shoo, shoo.
Violet hissed at Scathatch.
I'm not going anywhere.
Scathatch's eyes sparkled a little.
That must mean you're looking for a punishment.
Violet's body shuddered, and she hugged Victor tighter.
Darling, this vile beast is irritating me.
Sasha leaned in and whispered to Ruby.
She doesn't learn, huh? Doesn't she understand that your mother is vindictive?
Ruby shook her head.
Well, she's Violet. She doesn't have any sense.
Victor looked at Violet's pouty expression, even though they were in front of Scathatch and things were tense. Violet was so cute that Victor couldn't resist kissing her. She looked surprised for a moment, but soon their tongues entwined in a passionate embrace. They held each other tight, hands crawling over each other's bodies. Victor's bloodlust exploded. He felt his fangs jut out as his eyes flickered to blood red. He felt a powerful desire. He looked back at Sasha and Ruby, their faces flushed, their breathing ragged. He knew they too wished to feed. He stared into their eyes. Eat! Sasha lunged first, sinking her fangs into one side of his neck, as Violet took the other. They drained his blood, moaning in transcendent pleasure. Scathatch displayed a curious smile. Oh, now this is new. Victor opened his eyes to see where Ruby was and heard her scream. Let go of me! Scathatch was holding her daughter back, not allowing her to drink her husband's blood. Victor suddenly felt a strong anger and desire radiate through his body, affecting his wives as well. The three of them turned to Scathatch and bellowed in unison.
Release her! Now!
Blood dripped down the corner of their mouths as they stared down the demonic woman. Scathatch stared back defiantly. The three vampires spoke in unison once more.
Do it now!
With great reluctance, the typically unflappable Scathatch released her grip from her daughter's shoulders. Ruby charged in to join the other wives and feast on her husband. Scathatch watched with a scowl. Victor leaned back, feeling a sense of complete satisfaction. With Victor distracted by the blood feast, Scathatch beckoned Kaga closer. Come here. The maid obliged, nervous, in the presence of the infamous countess. Scathatch studied her, a menacing grin stretching across her face. Kaga, explain to me everything that happened from the moment that Victor was turned. I want every... Kaga hesitated, but knew that she had no choice. While Victor and his wives drank each other's blood, Kaga told Scathatch everything that had transpired. Scathatch listened with great interest and malevolent intent. While Victor and his wives feasted, Kaga filled Lady Scathatch in on everything that had happened after Victor's ritual. When she finished, Scathatch was pleased.
And to think that history wouldn't repeat itself with my daughter. What a riot!
Kaga didn't know what to think of the woman's reaction. Scathatch stalked slowly towards the blood orgy with a smile on her face. She sat on the sofa next to Victor and crossed her legs sensually. A killing intent began radiating from her body. Her smile flickered into an angry scowl.
That's enough. Have some kind of respect for yourself. Doing that in front of everyone is inappropriate.
The vampires quickly broke apart and rose from the couch, prepared to fight. All four's killing instincts exploded through the room. Scathatch was unfazed.
Wipe your mouth, daughter. How inappropriate.
Ruby's face turned bright red, and she quickly licked her lips.
I can't believe I did this in front of my mother.
Scathatch turned toward Sasha.
Sasha Folger, I hear your mother lost her vampire count title on some stupid bet. As expected of her.
Sasha nodded.
Yes, as expected of her.
Scathatch faced Violet.
Violet Snow, I heard your father woke up. Do you intend to come home?
I do not. I won't leave my darling's side.
Violet hugged Victor tightly. Victor smiled, eyes scanning her curvy figure. He looked up at Kaga. Kaga, work your magic. Understanding what he meant,
Kaguya then disappeared into the darkness. A shadow enveloped Violet's body, and in an instant, her outfit changed from a nightgown to the typical cosplay-like dress she usually wore. Kaguya bowed.
Done.
Victor stroked her hair. Good job, Kaguya. She purred in delight. The tension dissipated, and the vampires returned to their seats on the couch. Violet sat on Victor's right side, Ruby sat on his left, and Sasha, who was a little embarrassed about the whole situation, sat next to Ruby. Kaguya stood behind them along with Natalia and Maria, who hadn't spoken since they entered the room. Victor looked at Scathatch. I know who you are and you know who I am, but I don't believe we've had a formal introduction. Scathatch just stared at him. Victor continued. My name is Victor Walker. Nice to meet you, mother-in-law. Again, he felt the atmosphere around him tense up, as if he had said something wrong. The woman displayed a dangerous smile and licked her lips.
Nice to meet you, Victor. My name is Scathatch Scarlet.
Victor nodded. Now that we've introduced ourselves, let's talk about important matters. She gave him a curious look. What do you mean? I want to ask your permission to be with Ruby. The woman's smile suddenly disappeared. Ruby looked at him with fear evident on her face. Darling, this is too fast. Scathatch was confused. Don't you understand your situation? Victor nodded. I understand my situation. I married your daughter, but I didn't ask your permission, right? Scathatch gave him a wary look. So what? What are you going to do if I don't allow you to be with Ruby? Ruby tensed. Mother! Silence, Ruby. Her eyes glowed red. Ruby recoiled obediently. Scathatch returned her stare to Victor. Answer me. Victor took a deep breath. Nothing. Ruby and her mother exclaimed in unison. Huh? Victor continued with a slight smile on his face. To be frank, your opinion on this matter doesn't matter much. Scathatch seethed. You brat! Victor interrupted her, finding his confidence. Ruby is already married to me. What I'm doing here is just a formality. Whether you allow it to happen or not, it doesn't matter anymore. He looked at Ruby. All that matters is Ruby's willingness. If she wants to be with me, then we'll be together. Ruby spoke with a red face and an uncomfortable smile. Darling. Scathatch spoke in a venomous tone as killing intent seeped from her body. Brat, you're talking too loud for someone who doesn't have the strength to do anything about it. Victor looked at her unafraid. Yes, I'm weak now, but not all situations are solved with brute force. Scathatch flashed a sneer. If I kill you, you can never be with my daughter. Did you think about that? Sasha, Ruby, and Violet's faces distorted into rage. Victor held her stare. What do you think would happen if you tried to do that? Scathatch scoffed. I would bring my daughter back home. That's what would happen. What about her bloodlust? You know the effect of the ritual. Scathatch dismissed his concerns. She can handle it. After all, she is my daughter. If I can handle this bloodlust, she can too. Victor was surprised. Scathatch lost her husband? Victor took a deep breath. With all due respect, I think that's naive. Scathatch seethed. Pardon me? Victor repeated himself. You are naive. Your way of thinking is very naive. If I disappear from her life, it will have a terrible impact on her health and her emotional state. Scathatch was silent. Victor twisted the knife. And even worse, she'll hate you for the rest of her life. For the first time, Scathatch appeared rattled. She would hate me? Her own mother? Impossible. Victor leaned in. Why? Why is that impossible? You've been alive for a long time. Surely, you must know how easily a child can grow to hate their parents. Scathatch bit her lip, and her eyes began to glow blood red in response to Victor's words. Victor just smiled. For Ruby, I'm irreplaceable, and you can't do anything about it. Scathatch trembled with rage. Victor could feel Ruby shaking a little as she held his hand. He glanced briefly and noticed Sasha's alertness, indicating her readiness to act if necessary. Violet spoke seriously in a low voice. Darling, this is dangerous. You said too much. To have someone as reckless as Violet warn him, he knew he was playing with fire, but he didn't care. He again addressed Ruby's mother with a smile. Scathatch Scarlet? His smile turned serious. The moment I saw you, do you know what I felt? Scathatch fixed her gaze on Victor. Afraid, but I also felt disappointed and frustrated. Scathatch grinned. Oh! Victor got up from the couch and walked slowly toward her. He knelt on the floor and looked into her red eyes, gently caressing her face. A strong opponent was in front of me, but I didn't have enough strength to face them. So I couldn't satisfy my desire to fight. It was quite disappointing. Scathatch's red eyes seemed to lose intensity, as a curious look grew on her face. Victor glanced back at his wives to see that they were quite shocked, their mouths wide open. Victor raised an eyebrow. Why are they reacting like this? Has no one ever spoken this directly to Lady Scathatch? Victor returned to the couch and looked back to his mother-in-law's eyes. He was taken aback by the gentle expression on her face. She cleared her throat. Ruby, my beloved daughter, I allow you to be with Victor. Everyone was stunned. Victor was pleased. Ruby stammered. I... Thank you, Mother. Thank you. Scathatch took a deep breath. I've decided something else too. Ruby leaned forward. What is it, Mother? Scathatch disappeared and reappeared in front of Victor with incredible speed. Before he could react, she attacked his stomach and then his neck. His vision dimmed as he collapsed on the floor, unconscious. Scathatch lifted him up like he was weightless. His wives exploded into a rage. Violet screamed at the top of her lungs. What are you doing, bitch? Sasha trembled. My darling! Ruby had tears in her eyes. Mother, no, let go of my husband! Scathatch ignored them and bared her fangs with a hiss. I'm off to spend some quality time with my son-in-law. Farewell, ladies! The wives charged toward her, but she was already gone. Scathatch had attacked Victor and absconded with his wounded body. Bitch! Violet screamed in uncontrolled fury. Her face was distorted with rage as fire poured out of her body. Realizing the danger of getting close to Violet, Maria, Natalia, Ruby, and Sasha quickly ran away. Ruby yelled at her old friend, Calm down, Violet! She heard a thunder crack and saw that Sasha was also enraged, covered in lightning energy. Ruby stomped her foot. You too, Sasha, calm down! Calm down? Sasha's face twisted in anger. My husband has been kidnapped. How can I be calm? Ruby started to get angry. You fools! The room started to get terribly cold. She spoke in a tone that made the maids shiver. Have you forgotten yourselves? We must control our powers. Listening to what Ruby said, Sasha and Violet bit their lips in frustration and reined in their tempers. Ruby sighed. Darling's parents are upstairs. We're insulated down here, but if you get too crazy, your powers could break through. Sasha nodded. You're right. What should we do? They all looked to Ruby. She started to explain. My mom won't hurt our darling. Remember what happened in the past when a man she didn't think was suitable approached me? Sasha swallowed. They were exterminated? Violet corrected her. No, their entire family was exterminated. Ruby smiled. See? My mom approved of Victor. That means he'll be fine, I think. Violet paced around the room. You think? Violet, you know my mother. She is very unpredictable. Violet bit her lip in frustration as she muttered various forms of torture she intended to do to anyone who touched Victor. What does she want him for? To train him? Ruby nodded. It's possible. She likes people who have potential, and our darling is a man with great potential. Natalia stepped forward and pointed to the ceiling above them. There's something we need to figure out, and fast. Violet took a deep breath. You're right. Darling's parents are going to be worried. Sasha started to panic. What do we do?
I don't think telling the truth would be the ideal option.
Violet paced.
I don't know. It might be months until we get him back. They'll be suspicious.
Ruby scratched her chin.
We need a great excuse then.
Violet had a thought.
Where's Kaguya?
Natalia answered.
She's in Victor's shadow.
Sasha raised an eyebrow.
Wow, she's fast.
Ruby smiled.
As expected.
Violet displayed a happy smile.
Good job, Kaguya. I'm going to raise her salary.
Sasha shot her a look.
Why are you so happy? Kaguya is a dedicated maid. She will send me Darling's location.
Sasha considered her point.
That's true.
Violet, Sasha, use your head. Ruby spoke in a neutral tone. Ruby sighed.
Let's be real. If my mom kidnapped Victor, she probably took him to that place.
Violet didn't like it at all. Sasha winced.
That place, huh?
Her eyes darkened.
Ruby, are your foster sisters still in that place?
Sasha and Violet turned to Ruby with fear in their eyes. Ruby started to sweat.
Yes,
They'll be there. Violet's anger exploded. Her body erupted in flames.
Fuck!
She looked at Natalia.
Open the portal. I'm going back home. I have to protect my darling.
Natalia wasted no time.
Yes, Lady Violet.
A pulsing portal to another dimension opened in front of them. Before Ruby and Sasha could react, Violet stepped through. Sasha was about to follow Violet when her body was frozen by Ruby.
You won't run away now. You must work something out with me first.
Ruby snapped her fingers.
Natalia, close the portal.
Natalia closed the portal. Ruby unfroze Sasha. She was pissed.
Why did you stop me?
Ruby was about to respond when she was struck with a thought. She turned to Natalia.
What is someone from Clan Alioth doing with Violet? Shouldn't you just serve the king's family?
Natalia bristled.
That is not information you are privy to.
Ruby clicked her tongue in annoyance and turned her attention back to Sasha.
Come on, Sasha. We have to go somewhere.
Sasha reluctantly agreed. Ruby gave Natalia a command.
Wait for us here. We're going to need your skills. And keep an eye on her.
Ruby pointed at Maria. Natalia bowed.
Your wish is my command, Lady Ruby.
Later that evening, Sasha and Ruby stood outside of Victor's parents' house. Sasha was wearing simple pants that looked too tight on her thighs, and a long brown shirt with a plunging neckline. Sasha's face was red. She didn't like Ruby's plan.
Are you sure about this? It seems like a bad idea.
Ruby nodded with determination. She was wearing simple black pants and a red shirt that was a bit too tight on her. She took a deep breath.
Let's get this over with.
Sasha and Ruby steeled themselves and approached the front door. Ruby pressed the doorbell. They heard the bell and waited anxiously for someone to answer. They heard Anna's voice.
Coming!
The vampires tensed as the door swung open. They couldn't help but clock how beautiful Victor's mother was with her long black hair and sapphire blue eyes. She looked a lot like her son. She looked at the two women outside her door, confused.
Who are you? Can I help you?
After pausing for a moment, Ruby decided to break the silence. She stammered nervously.
Mother, we are Victor's two wives. It's very nice to meet you.
Victor's mother's eyes nearly popped out of her skull.
Excuse me? Ruby?
Sasha's face turned red with embarrassment.
What are you doing, idiot?
Ruby looked at Sasha with red eyes, almost crying.
I don't know anymore. Ugh, fix the misunderstanding quick.
Her volume was at a whisper, but to Ruby it felt like she was being yelled at. Ruby shot back.
Why don't you help too?
Sasha glared.
You tuck us into this hole, you dig us out.
Victor's mother shook off her shock and studied the two women before her.
What did you two say?
Sasha was startled.
Mother, we are Victor's wives. Nice to meet you.
Ruby smacked Sasha on the back of the head.
Idiot! You just did the same thing I did!
Anna stammered, stunned.
Are you saying my boy has two more wives?
Ruby and Sasha nodded nervously. Anna could tell they were telling the truth. As an experienced lawyer, she knew when someone was lying, and these two girls weren't. Anna processed what they had just said and staggered to the floor, overcome with shock. Ruby and Sasha yelled in unison.
Mother?
They grabbed her before she hit the ground and exchanged panicked looks. At the same time that Ruby and Sasha were dealing with his mom, Victor was gaining consciousness in an unknown room.
What happened?
He rubbed the back of his head with a pained expression on his face. The room he was in looked old, like something out of a classic movie.
Hey, you finally woke up, stranger.
He looked toward the source of the voice to see a girl with wild, long red hair. She was standing on the ceiling of the room as if gravity didn't affect her. She gracefully descended to the floor below. She was very short, wearing a simple red dress. She looked at him with a big smile on her face.
Wow, you're big.
Victor stumbled out of bed and staggered toward the window. He peered outside to see a sight he had never seen before.
Where in the seven hells am I?
Victor stared at the window in shock. He was in a dark city with architecture that reminded him of medieval times, a city where the sun never rose, a city where every corner held unknown danger, a city that was built for vampires. He heard the voice of the short girl with long red hair.
Welcome to Nightingale, the city of moonlight, stranger.
Victor turned to face her. Who are you, and where am I?
My name is Lacus, and...
Suddenly, another voice cut in.
Lord Victor, you are in the world of vampires. Be careful.
Kaga? Victor called out, confused. He looked around and didn't see her until he looked into his shadow. He saw her in the darkness, waiting for her moment to strike. Lacus looked at him with a raised eyebrow.
Who is Kaguya? Never mind.
Victor looked down and saw that he was in a nightgown. Where are my clothes? The girl pointed to a spot in the corner. Victor looked across the room to see a small dresser with black clothes on top. He walked over to the clothes and picked them up. Black suit, black shirt, and black gloves. He looked at the woman. Are you running a goth club here or something? Lacus looked at him with total confusion.
What is goth?
Victor sighed. Why all black? Lacus shrugged.
Mother ordered it.
Victor clenched his jaw. Scathatch. The girl's red eyes suddenly glowed red as she stomped her foot on the ground.
It's Countess Scathatch to you. Show respect, stranger.
Victor bristled. Where is she? Suddenly, the woman's killing intent exploded. She opened her mouth, and Victor could see that her teeth were razor sharp. He was unafraid, staring her down with a placid grin. Her killing intent isn't nearly as strong as Scathatch's. Kaguya once again called out to Victor through his shadow.
Does Lord Victor acquire suicidal tendencies when his evolution ended? Don't provoke her.
Victor grimaced. I just don't like the way she's talking to me. Victor spoke out loud, ignoring Lacus. After experiencing the nightmare that was Scathatch, he was numb to all threats. Lacus seemed strong, but his instincts didn't scream danger like when he faced his mother-in-law. He finished dressing and looked into her eyes. Can you help me out? Lacus's killing intent dissipated, and she looked at him with a bit of shock on her face.
What? Why aren't you affected by my rage?
Victor shrugged. After dealing with my mother-in-law, everything pales in comparison, I suppose. She stuttered in shock.
Mother-in-law?
Yes, I'm Ruby's husband, didn't you know?
No, Mother just threw you in here and told me to keep an eye on you.
Victor nodded. That sounds about right. Now can you help me out? Give me the grand tour? Lacus giggled excitedly.
If I knew you were my sister's husband, I wouldn't have treated you so rudely. Come on, I'll take you to my mother right away.
Lacus led Victor through the colossal mansion. He didn't recognize any of the vampires he saw. Despite being massive, the place felt empty and cold. How many vampires live in this place? Lacus thought about it.
Me, Pepper, Sienna, Ruby, and our mom. And, of course, our maids.
I see. Victor heard Kaguya's voice.
Unlike other count houses, Countess Scathatch doesn't have many subordinates.
Victor raised an eyebrow and spoke to Kaguya loud enough for Lacus to hear. Strange. Why don't the other count houses attack her? Kaguya responded.
They're afraid of retaliation. Countess Scathatch is just too strong. and the count houses are prohibited from fighting each other on the orders of the king.
But that doesn't apply to noble houses, right? He remembered that Sasha's family lost the count title through a game.
That's right. Any noble house can request a game with the count house, but they must be prepared for retaliation if they lose.
Victor nodded. Intriguing. Lacus scrunched her face.
Are you crazy, brother-in-law? Why are you talking to yourself?
Victor smiled. I like to talk to myself. Lacus shrugged and kept walking. He could hear her mutter under her breath.
Is Ruby right in her head to choose this madman of a husband?
Kaga continued explaining vampire house decorum.
The rules are simple, Lord Victor. Houses with the title of counts cannot fight each other, nor can they request matches against the noble houses. After all, this would be considered an abuse of power. Vampire counts have lived over 1,000 years and have already accumulated a lot of influence and strength. However, untitled noble houses can challenge count houses at any time.
Victor nodded, listening intently. What are the consequences if they lose? Kaga explained.
The consequences of losing a game are everything.
Everything?
Yes, they lose everything. All riches, all possessions, and the losing vampires become property of the winner.
Victor was stunned. What did you say? An uncomfortable feeling started to grow in Victor's heart, spreading through his entire body. He let Lacus get a few paces ahead of him. Kaga, what do you mean by property? Kaga responded.
Exactly what you think. All vampires in that house must serve the winner.
He thought of how Sasha's family had lost a game recently. Just imagining his wife being owned by someone else ignited hatred throughout his body, burning like fire. This must be some awful joke. Is my beloved someone else's property? He leaned against the wall, his heart racing. That's unforgivable! The wall began to crack from the weight of his anger. Kaga stepped out of his shadow to calm him.
Lord Victor, calm down. We still don't know the details of what's happened.
Victor's rage continued to grow, causing the wall to collapse. Victor took a deep breath and calmed himself, standing in the rubble. You're right, Kaga. I need to learn more. He stroked her head. Thank you. She nodded, allowing herself a brief moment of pleasure before stepping back into his shadow. Victor looked down the hallway. Lacus hurried back toward him, confused, having heard the wall collapse.
What just happened?
Victor ignored her and activated his vampire vision. He potted 3 female vampires, one in a room resembling a bathroom, and the others in a bedroom. He grinned. Found her. Victor ran down the hall toward his mother-in-law. Lacus trailed behind him.
Where are you going?
Down the hall, in a large bedroom, Scathatch drank a red tea beside another woman with red hair and red eyes. They gazed at the moon outside their window. Scathatch calmly questioned the woman beside her.
So, why did you kill your husband?
The woman, wearing long black stockings, a short blue dress, and black high heels, answered in a serene voice.
He approached me just as a way to get close to you, Mother.
Scathatch nodded. The usual scheme.
That's too bad.
The woman nodded.
Indeed.
Scathatch had an idea.
Sienna, my beloved eldest daughter, why don't you just create a husband?
Sienna rolled her eyes.
Mother, you have been saying this for 700 years.
Scathatch laughed. And it's been a fine idea the whole time. Sienna bristled.
I don't want to create a husband. I want something real.
Scathatch shook her head. Alive for so many years and you're still naive. Sienna fired back.
I'm not naive. I just want something authentic, and male vampires are so obsessed with things like titles.
Scathatch considered her point. Why don't you turn human then? Sienna's face twisted in disgust.
Turning cattle into a husband? No, thank you.
Scathatch lost interest in the subject and turned to face the bedroom door. A big smile grew on her face. The door flew open to reveal Victor, breathing heavy. Scathatch. He glared at his mother-in-law and ignored Sienna. As the daughter of the strongest female vampire in the world, Sienna had a lot of respect for her mother and didn't like someone inferior calling her so informally. She rose to her feet, ready to attack. Scathatch stopped her. Relax, Sienna. I want you to meet your brother-in-law, Victor.
Sienna gasped.
My what?
While Victor was trapped in the vampire world with Kaguya, Sasha and Ruby were back at his parents' house, explaining things to his stunned mother.
Here, I got water.
Sasha rushed a glass over to Anna, sitting on the couch. She was still very shaken.
Thanks.
She gulped it down and lifted Zack the cat into her lap. She started stroking him. Zack began to purr in her arms. Anna looked at the two women inside.
Okay, let's start at the beginning.
Ruby was a little nervous.
Yes, ma'am. We're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Anna nodded.
First, did you do it?
It?
Ruby and Sasha didn't understand.
I mean, what husband and wife do. Did you guys do it?
Oh,
Sasha flashed her a sheepish smile.
yes, we did.
Ruby nodded as well, averting her eyes. Anna swallowed, uncomfortable.
I see.
She stuttered a little and squeezed Zack a little harder without realizing it. Realizing what she was doing to Zack, she quickly stopped squeezing him. Anna took a deep breath.
You said you were both married to my son, right?
The vampires nodded. Anna tried to process the information.
And Violet, does she know? Is she okay with this?
Ruby confirmed, but was unable to look Anna in the eye.
She knows.
Sasha leaned in.
Yes, she accepted our relationship, basically.
Anna looked at the two women with a blank expression, struggling to believe all this new information being thrown at her. Both women were very afraid of being rejected by Anna. Anna sighed again. She looked tired, like she had lost some kind of battle.
What do I even say here? Congratulations?
Ruby smiled obliviously.
Thanks.
Sasha stammered.
Thanks, Mother.
Seeing the two women's honest smiles, Anna looked at them warmly.
My son has 3 wives.
After the initial shock, she slowly began to come back to her normal personality. Ruby extended her arm and placed her hand sweetly on Anna's shoulder.
In our world, this is normal. Oh, where are you from?
Ruby was taken aback by the question, not sure how to explain being from another universe. Sasha took over.
Our families are originally from a small community in Romania.
Anna raised an eyebrow.
Romania. Romania allows polygamy?
Sasha tensed. Her eyes darted around the room.
Yep, usually.
Ruby looked at Sasha like she was an idiot. Anna sighed.
I can't believe Victor has had 3 weddings and hasn't wanted his mother at a single one. I need to talk to my boy.
Ruby and Sasha looked at each other, panicked. Ruby took a deep breath.
That's what we came to talk about. What do you mean?
Sasha was flustered.
Victor is gone.
Anna's eyes widened.
Gone where?
Ruby jumped in.
Gone to find our mothers.
Anna shook her head, the dizziness returning.
What kind of sick stuff are you up to?
She cradled her head in distress. Zack took this chance and ran away from Anna's lap. Sasha scrambled.
Wait, please, let me explain.
Sasha spoke a mile a minute.
She meant that Victor traveled to Romania with the intention of asking our mothers for their blessings for our marriages.
Anna leaned back on the couch.
So he traveled to Romania to meet his mother-in-laws.
Anna calmed down.
I guess that makes sense.
Suddenly, the woman heard the front door open and saw Leon. Victor's father entered.
Honey, I'm home.
When he saw the two beautiful women sitting on the couch, he stopped in shock.
What's going on here?
Sasha and Ruby spoke in unison.
Hello, father-in-law.
His jaw dropped as he looked over to Anna.
I need a drink.
Unaware of the chaos his wives were causing at home, Victor was in the vampire world, standing in front of his mother-in-law, Scathatch, and sister-in-law, Sienna. Lacus, Scathatch's other daughter, trailed in behind him. Sienna rose to her feet, radiating anger.
Who is this rudely barging in on me and my mother?
Scathatch smiled seductively as she crossed her legs.
My son-in-law, Why are you so desperate to see me?
Sienna was shocked.
Did you say son-in-law?
Victor glared at Scathatch. Why have you kidnapped me? His mother-in-law's smile grew. She approached him, caressing his face with the side of her hand. He was mesmerized by her soft, heaving breasts. She gently touched his face and spoke with a sensual tone.
You said it was a shame you weren't strong enough to fight me, right?
He nodded.
Well, we should fix that, right?
Her smile became predatory. Victor considered this and nodded. I'm interested. Sienna shook her head.
Oh, great, another madman.
Scathatch removed her hand from Victor's face and called out,
Pepper?
Her voice resonated throughout the mansion. Suddenly, a girl with long red hair and a curvy body barely covered by a towel entered the room. She flashed Victor a coy smile. Scathatch introduced her.
This is my youngest adopted daughter, Pepper.
She bowed, allowing her towel to slip down, revealing the tops of her milky white breasts.
Nice to meet you.
Though she was an attractive woman, Victor wasn't into her. He felt that something was missing in her. Nice to meet you, Scathatch explained.
Your initial training is simple. You must identify and learn to use your powers.
Before she could finish her sentence, Victor opened his hand and summoned a flickering flame. Scathatch smiled.
Oh, you're quick.
The fire disappeared, replaced by lightning cracking in his hand. He felt the power course through his fingers before summoning a sharp shard of ice in its place. Sienna focused in on him, impressed.
He even has my mother's powers.
Lacus crossed her arms and grinned.
Really married someone interesting.
Victor raised his hands into the air. All blood belongs to me. But nothing happened. Scathatch raised an eyebrow.
What are you trying to do?
Victor was frustrated. Just give me a second. He tried to recall the memory he received from Ruby. He closed his eyes, but nothing came to him. Damn, I can't get that power working now. Suddenly, he heard a voice in his ear that shivered through his whole body.
Victor, don't be in a hurry.
He looked to the side and saw Scathatch's twisted smile, her eyes glowing red.
You have all the time in the world to get better.
She spoke with a seductive smile. He once again felt a strong desire to battle her and test his mettle. Scathatch pointed at Pepper.
She will train you. She may be an airhead, but she's strong.
Victor nodded and pulled his attention away from his mother-in-law to look at Pepper. He walked over to her and in one smooth motion, heaved her over his shoulder. She screamed.
What are you doing?
Victor strode toward the door. I need you to train me. No time to waste. Pepper rolled her eyes.
Great, he has the same attitude as mother.
When Victor and Pepper were gone, Sienna turned to Scathatch.
Is that all right?
Scathatch was unconcerned.
What he did with Pepper? It's fine. Victor is a good man. He won't do anything to hurt her, I'm certain.
Sienna and Lacus were stunned. They had never seen their mother praise a man in their life. Lacus rested the back of her hand on her mother's forehead to see if she had a fever.
Are you all right?
Scathatch flashed a sinister smile.
I'm more than okay. Now I have something very important to attend to.
She rose to her feet.
I'll see you later.
Scathatch disappeared in a flash of light. Lacus shook her head.
I think she's glad she's found a man with potential. After all, she loves to fight and loves a challenge.
Sienna crossed her arms and scoffed.
Is that what you think?
Yes.
Why? What do you think?
Sienna shook her head.
I don't know, but whatever she has planned for him, he'll never be the same once she's done.
Violet shot out of a portal and landed in her mansion. She was headed to rescue Victor from the vampire world, but first needed to make a stop at home. She heard a cold voice call out to her.
Lady Violet, you've finally come home.
She looked over her shoulder to see a maid with short white hair and blue eyes. She was the head maid of Clan Snow.
Oh, Hilda, it's you. I was just leaving.
Hilda grabbed Violet by her shirt collar.
Wait.
The force made Violet gag for a second.
What?
She turned to face Hilda.
Hilda, are you planning on getting in my way too?
Hilda noted the determined look in Violet's eyes. Nothing was going to stop her from trying to save Victor.
Of course not. But as a maid, I have to follow orders. And my order was to bring you home to your mother.
Hilda began dragging Violet as she thrashed wildly.
Let go of me! I don't want to see that old woman! I'm going to rescue my darling!
Violet tried to free herself from Hilda's grip, but it was a futile attempt. Hilda stopped walking and stared at Violet, her blue eyes changing to blood red with a troubling realization.
You did the ritual.
Violet sneered.
Of course I did!
But then her expression crumbled.
Although there were some unforeseen events. Oh, this is something your mother should know.
Hilda continued dragging Violet as she struggled to break free. Hilda ranted.
In all the time I've served the Snow family, I've never seen anyone as reckless as you. Except maybe your mother when she was young. But you're not nearly as aggressive as her.
Violet dug her feet into the carpet.
Fine. You asked for this.
Suddenly, her body was covered in flames. Hilda wasn't impressed.
Your powers have grown stronger. That's nice.
She punctuated her reaction with a swift spank of Violet's butt.
Don't be a rude child. You know the rules, right?
She spoke in a cold tone as her eyes glowed red.
You're not allowed to use your powers indoors.
Violet snorted.
I haven't forgotten. I just choose to ignore. Now let go of me!
Hilda sighed.
You are such a spoiled child.
Violet got angry.
I am an adult in the human world. But to us, you're still a newborn baby.
She scanned the house.
Where's Kaguya and Natalia? Shouldn't they be protecting you?
Violet stopped struggling, allowing Hilda to drag her.
Kaguya is protecting my darling, and Natalia stayed behind with Ruby and Sasha.
Hilda shifted her focus.
What happened to your darling? He was kidnapped by Ruby's mother.
Hilda shook her head.
That's unfortunate. I guess Countess Scathatch has taken an interest in your darling.
Violet shot back.
Of course she would be interested in him. He has great potential.
Hilda smiled.
Oh.
Hilda and Violet arrived at Violet's family home, a large stately manor. Hilda entered and deposited Violet on the floor in front of her parents.
Lady Agnes, Lord Adonis, I brought Lady Violet.
Violet's mother, Lady Agnes, was delighted.
Oh, good job, Hilda.
Violet glared at her mother. She was a curvaceous woman with pale skin and golden eyes, a very unusual eye color even for vampires. She had long white hair that reached to her waist and wore simple glasses.
Are you still wearing those glasses, Mom? It's not like you have vision problems. It's an aesthetic choice, sweetie. I look great in glasses.
Violet snorted.
Whatever. You're still in the same bad mood. I thought meeting your darling would calm you down a bit.
Agnes sneered. It pained her to even utter the word darling. Violet, hearing the obvious tone of contempt, didn't like it one bit. Violet's eyes darkened.
What did you say?
Her voice trembled, fearful of what her insolence would bring. Agnes's face twisted in anger.
I can't believe you're attached to that worthless plebeian.
Violet's eyes changed to blood red. She stared at her mother like she was about to pounce on her and attack. Agnes was unmoved.
Daughter, don't fight with your mother. Not only is it low class, it's also foolish. I would demolish you.
Her harsh words contrasted with her gentle tone of voice. Violet ignored her and looked over her father, Adonis. He was a pale, frail-looking man with short white hair and violet eyes. Despite his frailty, he still displayed a supernatural beauty that was far superior to any man or woman Violet encountered. Violet sighed and thought to herself,
It's foolish, but I've always been a bit jealous of my father's gorgeous looks. I wish I had inherited more of that supernatural beauty.
Violet looked at her mother's enormous breasts and thought,
if I inherited those too, then I'd have really hit the jackpot.
Adonis had a gentle expression on his face as he beckoned his daughter closer.
Come here, Violet.
She nodded and walked towards the bed, disturbed to see how weak her father looked.
Are you okay?
She was worried. She was always much closer with her father than her mother. He smiled gently.
Yes, I'm fine. I just need to drink blood and I'll be brand new.
Tears formed in the corner of her eyes.
You're a liar. You always say that, but you never get better.
He laughed in a weak voice and started to cough. Violet rubbed his back as he caught his breath. He smiled warmly at her.
Don't worry about me, child. I want to talk about the good things in life. Tell me about your darling.
Violet bit her lip. She wanted to talk to her father, but she wanted to find Victor first. He clocked her concern.
Are you worried about something?
Violet nodded.
I need to find my darling. He's in danger. Oh, tell me what happened. Maybe I can help.
She climbed into bed and sat up. She looked like a child unburdening herself to her father. A few minutes later, at the end of her tale, Adonis laughed with a gentle smile.
He seems to be an interesting man. I would like to meet him in the future.
Violet beamed.
I will bring him in the future so you can meet him.
Seeing how excited his daughter was, he asked,
Just out of curiosity, you didn't kidnap him, right?
Violet thought for a moment and replied,
No, of course not. Good. As expected, you are very different from your mother.
He was proud. Agnes broke her silence as she stood with her arms crossed. What are you so happy about? Adonis looked at Agnes and spoke in a dry tone.
Well, the experience of being kidnapped before the first date can certainly be an alarming first move. It took you some time to realize how wrong that approach was.
Agnes scoffed. Just forget about it already. That happened 1800 years ago. I'm not the same woman I was before. He flashed a gentle smile.
Indeed, you're no longer a crazy psychopathic hedonist. Or at least, you're much less of one now.
Agnes rolled her eyes as Adonis continued.
Now you're just a narcissist, and because of that personality, our daughter doesn't like to talk to you.
Agnes shot Violet a wounded look. That's not true, right? You like me, right? Violet ignored her mother. Agnes looked like she was close to tears. Adonis sighed and looked at Violet.
Even though your mother is the way she is, I've learned to love her over the years. It took hard work, and it's something we will work on every day. But there's not a single day I wish to be without her.
Darling. Agnes looked at Adonis with possessive eyes. Seeing Agnes's gaze, he smiled back at her. Adonis mustered the strongest smile he could.
Go. Find your darling.
Violet squeezed her father's hand and then leapt off the bed and raced out of the room. Adonis and Agnes heard the front door slam shut behind her. Adonis laughed gently.
I think she's becoming more and more like you, Agnes.
Agnes snorted, but Adonis could see she had a faint smile on her face. I still don't agree with her choice of husband. Adonis raised an eyebrow.
Oh, what about your choice of husband? I was once just like her, darling.
Agnes shook her head. No, you are different from those other humans.
Oh, how am I different?
Agnes's eyes glowed as a big smile stretched across her face.
You're mine.
Adonis grinned.
And that's how our daughter feels about her darling. That's why she's willing to do anything for him. May God have mercy on anyone who stands in her way.
A few minutes later, Victor stood in the personal garden of Scathatch's mansion. Although it was called a garden, the place looked more like a dense forest. Pepper, Scathatch's adopted daughter, stood in front of him. She looked at Victor with a serious face. As per my mother's orders, I'm responsible. Victor raised a finger in the air to cut her off. Aren't you going to change your clothes? She looked confused for a moment, then looked down and saw that she was still wearing a towel. Oh! Her face turned bright red. She ran off in her towel at a surprising speed. The second she was out of sight, Victor's shadow expanded and Kaga stepped out.
Lord Victor, do you need anything?
Victor smiled contentedly. While we wait for Pepper, do you have any training tips? Kaga considered his request.
I'm not sure. You see, noble vampires instinctively know how to use their powers when they are born. The only problem we have is controlling the intensity. After all, depending on the noble vampire's bloodline, their power can reach absurd levels.
Victor stroked his chin. I see, so you are born geniuses. Kaguya shook her head.
Wrong. We're like babies who instinctively know how to cry or ask their mother for food. We instinctively know how to use our power. The only struggle is learning to control it.
Victor nodded. I get what she's saying. It's like moving an arm. One instinctively knows how. Victor heard footsteps and saw Pepper returning wearing new clothes, a red uniform and black tights. Kaguya stepped to the side to observe the training session. Pepper looked at Victor, a little flustered.
Okay, let's continue. We're going to skip the basics. After all, you already know what your unique powers are. So, what we are going to do today is learn to control the basic powers of a vampire.
Victor raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? She pointed at a tree in the distance.
Watch this.
Pepper closed her eyes, prepared to sprint, and summoned a thick fog over her body. Suddenly, she disappeared, and then reappeared in the same position right in front of the tree. She called back to Victor.
See? This is a basic skill for all vampires. As creatures of the night, we can blend in easily. What I've demonstrated is called fog walking.
Victor's eyes were gleaming with curiosity. That was cool. Can all vampires do this? Kaguya answered.
Yes, it's a basic skill. The other basic skills are bat transformation, night vision, and claws.
She pointed her hand at Victor, and he saw it begin to morph. Her nails grew sharper and more deadly as her hand rippled with muscles. Pepper looked at Kaguya with a pout on her face. Kaguya looked back at Pepper with a stoic expression. Pepper scoffed. Victor saw Kaguya's black eyes turning blood red. Something was bothering her. Pepper explained.
Noble vampires usually ignore these basic abilities and focus only on the powers they inherited from their parents. For example,
she pointed to Kaguya.
This maid has the power to control shadows, and using those powers, she modified the basic vampire skills to merge with them.
Victor remembered Kaguya's fight with Mizuki and nodded in agreement. She seemed to walk in the shadows during that fight. Pepper refocused on Victor.
Why don't you try to get used to the basic powers first? When you get used to them, we'll train the powers you were born with.
Victor was confused. Why should we train these powers if they aren't used a lot? After all, he hadn't seen his wives using these powers. Pepper clarified.
My mother always said that the basics are the most important. You need a strong foundation to build the pillars for your strength in the future.
Victor shrugged. I'll give it a shot. He positioned himself to run. But before he could do anything, he heard Kaguya warning him.
Remember, Lord Victor, don't use your unique powers. Just use your basic powers.
Victor heeded her advice. Let's see what happens. Pepper said I know how to use this ability instinctively. Victor closed his eyes and thought of the image of Pepper running. He opened his eyes and tried to imitate her movements. He bolted for the tree. On the other side of the house, Lacus and Sienna were drinking red tea when they heard a booming explosion, as if a lightning bolt had felled the tree. Lacus was startled by the sudden noise. Sienna was unfazed.
The noise came from the garden. I think it's our mother's special guest.
Lacus jumped up to investigate. Sienna sighed.
Such a warrior.
Back in the garden, Pepper and Kaguya stared in disbelief as a raging fire engulfed a fallen tree. They saw Victor stagger out of a cloud of smoke, his body enveloped in flames. Kaguya crossed her arm.
Well, I knew it would happen, but it's an even bigger fire than I expected.
Pepper was freaking out.
Oh no, the forest is on fire!
Kaguya shot her a condescending glare.
Calm down and use your powers.
Pepper's expression lit up.
Oh!
Pepper stomped her foot down and the ground cracked open. A geyser of water exploded from the cracks beneath them. The water covered the forest, snuffed out the growing flame. Kaguya gave her a thumbs up.
Good job.
Pepper giggled, flattered. Kaguya used her speed to run toward Victor. Pepper followed. Kaguya helped him to his feet.
Lord Victor, didn't I tell you not to use your powers?
Victor dusted himself off. I didn't mean to use them. Kaguya looked at the ground around Victor and saw that the soil was filled with small pieces of ice. Victor noticed a look in her eyes. I think she's plotting something. He ignored it and explained what happened. I tried to run like Pepper, but for some reason my abilities kicked in.
He pointed at the crater in the ground. I didn't know what happened. Pepper looked surprised.
You tried to run like me and created this giant crater?
The trio heard Lacus's concerned voice as she approached.
Pepper, what's going on?
She saw the crater, shocked. Oh, wow. Kaguya tapped Victor's shoulder.
Lord Victor, can you do something for me?
He gave her a curious look. Sure. What?
Follow me.
Kaguya burst into a sprint. Victor followed behind her, struggling to keep up. Pepper and Lacus followed along as well, puzzled about what was going on. Kaguya came to a stop in front of an ordinary tree.
See that tree?
Victor nodded.
I want you to pull the tree out of the ground and throw it in a random direction.
Victor didn't understand the purpose of this, but he complied. He approached the tree trunk and placed his hands around the trunk. He braced himself and lifted up, ripping the tree out of the ground and hurling it through the air. The tree sailed through the air and suddenly froze mid-flight. The tree fell to the ground and broke the ice covering it. Immediately, the tree was surrounded by powerful flames as lightning shot down from the sky. Kaguya nodded knowingly.
Just like I thought.
Lacus yelled in frustration.
Bullshit!
Pepper was startled by the sudden scream. Victor furrowed his brow. Why are you screaming, woman? Lacus swallowed and stared into his eyes. Don't you understand what you just did? Victor felt a rush of fear over him. He trembled. What did I do? Lacus looked at Victor in stunned belief. You really don't understand what you just did? Woman, stop rambling and tell me. Lacus took a deep breath and raked her hands through her hair. Kaguya explained.
Lady Lacus is frustrated because you did something impossible. You used an attack to seamlessly unite the three powers.
Victor was stunned. Kaguya continued.
This attack is basically the fusion of the powers of Clan Fulgur, Clan Scarlet, and Clan Snow.
The three women looked at Victor in silence. Victor stammered, So? Pepper sighed.
He needs to learn about vampire society first.
Kaguya nodded in agreement.
Listen, Victor, let's do an example here, okay?
Lacus started to explain as if she were talking to a child. She picked up a stick from the ground and started drawing a picture.
Let's use my sister Ruby as an example.
She drew Ruby in the dirt.
Ruby is a vampire who inherited the powers of Scathatch, the strongest female vampire in the world.
Victor nodded, listening intently.
In the beginning, my mother's powers weren't as strong as they are now. She could only create a block of ice.
She drew Scathatch using her powers.
She had to train hard to raise her powers to the level they are now, and over the millennia she managed to increase that power. Then at some point she decided she wanted to have a daughter. And like every strong female vampire at that time, she did the obvious. She kidnapped a vampire from a clan that had powers that could match her powers.
Victor was speechless.
The man who was chosen was a vampire who could control water and breathe underwater. Our mother used the vampire until she became pregnant, and even went through the ritual and married him. She did all of this to ensure that her child had greater potential than she did.
Victor swallowed. Mother of the Year.
A few years later, when Ruby was born, Scathatch killed her husband and raised Ruby on her own.
Victor winced. Wow. Lacus continued.
So you see, Ruby inherited the powers of both parents perfectly.
She drew Ruby using her powers.
Ruby could control water and ice, and she could also breathe underwater. She could also combine the two powers like you did just now. Since she was little, Ruby has always had great power, and she's always had the potential to surpass Scathatch, but only with an enormous amount of training.
She looked at Victor with grave intensity.
But what you've just done is literally impossible. You have the three powers of the strongest clans in the vampire world, and you've combined them perfectly, without training.
She looked at him intently.
Do you understand?
Victor nodded, still trying to piece everything together. Kaguya could see that he was still confused. She stepped in.
Allow me to elaborate. All clans that hold the title of noble vampire these days have done something like that in the past. With each generation that passed, they'd make their children train to the limit, and then they'd find a partner who matched the clan's powers and made their heirs have children.
Victor listened closely.
2,000 years of selective breeding. just to create a vampire with stronger potential than the parents. Although that kind of practice is quite limited because vampires have low fertility. Then one day, boom.
Kaguya loudly clapped her hands together, causing Victor to flinch.
You showed up and used the 3 powers of the clan of vampire counts. And you're neither a son nor an heir of those clans. You basically ignored the whole history of the clans. What you're capable of was long thought to be impossible.
Victor opened his mouth in shock, and then he looked at his fists.
So having these powers is considered abnormal.
Victor was feeling weird. He didn't consider himself special or anything like that, but it wasn't a bad feeling.
With my potential, if I train like crazy, can I get to the level of my mother-in-law? I still crave a battle with her.
Victor smiled gently and patted Kaguya on the head. I get it. Thank you. Kaguya beamed. Victor scratched his head. So this selective breeding, is that what all the clans do? Pepper cocked her head, frustrated. Kaguya took a deep breath. Clearly, she had more to explain.
Talk about Ruby's family, for example. Scathatch was already a powerful woman when she decided to have a daughter. And when she had a daughter, the daughter was born with the potential to surpass her own mother. In the end, it all depends on the parents themselves and the children's effort. After all, the children have a better start than the parents had. But you see, 80% of vampires worldwide are like Cornelio, lazy, proud, and not driven to hone their skills.
Victor stared at Kaguya with a blank expression.
But don't despair. Plenty of vampires are hard workers, but only 1% are crazy about training like Lady Scathatch.
Victor was reeling. Wow, 80% of the vampire population is just useless. Victor scratched his chin. Just out of curiosity, the families of my other wives, Violet's mother and Sasha's mother, are they just like Scathatch? Kaguya shook her head.
They're not the same. Lady Violet's mother is narcissistic and obsessed with her husband. And Lady Sasha's mother, she was obsessed with gambling and rarely trained. But she's been alive for nearly 2,000 years, so she is powerful, but not on the same level as Ruby's mother.
Victor looked disappointed. I see. Lacus shot him a look.
Why are you curious about these women's families?
Pepper yelled in a cute voice.
Are you ignoring what he just said?
Lacus looked at her sister and raised an eyebrow.
What? Did you hear him? He just said, my wives.
Lacus was surprised. Is that right, Victor? He lowered his eyes and nodded. Yes. Lacus pressed.
Who are they?
Victor was interrupted by Pepper.
Seriously? He was talking about Violet and Sasha. Obviously it's them. I need to tell my friends. The 3 flowers of the vampire world have been taken by some stranger.
Lacus nodded.
Wow, that is something.
Kaguya sighed.
Lady Pepper loves to gossip.
Victor was overwhelmed with all the new information. He started walking toward a more spacious place. Enough talk. Let's train. Kaguya followed him.
Lord Victor is right.
The 2 sisters exchanged glances and followed him as well. As Victor walked through the forest, he felt his throat go suddenly dry. He dropped to his knees on the ground. His eyes changed to blood red, and his teeth started to extend and sharpen. Kaguya's eyes widened.
His bloodlust, it's taking over.
Pepper yelled like she had a good idea.
We should train bloodlust control.
Kaguya tried to shut this down immediately.
I disagree. Lord Victor's bloodlust is stronger than that of ordinary vampires. Therefore, the chance of him going mad is very high.
Pepper gave her a clueless look.
Why is his bloodlust stronger?
Kaguya pointedly didn't share any more information regarding this.
Something happened in the past that made him like this. That's all I can say.
Lacus watched Victor roll on the ground. He was in pain but regaining control.
So, what are we supposed to do?
You don't need to do anything. I'm fine. Victor stood up and forced a smile, but it failed miserably, as his sharp fangs were showing. Kaguya looked at Victor with a stoic expression.
Lord Victor, are you sure everything is all right?
Yes, my bloodlust is just stronger than before.
He tried to keep walking.
Even if I wanted to quench my thirst, my wives aren't around now, and it's impossible for me to drink common blood.
Lacus snorted.
Because of that nuisance, I don't want to get married.
Just imagine being dependent on someone else's blood for eternity. No thanks. Victor ignored Lacus and continued walking, staggering forward. His bloodlust was overwhelming him. He looked back at the women trailing behind them. He smelled their blood. If I don't stay active, I'm gonna do something really bad. Back at Victor's house, Leon was rubbing his temples in a futile attempt to help with his crushing headache. So you're telling me my son has 2 more mystery wives, and you're them? They looked at each other and then back at Leon with sheepish nods. Ruby did the talking. Yes, I suppose that makes us your other daughter-in-laws. Leon just couldn't believe what he was hearing. He leaned against the wall and took in some deep breaths. And you're both okay with that? I mean, you aren't jealous or anything? Sasha gulped.
I'll be honest, I do sometimes feel jealous, but since Ruby and Violet are my childhood friends, I'm getting over it. I feel like a lot hasn't changed. It's sort of just like someone new joined the friend group. It was her honest feelings, and even though she didn't understand them completely, being with Victor soothed her a lot. She felt very comfortable. It was the same feeling as when she was with her old maid and mother figure, Julia. Ruby agreed. Indeed, I feel the same. I'm sure if we weren't childhood friends, this situation would be much more problematic. Leon just looked at the 2 women with a shocked expression. Leon looked over at his wife. I'm honestly jealous. My son is a champion. He stammered. I mean, I'm jealous of how much time you ladies get to spend with him and hope you all have a lovely life together. Ruby smiled. Oh, thank you. Sasha still had a confused look on her face. Thanks? Anna tapped her foot impatiently. Leon? Yes, honey. He spoke with a strange smile on his face. How was your work? Oh, work was good. I had some little problems, but that's to be expected. Anyway, I'm glad my son has 2 more lovely wives like you to look after him. He smiled at Ruby and Sasha. Sasha and Ruby's faces lit up. It felt good to be accepted into the family, even if it was in an awkward fashion. Leon couldn't help but be enchanted by the 2 women's smiles, but he felt his wife's glare intensify. He made the wisest decision he could make in this kind of situation. I have something to solve, work calls. He got up from the couch and calmly walked up the stairs. I'll see you around. Congratulations. Sasha called out to him as he left the room. Nice job, Father. Don't work too hard or you might get sick. Leon shook his head and muttered to himself. When did my son become such a player? A woman like Violet is already enough trouble. Imagine having 2 more. Wow. Anna remained on the couch with Ruby and Sasha. It was awkward. Sasha was more talkative than Ruby, but both were uncomfortable. Though soon Anna was joyfully calling them her daughters and the tension was beginning to ease. Ruby and Sasha hugged their mother-in-law and made their way down to the basement. Once they were out of sight, they breathed a major sigh of relief. Sasha collapsed onto the couch, melting into it. I never thought it would be so tiring. Ruby sat next to her and crossed her legs elegantly. Yes, everything went according to plan. But it was exhausting. Natalia suddenly appeared with a mug full of red liquid. Thanks, but I don't want... She trailed off when she smelled the liquid. This is my darling's blood. She swallowed hard, mouth-watering. Sasha opened her eyes and sniffed the air. Natalia, when did you get this? Natalia lowered her eyes. When Lord Victor was sleeping, I collected some of his blood. I figured you might need some later. Ruby scowled. That's impossible. No one enters my darling's room without me or Sasha and Violet noticing. Unless did you use your powers? Natalia grew nervous. I only used them to benefit you. Ruby considered Natalia's reasoning and relaxed. Fair point. Sasha sat up on the couch and took a sip of the blood. She winced and looked back at Ruby. Are you going to drink it? I wouldn't recommend it. Why? Although it's our husband's blood, for some reason it tastes really bad. Ruby scratched her head. I wonder why that is. Sasha grimaced. She had never felt so much like vomiting in her life. Natalia looked at Ruby. Do you want to try it?
Ruby was torn, and then she made up her mind. No, I trust Sasha.
Very well.
Natalia carried the tea out of the room. Ruby turned to Sasha.
Should we go back home?
Sasha thought for a moment and then rose from the couch.
I think so.
Ruby joined her, but before they began the journey, they heard the sound of swirling magic energy and saw a magic circle appear in the middle of the room. June the witch stepped out of the circle with a smile on her face.
Ladies, I've got some shocking news.
Ruby and Sasha waited eagerly. Ruby growled. Spit it out. June smiled.
Are you sure you're ready?
Ruby and Sasha glared and responded in unison.
Yes!
June nodded.
Here it goes.
Back at the Scathatch mansion, Violet had finally arrived. She groaned in frustration as she approached the large wrought iron gate at the entrance. She exhaled and tried to calm herself. She looked around.
As usual, this place is quite desolate.
She could only see dense forests and snow-covered mountains.
I never understood why that old bag chose her personal home in such a secluded place.
Violet heard a woman's voice.
You never learn, brat.
Violet looked up to see Scathatch leaning against the gate. Violet readied herself for battle.
Where's Victor?
Scathatch dropped to the ground.
Don't worry, he's training with Pepper.
What? Violet screamed in horror as she recalled Pepper's lithe body.
That bitch is going to seduce my darling. I will kill her.
Violet's eyes started to change to red, and her teeth began to sharp. Scathatch bopped Violet on the head.
Ouch!
Violet glared at Scathatch.
What the hell was that for?
Scathatch scowled.
Stop your paranoia, brat. Don't you trust your husband? Of course I trust him. I don't trust your daughter.
Violet pointed a finger at Scathatch with forceful anger.
Your daughters were raised by you. Enough said.
Surprisingly, Scathatch wasn't offended. She nodded in agreement.
Huh. I suppose you've got a point.
Scathatch had raised her daughters to be strong and independent women. With a sigh, Scathatch returned inside, calling over her shoulder to Violet.
He's in the forest with my daughters.
Scathatch cackled as Violet boiled with rage. She steeled herself for violence and entered the woods. She was ready to kill anyone or anything standing in the way of her and her darling. June appeared in Victor's family's basement with big news. Ruby, Sasha, and Natalia waited with bated breath. Natalia was getting frustrated.
Spit it out already. What is it?
June smiled wide and made some gestures with her hand. Soon, a big magic circle appeared in the middle of the room, floating in the air. Inside the circle, images began to play. Ruby, Sasha, and Natalia watched them intently. They saw the noble vampires Lucy and Karen with the ring. June pointed to the image.
That's Lucy, a noble vampire sought by the Inquisition. He's a cunning liar, but also proud and hardworking. He's having an affair with his partner Karen, a vampire who pretends to be Lucy's subordinate. But the woman's true identity is a noble talent scout.
The image shifted and focused only on Karen. Ruby stared at her.
Which clan does she serve?
June answered.
She serves Clan Horseman.
Who? I've never heard of it.
Sasha squinted at the magical projection.
Neither have I.
June was about to answer when she was distracted by the room they were all in.
Pardon this question, but are you living in a cave?
Sasha shrugged.
It's a work in progress.
June sighed.
All right, listen up. This information will be free. Consider it a kind gesture. The Horseman clan is the family that took the title of Count from Lady Sasha's family.
Sasha's eyes widened. Natalia was shocked.
How do you know that? That was supposed to be confidential information.
June snorted.
Ha! There's no such thing as a confidential subject when it comes to witches. In the witch world, anything can be bought.
She smiled and continued.
It cost me a pretty penny, but I managed to get in touch with the witch the Horseman clan hired, and she spilled the beans.
Ruby raised an eyebrow. She had a strange look on her face.
Witch, I have a question.
June saw the intense look in her eye and shivered.
What is it?
Did you sell the information on my darling? The air around them grew frigid. Ruby's eyes began to turn blood red.
answer me.
June stammered.
No, I would never do that. I didn't sell my information about Victor. I'm not a fool. I don't want to provoke that crazy woman.
Ruby continued to stare at her, looking for any indication she was lying. But all she saw was genuine fear. Sasha cleared her throat.
But do you know about Scathatch kidnapping my husband?
June nodded.
Yes, I know. A few hours ago, I received a contact from an informant who spotted Countess Scathatch carrying a man like a sack of potatoes to her residence. And from the characteristics of the man the informant gave me, I could deduce that it was Victor, although I've lost contact with my informant.
Ruby sighed.
Give up on this informant. He's probably buried 6 feet under by now.
The air around Ruby returned to normal. June nodded in agreement. She knew Scathatch's personality well. Natalia leaned over to Ruby and Sasha.
June is a talented witch. Few witches can accomplish what she has.
June flashed a satisfied smile.
Thank you.
Ruby and Sasha rolled their eyes when they saw June's self-satisfied grin. Natalia ignored their attitude.
So, June, what did you find out about Lucy?
June made a few gestures with her hand, and slowly the image of Lucy and Karen changed, replaced by the image of a huge coffin. The coffin was pure white with a black crucifix symbol in the middle of it. Sasha cocked her head.
What is that?
June took a deep breath.
This is the finger of Saint Agatha. It's a sacred church artifact. That's all I know. I couldn't find anything else. For me to know the contents of this coffin, I would need to take more risks. I would also need more money and connections that I don't have right now.
She took a flash drive from her pocket and threw it in Natalia's direction. That's everything I know. Natalia nodded gratefully and clicked a few buttons on her phone. June felt her cell phone vibrate in her pocket. Her money had been deposited. Her face lit up.
10 digits! Holy shit!
Natalia winced.
June, you're drilling. Oh, pardon me.
June quickly wiped her mouth and looked at Natalia suspiciously.
Why did you pay me more than agreed? I hope you know I won't return this.
Natalia smiled mischievously.
This money is for another job.
June raised an eyebrow.
Oh, what's the job? I want you to investigate the Horseman clan for Lady Sasha.
June's face darkened in horror. She had heard horrible rumors about this clan. She felt like taking this job would be the end of her life. Sasha was stunned.
Natalia, what are you doing?
Natalia looked at her calm.
I know you're curious about the matter, and with your family's current situation, you can't hire a witch for that kind of service. It's too risky. But the good thing is, I can.
Sasha bowed gratefully.
Thank you, Natalia. I'll remember that.
Natalia looked at June, who had a face like she just made the biggest mistake of her life. Natalia flashed her trademark smile.
You already received the money, right? And a witch who accepts payment can't go back, right? Tell me, do you plan to break the rules?
June seethed at Natalia's manipulation, and then she thought of a way out.
Wait a minute, I can't do this job. There's another witch in that place. It would break the rules.
Natalia kept smiling.
Rule number 1, a witch must not come in conflict with another witch. If the witch's employer is an enemy of an individual who is hiring another witch, both witches must abandon their duty immediately. But did I ever tell you to come into conflict with Clan Horsemen?
June narrowed her eyes. She had no response. Natalia bowed to her.
Thank you so much, June. We all really appreciate you.
June glared and then made some gestures with her hands. A magic circle appeared at her feet. She stepped inside and disappeared, leaving the room silent. Maria decided now was the time to speak up.
You're amazingly evil for someone who always has a kind smile on their face.
Ruby cleared her throat.
I have to agree with Maria on this. By asking her to investigate the Horseman clan, conflict is bound to arise. However, I'm not your master. I cannot order you. I just hope that you know what you're doing. I know. Don't worry, Lady Ruby.
Sasha shifted her focus to Maria. Natalia plugged the flash drive from June into an open laptop.
Let's see what's on this thing.
Sasha flashed a sinister look at her maid Maria.
I don't know what's on this thing, and I don't really care. But I do know one thing. Carlos is looking for this artifact.
Maria shuddered at the sound of her old partner and lover's name.
She had to bite her tongue, but she couldn't do it.
I don't regret what we did, and if given the chance, I'd do it again.
Sasha glared at Maria with contempt.
No remorse for murder.
Huh? Ruby and Natalia awaited Maria's response, ready to pounce. Maria shrugged with a brutal nonchalance.
I don't know about the other vampire hunters, but Carlos and I treated it like a job. We had no personal grudge against vampires. We grew up in a poor area of Canton, New Jersey. We were both orphans. It was a living and nothing more.
She looked down ruefully.
2 orphans living on the street. We could barely survive day to day. And to make matters worse, I was a girl.
Sasha, Ruby, and Natalia winced at the word girl. That was an experience they could all relate to. Maria continued.
What would eventually happen to me was obvious. I could only maintain my purity because Carlos defended me tooth and nail. Even at 10 years old, he was stronger and faster than everyone else, especially ordinary humans.
She scratched her head.
At the time, I didn't know anything about his abnormality. That he was a man with the potential that the priest talked about so much. That he could more easily access the energy of God. To me, he was just Carlos, my protector.
She sighed.
Eventually, I learned. To access God's power, you need to have faith in something. I don't know what Carlos's faith was when he was younger. He never told me. But one thing was undeniable. He was strong. We survived on the streets for 13 years. We stole, we killed for each other, we did what we had to do.
Maria fell into a frown and hesitated.
Until one day, a priest approached us and offered us shelter. At first, we thought it was a trap. You know, too good to be true. But we rolled the dice.
She drew in a deep breath to steady herself.
It was in that church that the priest discovered Carlos's potential. I remember that at the time, the priest seemed very happy. Of course, I was happy for Carlos too, but I was also afraid. I was afraid of losing him.
Slowly, her blue eyes darkened.
They tested me to find out if I had the potential to become a slayer. Unfortunately, I didn't have the same potential as Carlos, but I had something more special. I had faith.
She gently smiled.
I had faith in Carlos, and because of that faith, I was able to access the hunter's powers. Despite not believing in God myself, I believed in Carlos, and that was enough. He was my god.
Maria made a gesture with her hand and then stood. Almost imperceptible to the naked eye, a matrix of light began to dance around as if protecting her.
My power is much weaker than common hunters, especially when compared to Carlos. But one thing is for sure. If a vampire is snared in my force field, it ain't going anywhere. I realized I needed to be smarter and work on trapping. Carlos was the muscle, and I was the brain.
The vampires were silent, except for Sasha.
Is this speech supposed to move me or something?
Maria ignored her.
Hunting vampires was my business, and business was good. It helped to think of vampires as soulless monsters, but now that I know you and I see your daily lives, I understand that you are no different from us.
Sasha forced a grunt of appreciation. Maria sighed and brushed a strand of hair from her eye.
Sometimes I wonder if I could have done things differently. But when I think back on my situation, I know I did the best I could. It was either a career in hunting or a life of crime. After all, I had already stained hands with human blood. So no, I don't regret a single thing.
A tear trickled down her cheek.
And now, I'm suffering the consequences of my actions. But I ask you one thing from the bottom of my heart. I beg of you, please don't kill Carlos. Please. He's all I have left.
Sasha took a deep breath and bottled up her hatred.
Just imagine going out with your friends and returning home. A place that should be safe, only to find the dead bodies of those closest to you.
Maria was silent. She felt Sasha's misery. Sasha cocked her head.
And if that wasn't enough, imagine that the enemy who killed them just did it because it was a job.
Her eyes glowed blood red.
Tell me, how would you feel?
Maria bit her lip. Sasha could no longer suppress the hate in her heart. Lightning covered her body as she raged.
Tell me, how would you feel?
The sound was so harsh, Ruby and Natalia covered their ears.
Maria grimaced, but she held her stare.
I would feel hate. I would feel loss. I would feel empty. Would you forgive the murderer?
Maria clenched her fist tightly.
No.
Sasha leaned forward.
See, now you understand me.
Maria exhaled. Her body trembled as she hurried off. Sasha tracked her with her eyes until Maria was completely out of sight. Natalia leaned in to comfort her, but Sasha brushed her off.
I'm fine. Now open the gate to Ruby's house.
Natalia nodded and snapped her fingers.
Done.
A swirling portal to the vampire world opened up in front of them. Sasha stepped forward.
I'm going ahead, Ruby.
Ruby nodded.
I'll meet you there.
I have some errands to run on campus. Sasha entered the portal and disappeared from the two women's view. Ruby muttered to herself.
In the end, there's no good and bad. There are only consequences of your actions, huh?
And looks like you're correct, Mother. Natalia leaned in.
Lady Ruby, are you okay?
Ruby gave her a tight nod.
Fine, I just need some rest.
Ruby left Natalia standing alone. Ruby turned for the kitchen to find Maria sobbing in the corner. Ruby tensed.
I'm no good with these sentimental things, but I'll give it a shot.
She braced herself and crept toward the devastated young maid. Meanwhile, across town, Lucy and Karen were holed up at their secret hideout. Karen turned into Lucy's tiny office.
We've been compromised.
Lucy leaned back in a plush office chair behind his desk.
Indeed. This was to be expected. So what data did the attacker steal?
Only our basic plans.
Good. Do we know who the rat is?
Karen shook her head.
Whoever they were good. In and out in minutes without being detected.
Lucy scratched his chin.
There's only one kind of being able to go underground in a building and walk through an armored vault without being detected.
The answer dawned on Karen.
Witches.
Lucy nodded.
This changes nothing. Our plan is almost complete. Soon we will have the power to join the nobility of vampires.
Karen lowered her eyes.
The Horseman clan sent reinforcements.
Oh, they will finally act. I think they are desperate for allies.
Karen grimaced.
Yes, they are.
Lucy noticed her expression.
Why the face? Did something happen?
Karen stalled.
I just feel that something's wrong.
Lucy rose from his chair.
And what makes you say that?
The reinforcements that Clan Horseman has sent are the 3 heir sons of the clan.
Lucy clenched his fist.
What is that man thinking? Why did he send his children?
Karen shook her head.
Maybe for protection. They've won everything that belongs to Clan Fulgur, but Clan Fulgur's allies are surprisingly loyal to that woman. I've also heard rumors that that woman's sister is planning a game against Clan Horseman.
Karen paced back and forth.
There are also rumors that Countess Agnes Snow is not satisfied with this disruptive shift in power.
Lucy tensed.
What are the movements of the royal family?
Uncertain. They'll likely remain neutral.
Lucy paused to think.
He's being attacked from all sides, huh?
Karen nodded.
Yes.
A greedy smile crept across Lucy's face.
Well, no matter what his plan is, we have to hurry our preparations and complete the ritual. I refuse to share the artifact's power with anyone else.
Karen matched Lucy's devilish grin.
Agreed. It's ours and ours alone.
Victor, Kaga, and Scathatch's daughters were training in the deep forest when they heard the sound of a passionate woman's voice echoing in the distance.
Darling!
Kaga whispered.
That voice.
Pepper gasped. Victor stopped what he was doing and opened his arms wide. An enormous smile plastered on his face.
I hear you, baby. Come to me. I'm waiting for you.
Lacus looked at him skeptically.
What is he doing?
Kaga nodded knowingly.
Taming a stalker.
Lacus scratched her head.
Huh?
Pepper perked up.
Someone or something is coming in hot.
Suddenly, a long, white-haired rocket careened through the forest and collided with Victor. Victor's body flung into the trees. The trunks cracked from the impact, and the smaller saplings lay flattened. Victor sat up on the forest floor, still smiling, and ignoring the minor deforestation.
Welcome back, honey. Violet flipped her head up, and her white hair cascaded down her back.
Ah, darling!
She buried her face into Victor's chest and chanted his pet name like a mantra.
Darling, darling, darling!
Victor ran his fingers through her hair, with a glowing smile. I missed you.
Me too. I was worried that these bitches...
Lacus interrupted.
Who are you?
Violet leered at Lacus with disdain, but Victor calmed her bit by bit with each stroke of his hand. Pepper squeaked.
Idiot! She is the heiress of Clan Snow!
Lacus turned her head puzzled.
Who?
Pepper shook her head incredulously.
You need to get out more, sis. She's best friends with Ruby.
Lacus snorted.
I prefer training and sleeping. Having a social life is for the weak. Only losers say that. I won't dignify that with a response.
Kaga knelt.
Lady Violet, you took longer than expected.
Violet beamed.
Good job, Kaguya. Thanks for telling me where to go. I'm going to raise your salary.
Kaguya placed a solemn hand on her chest.
Your words are an honor, Lady Violet.
Victor burrowed his nose in the nape of Violet's neck and inhaled deeply.
Heaven.
He drew in another whiff and recoiled.
A man.
Pepper was startled and hid behind her sister. Lacus looked back at her.
What is it?
Victor crossed his arms. Honey, did you meet anyone on the way here? Violet's body shuddered, and she flashed a twisted smile.
Yes, my mother and father.
Victor wiped the back of his hand along his forehead.
Oh, phew.
How was your visit with them? He resumed stroking her hair. Violet pondered for a moment.
My mom is still a narcissistic bitch, and my dad is still sick. So, same old.
Victor considered this.
This is the first I've heard that vampires can get sick.
Violet hesitated.
My dad wants to meet you. Thoughts?
I think it would be all right. I should meet your family eventually. Victor kissed her on the forehead. But first, I should get back to training. He turned to Pepper. Let's continue, shall we? She grinned.
Of course.
Victor departed with Pepper and Lacus in tow. Violet watched them leave with a scowl.
Did I miss something?
Kaguya touched her shoulder.
Lady Violet, calm down.
Violet smiled maniacally, sharp teeth jutting out.
What do you mean? I'm calm. Is this the face of somebody who's not calm?
Kaguya shook her head.
There's nothing to worry about. Lord Victor is training with Lady Pepper and Lady Lacus. We found that the best way for him to learn the basics is through fighting.
Violet raised an eyebrow with genuine interest.
Oh, explain more. Pepper and Lacus did a lot of tests with Victor, but in the end he can't learn by logic. Darling isn't stupid. Why isn't he learning by logic?
Kaguya nodded.
Yes, Lord Victor is not stupid, but he is very different from ordinary noble vampires.
Violet smiled proudly.
I know he's not normal. After all, he's my darling.
Kaguya fought the urge to sigh.
When noble vampires go to do an action that, for our species, would be commonplace, they succeed naturally, right?
Violet answered effortlessly.
Of course. Lord Victor doesn't work like that. If he tries to do a simple action, some explosion of power will always happen. He's like a high-voltage battery that keeps getting charged, but never gets used, so he can't control his power enough to learn the basics.
Victor's body sailed into the air behind them. Violet snapped her neck back to see Lacus having hurled him up as a part of training. Victor giggled with glee, whizzing through the air.
I'm on top of the world!
Violet mumbled.
He seems to be enjoying himself.
While hurtling through the air, Victor kicked out his feet and angled himself toward the ground. As he fell earthbound, a wave of lightning covered his body. And upon the impact of hitting the ground, a small smattering of ice exploded. Violet's jaw dropped.
What in the seven hells was that?
Kaguya gestured confidently.
As Lady Violet can see, any small actions Victor does, he unconsciously releases his powers, and because of that, he can't learn the basic skills of a vampire.
Kaguya wondered to herself. Didn't he notice? He's combining his powers perfectly. Is that what people call a genius? Victor pranced back to Pepper and Lacus. Let's run it again. Pepper nodded.
Just be careful with your flames. They're quite dangerous even for a seasoned vampire like me.
Victor and Pepper started up again, circling one another and throwing sparring jabs. Violet watched the match, cringing with jealousy. Kaguya noticed her reaction.
In the beginning, he wasn't managing to keep up with her, but slowly he's gotten used to his body. Now he can give Pepper a decent fight. And he's getting better each time.
Violet beamed with pride at her husband's progress.
As expected from my darling.
Just then, Pepper and Victor came soaring through the air, crashing into a tree a few feet from Violet and Kaguya. Victor and Pepper rolled to a stop and burst out laughing. Violet watched, seething with anger, but trying desperately to restrain herself. Victor rolled onto his back and felt a weight on his chest. He looked down to see Pepper's flushed face and piercing eyes staring up at him.
Hello, what do we have here?
Violet had seen enough.
It's decided. I'm going to kill this bitch.
Her body raged and steamed. Pure fire poured from her body. She bolted toward Pepper but suddenly froze in place. She writhed in the air, legs dangling.
Kaguya, let me go!
Kaguya calmly explained.
Although the idea of killing Pepper is interesting, I can't let you do that, Lady Violet. What just happened was an innocent happenstance.
Victor stood up, cradling Pepper's body like a princess across his arms. Pepper remained red-faced and speechless. He lowered her feet onto the forest floor and wiped dirt off her clothes. He squatted down. Ready for more? Violet had seen enough. She exploded out of Kaguya's grip and charged Pepper.
You're dead! You hear me? Dead!
Violet, covered in flames, bolted toward Pepper, ready to attack. At the last second, Victor saw what was happening and jumped in between them.
Violet, no!
Violet screeched to a halt moments before impact. She seethed.
This bitch is in love with you!
Victor rolled his eyes.
No, she's not, Violet. She's my training partner.
He looked back at Pepper. She was too frightened of Violet to speak. Violet's raging flame slowly receded. Victor gently took her hands. Please, darling, try to control your jealousy and let us train. Violet took a deep breath. Victor kissed her hand and gave her a loving look. I only have eyes for you. And Sasha. And Ruby, but... Violet stormed off, back to Kaguya.
You know what I mean!
Victor sighed and raised his guard. All right, let's go, Pepper. Victor threw punch after punch against a superior opponent, but never tired. Pepper taunted him playfully.
Is that all you've got?
They had been training for hours, and Victor was still glowing with energy, like a child playing with a new toy.
I could keep this up forever if I had to.
Violet watched the marathon training session with caution.
He's getting better faster than he should, and he's making fewer inefficient moves. How is this possible? He's never done any martial arts training. Self-defense training with that wolf doesn't count. His progress is absurd.
An unexpected woman's voice chimed in from behind her.
This is not as unusual as you think.
Violet whipped back.
Old witch, don't scare me like that.
Scathatch scowled and then clobbered Violet's head with her fist. Violet clutched her head in pain.
What'd you do that for?
Scathatch shook her head.
You never learn, huh? Do you have chicken brains? Respect your elders.
Violet stuck out her tongue.
Aha! So you admit you are old.
Scathatch sneered.
You're actually a lot like your mom when she was younger. Although your mom never had eyes for potential, you're different in that regard. Of course my darling has potential. He's my darling!
Scathatch recoiled at Violet's smug expression.
I take it back. You really are just like your mother.
Violet retorted.
I'm different from her.
She stopped mid-sentence and turned her face towards Scathatch's mansion. Scathatch flashed a curious smile.
What's this now?
Victor dropped his fighting stance. Hold on, Pepper. 1 minute. He gazed in the direction of the mansion as well. Violet and Victor stared into the distance, fixated and entranced. They spoke in one unified voice.
Sasha's here.
Scathatch watched them with great fascination.
Interesting. No matter how many times I see it, this is really something curious. Due to the magic in the ritual, their connection must have gotten stronger. And it seems that it wasn't only the connection that got stronger.
Pepper pouted.
Come on, Victor! Why did you stop training?
He ignored her, closed his eyes, and focused on Sasha's disheveled emotional state. He telegraphed an emotional wave of compassion in her direction.
Come on, dear. Feel the thoughts I'm sending you.
Sasha stood on the terrace of Scathatch's mansion. looking out at the distant forest where everyone gathered.
Darling.
Sensing the emotions that Victor sent, she smiled, closed her eyes, and returned her invisible, inaudible reply.
It's all well.
A woman startled Sasha from behind.
Another intruder. Today has been a strange day. So many visitors.
Sienna approached and recognized who it was.
Oh, it's Lady Sasha.
Sasha's gentle smile faded from her face, and she assumed a somber expression.
Sienna, it's been a while since we've seen each other. Indeed. I know it's useless to ask this, but what are you doing here? I came to see my husband.
Sienna flipped her hair back.
As expected. Do you want some advice?
Sasha turned her face away and started walking towards the forest.
No, thank you.
Sienna stood agape at Sasha's brazen rejection. She disappeared and reappeared beside Sasha in stride. Sasha hustled toward the forest.
What do you want? I'm in a hurry.
Sienna sighed.
Listen to me. Young people these days are very rushed. In vampire history, there has never been a man who was married to 3 heiresses from powerful families.
Sasha interrupted.
Save your sermon, Sienna. I know what you're going to say. If the younger vampires find out about this, they'll be jealous, and if the older vampires find out about it, they'll think the 3 most powerful families are allying, blah blah.
Sasha looked coldly at Sienna.
Don't treat me like a child. I know what I'm doing. And if anything happens, my husband and I will fix it. So your advice is useless, and you keep wasting time telling me this nonsense. Are you ever going to look for a man to put out your fire?
Sienna's eyes flashed blood red.
You look troubled. Something must have happened.
Sasha huffed.
Yeah, something happened. My family lost everything they had built for 2,000 years because of my wicked mother. And then the woman I consider my real mother was murdered by the Inquisition. So yes, I'm troubled. And I'm sorry if I didn't want to hear your bullshit.
Sienna looked at Sasha lovingly, which enraged Sasha further. Victor's voice and calming energy wafted toward her from the forest. Easy, dear. She's not to blame. You know that. Sasha bit her lip, clenched her fists, and sighed.
I'm sorry, Sienna. Now's just not a good time. I simply want to see my husband.
Sienna nodded.
It's okay. I know what it's like to take your anger out on the wrong person. Now go see your husband.
Sienna emphasized the word husband with a tinge of judgment. Sasha's eyes changed to blood red as she saw her obvious contempt for Victor. But she didn't want to fight with Ruby's sister. She stifled her rage and continued toward Victor. Sienna remembered her own mother's reaction to the news, and her curiosity about Victor grew, along with more feelings of disgust.
How can they marry cattle? That's disgusting.
Her body shuddered. Unlike Lacus and Pepper, Sienna learned of Victor's origin through conversations with Scathatch herself. After all, as Scathatch's eldest daughter, she always helped her mother with whatever she needed. Scathatch was a strong vampire, but she didn't care much for democracy or discussion. She hadn't always been like that, but the longer she lived, the more calloused she grew. Because of that, Sienna's assistance was needed. Scathatch needed someone to take responsibility for her territory and someone to clean up her messes. And since Sienna respected her mother, she did this job with a smile. She had all the power that someone with the title of Vampire Countess could have, and she got off on the influence it gave her. Back in the forest, Violet, Scathatch, and Kaga continued watching Victor train. Violet picked Scathatch's brain.
Whatever you said, Victor's fast learning isn't unusual. What did you mean?
Scathatch sighed.
Is your brain really that rotten?
Violet bristled.
I know my darling is awesome. After all, he is my darling. But I also know that what he's doing isn't normal.
Scathatch rolled her eyes.
What he is doing now, fighting and learning while fighting, is not uncommon. Many warriors in the past have done this. And I can count on one hand the warriors who had this ability. Warriors like Abe Simons, Hercules, Arthur Pendragon, and Lancelot.
Violet looked at Scathatch in disbelief.
You really are old.
Scathatch curled her hand into a fist. Kaga interrupted the tension.
Countess Scathatch seems to have a very high opinion of Lord Victor.
Scathatch whipped her head at Kaga.
The ritual had changed him. He was turned into a vampire, but not an ordinary vampire. Because of his blood, he became something else. And at the same time, he received the potential of 3 bloodlines.
Kaga smiled.
Clan Snow, Clan Scarlet, and Clan Fulgur.
Scathatch scoffed.
We can ignore Clan Snow and Clan Fulgur. One is a stupid woman and the other is a useless woman.
Scathatch watched Victor throwing a nimble punch at Pepper as she returned a kick. Scathatch grinned, pleased. With just my bloodline alone, he could become very powerful. But as he has these extra bloodlines, he could become even stronger. A bright future. Violet was hung up on Scathatch's insult from before. She stomped her foot. I agreed that my mother is a useless bitch, but my father is in my clan too. Scathatch fired back. A man who has been exploited all his life? A man with the only quality of being handsome? A man who only exists to satisfy his wife's vanity? Now that's what I call boring. Violet began to tremble in rage. I am sick of your attitude. I don't care how powerful you are. Kaguya's eyes widened. Violet, no! Violet snapped. The insults about her family had gone too far. She was filled with rage, ready to risk it all and attack Lady Scathatch. The old countess waved her on. Please, make my day. Once again, Kaguya stepped in. Violet, no! Control yourself! I will not be the one who reports your death to Lady Agnes! Reality poured in as Violet caught her breath and backed down. Kaguya was relieved. Scathatch was unfazed, cool as a cucumber. Don't be offended, dear. I only speak from experience. Violet took a trembling deep breath. You know my father? Of course I know that man. Your mother once asked me to save him from 2 strong women. What were their names again? I can't remember. They are not important anyway. Violet always had suspicions that something like that happened to her father in the past. After all, he was very handsome, and beauty without power was a nasty curse. Scathatch smiled with amusement. The 2 women were strong, and I couldn't even enjoy myself for very long. Seeing your mother, that psycho bitch, begging for my help was utterly satisfying. Violet flashed a smile. I'd like to see that. Scathatch's lips curled into a wry smile. It was obvious she was enjoying Violet's resentment of her mother. Suddenly, a distant scream from Lacus interrupted them. Victor! What is that? All 3 women whipped their heads to face the sparring grounds, where they saw Victor's body ensconced in waves of coursing lightning. His right arm was covered in pure ice, and his left arm was covered in fire. Victor beamed modestly. It worked! Pepper stood gobsmacked at what her protege had accomplished. But I didn't teach you anything, I just hit you a bunch. Victor nodded. I learned a lot by watching the way you use your fog powers. Scathatch approached Victor, studying him carefully. Interesting. Did you manage to find your balance? Victor shook his head. No, my powers aren't balanced at all. Right now I'm using 80% lightning and 10% fire and ice. Scathatch's smile widened with delight. You're getting closer. Victor's body suddenly returned to normal. The lightning died down and his fire and ice arms extinguished. While I was fighting Pepper, I discovered several things about my own power. His body caught fire on command. Victor explained passionately. Fire is a very easy power to control, but if I just use fire, I start to feel angry, and any little thing that happens, I get easily irritated. Violet walked to Victor's side. That is normal. Lacus cocked her head. What do you mean? Violet explained. The characteristic of my family's power is to amplify anger and any strong emotions the individual is feeling. A tinge of envy could turn into a full-on jealous rage. That's why I sometimes lose control of my emotions. Scathatch blurted some snark. What a perfect excuse. Violet sneered. What's yours? Victor continued as the fire disappeared from his body, and he was suddenly covered over in a sheet of ice. Secondly, ice is very difficult to control. And if I use it too long, I start to feel a feeling of indifference. I become very listless. His voice was as cold as his touch. Scathatch clicked her tongue. Well, that's the hallmark of my power, though it doesn't affect me that much. Violet rolled her eyes and muttered, Of course it doesn't affect you, you're already an ice queen. The sound of sudden footsteps snagged the group's attention. They craned their necks to see Sasha gingerly approaching. Greetings. The smile vanished from Sasha's face at the sight of Victor's body now covered in lightning. She stammered in disbelief. What's happening? The group ignored her as Victor finished explaining his abilities.
And last but not least, lightning is a very unique power. It greatly increases my speed, and because of that, I can't control it very well. But compared to the other two powers, lightning is more neutral. Sasha's eyes bore into Victor's soul.
You're wrong, husband.
Excuse me?
My power was originally supposed to harm the vampire greatly, but thanks to my father's bloodline, this effect is negated, and the hallmark of my power is to amplify recklessness.
Sasha didn't understand how Victor could use her lightning, but she didn't want him to misunderstand her power. She thought he could only use Violet's power. Victor furrowed his brow. Recklessness, you say? Sasha nodded.
Yes, you're more likely to do reckless things when you use lightning too much.
Victor returned his body to normal and persisted. I guess that doesn't apply to me, does it? Kaguya stood akimbo.
Lord Victor has been training for over 21 hours. I assume you need a rest. You probably didn't even feel the hours go by, right?
Victor looked up at the full moon. Time flies when you're having fun. Scathatch placed a hand on her chin. I see. Soon you'll find the perfect balance. Victor nodded, determined. Agreed. Violet climbed onto Victor's back.
Darling, Kaguya's right. You need to get some rest.
Her eyes glowed blood red, sensing her carnal desires, feeling her breath on his neck. Victor nodded vigorously. You're right. Pepper pouted with a stomp.
Aren't you going to train with me anymore?
Victor squeezed Violet's legs against his waist. Later. Scathatch scowled. No. Pepper looked at her mother in disbelief.
What do you mean, no?
Kaguya whispered to herself.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Scathatch's smile stretched from ear to ear.
I could see what Victor was capable of doing today, and I know what kind of training is right for him. Rest for 3 days, Victor. You'll need it.
Victor gulped. Trained by my mother-in-law? This could go one of two ways. With that, she disappeared into the woods. Scathatch sprinted at breakneck speed, her mind racing. How long has it been since I've trained someone with such potential? I think it's been 1800 years. Her body trembled with ecstasy. Her cheeks turned a burnt red and her gasps grew shallow. Her eyes glowed blood red, and she flashed a big smile that showed all of her sharp teeth. This is going to be fun. Hearing Scathatch's distant, crazy laughter, Victor's tensed. He was nervous, but also excited about what awaited him. Lacus and Pepper traded looks of dread. Lacus looked at Victor, teary-eyed. I hope you don't get traumatized. Pepper let out a dramatic wail and collapsed to the ground. I don't want my new friend to die. Lacus rubbed Pepper's back. It's okay, Victor won't die. He's strong. He'll just be a little traumatized, but that's normal. Sasha stared incredulously at Pepper and Lacus.
What are you talking about? What's going to happen in this training?
Violet shook her head stiffly.
It's hard to say. That crazy witch is very Spartan. Remember, she is over 2,000 years old. Her training is a special blend of ancient and unorthodox.
Pepper stumbled to her feet.
I can tell you this. Whatever happens, he'll be pushed to his absolute limit.
Scathatch told Victor to rest for 3 days and prepare for private training. Pepper and Lacus warned him that her methods would push him to the brink, but he was ready. He walked with Violet and Sasha through the woods, back to Scathatch's mansion. Victor could see Violet's eyes glowing and knew she needed a release. The trio came upon a massive tree. Violet's bosom heaved.
This tree looks like a nice place to take a load off.
Victor grinned. She can't wait to get busy with me. Victor agreeably sat on the ground and Violet immediately climbed onto his lap and bit his neck. Violet guzzled his blood as Victor stroked her hair. She moaned with pleasure. Sasha threw her arms up.
As usual, she's in a hurry.
Victor chuckled. If she wasn't, she wouldn't be my lovely Violet. Victor opened his mouth. His teeth drew to a razor-sharp point, and he dove in fang first for a heaping helping of Violet's collarbone. Come to Papa. Violet's body shuddered in ecstasy as she clawed Victor's back. Sasha looked at the moon, ignoring the bloodfest. A part of her was jealous of Violet taking the initiative right in front of her,
but she was used to Violet's selfishness. After a few minutes, Violet stopped biting Victor and licked the blood from her lips. Her blood-red eyes faded back to their natural purple. Feeling satisfied with Violet's blood, Victor released his fangs and smiled. Violet flicked her tongue against his lips and got a taste of her own blood dripping down.
I taste weird.
Victor cocked his head. I don't think you do. What do you think your blood tastes like?
Like normal blood?
Victor smiled. I don't think vampires like the taste of their own blood. Violet just closed her eyes and snuggled into Victor's caresses. Victor leaned his head against Violet's. It's Sasha's turn. Violet's eyes darkened with fury, but Victor kissed away her rage. He pulled back and gently stroked her face. Don't think nonsense, you silly. Violet pouted and slowly climbed out of Victor's lap, like he was an amusement park ride and she wanted another go. She clutched his arm possessively and glared at Sasha with an intimidating look. Sasha rolled her eyes. Victor chuckled and gave her a come-hither pat on his thigh. Sasha blushed and slowly crawled into Victor's lap.
I can tell you really have gotten taller.
Victor grinned. My evolution has given me a lot of things. He tugged at Sasha's waist with his right hand and felt Sasha's body press against his. He gently caressed her supple thighs. These things are beautiful, and they're all mine, baby. Sasha shuddered at the sudden sensitive touches. She opened her mouth to speak, but Victor pressed a finger to her lips. He pulled Sasha's head firmly into his chest and stroked her hair. Are you okay? Sasha drew in a deep, long breath and relaxed her body. She nestled into Victor's chest, her voice trembling with delight.
Now I am.
If you need to talk, I'm always here to listen. Silence befell the threesome. Sasha smiled coyly and closed her eyes.
I know, and I appreciate that. But right now, I just want this.
Victor stroked Sasha's hair, staring into the moonlight. What a peaceful night. What a calm and peaceful night. He closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. It was mid-afternoon on the university campus, and Ruby was in Corneliu's office, furious.
I woke up hellbent on coming here to punish a certain vampire, and now that I'm here, he's gone!
She looked around his office. Everything was untouched.
He must have been in a hurry to get away. Probably went back to Nightingale.
She about-faced and stormed out of the office.
Well, he can't run away from me forever. I'll get him for what he tried to do to my darling.
She bolted across campus for an emergency meeting with her academic advisor. A blonde-haired man with a big fat belly spoke from behind a desk. He was more than a little taken aback by her news.
What do you mean you're dropping out of college? It's just the beginning of the school year.
Ruby sat at a chair in front of his desk, crossing her legs elegantly.
Sir, I know that, but I need to get back to my country. Some of us have more important things in our lives right now than college.
Her advisor put a finger on his brow.
An emergency, you say?
You know where I live, right? My mother's getting older and she needs living care. We can't afford to put her in a home. I need to be with her.
His eyebrows tipped upward in sympathy.
Family is important. It's a shame to lose one of the most talented students in your class. But you have to do what's right for you. College is about preparing young people for the real world. I think you're getting the most valuable education by following your heart.
Ruby smiled with gratitude. He sighed.
All right, I will process the papers as soon as possible.
Ruby glowed.
Thank you, sir.
She stood to leave, then sat right back down again. Her eyes suddenly changed to red.
Can you process the withdrawal paperwork for another student as well, Victor Walker?
The advisor scratched his head.
I'm not sure I follow.
As Ruby kept her red eyes laser-focused on his face, he twitched and quivered. Suddenly, all inhibitions left his body. She held her gaze, her pupils intensifying.
You see, he's also facing a family emergency and can't finish the semester.
The advisor spoke with a robotic voice, as if under hypnosis.
Oh, that's too bad. Yes, it will be done.
His eyes now also glowed blood red. Ruby smiled.
Good. And you won't be needing to notify Victor's parents either.
The advisor mimicked her in the same monotone voice.
No, I will not notify Victor Walker's parents of his withdrawal.
Ruby rose from the couch and briskly exited the office. Mission accomplished. The sound of the door slamming jostled the advisor out of his trance.
What was I just doing?
He thought for a few seconds, looked around, but couldn't remember anything. His brain was in a fog.
I feel like someone was just in this office a few seconds ago.
His eyes flared red, and then returned to their human color.
Oh well, back to work. I have 2 student withdrawals to process.
Across campus, Ruby skipped past the university library, proud of her success in tying up loose ends. Suddenly, Luna's voice startled her.
Lady Ruby, you need to go to Lady Violet's mansion. There are 2 captured hunters that were abandoned there.
There was her personal maid right in front of her. Luna, you're back.
Yes, I needed to do something for your mother.
Oh, and what did you do for her? Luna puffed out her chest.
I built a coliseum.
Ruby's eyes narrowed with suspicion. Did you now? Luna tapped her toe sheepishly on the walkway.
Well, I asked the witches to build it, but everything was supervised by me.
Ruby thought to herself. She was probably twiddling her thumbs while the witches worked. About that coliseum, though. Mother must be planning to train Darling. I hope he doesn't get traumatized. Ruby stared coldly at Luna. I haven't forgotten what you did. Reporting to my mother, you will be punished.
But I was thinking of what's best for Lady Ruby.
No excuses. I'm going to cut your salary by 90%. This was a kind punishment from a kind woman. Most vampires would have killed an employee for a betrayal like this. Luna did not take it as kindness. It was too scary to face. A storm cloud brewed her eyes.
Impossible! How am I going to buy my clothes on this small of a salary?
Even with a 90% reduction, you're still making $30,000. Stop complaining.
It's not enough! I can drop 30 grand in a weekend!
You are financially illiterate.
Huh?
Ruby sighed. Exactly. She started walking away. Did you bring the car? Luna nodded, still upset.
Yes, Lady Ruby.
Good. I'm tired of walking around in this black coat. Luna teased.
Yeah, Lady Ruby looks like a freak at a funeral.
Ruby glared at Luna again. You're pushing your luck. You want to make it 95%? Luna stammered to recover.
Please don't. Just kidding. You look great.
Ruby got in the car and braced herself. Let's go deal with these captured hunters. Ruby screeched to a stop at the end of Violet's driveway. Luna exited the passenger side and opened the driver's door for her master. Just as Ruby got out of the car, Luna stood in front of her protectively. The voice of a male vampire greeted them. Lady Ruby Scarlet. It was one of Violet's servants. Ruby looked at the servant. Where are the prisoners? The man spoke ominously and started walking. Follow me. Ruby and Luna followed him in silence. Ruby eyed the man cautiously. The 3 landed in a dark basement, lit dimly by a dozen torches. The man spoke as he pointed to a door. The prisoners are in this room. Then he disappeared. Ruby walked through the door, trailed by Luna to find Jimmy and Thomas, dirty, bruised, and unshaven. They were in the middle of a tense game of Go Fish.
Do you have any 4s?
Takeout containers and food wrappers surrounded their ankles. Old soda cans and styrofoam coffee cups littered their table. Ruby thought to herself, they're feeding the pigs? Jimmy swung his head to the door. Mr. Vampire, how are we coming on that pizza order? Remember, no olives. His eyes locked with Ruby's and he fell silent. Oh. He scrunched his face at the sight of her. Who are you? Jimmy smacked Thomas upside the head. Idiot!
Ouch! Stop hitting me, dickhead!
Jimmy gestured to the 2 women in the doorway. Look at them, 2 vampires. Long red hair, white-haired maid. Who else could they be? Thomas shrugged.
Remember, I know what I know, and I don't know what I don't know. Dr. Schwarber taught me that.
Jimmy rolled his eyes and flashed Ruby a fake smile. Lady Ruby Scarlet, daughter of the most powerful female vampire in the world, Countess Scathatch Scarlet. To what do I owe your visit to this humble abode? Thomas's eyes widened in shock at the mention of Ruby's name. His jaw dropped and a string of drool spilled from his lip. Ruby stroked her chin for dramatic effect. Let's see. To Ruby, these hunters weren't even worth her time. She was only here because she wanted to tie up some loose ends left by her husband and Violet. She could clearly see that they were novice hunters. They'd be short on intel. The longer Ruby paused, the more profusely Jimmy and Thomas sweat. They knew they were in danger. She flashed a cold little smile, and the two men swallowed hard. We're fucked. Ruby clapped her hands. Luna, bring me the magic contracts. Violet must have some in her personal room. Luna stammered. But then you would be alone with... She caught a glimpse of Ruby's eyes, who shot a death stare back at her. Do as I say.
Yes, Lady Ruby.
Luna bowed and hustled out of the room. Ruby glared at the two hunters before her.
First, clean up this mess, you pigs.
Jimmy eagerly sprang from his seat.
Yes, ma'am.
He yanked Thomas by the collar.
Help me, you idiot!
Thomas mumbled something, but Jimmy shut his mouth with a killer scowl. The two men scurried around the room, picking up candy wrappers, plastic cutlery, and takeout containers. One by one, they stuffed the refuse into a plastic garbage bag.
Okay, that's it. Spick and span.
Ruby sneered at the stained, dirty folding chairs they had been sitting in.
I won't sully my posterior by stooping to that level.
She swirled her hands together and conjured an ice throne. She gracefully sat, crossed her legs, and sat in silence, waiting for her maid to return.
Much better.
Moments later, Luna briskly returned with 3 golden papers in hand. These were magical contracts made by witches. She handed the papers to Ruby, waiting patiently for further orders. Ruby snatched the papers from her.
3, huh?
I didn't find any more magic contracts. That's all Lady Violet had.
Unexpected. I thought she would have more. After all, she has frequent contact with that witch June. But no matter. 3 will suffice.
She stood from her ice throne and bit her finger. A drop of blood fell onto one piece of paper. It started to glow slightly. Ruby began alternating between Latin and English.
Primo clausula proditione et mortem.
First clause, betrayal and death. Suddenly, the gold paper leapt from her palm and hovered above her. Letters appeared out of thin air, emblazoning themselves onto the page. Jimmy shook his head in disbelief.
Fuck. We're just fucked.
Thomas whimpered.
Huh? Why are we fucked?
Jimmy sighed.
Thomas, if ignorance is bliss, your life is a goddamn utopia.
Thomas smiled.
Thanks!
Jimmy looked back at Ruby, weary and panicked.
No use in resisting. We're already in the vampire's lair.
Ruby flashed a cold little smile.
Secundi clausula, magister et secreto. Second clause, master and confidentiality.
Jimmy already understood where this was going.
Great. Sometimes being smart and reading the writing on the wall is a real kick in the balls.
Ruby continued.
Tertium clausula, exploratorum. Third clause, spy.
The gold paper's glow fizzled. Ruby plucked the paper out of the air and gazed menacingly at the two men.
The contract is simple. Be my spy. If you betray me, you die. If you tell anyone that you're a spy, you die. If they find out you're under a magical contract, you guessed it, you die.
Jimmy seethed.
This is entrapment. This is blackmail. This is extortion. But I don't think we have a choice.
Ruby looked at her rapidly healing finger.
No, you don't.
Thomas nudged Jimmy with an elbow.
Hey, Jimmy, what's wrong? Something happened?
Jimmy blew his top.
This motherfucker!
He reined in his emotions ever so slightly.
Just be quiet, okay? Don't make the situation worse.
Thomas nodded. Jimmy knew it was Thomas's fault that they were in this situation. He warned him several times that they were in danger, but he was obsessed with looking for the vampires alone. In the end, they both got stuck in this situation. But he needed to keep his wits about him right now. He needed to think of an escape plan. He focused. The witch's contract can only be canceled by another witch. We could cooperate with this vampire now. And the first opportunity we meet with a witch in the future, we could ask her to void the contract. Except to cancel a contract, witches will charge you an arm and a leg. Fuck! damn mercenary witches! Ruby huffed.
Have you finished thinking, boys?
Jimmy mumbled. Any wiggle room for negotiation? The look Ruby shot back answered his question and then some, his body seized with fear. She ran a finger along her ice throne.
You seem to be forgetting something. You two are of no use to me or my husband.
Jimmy and Thomas's blood ran cold.
The only reason I spared you from having the vampires of this house feast on your guts is that I believe anyone can be helpful with the right arrangement.
She smiled the killer smile.
Death is a good incentive, right?
The two hunters trembled.
So what'll it be, boys? Die or spy?
Ruby cackled with delight. She had just converted Jimmy and Thomas, the two hapless hunters, into useful spies. She marched out of their small dungeon cell, leaving them to tremble at their decision. We just sealed our fates. Ruby strode into the servants' quarters and summoned all the staff with a clap of her hands.
You vampires are Violet's servants. Therefore, you are to protect Victor's mother and father at all costs. I can assure you, if anything happens to them, your death will not be quick nor painless.
The staff traded nervous looks, and with that, Ruby grabbed Luna and stormed out of Violet's mansion, heading straight for Victor's house. Ruby and Luna arrived at the basement of Victor's house to find Natalia posted in the doorway.
Is everything ready? Yes, everything is ready, Lady Ruby.
Ruby glanced at the maid beside Natalia. It was Maria. She narrowed her eyes, noticing something odd about her. I'm just curious, what are you? Maria stared at the floor. I'm a leech, right? Why are you asking the obvious? She looked Maria up and down. You don't look like a vampire to me. You look like a dead human. Maria bristled. Aren't vampires dead? Ruby furrowed her brow. It's not that. You look something like a vampire, but defective. Maria opened her eyes wide. She suddenly remembered Sasha's warning. According to the words of my... She bit her lip, struggling to say the word. Eventually it came out. According to my master, I'm a defective vampire. Ruby scoffed. That's right. Sasha did the ritual without the necessary materials. What was that woman thinking? Natalia shrugged.
She wasn't thinking about anything, she just wanted revenge.
Ruby shook her head. And in the process, she created something horrible. Maria raised her eyebrow. What do you mean? What have I become? Ruby considered her words carefully, but Natalia jumped right in. You became a ghoul. Maria tried to recall the church's definition. Ghoul, a vampire subspecies, the failed result of a vampire. They were used in the past as soldiers in war. She looked into Ruby's eyes. Is that what I am? Yes. Maria's mouth ran dry. She didn't understand the ghouls, but from the reaction of the vampires around her, she somehow felt like her situation was even more dire than she imagined. Natalia chided.
You were close. Ghoul, a subspecies of vampires, the failed result of a vampire. But they were less soldiers and more cannon fodder.
Natalia looked up at the ceiling, pulling back a memory.
According to my mother, vampires at the time used ghouls as a biological weapon. After all, you only need one bite or scratch from this creature and you become one of them. So, vampires usually threw a ghoul into town and expected that in less than 2 days, the ghouls would destroy the entire city if they weren't exterminated.
Luna scratched her head. So, basically zombies?
Similar, at least in the way they propagate fast. Seeing that you are still conscious, you must have become a ghoul king, a leader who can control other ghouls.
Maria rolled her eyes. Well, that's just great. Ruby chuckled. Sasha is vindictive. She chose the worst punishment a woman can have. It won't happen now because you've just died, but eventually your skin will start to rot. You'll start to forget things, and slowly, you'll lose your true self. She stared with vacant eyes into Maria's soul. In the end, you'll be a beast who only derives pleasure from killing and multiplying. like a virus. Maria's face darkened. She bit her lip and clenched her fist tightly. Her body visibly shook. She lowered her head and tears fell from her eyes.
This is so very cruel.
Ruby struck a cold, unfeeling tone.
This is the consequence of your actions and the result of your weakness. You'll have to live with it, in a manner of speaking.
Maria shuddered as Ruby piled on.
Just think if you had been strong enough to kill Sasha, this wouldn't have happened.
Ruby whipped her face away and majestically strode to the door with the final dagger.
But if you had killed Sasha, your fate would be even worse. Trust me, there are far worse fates than this one.
Ruby grabbed the doorknob and sighed.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Suddenly, Maria bolted for a large knife hanging from the wall.
I can't live like this.
She placed its razor-sharp tip millimeters from her eyeball.
I'm going to kill myself.
Ruby clicked her tongue.
It's useless. The Master's orders are absolute. If Sasha doesn't allow it, you can't kill yourself.
Maria threw the knife to the floor in despair.
Fuck!
Luna and Natalia looked on dispassionately. They didn't even care enough about her to feel pity. Ruby took a deep breath.
Is this silliness over yet? Let's go back. I need to see my darling.
Luna nodded and opened up a magic portal. In a flash, Ruby and the three maids were gone. Passing through the portal with the maids, Ruby found herself in her personal room. She looked around and discovered that nothing had changed since she left the house. A woman's throat cleared behind her. Ruby spun around to see who it was.
Mother!
Scathatch flashed a loving smile.
Daughter, you've finally come back. I was wondering if I would have to kidnap you too.
Ruby sighed.
Where are my sisters? Sienna is at work. Pepper and Lacus are sleeping. Sienna and Lacus, I understand, but why is Pepper sleeping?
I don't know.
Maybe she's wiped out from training Victor. She really worked him hard.
Scathatch's eyes landed on Luna. Is everything ready? Luna struck a dutiful pose.
Yes, Countess Scathatch. Everything you've asked me to do, I've done.
Scathatch beamed.
Good, good. Only 3 days.
Ruby stared cockeyed at her mother. She thought about her sudden interest in training Victor.
Darling will be left with eternal scars after she's done with him.
Ruby pointed at Natalia and Maria.
Luna, this is my house. I want you to treat them like my guests.
Luna was surprised.
Even the ghoul?
Ruby raised her voice sternly.
Don't call her that. She has a name. And yes, even her.
Luna smiled.
As expected from Lady Ruby, you are very kind. Wrong. That's not kindness. It's basic vampire decency.
Luna nodded.
I understand.
Scathatch made a move to the door.
Come, daughter, let's talk.
Ruby followed her mother out of the room. Luna smiled at Natalia and Maria.
Come, I'll show you to your rooms.
Natalia held up a firm palm.
No, thank you. My work as a maid is temporarily stopped until my master Violet leaves this town. So for now, I'm on vacation.
Luna grimaced with envy. She wanted a vacation too, but due to the mistake she made a few days prior, she figured a vacation was a pipe dream. Natalia flashed a small smile. She walked toward Ruby's wardrobe and snapped her fingers. She opened the wardrobe, the interior of which had changed to a portal.
I'm going back to my clan to enjoy my vacation. Ta-ta!
She slipped through the portal as the portal zipped closed. Maria scratched her head.
Hang on a second. Now that I've thought about it, isn't Natalia a human? What is a human doing in the vampire world?
Luna waved her hand dismissively.
That's not so uncommon. Humans have always come to this world at the invitation of noble families. Normally, humans of high status in society are the guests, and that woman's family is quite special. They are direct servants of the king of vampires himself.
Maria shook her head in shock.
I never thought Natalia had such a rich background.
She remembered what she had heard in the past when Victor was kidnapped.
Clan Alioth, right?
Luna stammered.
How do you know that? I've heard Master talking in the past.
Luna's face darkened.
You're not supposed to know that she's part of the clan or direct servants of the king. It's supposed to be a secret?
Luna bit her lip.
Ordinary humans aren't supposed to know.
Maria flashed a demented smile.
Well, good thing I'm not human anymore. I've become...
She swallowed hard and refused to say the word ghoul.
I've become that thing.
Luna nodded with cold agreement, studying Maria's face. The sight of her sent a shiver down her spine. Despite the tranquil evening breeze, deep tension simmered beneath the surface. Ruby and Scathatch, mother and daughter, sat on the mansion terrace. Ruby glared at her mother.
Be honest with me. Why are you interested in my darling?
Scathatch's neutral face suddenly changed into a big smile.
Oh, my sweet and beloved daughter, my precious little Ruby. You really have no idea what you've got yourself into, huh?
Ruby knew that her mother was interested in people with great powers. Case in point was Sienna, her eldest adoptive sister. She was only adopted because of the great potential she displayed. Victor's potential was obvious and undeniable. His level of prowess only appeared in the children of the king vampire and count vampires. If her mother only showed a small interest, Ruby wouldn't consume herself with suspicion, but her mother's interest in Victor was abnormal. Building an entire coliseum just for Victor? Expensive and extravagant. She was up to something. Scathatch stood from her patio chair, knelt at her daughter's side, and lightly touched her face.
Look at you, so young, so innocent, so pure, like a little red flower that's just growing. I always had concerns that someone might try to deceive you.
What do you mean, Mother? Scathatch placed a hand on her chest.
Because of that, I was always overprotective of you. Who knew I could feel like this? In the past, I resented that feeling, but now, it's not so bad.
Ruby's head spun with confusion. In moments like this, she used to always say, I understand, Mother, but she couldn't delude herself right now. She needed genuine answers.
Mother, are you dodging the question? Who knows? Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. I'm getting older and I'm quite emotional.
Ruby had felt like this since she was a little girl. Just when she thought she understood her mother, something would happen that shattered the illusion. For a child who wanted to be closer to her mother, it was demoralizing, and most importantly, it led to a lonely life. Ruby seethed.
Again, slippery as an eel, never giving me a straightforward answer.
Scathatch tugged on Ruby's cheeks.
Stop now, my little Ruby. Don't try to understand me, you'll end up going crazy just like me.
Ruby looked at her mother and thought, oh, I already know this pattern. She's going to say something like... Then, in unison, Ruby spoke the exact same mantra that her mother recited by rote.
A being who has lived for 2,000 years on this earth always has screws loose in their head.
Scathatch recoiled in surprise.
But how did you...
Ruby flashed a knowing smile.
It's the same pattern with you. When you have nothing of substance to say, you throw platitudes at me.
Scathatch scoffed facetiously, then erupted into maniacal laughter.
Well, since Victor appeared, I sure do seem to be laughing more.
Ruby took offense.
Mother!
Seeing her daughter's reaction, Scathatch snapped.
Oh dear, get your mind out of the gutter. Just because you're thinking it doesn't mean I am.
Ruby's face turned red with rage. Scathatch pulled her daughter's head into her chest.
God, you're so cute.
She stroked Ruby's hair. Ruby collapsed wearily and snuggled her head into her mother's breast.
It's frustrating. I'm your daughter, but I can never fully understand you.
For a moment, Scathatch stopped stroking Ruby's head.
Silly, no one can ever fully understand another. With someone like me, the closest you can get is acceptance.
Scathatch chuckled a little, and then resumed stroking her hair. Ruby lifted her head.
Is there anyone who can fully understand you?
For a moment, Scathatch conjured in her mind the face of a man whose smile was the spitting image of her own. She shook her head, and her brief fantasy vanished. She muttered under her breath.
No. That's impossible.
She spoke aloud to her daughter.
Who knows? If there were someone like that, I would like to meet that person. Sometimes I don't even completely understand myself.
Ruby nestled her head into her mother's bosom once more.
One day, I'll understand you completely. That's a promise to myself.
Scathatch continued stroking her daughter's head in silence. Her face craned toward the glowing moon, and she thought,
My beloved daughter, I hope that day never comes.
Ruby unceremoniously rose from her chair. It was time to visit her darling.
Goodbye for now, Mother.
Ruby walked through the forest, still emotionally reeling from her conversation with Scathatch. And then she had an epiphany.
Wait! She tricked me!
She stomped the ground in anger. She aimed to ask about her mother's interest in Victor, but that conniving woman veered it into a mother-daughter bonding moment. She never answered the question.
She'll never change. I don't know why I'm so surprised.
She jammed her foot into the ground again. This time, the force caused a rippling surge of cold to spread into a vast sheet of ice.
It's just lip service with that damn woman. I should have seen it coming, but she suckers me every time.
Anger boiled inside her body. She turned her gaze to a poor, undeserving tree. Her eyes pulsated red.
Fuck!
She wrapped her fingers into a ball and swung her fist into the meat of the trunk. Her punch dislodged the enormous oak from the earth and sent it rocketing into the sky until it disappeared. Next, she looked down at a fallen log 30 feet in length. She hoisted it up and hurled it into another standing tree, exploding both on impact. It disintegrated into a cloud of minerals. She picked up another large rock off the ground and flung it like a shot put at a row of pines. It sawed through the trunk after trunk like a buzzsaw, leaving a series of stumps in its wake. Ruby summoned her ice power and used it to attack another massive boulder. Her surge of ice obliterated the hunk of limestone, and a shower of debris rained onto the forest floor. She thought of all of her resentment and rage toward her mother, Violet, and Sasha as she continued her path of destruction. Finally, she collapsed, exhausted. She looked around with pride at the devastated forest all around her, still vibrating from her epic destruction. Her thoughts turned to Victor.
I'm mad at him too. Doesn't he know how much I miss him? Why hasn't he come to find me? And why am I having such strong feelings for someone I just met? Ah!
She pulled at her hair until it hurt, but she was so pissed the pain felt good. She took a deep breath, placed a finger to her lips and thought,
It's his blood, right? It's his blood that made me interested in him, right?
She tried to convince herself that this was it.
But what is this feeling of obsession? I feel like I want him just for me, and I get irked when Sasha and Violet are around. I want to kidnap him and lock him up in a basement. I want him all to myself.
She shuddered with confusion.
God damn it, what are these feelings?
She looked up at the moon for what felt like an eternity.
It's all Violet's fault. Yes, it's all her fault. She always loses sight of what's important when she wants something, and I have to clean up her mess.
Suddenly, the sound of a whistle pierced the forest night. Ruby froze. She stood and faced the direction of the sound in a fighting stance. She clenched her fist and sneered, as a cold sweat dripped down her forehead.
Whoever you are, you're about to mess with the wrong bad bitch. What was that?
Ruby braced herself for an attack. She was in the middle of the forest alone, her heart racing.
Who's there?
She heard the whistle again, and then footsteps. Moonlight landed on the stranger's face, revealing a not-so-strange figure. Ruby swooned.
Darling!
Victor smiled gently as he looked at her flustered appearance. Hey there. She quivered at the comforting sound of his masculine voice. He fluffed her disheveled hair. Look how dirty your beautiful red hair is. Ruby felt paralyzed. How much of my outburst did you hear? Victor cocked a sneaky smile. Oh, let's see. All of it? He watched with curiosity as Ruby's face changed from shock to embarrassment to anger. She landed on a resigned sigh.
If you were there,
You should have spoken up. Victor continued arranging her flowing ginger locks. But if I did that, I'd have missed the show. He gestured to the landscape that Ruby had decimated in a fit of rage over Scathatch, Violet, and Sasha. He beamed. A rare display of my cool, calm, collected wife actually owning her emotions? I wouldn't miss that for the world. Victor whipped out his cell phone and played a video file. You should watch your performance sometime. Award-worthy. Ruby's face burned a crimson red. Delete that now! Victor grasped, half serious, half playful. I could never commit such blasphemy. I'm going to show this to my children someday. Show them how they can be a badass like their mom. Ruby froze after hearing one particular word. Children? Her look hit Victor like an arrow through the heart. Uh-oh. Was she not ready to hear that? Forget it. Conversation for another time. Now come here. Victor squeezed her tight. She playfully squirmed and struggled against his grip. Let go of me! I don't even know what I'm doing! I just want to hide in a hole somewhere. I'm so embarrassed! I'm never letting go of you, baby. Ruby stopped struggling. She felt safe in Victor's arms. Victor leaned forward and planted a soft kiss on her lips. Ruby felt every muscle in her body go limp as she melted with ecstasy. She mustered enough strength to wrap her arms around Victor's neck and kiss him back. They savored each other's mouths and caressed each other's bodies. Victor pulled down his shirt collar. I know what you really want. Eat. Ruby wasted no time. Her teeth stretched into sharp fangs, and she bit into Victor's neck. Victor held back his moan as he enjoyed Ruby's teeth piercing his flesh. He grabbed her voluptuous ass and squeezed. Hard. She's too hot for my own good. I feel like I'm going to lose myself if I can't rein it in. A primordial desire swallowed him. His eyes changed to blood red as sharp fangs replaced his teeth. He tugged Ruby's top down and went to work on gnawing on his wife's milky white collarbone. Ruby moaned loudly, her legs weak with pleasure. Victor tightened his grip. I want all of you right now. Every square inch, you beautiful goddess. Ruby wrapped her legs around Victor's waist and felt something thick and hard press against her. Oh, darling. She licked the blood that ran from her lip and stared hungrily at Victor's crotch. Victor let out a ragged breath. I think she wants all of me. I can't blame her. Are you curious? Do you want to see? He reached into his pants and grabbed a handful of his throbbing manhood and made a motion to bring it out. Ruby nibbled on her bottom lip. Not yet. Victor let out a ragged breath. Are you sure? She couldn't take her eyes off the outline of his hard member. Victor stared down at her. When I evolved, I noticed that all the muscles in my body grew and became denser and stronger. And as that limb is a muscle. Indecent thoughts raced through Ruby's mind as she imagined herself being ravished by Victor. Victor's smile grew. He lightly pulled at the tips of Ruby's nipples. Her face turned red, and she quickly covered her breasts. What are you doing? Teasing my wife. Ruby chewed on her cheek, nearly drooling. Victor leaned in close, whispering in her ear. I feel like my sadistic side is waking up. She pushed him away. You're scaring me. Stop it. Victor knew she was enjoying the attention, but played along. Okay, I'll stop. He removed his hands. Ruby lunged forward, clawing at his chest, ripping open the buttons of his shirt. I didn't actually want you to stop. Victor took her fingers into his mouth. I didn't think you did. Ruby whimpered in delight. Oh, Victor. Oh, Ruby, I want you in the moonlight. She nodded, breathless. Victor scooped her up into his muscular arms and made his way through the dark forest toward a moonlit clearing in the distance. Ruby writhed in pleasure in his arms as they devoured each other's plump, wet lips. Suddenly, Victor froze. Huh? Ruby clocked his concern. What is it? He stared at a nearby tree. His eyes began to glow red. He could see the outlines of two bodies in the dark. He squinted to see that it was none other than Lacus and Pepper, spying on them. Ruby looked up. What's going on? Victor quieted her. Hold on, my love. I think there's someone in that tree. Lacus and Pepper sat in the tree, staring down at the outline of their sister and Victor in the darkness.
Pepper furrowed her brow.
What are they doing?
Lacus was concerned.
I don't know. Do you think they spotted us?
Pepper shrugged.
I can't tell.
They craned their necks forward to get a better look. Lacus swallowed.
I think he's literally staring right at us.
Pepper tensed.
Shit. I think you're right.
Lacus started to sweat.
What should we do?
Pepper whispered.
Just stay very still.
Victor continued staring into the darkness at the vague shape of Ruby's sisters. Ruby was getting nervous.
Well, is someone there?
Victor shook his head and, after a long pause, answered. Nope, we're good. It's just you and I. Ruby beamed.
Perfect.
Victor continued forward, lowering his wife's buxom body onto the forest floor. He gazed at her glowing in the moonlight. Perfection. He looked up with a naughty grin at Lacus and Pepper in the trees and began to teasingly unzip Ruby's dress. Ruby ran her fingers across his rippling muscles with fervent intensity. Victor smiled to himself, overcome with an almost painful tumescence. You ladies want a show? I'll give you a show. A couple days after Victor's arrival, the inhabitants of the house gathered at a large table in Scathatch's mansion. Not far from the table, Luna, Kaguya, and Maria stood by waiting to take any requests from their respective masters. Victor noticed Sienna quietly studying him. He cleared his throat. What is it? She played coy.
Oh, nothing.
Victor pressed. Come on, Sienna, tell me. I see that weird look in your eyes. Sienna relented.
Fine. I'm just wondering if it was the right decision for my mom to bring you here.
Victor laughed at her snarkiness. I'm sorry? Are you the owner of this mansion? Sienna tilted her head in confusion.
Huh? You know I'm not.
Victor nodded. Exactly. Then why are you poking your nose in matters that don't involve you? Sienna glared.
These past 2 days, all you've done is sit around and play with your wives.
Victor sneered. I'm doing exactly what your mother asked me to do. I'm relaxing.
Bullshit. We all know you've been working up a sweat and not getting any sleep. For Christ's sake, we can hear you all through the house.
Sienna crossed her arms, upset. Victor smirked. Are you jealous? Sienna glared.
Dream on.
Victor was unfazed. If you're so upset, why don't you move somewhere else? Or, rather, why don't you ask your mother to throw me out? Ruby was getting uncomfortable. She whispered into her husband's ear.
Can you please just try to get along with her?
Victor paused. He wanted to do right by Ruby, despite how difficult it was to deal with Sienna. He looked over to her and whispered back through gritted teeth. She looks at me like she's looking at a kettle. Why should I treat her with respect when she's never done that to me? Sienna overheard and cackled.
But isn't that what you are, cattle?
She smiled disdainfully. But she soon felt the air change as Ruby's anger grew. Sienna went quiet. Ruby rose from her spot at the table. Her eyes glowed red. She looked like she was going to pounce on Sienna's neck at any moment. Bitch, say it again. Sienna stammered.
Ruby, please.
Sienna was arrogant, but she didn't want to fight with her sister. Ruby approached, anger radiating from her body. Sienna paled.
Enough. I'll be careful. Relax, please.
Ruby retreated to her chair with a deep exhale. Scathatch laughed at the tension, swirling her wine glass of blood in the air.
Encore! I love a little drama. My daughter must be irritated since you and Victor have been keeping her awake.
Sienna averted her eyes, but Lacus was eager to join the conversation.
Yes, I can't sleep either. What in the name of the seven hells are you doing in that room?
Victor shrugged, answering for his three wives. Don't worry about it. We're just relaxing. Scathatch scoffed.
Is that what they call it? Please be considerate of the other inhabitants of the house and do your relaxing a bit more quietly, okay?
Victor chuckled. I'm sorry, Lady Scathatch, but that's unfortunately impossible. I can't control my wives' voices. You should know that better than anyone. Scathatch flashed a lascivious grin. Well, you better learn to, or I'll control you.
Mother!
Ruby and Sienna called out in an embarrassed tone at the same time. Victor met Scathatch's stare. Oh yeah? I'd like to see that.
He felt someone elbow his stomach.
Oh, what was that for?
He looked back to see Violet glaring at him.
Darling, what are you implying?
Victor stammered.
Nothing, I was just...
Ruby interrupted, speaking in a colder voice than usual.
New rule, don't flirt with my mother.
Victor let out a hearty laugh. His wives weren't pleased. Victor gave them a bashful smile.
Was that flirting?
Sasha scowled.
Come on, darling. Is there a problem here?
Victor nodded somberly. Yes, I'm glad you said something. There really is. His wives tensed. Victor continued. Yes, a very big problem indeed. You see, I just love my wives too much. Pepper looked on, biting her lip. She hoped no one could see how envious she was. Sienna shook her head. She was seeing how talented Victor was at navigating the tempestuous desires of his brides. Victor sat back in his chair and glanced at Scathatch's glass of blood. He winced. Stale blood. Yuck. The stench of that wretched stuff makes me sick. And then he had an idea. I'd like to try something. He suddenly got up and walked to Scathatch's side. His wives watched nervously.
What are you doing?
But he ignored them and crouched down beside the grouchy matriarch. May I? Victor pointed toward her glass. She paused for a moment, looked at him curiously, and then handed it over. Victor bowed and promptly dumped all the liquid on the floor. Scathatch snarled. Why the hell did you just do that? Victor raised a quieting finger. Just wait. Once the cup was empty, he bit his wrist with his sharp teeth and drained his blood into the glass. Violet nearly fainted.
Darling, what are you doing?
She jumped from her seat. Ruby and Sasha held her back. She growled.
What?
Ruby pulled her back into her chair. Just watch. Smelling Victor's blood in the air, every vampire in the room perked up. Even Kaga, Luna, and Maria found themselves twitching with thirst. Sienna gulped. Even though she didn't like Victor, she was beginning to understand the girl's obsession. The smell of Victor's blood was simply irresistible. Pepper watched intently, drool dripping down from her mouth. She wiped it away, embarrassed. Once Victor had completely filled the cup, he nodded his head, satisfied. The cut on his wrist quickly healed as his body regenerated. Try it. He offered the cup to Scathatch. Scathatch looked at the goblet filled with blood. She brought the glass to her lips and took a whiff of the intoxicating aroma. Why are you giving me this? Victor shrugged. I don't know. Friendly gesture? I just thought it might be nice to offer our host a drink. Scathatch hesitated, but could no longer resist. She reached out and took the cup. Victor flashed an eager grin as she pressed it to her lips. Let's see just how strongly a vampire this powerful reacts to my blood. It could be catastrophic or it could be amazing. All I know is things are about to get interesting. Bottoms up, Scathatch. Victor waited with a big smile on his face. He didn't know why he offered his blood to Scathatch, but one thing was certain. Something interesting was going to happen. Scathatch brought the cup to her mouth. Slowly, she drank. The moment Victor's blood touched her tongue, Scathatch's eyes glowed pure red. She drank the blood like she was quenching her thirst for the first time in her life. Her daughters couldn't believe what they were seeing. Kaguya shook her head in disapproval.
Lord Victor has made another mistake. The mad woman is about to get even crazier.
Luna had overheard this.
Who are you calling crazy, maid?
Kaguya didn't flinch.
Your master, of course. Are you implying she isn't a lunatic?
Luna didn't know how to answer the question. After all, she knew it was true. At the table, Sasha was stunned.
I've sampled his blood. When it's not fresh, it's too disgusting to drink. How is Lady Scathatch managing this?
Violet grew angry.
I don't know, but I don't like it.
Ruby stroked her chin.
I think his blood is only bad for us. After all, we're used to drinking straight from the fountain.
Violet raised an eyebrow.
So, for someone like Scathatch who has never drank our darling's blood, it's delicious?
Sasha looked around and noticed the other vampires' reactions.
The scent of his blood is having an effect on everyone. Maybe it doesn't affect us because we're not thirsty?
Natalia, the only human in the room, looked around in panic.
Huh? What is happening? Can someone explain?
Victor clapped his hands as Scathatch finished drinking the glass. Excellent. Victor heard the sounds of chains from somewhere nearby. He scanned the room, even using his vampire vision, but he couldn't pinpoint where the sound was coming from. That's weird. He returned his focus to his mother-in-law. So, what do you think? Scathatch lowered the glass and dropped it on the floor, letting it shatter. She started to breathe heavily and erratically. Her cheeks were flushed. It was like she was intoxicated. She looked at Victor with her eyes glowing red blood. Victor approached her with a cocky grin on his face. You've made a mess, I see. He wiped blood from her lower lip with his thumb. Don't drink so fast next time. He leaned in to whisper in her ear. You should savor it. For a few seconds, silence dominated the room. It was as if everyone forgot how to breathe. They were just too shocked to see Victor treating Scathatch that way. Boy. She took a moment to control her breathing, but soon spoke in a serious tone. You're playing with fire. Don't worry, I'm immune to fire. Victor confidently stroked her cheek. Scathatch's smile grew as an obsessive look began to appear on her face. Victor noticed his wife's piercing stares from the other side of the table. He began to back away from Scathatch, but continued to engage her. How do you feel? As soon as he was out of her immediate vicinity, her eyes lost their intensity and became calmer, and after a few seconds, returned to their usual sapphire green. She shook off her daze. I'm feeling better, and my head isn't hazy like it used to be. And then suddenly, her eyes once again became blood red. But that's still not enough. Victor smirked. Dealing with a bit of bloodlust. She gnashed her teeth. Side effect of losing my husband. Victor nodded. I see. They tell me you killed your husband. Scathatch smirked. Does that frighten you to hear the fate of a cattle spouse? Victor shrugged nonchalantly. If you killed him, you probably judged him as pointless or impotent. Scathatch held his stare. And how are you so sure about that? It could be something else that led me to kill him. Don't make the mistake of thinking you know me, boy. No one knows me. Victor rolled his eyes. Scathatch, please, don't treat me like a fool. I may have only known you for a little while, but one thing I'm sure of. You're not crazy, or more accurately, you don't act without purpose. Victor approached seductively. You were bored, right? He leaned toward her neck. She swallowed. Her breathing grew shallow. Victor circled her. Stop me if I'm wrong, but your husband was a boring man. Was he not? A man without potential. A man who didn't train. Naturally, there were several reasons to kill him, but boredom was at the top of your list. He wasn't like you. He didn't have the same goals, the same drive. From the very start, you weren't interested in him. You picked him only because he had powers that complemented your own. Victor leaned down to her eye level. A tool. That's what he was. And when he fulfilled his purpose, Victor clenched his fists. You eliminated him. Her eyes sparkled with fear and lust as she looked up at him. Perhaps you know me better than I thought. How? Victor shrugged. Simple. I just took your past into consideration. Oh? Yes. You see Countess Scathatch Scarlet, a vampire over 2,000 years old, a cold and crazy woman. With just this little bit of information, someone with a single-digit IQ could deduce your personality. The rest was a guess based on the few experiences I've had with you. Scathatch licked her lips. Victor smiled. 2,000 years old. You've experienced a lot of wars, a lot of tragedy, and you probably enjoyed those wars, huh? For a person like you, the end always justifies the means. She laughed. Don't get too cocky now. You're only partially correct. In the past, I was more cautious, but after I realized I had grown so much stronger than the beings in this world, I stopped worrying. Survival of the fittest, huh? Understandable. After all, who in this world could challenge Scathatch?
Indeed, she smiled. Only one man could, but he's very boring and prefers to rule this mess he calls Nightingale in isolation.
Victor flashed a curious smile.
Who is this man that's capable of fighting you?
The king. The first original. The progenitor of all vampires.
I see. Victor's mind raced. His heart pounded. An eager smile grew on his face. Scathatch chided him.
Wipe that smile away, foolish brat. If you can't even fight me, you can forget about trying to fight him.
I don't feel like fighting him. Victor lied. I'm just fascinated to hear that there are vampires stronger than you. Scathatch narrowed her eyes.
He's not stronger than me.
Victor raised an eyebrow. But yet you're not certain you could beat him in a fight. Surely he doesn't have the title of progenitor just for declaration. Victor's words sunk in, and Scathatch couldn't help but chuckle.
You're a clever little boy, aren't you?
Victor smirked. I tried. Scathatch's daughter were stunned to see their proud mother admit weakness so casually. They were also jealous of her seemingly deep connection with Victor. Sienna interrupted.
Mother?
Scathatch turned.
What?
Sienna swallowed.
Why did you call this meeting to begin with?
Scathatch nodded.
All right, I nearly forgot.
She snapped her fingers, and Luna hurried out of the room, returning with a letter in her hand. Victor sat down beside his wives. Ruby tapped his shoulder.
Darling, I've got a quick question.
Yes? Her expression darkened.
What the fuck do you think you're doing?
He was speechless. Talking?
Oh, interesting. Because from here, it looked a whole lot like you were flirting with my mother. Are you crazy?
Sasha leaned in, joining her anger.
I warn you now, if you betray me, I will kill you.
Ruby made eye contact with Lacus nearby and suddenly started staring intently at Victor. Her cheeks reddened as her mouth curled into a strange expression. She heard Pepper gasp behind her and whipped back. Pepper stared at her and Lacus in shock.
Are you practicing dual cultivation?
Pepper stared at her sister in shock.
Were you just practicing dual cultivation?
Ruby snapped.
Pepper, stop talking nonsense.
Pepper retreated.
I'm sorry, but you blushed and you were acting weird.
Lacus stepped in and used her hand to muffle Pepper. Pepper tried to say something, but only strange sounds came out of her mouth. Ruby scowled at her, then turned to Lacus.
Don't let her say anything. I know.
At the head of the table, Sienna leaned close to her mother and took on a serious tone.
Mother, why did Lady Victoria declare war?
Sasha heard the name and perked up.
My aunt? What is my aunt doing?
Scathatch waved her off.
Oh, she proposed a game with Clan Horsemen to regain Clan Fulgur's lost count title.
Sasha was shocked.
What?
She never thought her selfish, narcissistic aunt would do something like that. She was positive she had an ulterior motive. Sasha tried to make sense of the news.
Did Clan Horsemen accept? What was the bet this time?
Violet chimed in.
Clan Horsemen? I've never heard of them.
Victor half-jokingly raised his hand.
Me neither.
Scathatch was nonchalant.
Victoria just wants the title of Vampire Count, and she staked all her riches on the pursuit.
Sasha twisted her head, totally confused by this approach.
Is she crazy? Her equity is absurd. It's more than $3 trillion counting on illegal and legal businesses. Why would she give it up for just a title?
Pepper and Lacus, realizing that the conversation was becoming boring, decided to close their eyes and go to sleep. They were too lazy to think about it. Sienna sounded off with authority.
The title of Vampire Count is very important.
Scathatch nodded. Sasha furrowed her brow.
What do you mean?
Sienna played coy.
Sorry, I can't say. Only the leaders of the clan holding the title of Count can know this information.
Sasha frowned, then looked to Scathatch for answers.
Don't look at me, brat. This is something that even I can't talk about.
Sasha was frustrated. She turned to Sienna.
And how do you know about it?
Sienna scoffed.
Because I took on the Count's duties in my mother's place.
She raised an eyebrow.
Is that allowed?
Sienna smiled.
If the king approves, then yes, it's allowed.
Victor stared across the table and spoke directly.
Scathatch,
Tell me the situation of Sasha's family. I want to know. Scathatch met his stare. Why? Victor puffed out his chest. If my wife Sasha is to be owned by someone else because of a stupid bet made by her thoughtless mother. He paused for a second to see if Sasha was okay with him speaking this way. She nodded. He continued. Then I will slaughter the entire clan. Nobody touches my wives and gets away with it. Scathatch liked his answer. Sasha fawned over her husband. Violet crossed her arms and grew jealous. Maybe I'll make my mom lose a bet too. Sienna cleared her throat.
And what are you going to do if Sasha doesn't belong to anyone and her family just lost the count title?
Victor replied in a disinterested tone. I won't do anything. His wives looked on at a loss for words. Victor explained. If Sasha is fine, that's all that matters. Now, if she wants to get that stupid title back, I'll support her, and if she wants my help, I'll help her. But other than that, I won't intervene. Sienna stifled her rage. Stupid title? You're so naive. Scathatch scanned Victor up and down. You believe in your wives quite a bit, don't you? Victor flashed a gentle smile. If I don't, then who will? Scathatch nodded. I see. Sasha ran over and hugged him. Victor! He didn't understand, but he didn't deny her embrace, feeling small tears on his shirt. He was a little shaken. What is it? What happened? Nothing, she spoke, sobbing a little. Just let me stay like this for a moment. Victor turned his gaze to Scathatch. Now, as I was saying, please continue. Sienna started to butt in. Listen, brat. Victor interrupted her. His eyes glowed pure red. Shut up. You're annoying me. Sienna felt her body tremble. She tried to say something, but her mouth wouldn't move. Pepper noticed the frozen look on her face. Big sister, why are you frozen like a robot? She pinched Sienna's cheek, but her older sister wasn't moving. Scathatch looked at Victor. Clan Horseman requested a game with Sasha's mother, and the bet was the title of Count Vampire. Clan Horseman bet something very unique. Her face twisted in disgust. They were bet a hybrid. The whole room fell silent. Back in the human world, Lucy and Karen were busy at work in their underground hideout. It's a success! Lucy smiled, satisfied. He was looking at an open white coffin with the symbol of the Black Cross. There were several red symbols laid along the floor. They seemed to be made out of dried blood.
Yes, all we have to do now is fill the coffin with the blood of innocents and noble vampires. If everything goes as we planned, we will finally become noble vampires.
Karen tilted her head.
What did you do with the sacred artifact inside? The powerful spear?
Lucy was dismissive.
I threw it in the trash.
Karen was speechless.
What?
Lucy answered again.
I threw it in the trash.
Karen was stunned. Lucy explained.
The only ones who can use these artifacts are the hunters. If I sold it to the witches, those whores would sell me out in an instant. So the artifact was useless. Therefore, as I said, I threw it in the trash.
Couldn't you keep the artifact or something?
Keep? Where?
Karen didn't have an answer, but she had more questions.
Where did you throw the spear?
In Violet's territory.
Karen felt a knot grow in her stomach.
Couldn't you throw it somewhere else? At sea or something?
Lucy waved her off.
The hunters would retrieve the spear if I did that. They somehow managed to track that object. You remember, right? Every time we would go somewhere, there were hunters waiting like they knew where we were going. I threw the spear into Violet's territory. If the hunters find the spear, they will automatically link the incident to Clan Snow.
Karen thought to herself as she tried to gather the right words.
I think you made a stupid decision.
Huh?
Did you forget they know you stole the artifact?
Lucy opened his eyes, almost looking alert.
Of course I didn't forget. But they don't know who I was working for.
Is your brain melting? Humans aren't dumb. You stole the artifact and they know that. Everyone knows that.
Lucy considered her point.
Maybe you're right. A Karen with a brain. There's a first time for everything.
Karen glared. Lucy backed off.
Okay, I'm going to retrieve the spear. And I'm going to throw it further away. All right?
Karen nodded hesitantly.
Throw the artifact as far away as possible. Please don't screw this up for us. We're so close to completing what we've wanted for centuries.
Lucy picked up the phone and dialed a number.
Hi, Johnny. It's Lucy. I've got a very special job for you.
Back at Scathatch's mansion, Victor was very confused. Hybrids? Hearing that word, he remembered one of those cheesy movies he used to watch with his dad. It was about a lady vampire who wore a tight black dress and had a hybrid boyfriend. When they popped up in movies, hybrids were portrayed as having the best of both species. They were capable of tremendous power. Sienna, Violet, Sasha, and Ruby's faces twisted in disgust when they heard the word. Lacus and Pepper didn't seem too affected. Sienna scoffed.
Yes, disgusting creatures that are the result of crossing a noble vampire and a werewolf.
Victor looked around and saw the reaction that this word caused his wives. His curiosity increased. How strong are hybrids?
Hybrids? Strong? What a joke!
Sienna started to laugh. Sienna wanted to mock Victor, but when she felt the gaze of Scathatch, she closed her mouth. She muttered under her breath.
Why is my mom on his side now?
Ruby gently wrapped her fingers around Victor's shoulders.
Darling, this is nothing like the movies. Hybrids aren't strong. They're like an error in the genetic code. They're something like a donkey.
Oh? Victor looked at Ruby. Ruby continued.
Werewolves and vampires are two very different species, both genetically and physiologically. To put it in simple words, we are the opposite of each other. So because of that quirk, we can't mix.
Violet looked like she was about to vomit.
And when we get mixed up, an extremely rare case can happen. A hybrid can be born.
Sasha joined them.
The hybrid will likely be born sterile and will have a short life expectancy. Sometimes they are born with unusual diseases that can affect the two species. Because of that, when a hybrid is identified, it is immediately hunted and eliminated by both species.
Victor stroked his chin. Wow. Violet started to theorize.
I wonder what Clan Horseman was thinking about protecting a hybrid. Don't they know they can cause a pandemic at any time? What are the royal guards doing? Those old eunuchs wouldn't allow that kind of monstrosity to run around.
Sienna broke her silence.
They've been quiet, surprisingly quiet.
Ruby frowned.
Do the king's guards have some sort of agreement with the clan?
Sasha's eyes opened wide.
That's not possible. The royal guards keep everything in order. They only follow the orders of the royal family, right?
Scathatch shook her head.
Someone from the royal family is supporting that clan.
Sasha was disgusted by this revelation. She started to think of the king's descendants, but only one came to mind when she thought of this kind of dirty scheme.
The first prince?
Scathatch shrugged.
Probably. I'm not sure yet. But that's something he would do. He doesn't hide his desire to take the throne.
She didn't care for political schemes. They always seemed so human. She preferred to solve everything by force, though she knew that not everything could be resolved that way, especially delicate situations involving the royal family. Scathatch knew she didn't have the patience for these kinds of machinations, so she avoided getting too involved in politics. After all, she knew that at some point she would get angry, and if she got angry, she would likely end up destroying another clan of noble vampires. Victor noticed an odd expression on Scathatch's face. You've had an experience with a hybrid, haven't you? Scathatch nodded, impressed.
You're correct. There were twisted rumors that the blood of hybrids had a secret power. I had to know for myself. It was a horrible mistake. I felt like I was eating garbage.
Her daughters didn't know how to react to this new information. But one thing was going through the sisters' minds. Why did their mother always reveal pieces of her past so easily when Victor asked? When her own daughters asked questions, she'd be dismissive of them. But for some reason, Victor seemed to get all the answers. Losing her patience, Sasha stomped her foot. All eyes were on her now.
My mother must have been fooled by the hybrid stories. And because she was bored, she didn't think twice about betting the vampire count title. And in the end, she lost.
Victor nodded.
So she was tricked.
Ruby cleared the throat as she readied herself to ask a question that had been on her mind for quite some time.
If my mom got the invitation, then was our clan invited to see the game?
Scathatch replied.
Indeed. I wasn't planning on going at first, but the situation has changed.
Scathatch looked at Victor with a small smile on her face. Victor was confused.
I don't understand.
Scathatch explained.
I want you to see how the game works. It's an important piece of your education.
Victor didn't protest.
Good. Then I'd like to attend. Sasha turned to her mother.
When will the game take place?
In 6 months. Sasha was puzzled.
Why so long?
Scathatch shrugged. Probably because Clan Horseman wants to prepare. Sienna took a letter on the table that Luna had retrieved earlier and slid it to Sasha. Violet intercepted the card and tore it open. Sasha bristled, but allowed it. Violet casually opened the letter and started to read it as if it was meant for her.
Blah, blah, political bullshit, blah, blah. Oh, this is interesting. All the clans are invited.
Sasha scoffed.
Well, it is my aunt. She's always confident.
Pepper raised her hand.
Question.
Feeling the stares of everyone in the room, she proceeded.
What are we going to do about Victor's powers?
Ruby opened her eyes a little.
Oh, you're so right, sister. If they find out he's a vampire who has the 3 powers of the Count Houses, trouble could ensue.
Lacus chimed in.
We could seal his powers?
Victor scowled.
Hell no! If it's trouble they want, then it's trouble they'll get. I won't limit myself or hide my powers just for courtesy's sake.
Scathatch and Victor looked at each other. Scathatch was visibly shocked by what she'd just heard, but soon her smile grew.
I love your spirit. I too am hungry for a battle.
Ruby, Sienna, and Lacus traded tense looks. They knew that Scathatch was fully committed to Victor, and there was no separating them. Violet glared at Scathatch, who flashed her a derisive smile in return. Violet growled.
What are you smiling at, old hag?
Scathatch mocked her.
Oh no, I'm so scared. Why don't you go abduct another man, stalker?
Violet didn't flinch. She just squeezed Victor tight.
You're just jealous.
Scathatch's blood-red eyes increased in intensity for a few seconds, but stopped as soon as Victor gained her attention.
Enough! I'm tired of the squabbling.
The vampires around the table averted their eyes. The tension eased. Scathatch studied Victor intently and then rose to her feet and snapped her fingers.
I've decided something.
Everyone watched her with bated breath.
Starting today, I will begin training Victor.
Scathatch made a startling announcement.
Starting today, I will begin training Victor.
She disappeared and then reappeared right next to Victor, inches from his face. Victor instinctively jumped back.
Cut that out!
Scathatch laughed.
You're still too slow to avoid me. All the more reason you need my training.
She disappeared again, then reappeared behind him. She prepared to land a light attack on his neck, but before she could make contact, a small block of ice stopped her hand. He tried to strike her back, but she moved quickly and dodged his attack. She clapped.
Finally! Things were getting so dull around here.
She grabbed Victor's leg. Lightning energy rippled through his body, sending her stumbling back. She grinned. But you're still not enough. In a flash, she pulled him in close and stomped hard on his foot. Victor gritted his teeth and tried not to react to his foot being broken. He formed an ice shield over his body. But it was no use. Scathatch easily broke through. She shattered his shield and knocked him to the ground, hard. Realizing he was losing consciousness, Victor bit down on his tongue. The pain shocked him back into consciousness. Scathatch let out a jubilant laugh. She was clearly enjoying herself. His wives panicked.
Darling? Husband?
Victor raised his hands, instructing his wives not to interfere. He looked up at Scathatch and grinned at her, showing off his blood-stained fangs.
You don't have to do this to try to get me to go with you. I told you I'll gladly follow.
Scathatch smiled.
Good, good. That's the spirit I want. Now follow this.
As soon as she disappeared, Victor used his heightened senses to stay focused on her location in the distance. But before he joined her, he needed to say his farewells to his wives. He approached Sasha first.
My love,
I'll see you soon. Don't do anything reckless, okay? She smiled.
I won't. Don't worry, husband.
Next, he embraced Violet.
No recklessness, right?
Violet bristled.
Huh? I never do anything reckless.
Victor nodded.
Sure, whatever you say.
Next was Ruby.
Take care of them, okay? I trust you.
He kissed her forehead, took a final look at his 3 wives, and vanished. Pepper looked around, confused.
Where's Kaguya?
The 3 wives traded knowing glances. They spoke in unison.
As expected, Mother.
Pepper tilted her head.
Huh? What do you mean?
Kaguya had no doubt traveled with Victor in his shadow to keep him safe. There was a moment of quiet in the room, and then Violet spoke first.
I suppose I'll go back home?
Ruby and Sasha were surprised. Violet shot them a look.
What?
Ruby commented.
Nothing. It's just a surprise you want to part with Victor.
Sasha added.
Indeed. I thought you were going to scream in rage or something.
Violet sighed.
Believe me, I don't want to part with him. And I'm furious. I can't be with him right now.
Her expression darkened.
But as long as that old witch is with him, there's nothing I can do.
Ruby and Sasha nodded in agreement. She gave them a resigned look.
I'm going back home, and I'm going to train. I feel my power steadily increasing. And I don't have the confidence to control it like I did before.
Sienna, Lacus, and Pepper were a little surprised when they heard what Violet said. They knew that for vampires to get stronger, they had to get older or trained to learn new techniques and incorporate them into their fighting style. However, Violet just said that her power was steadily growing, which was theoretically impossible for vampires of her age. Ruby stepped forward to get the others' attention.
Oh, now that you mention it, I felt my power is increasing too, but I've been ignoring it since I still have control over them.
Sasha looked at Ruby.
That's because you're a small monster trained by an even bigger monster.
Ruby was a little annoyed.
How rude to call me a monster, but that's what you are.
You've been trained by Scathatch since you were little. You're a little monster.
Sasha smiled. Ruby turned to face Violet and ignored Sasha.
How are you going to get home? We're in the north, you know? It's a long trip to where you live.
Violet was undeterred.
I will run with the power of my fire. I can boost myself to get back faster.
Ruby scoffed.
That's a waste of energy. Why don't you use a helicopter or something? It's too slow.
Ruby was surprised, wondering just how fast Violet could travel on her own. Sasha looked around.
Why don't you call that other maid? Speaking of, where is she?
No one could find Natalia. Luna got their attention.
She said she's on vacation until Violet goes back to the human world.
Ruby was puzzled. Violet explained.
That maid's contract is only for duty in the human world.
Ruby sighed.
What is your family thinking getting involved with that clan?
Violet shrugged.
Although my mother is a narcissistic bitch, she still has a good head on her shoulders. She's got to deal with the king to employ someone from that clan as a maid.
Sasha raised her eyebrow.
Why did she risk so much?
Violet scoffed.
She needed someone to help her shop.
Sasha shook her head and then gave Violet a sympathetic look.
It's hard to have a mother like that.
I know.
Violet nodded.
You can say that again.
Ruby refrained from commenting. Despite Scathatch being the way she is, she was still a good mother, for the most part. She was strict, kind, and always protected her daughters, despite her abrasive attitude and penchant for chaos. Overall, Ruby had nothing to complain about her mom. She just had trouble getting close to her. Sienna approached Ruby and Sasha.
What are you two going to do?
Ruby thought about it.
I'll train too. Although I don't think I need it, it's always good to go over the basics.
Sasha joined her.
Me too. Unlike these two freaks, I'm not a natural.
Ruby gave her a playful pat on the shoulder.
I predict my mom and Victor will be in seclusion for at least 6 months. I might go back to my job.
Sienna smirked.
You guys are taking this so well. I'm impressed. I can't imagine what it will be like for them to be alone together that long. I wonder how they'll pass the time at night.
The 3 of the wives began to glow, and a triple killing intent filled the room. Pepper ducked behind her older sister. Violet trembled in rage.
Forget what I say before. I'm going to get my darling.
Ruby was right behind her.
Same.
Sasha joined her fellow wives. I can't believe we ever thought it would be okay to leave him with such a dangerous force. Let's go! Without further ado, the trio took off in a blinding flash of light. Sienna was delighted.
So predictable.
Pepper wasn't as amused.
Mom is gonna be really mad at you.
Sienna's face darkened. Pepper had a point.
Oh, shit.
Victor and Scathatch were in the center of a massive coliseum staring at each other. Victor charged in, and once again, Scathatch disappeared from where she had been. Victor rolled his eyes, impatient.
Come on, I thought we were finally getting to the action.
Scathatch returned and came back wearing a tight-fitting outfit that clung perfectly to her curvaceous body. Victor tried not to stare, but he could feel his eyes lingering. The outfit was black and gold, lined with red threads. At first glance, it looked like a tight, full-length bodysuit, but looking closer, he realized it was some kind of battle suit. Victor was having a hard time looking at Scathatch. Her voluptuous body was teasing him, and since she looked like a more mature version of Ruby, who was his wife, the temptation was much greater. Despite feeling the call to act impurely, he kept a poker face. He didn't want to be rude and stare. Scathatch flashed a small smile when she saw Victor's gaze, and her smile grew even wider as she noticed him desperately trying to control himself. An ice spear appeared in Scathatch's hand.
First up, we should start training your resistance to pain.
She reared back the spear.
Don't dodge it. Take it.
She hurled the spear into Victor's heart. Victor fought every instinct in his body and allowed it to pierce his chest. Blood streamed down his torso. Pain radiated through his bones. He felt like screaming, but he gritted his teeth and let the blade dangle.
Good.
Scathatch lauded him as she ran her long fingernails through his hair.
As expected, you didn't disappoint me.
Victor exerted incredible effort to pull the icicle out of his body. He was shaking violently, hot from the searing pain and cold from the frigid ice.
This is a nightmare.
He hurled the spear to the ground as his body regenerated. The ice shattered into a million pieces. Scathatch nodded in satisfaction once more as she began to explain.
The vampire is a physically weak breed compared to werewolves, but in compensation we have regeneration that is far superior to that of wolves. And in combat, we get hurt a lot. Because of that, we must train resistance to pain. If we can power through our pain, our bodies will heal, and we can conquer our enemies.
Without warning, Scathatch lifted her right hand, allowing it to harden and sharpen like a blade. She held her left arm in front of her body and sliced it clean off. Blood geysered as the arm writhed on the ground, yet the stoic smile never left Scathatch's face. She stared into Victor's eyes. She enjoyed the punishment. She had long ago made peace with pain. And then the arm on the ground disappeared and regenerated on her body. Victor was stunned. Scathatch smiled.
See? In time you will be able to do this. Pain resistance. That's what I'm going to train you first. And that skill is the most important for our fighting style.
Victor nodded. Scathatch stared into his soul.
Aren't you going to ask why we shouldn't train with weapons or powers?
Victor responded in a neutral, almost hypnotized tone.
You are the master. I'm here to follow your instructions.
She was pleased. He continued.
I trust you. I know you won't make me do something useless.
Scathatch's smile slowly grew. Her eyes started to glow red as her fangs jutted out of her mouth. The birds around the Colosseum started to flee in fear. Victor's shadow began to shake violently, and soon Kaga emerged, panicked, instantly fleeing the Colosseum. Scathatch was delighted to see her go. Her killing intent grew bigger and formed a dome of suffocating energy. But it wasn't from a place of rage. It was from a place of unfettered excitement.
Yes, Victor. Yes!
She grew more and more exhilarated by the prospect of vigorous training together and Victor's limitless potential. At a considerable distance from the Colosseum, Victor's three wives watched from the top of a mountain. Victor fell to the ground.
She clenched her heart and desperately tried to catch her breath. What is this? What's happening? Ruby stared at the Colosseum that had turned into a dome of murderous intent. She had a dead look in her eye. Sasha trembled. Only now did she understand why Scathatch was called the strongest female vampire in the world. Ruby finally spoke. That's my mother's killing intent. She had seen it before, but not at this scale. Sasha stared in disbelief. How many lives do you have to take to have such frightening power? Ruby shook her head. I don't know, but she participated in many wars. She always felt most alive on a battlefield. Suddenly, Violet's shadow began to shudder and distort, before rising from the ground. Kaguya stepped out of it. Kaguya, what happened? Kaguya lowered her head in shame. I got pushed out of Lord Victor's shadow. It was awful in the Colosseum. I felt like I would die if I stayed in that place. I'm sorry, Lady Violet. I failed you. And darling, what happened to him? Violet started to shake Kaguya, who was trying to recover. Sasha peeled Violet off of Kaguya. Calm down, Violet. Violet glared at Sasha. Ruby stepped in between them. My mom won't kill Victor. Remember, she took him to that place to train. That's her goal. Violet sighed. I'm sorry, Kaguya. Can you tell us what happened to make Scathatch act like that? Kaguya nodded and explained the whole situation to them. Violet didn't know how to react. So it's Darling's fault? Ruby raised her finger as she tried to think things through. I don't think so. All her students complain about her training. Even I was like that. But Victor is different, and he seemed to be willing to accept whatever my mother threw at him. That must have been the trigger that made her act like this. Sasha clicked her tongue. Her face looked worried. Violet bit her lip, miserable at the thought of Victor stuck with Scathatch for 6 months. Her body trembled with jealousy and rage. Ruby addressed the other wives. She's reacting this way out of a sense of twisted joy. She's thrilled that she's found a potential disciple for her to train any way she wants. Violet gritted her teeth. Sasha nervously stepped forward. Are you completely certain she's not interested in a relationship with him? Ruby was silent. The two women became more concerned. Ruby lowered her head. I can't say for sure. Violet stared at the other wives with fear and rage in her heart. If we don't act now, we may just lose our husband forever.
Scathatch's killing intent had filled the entire Colosseum. It was by far the most powerful one Victor had ever seen. Scathatch stared into his soul and commanded him to undress. He hesitated, but complied, slowly unbuttoning his shirt and pants until he faced her in his boxers. Okay, what now? He wondered why he should just wear his underwear, but that thought died the moment it was born. After all, he was quite comfortable in his current body. Scathatch put her hand on her chin as she looked him up and down. She approached him and slowly dragged her fingers across his chest. Seeing his firm, well-defined muscles, her eyes gleamed. She was definitely up to something. Interesting. Seems like you'll take whatever I throw at you. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a small, old-fashioned cell phone. Victor was going to say something when he felt a sudden pain in his chest. He looked down to see Scathatch's hands digging into his stomach. Hold on. Her voice was calm as she digitally impaled him. She started to churn Victor's stomach like she was looking for something. Victor gritted his teeth. His body trembled in pain, but he just clenched his fist tightly and held on. Pain will pass, then I will heal. I can't let the pain get to me. Scathatch removed her hands, and the moment she did, he felt something pull out of his stomach. He almost fell to his knees on the ground, but he fought the feeling, his pride not allowing him to kneel. What did you take? Your guts. She flashed an innocent smile. Victor was speechless. A few seconds later, something started to happen. The intestines that were in Scathatch's hand dissolved into blood, and then disappeared. He felt his stomach begin to heal. His guts were returned, and the cut on his stomach had also been restored. She smiled contentedly as she looked at the timer running on her cell phone. In less than 10 seconds, you had your whole stomach restored. Victor was still trying to catch his breath.
The pain was gone, but he was still in a mild state of shock. Is this normal? Of course it isn't. She put away her cell phone and began to explain. For an ordinary noble vampire, it takes between 30 seconds to 1 minute to regenerate this type of damage. For a noble vampire descended from a Count clan, it takes around 30 or 40 seconds depending on the individual's potential. This kind of regeneration is only seen in the children of the royal family. For example, the youngest daughter of the king. She is a newborn and her regeneration is around 10 to 15 seconds. Victor looked up at her. You seem to know a lot about this. Of course I know. I've interacted with all of the king's children. I want to check whether or not they had potential. Victor wondered what she meant by potential. She didn't allow him a moment to ask. They all have talent, but unfortunately they are insignificant. They don't have the necessary drive. Because of that, even though they have great talent, I never took any of them to train personally. Victor didn't know how to react to this. After all, he didn't know the king's heirs, and if Scathatch judged them as unworthy, they must not be worth consideration. He considered Scathatch to be a lot like him, and because of that, he strangely trusted her judgment, maybe more than he should have. Scathatch exhibited a small smile. You are indeed an anomaly. Your blood has made you special. It has strengthened all your bases. Even your body is stronger than many noble vampires. Victor allowed a faint, proud smile. If I'm an anomaly, what are you? Follow me. Scathatch walked toward the Colosseum wall. Victor followed Scathatch. He couldn't help his eyes scanning down from the hypnotic sway of her hips to her perfectly shaped ass, pressed against her skin-tight pants. Come on, Victor, keep it together. You're not here for that. He shifted his focus to the Colosseum wall in front of him. Scathatch smiled. She could feel Victor's eyes ravish her, and she was pleased. Scathatch lightly touched the wall, revealing a large rack of various training weapons. She pointed like a saleswoman. Choose the weapon you like. Don't worry, all are powerful. All have been enchanted by gifted witches. Victor looked at the weapons curiously. He saw that she had several weapons of various types, Eastern, Western, and Ancient. Victor didn't think too much about it. He chose the greatsword. After all, he still had memories of watching a movie with his father about a barbarian who used a greatsword. Since that day, he has always been fascinated by the weapon. He looked at the sharp tip of the sword with curious eyes. It was an impressive weapon, but it was simply too big. It was nearly as big as him. Victor was surprised as he swung the greatsword with extreme ease. His strength made it feel light as a feather. Scathatch's eyes sparkled a little as she watched him swing the sword through the air. It reminded her of her own early days studying the blade. Since we have a little time, your training method is simple. You'll be thrown into a gruesome fight that would kill a lesser warrior. What a wonderful opportunity for you to prove yourself as a fine warrior. Victor looked at Scathatch. His smile grew when he heard what she said. As vampires, regeneration is our greatest weapon, huh? She grinned. Don't you catch on fast. Usually I would start by taking it easy. I would teach you the basics step by step. Then I would apply a little torture to get you used to the pain, just as I did with my daughters. She walked to the wall and picked up a spear. She gracefully twirled it through the air. Then she held it still, with the tip inches away from Victor's throat. She showed her fangs with a wicked smile. But you're special, and so I want to have some fun. Her eyes began to glow blood red. Victor tightened his jaw, ready for bloodshed. Then what are we waiting for? Let's start! He flung the greatsword towards Scathatch's midsection. She used her spear to parry his attack. She stepped forward and jabbed the spear toward Victor's stomach. Victor created an ice shield on his stomach, but Scathatch's spear easily shattered it and pierced his flesh. Victor attacked again with the greatsword, but Scathatch pulled the spear out of Victor's stomach and slashed his legs at inhuman speed. He bellowed in pain. Scathatch wagged her finger. Lots of useless moves. You must act with simple efficiency. She waited for Victor's legs to regenerate, and when she saw that they had, she kicked him in the stomach. He doubled over in pain. Scathatch circled him. You need to use the powers with more density. Your ice looks like glass that is easily broken. Try to make it more resistant. With that, she charged toward him. A wall of ice began forming on the ground in front of her, rushing toward him like an avalanche. Victor panicked. He covered his arm in powerful flames, reared back, and slammed his fist against the wall. There was a massive explosion of fire and ice. Steam filled the Colosseum. Scathatch appeared at Victor's side. Bad decision. If you don't have experience fighting, limiting your field of vision is ill-advised. She turned her head slightly and dodged the greatsword's blade. She watched Victor's eyes glow red in frustration. Your eyes? I never noticed how special they are. He swallowed his anger. There's plenty about me you don't know. Scathatch smiled sensually and licked her lips. Don't worry. Soon, we will be very well acquainted.
Still watching from the safety of a nearby mountaintop, Victor's wives heard the deafening boom of the ice wall explosion at the Colosseum. Ruby scoffed. Seems like his training's begun. Sasha stared nervously into the distance. What are we going to do? Ruby answered, what we originally intended to do, train. She turned back and began descending the mountain to return to her mother's mansion. Sasha followed. I'll go with you. We can train together. Ruby smiled a little. Like old times? Sasha grinned back at her. Just like old times. Ruby stepped forward. I need some tips. I haven't been able to unlock my Count's transformation yet. They heard Violet sigh and looked back to see her trailing them. Sasha gave her a sympathetic look. What are you going to do? Violet clenched her fist. I'm going back home. Like I said before, I feel my power increasing and I don't have the confidence to control myself. I need to complete my training. Ruby was surprised. What do you mean you didn't finish your training? Usually vampires ended their training at the age of 18 and after that had to develop their powers independently. That's how it had happened to her and Sasha and every other powerful vampire she knew. Ruby trained from a young age in martial arts and how to control her powers with Scathatch. Kaga answered for Violet. Lady Violet has spent many years watching Victor, and because of that she was not focused on training of her own. Ruby raised her arms in confusion. Now how did she manage to use the Count form if she didn't even train? Kaga shrugged. I don't know. Violet ignored them and looked up at her maid. Kaga? Yes, Lady Violet. Violet's eyes turned blood red. I'm revoking your status as my maid. Kaga's heart skipped a beat. She was taken completely off guard by this decision. Violet stared at her resolutely. As of today, you are now my darling's personal maid. Kaga's cold expression broke. She went from a hurt to befuddled. She stammered. Lady Violet, I don't understand. At the same time, trouble was brewing in the human world at a Brooklyn nightclub known as the Lost Club. The doors to the club flew open. It was a packed place, but everyone seemed to pause and observe the dark, muscular man cruising through the crowd. Around his neck was a gold chain with a sharp fang on it. The man had short white hair, sapphire blue eyes, and a stern face. The man's body was covered in black striped tattoos, and he had several small scars across his arms. A woman who was leaning against the wall smoking eyed the man. You again? He shot her a casual smile and flashed his fangs. He blew past her. Don't worry, I'm calm. The woman rolled her eyes. Just don't make a fuss again. Please, if I make a fuss, you'll know it. I'm the most peaceful and hardworking man you will meet. The woman rolled her eyes again. Yeah. She walked away from the man, sick of dealing with him. The man continued down the hall. He approached a gigantic guard stationed outside a door to a private room in the bar. The guard tensed. Johnny, you're banned, man. You know that. The muscular man put his forearm against the neck of the guard and pushed him into a wall. What did you say? The guard started to sweat and stammer. It's cool, Johnny. You can pass. Just get your hands off of me. Johnny stepped away from the guard. Smart man. He threw open the closed door to a quieter, more secluded section of the bar. Johnny flashed a satisfied smile at the debaucherous scene inside the room. Sex, drugs, and wild women. No place like home. The rattled guard waited until Johnny was out of sight and then spoke into his earpiece. The Merc is in the building. A woman's voice came through his comm.
What? He's banned. Why did you let him in?
If I didn't, he'd burn the whole place down. He heard the woman on the other end sigh.
Damn it.
I'll get Judy, Jessica, Jinsei, and probably Roberta too. Maybe they can calm him down.
Then she yelled again.
And do your job to keep people out. I'm paying you for this.
The guard lowered his head in shame. He could handle a normal human, but the freaks who came to this place, that was a different story. Inside the private bar area, Johnny was greeted by an older bartender with a devilish smile.
Well, well, if it isn't the legendary mercenary, Johnny the White Wolf. I thought I'd never see you again. Need I remind you you're banned from this club?
Johnny grinned.
I'm thirsty, Eddie.
The bartender sighed.
What do you want, White Wolf? The usual. Johnny special, huh?
Eddie chuckled to himself.
You got the money? Take it.
Johnny tossed a briefcase onto the table.
$30,000. That should pay half my debt. Now give me a drink. My throat is dry.
Eddie's smile grew as he prepared Johnny's drink.
So, business seems to be going well. You know how it is. People always need someone to clean up their mess. The client this time, I heard he was rather, well, exotic. If by exotic you mean a leech, then yes.
Eddie poured Johnny's drink into a glass.
Let me give you a piece of advice here, Johnny boy. Don't get involved with the leech's problems. Things tend to get more complicated when they're involved.
He slid the drink to Johnny. Johnny smirked.
When aren't things complicated? And you know how it is, money is money. These bastards have lived so long their pockets are bulging.
Eddie couldn't deny that.
Indeed, they really are the best customers.
Johnny downed his drink and narrowed his eyes.
I need info, Eddie.
Eddie sighed.
Tell you what, pay your debt and I'll give you what I got.
Johnny growled.
Like I haven't given you enough.
Eddie looked back at him in silence. Johnny reluctantly tossed a roll of hundreds on the table.
This should cover me in full. Don't bring it up again.
Eddie grinned and put the money in his jacket pocket.
Appreciate it. You're good. That is until you decide to make another mess.
Johnny laughed.
I haven't the slightest clue what you're talking about. Now pour me another drink. Tequila.
Eddie nodded.
All right, fine. Don't go getting too sloppy on me now.
Eddie grabbed a bottle of tequila and put it on the table. He filled Johnny's glass. And, as if it were water, Johnny chugged the whole thing down in a matter of seconds. He slammed his glass down on the table.
More.
Eddie refilled the glass. Again, Johnny downed it.
Again.
After a few rounds, Johnny was satisfied.
Now, Eddie, tell me what you know about this Lucy I'm working for.
Eddie leaned forward.
Oh, it's the usual. Commoner vampire with big dreams of becoming a noble vampire.
Johnny burped.
How boring. Continue. Well, he's kidnapping innocent men and women to do a ritual that will transform him. He's working with a new noble clan that I still don't have information about. Vampires using human sacrifices. Nothing new. Go on. Apparently, the leech's political power game that hasn't changed for 2,000 years is starting to change. Politics bore me.
Eddie sighed and poured Johnny another drink.
I heard your sister is in love with a newborn vampire.
Johnny spat tequila in Eddie's face and tightened his fists. Eddie trembled in fear. Johnny grabbed him by the collar and yanked him forward.
What the hell did you just say about my sister?
Eddie peeled Johnny's hands off his collar.
Relax! Don't shoot the messenger. That's just what I heard.
Johnny refused to believe it.
My little sister can't be in love with anyone. She's just a kid.
Eddie shook his head.
Johnny, it's been 18 years. She's grown up, man.
Johnny imagined his little sister grown up and married off to some random vampire. A deep rage boiled inside of him.
No, I won't allow it.
He punched the bar top, splintering the wood. Eddie let out a sigh.
That's going on your tab.
He clocked Johnny's misery.
Look, man, your sister is an adult. She can make her own decisions. This passion won't last long anyway. Vampires and wolves can't mix.
Johnny just growled. He had nothing to say. He knew that Eddie was wrong. Wolves and vampires could mix. If the two individuals want to be together, nothing outside of death could stop them. Eddie poured Johnny another glass of tequila and flashed a timid smile.
I'm sorry, man.
Johnny just glared.
Enough bullshit. Tell me more about this Lucy.
Eddie sheepishly rubbed his fingers together. He wanted more money. Johnny growled. Really? You're bleeding me dry. Eddie shrugged. Come on, man. Let's not let a silly thing like friendship get in the way of good business. If you want details, then you better pony up the cash. Johnny's eye twitched. He decided not to let his temper get the better of him. Whatever, just spill it. He took out another wad of hundreds and threw it on the table. Info, now. Eddie opened a drawer from behind the counter and revealed a folder he had prepared. I had a sneaking suspicion you'd be interested in this. Johnny snatched the folder and quickly studied the contents. He pulled out a piece of paper with a large photo of Victor's face on it and a list of corresponding information. He read it out loud. Name, Victor Walker, age 21 years old. Personality, honest, vindictive, petty, loyal to his family. According to witnesses who live close to the individual, he is a nice guy. If you don't upset him, he won't mess with anyone. Warning, has tendencies towards sociopathy. Very jealous of those close to him. Johnny scoffed. Wait a second. Who is this guy? I've seen him before. Hearing a familiar scream, Johnny turned his face and saw a blonde woman with blue eyes being held by a tall bald man. How dare you refuse me? I got the dough. You're coming with me.
I don't do that no more.
Johnny grimaced. His sharp fangs stuck out of the corner of his mouth. His face became animalistic, his blue eyes glowing brightly as he stood up from the bar. Eddie sighed. Whatever you're going to do, just know I'll be charging you for the damages. Johnny picked up the chair he was sitting on and threw it with incredible force at the belligerent man. The chair hit the man's bald head and shattered. The man's face twisted in anger. He let out a roar. Who did that? The nervous woman pointed at Johnny. Johnny cracked his knuckles. He gestured for the woman to take off. She delivered a swift kick to her attacker's groin, gave Johnny a grateful nod, and obliged. The man whimpered in pain as he stumbled after her. Come here! Johnny rushed in front of the man and dug his fingers into his face. Where do you think you're going? He hurled the man through the air. Several patrons started whistling and shouting. Fight! 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 An older woman in the crowd shook her head.
That was Judy. That idiot messed with Johnny's wife.
The blonde woman, Judy, overheard the woman and yelled across the bar.
I'm not his wife!
The older woman laughed.
Tell yourself whatever you want. But at the end of the day, you still go to his bed, right?
Judy flipped her off. A pale-skinned woman with slightly curly hair and dark blue eyes put her hand on Judy's shoulder. Are you good? Judy's demeanor softened when she saw who it was. She flashed her a warm smile.
Yes, I'm fine, Jessica.
Another woman entered. She had short silver hair and an eye patch, and she was pissed off at the sight of all the wreckage. What's that damn wolf done now? The woman wore a stylish black suit, and she was smoking a black cigarette. Eddie nodded to her with reverence. Madam? The woman barked back. Eddie, why didn't you stop that slimy piece of shit? She started to complain again, but Eddie cut her off. Madam, I have a proposal for you. It involves big money. Madam's face changed. She seemed possessed by a rush of energy. I'm listening. Johnny repeatedly slammed the bald man's head into the ground with increased fury. Do you know whom you're messing with? That's my woman! Johnny tossed the man into the wall. The man gripped his ribs, coughing and wheezing, blood rushing from his mangled face. I didn't know. Johnny approached for more violence. Madam whistled at a woman leaning against the bar. Jinsei, stop him. I don't want to deal with another body tonight. Jinsei nodded. She was a stunning black woman with sapphire blue eyes and long, straight white hair. She closed her eyes for a few seconds, her blue eyes now glowing in a golden light. I'm on it. Her seductive voice flew towards Johnny and visibly affected him. Johnny, you're back. Why don't we talk a little? Johnny shifted all his attention to Jinsei. His wild predator's grin changed to a gentle smile. I missed you. He rushed toward, lifting her in the air and spinning her around. Madam snapped her fingers. In an instant, two subordinates ran in. She barked a command. Clean this mess right now! Jinsei ran her fingers through Johnny's hair. I miss you too. The sweet moment was soured by Johnny pinching her ass. Stop it! He laughed a little, then put her down. Sorry. Might have got a little carried away there. He winked at her. Johnny's mood shifted once again as he noticed a woman watching them from the side of the bar.
Oh, Jessica, you're back.
She gave him a grave look. We need to talk. It's important. Johnny nodded and then saw Madam glaring at him.
What? I already paid my debts, so don't look at me like that. I don't owe you shit.
Just don't make trouble again, boy. Johnny looked at Judy, the blonde woman accosted by the bald man, and growled. Her body visibly shook.
What is it?
Were you working? Did I already mention that I don't allow it? Do I have to kill every man in this club so you don't work again?
Back the hell off, I wasn't working.
She took a breath and tried to calm down a bit. She leaned in closer and spoke with a more gentle tone of voice.
I don't live that life anymore.
Johnny smiled when he saw Judy's expression.
Sorry. It's just hard for me to believe you'd leave your old profession behind just for me. Especially when you had such a long career servicing men here.
She flipped her middle finger and turned her face away. Johnny looked back at Madam.
I don't want that bald allowed in here again.
Madam sighed.
He's banned, but because he tried to harm a woman in my bar, not because you commanded it. You should learn your place, Johnny.
Madam turned away. Her patience was wearing thin. Johnny took a deep breath and approached Judy again with a sweet smile on his face.
How's your dad doing?
Judy visibly softened.
Thanks to the bite, he's as healthy as ever.
Johnny nodded.
He's in my pack now, but out of consideration for you, I won't force him to do anything.
Johnny sat down at the bar and knocked back another shot of tequila. Judy rubbed his shoulder.
Thanks, Johnny. If it weren't for you, I'd still have to be working in that disgusting place.
As a former stripper, Judy had been through many things that she preferred to forget. If it weren't for the expensive medical bills for her father's illness, she would never have subjected herself to that kind of work. Johnny grinned.
No need to thank me. I had a crush on you, and knew I needed you to be my woman someday.
They locked eyes, and then Johnny turned back to face the bartender, Eddie.
Now, where were we?
Johnny looked at Victor's file again.
Even though this kid seems like a nice guy, I need to see him in person. I need to make sure he's not someone that wants to take advantage of my little sister.
Johnny knocked back some more tequila and caught a glimpse of Jessica approaching. He smiled. Madam had a seat at the bar and called Eddie over.
Explain to me that little money-making scheme you were talking about.
Eddie leaned in close to the madam and excitedly cued her in. Jessica sat down next to Johnny and combed through Victor's file. Her eyes lit up.
I know this guy.
Johnny perked up.
You do?
And then he noticed something.
Wait a minute. Where's Roberta?
Jessica pointed to the second floor. Johnny nodded.
I'm gonna go pay her a visit.
He left the bar, headed for the stairs. Jinsei, who had been leaning against the wall, followed behind him.
I'll go with you.
Jessica got up as well.
Me too.
Judy stayed put, watching them from the shadows. She swallowed nervously.
You're in for quite the surprise, White Wolf.
Roberta! Johnny kicked the door open with a bang. Roberta was lounging on a sofa. She looked at him with a gentle smile.
What's got you all worked up?
Johnny studied her. She wore a flowing ankle-length black dress with a plunging neckline to complement her perfect figure. She noticed Johnny staring at her breast and flashed a seductive smile.
How was the job?
Johnny kept staring like he was hypnotized. Finally, he shook his head and responded.
Yeah, the job was easy.
He sat down beside her and threw an arm over her shoulder. She slapped his hand away and grabbed his chin, staring directly in his eyes.
Behave yourself, boy. People are watching.
Johnny was speechless, but he accepted her will. He never wanted to make a woman feel imposed upon. Jinsei and Jessica entered the room, trailed by Judy. Jessica took the lead.
Johnny, we need to talk.
What is it?
My brothers are in town, and they're working with the man who hired you.
Oh? Johnny put his hand on his chin. What does Clan Horseman want with Lucy? Jinsei narrowed her eyes a little. She hated vampires. At first, it was difficult for Jinsei to get along with Jessica, who was a noble vampire. But she learned to accept her as time passed, especially since Johnny didn't like how the two women were constantly fighting. But other vampires? She couldn't stand them.
I don't know. I'm just the third heiress, so father and my brothers don't tell me much.
She wasn't lying. Her brothers didn't tell her anything. She discovered their plans by eavesdropping on conversations and finding documents. Johnny waved her off.
What's the big deal? It was just a quick and dirty job. I took some relic from the hunters and chucked it in the sea.
Jessica continued. It's bigger than that. I don't know what's going on, but I know my brothers are here to hunt a man named Adam William Lycos.
Johnny narrowed his eyes. What do they want with that old man?
You know him? Johnny nodded. He looked to the floor uneasy.
He's my father.
The ladies were in stunned silence. Johnny never talked about his family to the women, and they never asked about it.
What do your brothers want from my father?
It's all about the Alpha Wolf. They want his blood. Johnny scoffed.
Huh, let them try. My father is plenty strong.
But are his children? Johnny's mood shifted. He became more aggressive and his eyes started to glow bright blue. He glared at Jessica fiercely. Jessica looked at Johnny indifferently. She didn't waver in his presence. After all, she wasn't weak like the three women in the room, but inside she was sad to see Johnny's reaction. She felt this was another example of why vampires and werewolves would never get along. Although Johnny didn't personally care about the wolves and vampire disputes, it was hard for Jessica not to think through that lens. This was mainly because he treated other women very differently from how he treated her. Johnny might not realize it, but something inside him didn't like mixing with the vampire, and unconsciously, he treated her differently because of that. Jessica could always sense it. Also, she was a new lover to Johnny. Compared to the three women who have known Johnny for a long time, they'd only known each other for 2 months, and since then their relationship hasn't progressed much. Jinsei wrapped her hands around Johnny's shoulders, trying to calm him.
Simmer down, Johnny. She's not guilty. You know that.
Johnny growled, but soon he swallowed his anger. The wolves were very protective of the pack members. Even though Johnny had been away for a long time, in his heart, he never left his father's pack. Seeing Jessica's face, he felt a panic building within him.
Don't think nonsense. Just tell me what's going on.
He was a man who didn't know how to apologize.
My brothers have come to see the ritual Lucy is preparing, but their actual objective is to hunt the man named Adam William Lycos. They want alpha blood to use. They probably want to keep that freak stable.
Jessica had a look of disgust on her face.
Freak.
Johnny crossed his arms.
Hybrid.
Realizing what she said, Jessica's face darkened. By bad-mouthing hybrids, did she just deny her relationship with Johnny? After all, if they ever had a child, they would be born a hybrid. She continued.
Anyway, I just came here to warn you not to get involved in this matter. But now that I know that man is your father, I think there's going to be trouble. So now all I'm telling you is just try your best not to let this get you killed.
She got up from the couch and hurriedly made her way out the door. Johnny didn't stop her.
Johnny...
Roberta was about to say something, but Johnny raised a finger to cut her off.
I know. You don't gotta tell me.
Jinsei approached him with her arms crossed.
She's a noble vampire, and it's difficult for her to change who she is. Plus, like all vampires, she hates hybrids. That's natural for her species. She must feel disgusted just being around the hybrid who lives in her house.
Johnny nodded.
I know. Older wolves are like that too.
Roberta's eyes glowed violet.
You have to talk to her, or you'll lose her forever.
Johnny didn't listen to her.
Another day.
He got up and paced the room. He took out his phone and opened the contacts tab and hovered his finger over his father's number. After a sigh, he clicked the call button.
Hey, old man.
Roberta shook her head. It was clear she was a little disappointed. Back in the vampire world, Victor had already endured a week of vigorous training with Scathatch. Victor saw Scathatch with her eyes closed, sitting atop a pillar of ice. "What are you doing?" Without opening her eyes, she answered.
I'm meditating. And have you forgotten, foolish pupil? You must call me master.
Victor nodded and left her alone. His training was going well. He had the bruises to prove he'd been training hard. Victor fought Scathatch for a week straight, and even now didn't feel fatigued. The only visible sign of tiredness on Victor's body was the constant stream of sweat beating down his forehead. He progressed decently in swordplay and in the martial arts that Scathatch was teaching him. Scathatch didn't have a specific name for her brand of martial art, but there was a unique style to it.
He noticed several moves from famous disciplines like Muay Thai, Taekwondo, boxing, karate, and he was also certain she was also pulling from lesser-known styles as well. She was clearly a well-traveled woman, but the martial art he was learning was created to extract 100% of a vampire's potential. Scathatch suddenly opened her eyes, possessed with the clarity of a single thought.
I think it should happen any time now.
Victor didn't understand, but he soon felt his throat go dry as he fell to the ground, writhing in agony. Scathatch jumped off the ice pillar as she gracefully lowered herself to the ground. Bloodlust can drive the individual mad. He won't recognize who is an ally or enemy. A perfect berserker state. Victor looked at Scathatch. His appearance had changed. His eyes turned blood red, and his teeth sharpened. Bloodlust raged inside of him, more powerful than ever before.
It has a stronger hold of me now. Is it because of all the power I've gained?
Scathatch started to twirl her spear. Victor lifted his greatsword and got up from the ground. He swung the blade through the air and landed in a battle stance. Scathatch stared him down. The witches created the ritual at the request of the Vampire King to control the bloodlust of the vampires who were running rampant at the time. The ritual spell is simple. They alter the vampire's human bloodlust and focus that bloodlust on their lovers. Because of this, female and male vampires who have lost their lovers will eventually fall into a deep coma until they perform a ritual with another lover. Scathatch stopped spinning the spear and aimed the tip right at Victor's neck. She flashed a wicked smile at him. The time period for the spell to be activated is 1 month. If you can't learn to control your bloodlust in 1 month, you're dead. This was Kaguya's side of the story. Kaguya was up in a tree, and she had been there without moving for a week. She was staring at the Colosseum across the mountain pass with an inquisitive look. She sighed. She was in big trouble. She had been fired, and as soon as she was fired, she got another job. She became Victor's personal maid, but that wasn't what she was freaking out about. She grabbed her head in frustration.
What about my salary and my retirement plan, my extra benefits, and most importantly, what about my vacation time?
She ruffled her hair.
I mean, I'm glad I'm free of Clan Snow, but Lord Victor can't support me. I'm a very expensive maid. The perfect maid demands top dollar.
She did have some savings that she had accrued over the centuries. It wasn't like she was going to be poor all of a sudden, but the income shakeup was traumatizing for someone with expensive tastes. Everyone needs money. Even vampires need money. She knew that she wasn't totally free from the chains of Clan Snow, but now that Victor owned her, she would have more freedom. It all depended on what kind of contract Victor wanted to make with her. Kaguya trusted Victor. She knew he wouldn't make a contract with too many restrictions like Clan Snow. She sighed again.
How many times have I sighed this week?
She put her hand to her face and gasped.
Lord Victor's personal maid, huh?
She allowed a small smile to grow on her face.
That doesn't sound bad. That doesn't sound bad at all.
At the exact same time, Sasha and Ruby were at Scathatch's mansion. After leaving Violet, the two women returned there promptly to begin training. Ruby, who had the strongest fundamentals, taught Sasha some basic moves.
Your technique is a complete mess.
Ruby kicked out her right foot and swept Sasha's legs out from under her. She fell onto the ground and stayed there. Ruby crouched by her side.
I realized this a week ago about you, and I didn't say anything because I thought you'd get better as you went. But no, you haven't improved a lick. You're like a chicken with its head cut off. Uncoordinated, unpredictable, and brainless.
A vein popped in Sasha's head, and she climbed to her feet.
You're awful at explaining. What in the seven hells is boo, bah, pew, pew? I'm not a damn translator. Makes sense, woman.
Ruby fumed.
I didn't say it like that. Okay, so I'm deaf?
Maybe you are. Sasha snarled.
What did you say?
The two charged at each other, about to trade blows when Lacus appeared.
Whoa, knock it off, you two.
Sasha stumbled to a halt.
Lacus!
Ruby unclenched her fists.
Big sis? For God's sake, can't you ladies go 10 minutes without arguing?
Sasha scoffed.
Maybe we could if she could teach half as well as she criticizes.
Ruby shook her head.
Teachers are only as good as their dumbest student.
The ladies threw a few light punches and slaps that looked impressive but barely hurt. Lacus sighed. She had been watching them train for a while. After all, she had nothing better to do, and she observed something about their styles that made for an oil and water dynamic. Lacus realized that the two women were incompatible types of geniuses. Ruby was a genius at learning things lightning fast, and because of that, she was able to finish Scathatch's training quite quickly. But she knew it all by muscle memory and not by intellect. She could never explain anything she learned. Sasha was a genius at learning things by instinct, and she knew how to pass that knowledge along to others, but she was terrible at learning somebody else's method. It always had to be done her way. It didn't cause much trouble when they were younger, still learning to control their powers. But now that they had grown up, it became impossible to train without an intermediary. Two complete opposites like them needed someone to bridge the gap. The three women suddenly heard chewing. They whipped their heads around to find Pepper eating a crunchy red snack and holding a tall red drink. Propped up on her head was a pair of big black 3D glasses. Feeling the eyes on her, she looked like a deer in the headlights. What are you looking at me for? Sasha sighed.
Let's take a break.
Ruby nodded. Agreed. Several hours later, they resumed their training. Sasha hopped up.
Okay, this time, don't say any of that gobbledygook. Just fight using basic moves.
Ruby cocked her head. What about the count transformation? When are you going to teach me that?
After you teach me something useful.
Ruby frowned. Okay. Sasha looked at Lacus.
You're going to stop us if we're doing something wrong, okay?
Lacus lay on the ground like a slug. But I don't want to actually do anything. Ruby donned her puppy dog eyes.
Big sister, please.
Lacus rose from the grass.
Okay, fine, I'll do it. One day I gotta figure out how to resist that look.
She walked toward the two women.
But if we are going to do this, we must do it correctly.
Ruby giggled.
Yay!
Sasha glared at her.
What? What is it?
Sasha flipped her hair.
You should smile more. Darling would like it.
Ruby blushed. Shut up. Pepper quipped.
Says the woman who can't be honest with her feelings.
This time Sasha blushed.
Shut up and stop making noise with that food. You'll get fat if you eat all that.
Pepper threw another kernel of the crunchy red snack into her mouth and chomped it hard.
Vampires can't get fat, and this might look like popcorn, but it's actually crystallized blood.
Pepper laughed like a cartoon villain.
Mwahahaha!
Her chest heaved with her laughter. Lacus was annoyed by her jiggling breasts. Veins bulged in Lacus's head.
You don't get fat because everything you eat goes straight to your tits.
Pepper looked at her older sister with an innocent face.
Sister, are you stupid? Vampires can't get fat.
Lacus was speechless. Pepper flashed a sly smile.
I pity you, big sister. You'll never be able to grow up, and you'll always be stuck in that child's body.
Lacus lowered her head, and her red hair fell over her face, and then she vanished into thin air. Ruby sneered.
Pepper, look what you just did.
Pepper pouted.
I just wanted to tease her a little bit.
Lacus suddenly appeared again, this time with a rope in her hand. Pepper saw the angry glare in Lacus's face.
I'm sorry, big sister.
She took off running. Lacus vanished into a mist and appeared in front of her sister.
Excuses are useless. All that remains is punishment.
Pepper yelped.
No, please, not the rope. Accept your fate.
Lacus snapped the rope.
No!
Pepper's scream echoed through the forest. Meanwhile, Violet was in the backyard of her parents' house. After parting ways with Ruby and Sasha, she was eager to start her own training. As she didn't have complete control of her powers, she had spent the entire week learning how to gain that back. This was an arduous task. After all, despite wanting to train, all she could think about was Victor. She couldn't help but feel that it was a bad idea to leave Victor and Scathatch alone. And the thought of them together made her furious. Despite having these thoughts, she made a lot of progress in controlling her powers. Her mother Agnes approached to see a huge crater Violet had made in the ground.
I was surprised when you said you wanted to complete your training, my daughter. But I'm impressed. That kind of power at just 21 years old. Amazing.
Violet clenched her fists.
That's still not enough. I feel like I can't control my power like I used to.
Agnes smiled.
Okay.
Violet's training continued under her mother's supervision. Unlike Sasha and Ruby, who were trained in martial arts, Violet focused more on her power. She didn't know martial arts and had no interest in them either. This was a mindset that Scathatch very much disapproved of. Vampires who only focused on their powers were like glass cannons. Lots of force, but no durability. And if such vampires faced their natural enemy of wolves, they would lose badly. After all, wolves had better physical attributes and resistance to the elements than vampires. Scathatch didn't much like Clan Snow's mentality. They thought they were superior because one of their powers was the vampire's deadly weakness, fire. Indeed, this clan was deadly to vampires. But what about wolves, and the witches, and the hunters? The strongest wolves could get their body covered in fire and they wouldn't feel anything. The strongest witches could simply cast a magic shield to protect themselves. And the strongest hunters could use high-level defensive enchantments. And just like that, their clan's trump card would be completely neutralized. Agnes circled her daughter, nodding. Okay, let's try... They were interrupted by Hilda, the maid.
Lady Agnes, Lord Adonis needs you. It's urgent.
Agnes panicked.
Darling, I'm coming.
She was strong. She was skilled. She was becoming a finely tuned damsel of destruction. It had been 2 weeks since Sasha had begun training under Ruby's tutelage, and they were finally seeing the fruits of their labor. As vampires, they only needed to rest for a few minutes at a time, before jumping right back into another round of reps or an extra sparring session. This efficiency helped maximize their results. Sasha acquired the basics of martial arts that Ruby learned from Scathatch, and as she used her powers, her ability to integrate combat improved. Lacus was indispensable as their intermediary. She knew how to translate Ruby's convoluted instructions and how to identify Sasha's learning needs. The teamwork brought a smile to Ruby's face. Let's keep it up. Another 2 months and you'll have all the basics down. And I still want to learn your vampire count transformation. Ruby knew the fundamentals like the back of her hand. She just needed to find new ways to use her powers. Unlike her mother, who liked to use weapons, Ruby preferred to use her powers in martial arts. Sasha shrugged.
So once I learn the basics, it's up to me to progress?
Lacus crossed her arms.
Yes. My mom always said that we should blaze our own trails. She taught me the bare bones of her martial arts, but she didn't teach me everything.
Sasha cocked her head.
Why wouldn't she teach you everything?
Pepper piped up.
We weren't qualified. Qualified?
Pepper sighed.
Ruby should explain. After all, she is the heir to our clan.
Ruby took a deep breath.
My mother had many disciples in her life, but she once told me that a worthy disciple would inherit everything she learned.
Lacus nodded.
She said the same thing to me.
Sasha grimaced.
That's cold. She didn't even consider her own daughters worthy?
Ruby clicked her tongue.
Well, that's not entirely correct. My mother's martial arts consists of 4 main bases: strength, speed, resistance, and power. Since I'm the daughter who was born with the most power, she taught me resistance. Let me show you.
Ruby took a counter step back.
Attack me with your power.
Sasha shook her head.
Why?
Just do it. Sasha appeared in front of Ruby with her body covered in lightning. She attacked Ruby's face with a powerful punch. The moment her fist made contact, Ruby's entire body turned to ice. Sasha yelped.
Ouch!
Ruby released her power, and her icy form thawed.
Using my power as fuel, I can coat my body with ice and create an impenetrable shield. Just like my lightning power. No, but it's similar. Your power is covering your body like a cloak, whereas when I frost over, I freeze to the core.
Sasha raised an eyebrow.
Is that safe?
Ruby flashed a devious smile.
You tell me.
Sasha frowned.
That's insane. You're basically destroying yourself over and over again using that technique.
Although vampires had regeneration, it still hurt when their bodies were injured. Having their bodies destroyed and rebuilt was not a pleasant experience. And if one didn't have control, vital organs like the brain and heart could be destroyed simultaneously. In this event, a vampire could die forever. Lacus pointed to Ruby.
But see, she's different. She can do this more easily because she was born with the power to control water. So when she stops using this technique, the ice will melt back into flesh. Vampiric generation handles the rest, and voila, Ruby's back to normal.
Lacus continued.
She will feel pain, but it's not debilitating. and it's all because Ruby has precision control over her own power.
Sasha stomped her foot.
That's insane! I can only use lightning in my body because I have the abnormal resistance of my father. But my mother doesn't have that, and when she uses lightning too many times, her body is destroyed.
She shuddered, imagining the pain of such an experience. Ruby placed a hand on her shoulder.
The next techniques are strength and speed. Those are Pepper and Lacus, respectively. It may not seem like it, but Pepper is quite strong. Watch.
Pepper hopped back from the group and struck a fighting pose. She cocked her arm back.
Hi-ya!
She thrust her fist into the air. Her punch created a wave of pressure that rippled for half a mile, leveling trees in its wake. She sheepishly unclenched her hand.
Oops, sorry.
Sasha surveyed the damage.
I could probably do that if I used my lightning technique, but casually doing it with a punch is something else.
Ruby smacked her sister on the head.
Only a 1 mile radius of deforestation? You've lost a step. You need to train more.
Pepper pouted.
But there's no one to fight, and anime isn't going to watch itself.
Sasha was flabbergasted.
Plowing down all those trees is considered losing a step?
Ruby giggled.
For her, she can normally knock down trees that are 2 miles away. For context, Mother has a 50-mile reach, and unlike Pepper, nothing's left when she's finished. Her air pressure destroys everything.
Sasha frowned.
You're all monsters.
Pepper squealed.
How rude, I'm not a monster. And did you ever think that maybe you're a weakling?
Ruby tapped her other sister's head.
Lacus, on the other hand, was born with the fog ability. Because of that, she learned speed. As you've seen, she's extremely fast.
Sasha glared at Lacus.
Is that so? I wonder who's faster.
Lacus smiled.
We have to find out. Some other day.
Ruby gestured into the distance.
Then there's my older sister, Sienna. But that's a story for another time,
Ruby said. Sasha pondered what she had just been told.
I think I understand. All of Scathatch's martial arts were distributed among her daughters.
Ruby rolled her eyes.
Wrong. She is a master of all those martial arts that her daughters possess. But her primary martial art is Sojutsu, or spearmanship. In fact, the only reason Scathatch even learned the melee martial arts was that she was bored.
Sasha dropped her jaw.
Just because she was bored? Wow. Boredom and tenacity for training can be a lethal combination in the right body.
Ruby nodded.
Indeed. Unlike other vampires who waste time doing useless things, my mother made the most of her 2,000 years. Self-improvement. And yet she's still not the strongest vampire.
Sasha raised an eyebrow.
The king, huh?
Yes.
I don't know what he looks like, because I've never seen him in person. But if my mother says she doesn't have a 100% chance of beating him, he must be the real deal.
Sasha peered at the Colosseum in the distance.
I wonder what martial art my husband is learning right now.
Everybody craned their necks to gaze in Victor's direction. They quickly snapped out of it. Sasha clenched her fist in frustration.
I sense something. His bloodlust. I think he's losing control. He must be going through a difficult time right now. We're used to it because we grew up with it. But this is the first time he's dealing with it, and his is much stronger than all of ours combined.
Sasha and Ruby shivered with fear as their minds considered the possibilities. Meanwhile, in the Colosseum, Victor had surpassed Scathatch's expectations for his progress. He was managing to ignore the suffering and suppress his bloodlust with admirable control. He learned to handle the greatsword more adeptly, and after 2 consecutive weeks of fighting Scathatch, his battle instincts were honed. Plus, he started using his powers more naturally. My powers are starting to feel like they're an inseparable part of me, an extension of my body instead of accessories I'm learning how to use. Scathatch stroked her chin. I'm considering making you switch weapons. After all, I won't be satisfied until my disciple has mastered all the weapons. Despite his progress, Victor's bloodlust was less and less manageable with each passing day. Until one day, he finally snapped. Oh shit. I can't keep it at bay any longer. The bloodlust is unbearable. Victor dropped to his knees, clutching his throat in agony. Scathatch loomed over him.
Well, I hoped you'd hold out longer than this.
Victor screamed with a roar of pain as he crumbled to the ground.
First, my throat hurts.
A cacophony of cracking bones emanated from Victor's body.
My back!
Scathatch observed everything clinically.
I underestimated your bloodlust.
Victor wailed in excruciating torture.
Ah!
Suddenly, a jagged bone tore out of Victor's back. It unfolded into the jagged shape of a wing. Scathatch studied his metamorphosis clinically.
For the ordinary vampire, if the bloodlust isn't satisfied, or they can't learn to control themselves during a period of a month, the protection spell will activate, and they will go into a coma.
Victor's pale skin darkened to an eggplant purple. The tips of his ears sharpened to points. He writhed on the ground and twitched involuntarily. His convulsions slowed, and he eventually stopped moving. He appeared to be dead. Blood started to pool around his body on the Colosseum floor. Then, as if he were a sponge, the puddle slowly shrank as droplets of blood raced toward him. But his body didn't absorb the blood. Rather, the copious blood around him rose off the ground and floated in the air above him. Scathatch spun her spear and braced herself.
But I forgot to consider something. You're no ordinary vampire.
Victor's eyes shot open. The entirety of his eyeballs, whites and all, clouded over in a crimson hue. His demonic scream shook the entire structure of the Colosseum. Seeing Victor's new form, Scathatch's cheeks turned bright red, and she cried out in ecstasy.
Oh, I knew it! I knew I was correct!
She ripped her collar off, exposing her succulent neck. Now, eat!
Hilda interrupted Violet and Agnes's training to inform them that Adonis was in trouble. Agnes took off running with Violet close behind her. Agnes whipped back and barked a stern command at her.
You stay here. You need to train. Hilda will take over. But, Mom, I've spoken.
With that, Agnes hurried into the house and slammed the door shut behind her. Violet stifled her pain and turned toward Hilda.
I'm ready.
Hilda smiled.
Then let's begin.
Without hesitation, Hilda hurled a violent punch at Violet. She tried to evade, but was far too slow. Violet's body flew through the air and crashed into a pile of rocks. Violet struggled beneath layers of debris.
I wasn't ready for that sneak attack.
Hilda struck a matter-of-fact tone.
Never let your guard down in a fight.
She straightened her white glove.
Always be prepared to use your powers at any time. Remember, you are the heiress of Clan Snow. Everyone envies you and everyone loves you. But at the same time, you have a lot of enemies.
Pure white-hot fire consumed Violet's entire body. She burst out from under a pile of rocks. She glared at Hilda.
Now I understand who was inflating my mother's narcissism.
Hilda shook her head.
It's not a lie if it's true.
Violet rolled her eyes. Hilda appeared beside Violet and muttered.
You don't understand how special your clan is.
Violet raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Hilda slapped Violet on the cheek and sent her sailing again. Violet landed in a patch of brambles. Hilda sneered.
You've let your guard down again. Stop hitting my face!
Hilda crossed her arms.
Your darling would be disappointed to see how weak you are right now.
Violet's face darkened. Her eyes ran lifeless. Her body began to slowly release a dark red pressure. Hilda saw Violet's killing intent spread.
That's it. Use the anger. Our power comes from that anger.
Hilda walked toward Violet with elegant steps. Violet saw Hilda's image blur as if she was drifting in and out of existence. Violet's fist caught fire. And as soon as she punched the air, a massive torrent of flames careened toward Hilda. Hilda's image faded even more.
Anger out of control is just wasted power.
The attack didn't reach Hilda, so Violet used her senses to locate her. Hilda whispered in her ear from behind.
Your way of using power is very raw.
Violet jerked her head back to find Hilda's hand inches away from her face. Hilda's two forefingers sparked with flames.
Looks like we have to work on all your control again.
She finger-flicked Violet's forehead. With one simple gesture, she summoned an explosion that blasted Violet's body back into the air. Hilda watched her clan heiress land on a tree stump.
Agnes did a sloppy job. I should have taken over your training as soon as you got home.
Hilda shouted to Violet as she climbed to her feet.
You've improved this week, but that's not good enough for me. I have higher standards than to be satisfied by mere improvement. I demand perfection.
Hilda whisked her head down to her own shadow. Within it, she found the shadow of a man.
Oda.
The shadow's mouth moved, and a voice echoed in her head.
Yes, Lady Hilda.
Hilda's eyes narrowed.
I want you to get in touch with Kaguya. I want her to come home.
Oda responded.
But Kaguya was relieved of her charge by the Snow Clan heiress.
Hilda grimaced.
I know, but she's still part of Clan Snow. She has to go through all the legal processes to get fired. She also needs to find her new coworker.
Yuki, huh? Are two maids not overkill?
Hilda scoffed.
You're asking a lot of questions today, aren't you?
Oda sighed.
I'm just trying to understand. Ugh. Is this man so important as to receive a servant from Clan Snow and Clan Blank?
I don't know, but that was the order from Lady Agnes and Lord Adonis. Initially, she would just be a servant of Clan Snow. But now that Violet has fired her maid and transferred the right of the master to her husband, things just worked out that way.
She frowned and thought to herself. For some reason, Lord Adonis is very supportive of Violet's new husband. He seemed overjoyed that he found a son-in-law. Lady Agnes doesn't like Lady Violet's husband very much, but in the end, it's moot. When Lord Adonis wants something, Lady Agnes will do anything to please him. She spoke out loud.
Finished with questions? Now go do your job.
Yes, Lady Hilda.
Meanwhile, in Queens, New York, a white-haired man sat on a skyrise balcony swigging a fifth of tequila. Johnny stared up at the starry sky, thinking about Jessica.
I messed up.
Despite feeling this, he knew he could never apologize.
Whatever. That's a problem for another time.
He took another pull from the bottle. A sudden voice behind Johnny rattled him.
This is not what I expected from our meeting, my son.
He swiveled his head to see the visitor standing atop a water tank. Johnny sighed with relief.
You keep doing this. Can't you show up in the normal way, old man?
Adam snickered.
Normal? I'm just an ordinary economics professor working at an ordinary university. I'm the most normal person you'll ever meet, my son.
Johnny turned and chugged another mouthful of booze.
Yeah, whatever.
Adam jumped from the ledge and landed next to Johnny. He sniffed the air and gagged.
Wolf, human, vampire, and witches. Looks like you haven't changed. Still sticking your dick anywhere you can. Yeah, well, like father, like son, I guess.
Adam bristled.
I've never slept with a human or a witch, especially not leeches.
Johnny rolled his eyes.
Hey, you're wrong on the last one. I haven't slept with her yet.
Adam's eyes sparkled for a few seconds.
Yet, huh?
He clearly didn't like that answer, but he decided not to stick his nose any further into the matter. He stroked his mustache, as he always did while thinking. Johnny knew this habit well. He pounded another shot while he waited for his dad to conclude his thought.
Damn it, this is good hooch.
Adam shrugged.
Well, whatever. As long as you don't have a child with these women, I won't mind too much. And it's not like you listen to me anyway.
Johnny chuckled.
At least we're on the same page there. And to think you're my heir. If the king discovered that...
Adam imagined his alpha's disappointed face, and he thought,
well, I still have Edward. Even though his mother doesn't have the best genes, he's still my son.
His mind continued to race.
My oldest son, who has the most potential, is a drunk who can't control his impulses. And my youngest son is a good kid who listens to me, but he's weak. What have I done to deserve this?
Johnny erupted.
I'm sick of the king.
But 2 words into his tirade, he stopped. A huge pressure seeping from Adam's body warned him not to continue. Adam growled.
Don't you dare finish that sentence. His teeth shifted and his facial features became animalistic.
Even if you are my son, I will not tolerate offense to the king.
Johnny swallowed hard and turned away. Adam watched his son for a few seconds and then relaxed.
Let's talk.
He approached the balcony and placed his hand on the railing. Johnny ignored his father.
I heard that my sister is in love with a leech.
Adam involuntarily squeezed his hand, and the metal bar crumpled. He thought,
Calm down. My daughter has no interest in a leech. She wouldn't dare lie to me.
He composed himself and asked aloud,
Where did you get this information?
The Lost Club. Adam's eyes glittered menacingly.
From one of Madam's contacts, huh?
He thought.
If that's true, then it's that woman who investigated Victor.
He leaned into Johnny.
I never thought someone of your status would visit that place.
Johnny scowled.
What the hell are you talking about? Have you lost it, old man? Stupid son. That place is a haven for lone wolves. Madam is a witch, but at the same time, she is considered an alpha.
Adam purposely didn't mention that Madam also houses witches who are tired of living in the Witch Nation. Johnny nodded.
That old woman is that important, huh?
Adam nodded and changed the subject.
Anyway, what did you want?
Johnny tipped the bottle back for another drink.
You're being hunted.
Adam seethed with contempt.
Who? Clan Horsemen? Those twins think they can threaten my family and I won't know. If you came to talk to me, then you must have gotten this information from that disgusting leech.
Johnny's grip snapped shut and the tequila bottle shattered into 1,000 shards.
Don't talk about her like that.
Adam clicked his tongue.
If you want to fight, then make a move.
Johnny turned his face away in shame. A fight with his father was an exercise in guaranteed humiliation. Adam shook his head.
Coward. A certain someone I know would have jumped me whether or not they stood a chance in the fight.
He lowered his voice to make it sting more.
In a way, he's more wolf than you. Whoever it is, they sound more crazy than courageous.
Johnny wasn't offended. It had been a long time since he cared what his father thought of him.
True. He's crazy, but at least he's not a coward. He has dignity, principles. That's the kind of man he is.
Adam taunted Johnny with a sickening grin.
Like I said, he may be a leech, but he's more wolf than you.
And with that, Adam disappeared. Johnny looked at the full moon. His eyes shone brightly. His father's words resonated with him, haunted him even.
This man my father spoke of. I wonder who he is.
Are you happy now, Karen?
Lucy slammed the table of his underground hideout with his fist. Karen seethed.
Yeah, nice job hiring a mercenary to do an important task. Way to go, genius. Einstein would be intimidated by your IQ.
Lucy shook his head.
You don't need to talk like that. Johnny is trustworthy.
In what world is a mercenary trustworthy?
Her voice thundered so loudly, Lucy covered his ears with his hands.
Take it easy, Karen. I can vouch for Johnny. I've worked with him a few times, and he won't say anything.
Karen burst with rage.
You know what? I'm done.
She stormed out of the office. Lucy leaped from his chair and sprinted after Karen.
Wait, what are you going to do?
She pulled a vial of blood from her pocket and showed it to Lucy.
I'll speed up the ritual. The last remaining ingredient to acquire was the blood of a noble vampire. And I already have that.
But what about me?
Karen thrust her middle finger at Lucy.
You never listen to me. You'll just have to get yourself another vial of noble vampire blood.
Her instincts were tingling like crazy. She sensed that if she didn't rush the ritual, she would never be able to complete what she wanted so badly. Lucy pressed a finger to his chin. He couldn't believe he had pissed her off that much. Another vampire hurried toward them.
Boss!
Lucy looked at his subordinate.
What?
They're here. The noble vampires.
Lucy's face went paler than should be possible for a vampire.
Excuse me?
Karen left Lucy and descended the steps to the coffin doused in blood. She picked up the vial and poured it.
I'm not waiting.
As soon as the contents of the vial hit the inside of the coffin, a magic circle under the coffin began to glow crimson red. Karen grinned.
Success.
She promptly disrobed, removing every article of clothing she had on, underwear and all, until she looked exactly as she did when she came into this world.
With this, I will be reborn.
One at a time, she lifted her feet over the side of the coffin and into a thick layer of blood. She lowered her body and closed the coffin lid above her. The moment it latched shut, the magic circle expanded until it covered the entire room. The crimson hue emanating from the circle amplified to a blinding light. Lucy saw the flash of light from down the hall and paced with manic energy.
This is too soon. This wasn't the deal.
He heard the ominous creak of a floorboard behind him and turned to see himself face to face with the pale man, red eyes, shaggy black hair, and a creepy smile.
Hello, Lucy.
Lucy gulped.
Einer Horseman, you're early.
Yes, me and my twin brother here. We're looking forward to coming to the human world, you know?
He laughed unprompted, which made his presence even eerier. Lucy clocked the other man, nonchalantly sitting on the couch, sipping blood from a teacup.
He doesn't seem nervous at all.
The twin looked similar to Einer, only his hair was combed, and he was dressed more sophisticated. With one look, Lucy deduced that he was a man of impeccable etiquette, but who was also dead inside. Lucy didn't know what to say.
Zwei Horseman?
Unlike the younger twin, Zwei was a closed book. Impossible to get a read on him. Zwei nodded.
Hello.
He took another delicate sip of blood. Einer appeared beside Zwei and stretched his brother's cheeks into a smile.
Ignore my brother, you know how he is. I promise you he's nervous.
Lucy was mesmerized by Zwei's blank expression. Einer let go of his brother's face.
Let's talk business.
Everyone could suddenly feel a pressure emanating through the room. Einer sported a goofy grin.
Looks like you guys rushed through the ritual.
Lucy was lightning fast with a response.
My partner was anxious and she decided to rush it.
But Einer realized that Lucy was holding himself back from going underground.
Let's go down. I want to see the results.
Lucy nodded reluctantly. Zwei set down his teacup and proceeded down the hall. Einer trailed behind his brother, humming melodically. They descended the steps just as Karen opened the coffin and climbed out. She quickly scoured her body for any changes, but nothing was different. Every physical aspect of her had stayed the same.
What happened?
She continued to search herself for even the most minuscule of changes. Her focus was so intense she didn't know Zwei approach. He barked.
Are you disappointed?
Karen balled her hands into fists and instinctively launched a punch through the air. The man held up his palm and caught her attack. Zwei remained stoic.
Stronger.
Einer just laughed, as was his go-to response.
Yeah, she got stronger.
Lucy felt a bead of sweat break from his forehead.
Did the ritual work?
Karen hung her head.
I don't know.
Einer chuckled.
The ritual failed.
Lucy was beside himself.
Impossible. We did everything right.
Einer looked at Lucy and Karen with the same smile.
Didn't you ever stop to think that it was a little too easy? Steal a sacred artifact from the church, ask a witch to perform a ritual, fill the coffin with the blood of the innocents, and use the blood of a random noble vampire, blend them all into a delusional smoothie, and boom, you become a noble vampire.
Lucy and Karen were silent. Einer's eyes narrowed.
You might be called vampires, but you're not real vampires like us. You are a subspecies, a flaw, a defect. A scourge that was created only for use as a weapon. You're no better than the ghouls.
Lucy and Karen clenched their fists, fuming. Einer softened again with a menacing grin.
But you were successful this time.
Lucy and Karen looked at each other quizzically.
Huh?
Einer explained.
The ritual was correct. After all, you got a little stronger, right? But you weren't reborn because the primary ingredient was missing.
Einer clapped his hands, and a tall man appeared out of thin air, holding a briefcase in his hand. Einar opened the briefcase and produced a small vial of blood.
The ritual to become a noble vampire is easy, but getting the last ingredient is an impossible task.
Karen and Lucy's throats ran dry. They gazed longingly with teary, bloodthirsty eyes at the tiny bottle in Einar's hand. Lucy stammered.
That is...
He didn't know what the blood was, but he knew he needed it. Karen was plagued by the same blind obsession.
This blood...
Einar displayed the bottle like a sommelier.
The blood of the king. It's not the blood of his descendants. It's not the blood of his wives, no. It's his blood. The progenitor, the strongest creature on Earth. The being that has been walking this planet for over 5,000 years. That's the last ingredient.
He smirked.
Do you want it?
Lucy and Karen frantically reached for the bottle.
We want it!
He smiled coyly, as if luring two rabbits into a trap.
Do you really want it? We need it.
He slammed the briefcase shut.
Too bad.
Six months had passed. The once mighty Colosseum had been reduced to rubble from his intense training regimen with Scathatch. A woman with long white hair, light blue eyes, and pale skin stared at it. In her modern maid dress, she circled the dilapidated structure.
Amazing. How did they manage to destroy this place? I see several high damage resistance magic enchantments, and yet the structure has been completely wrecked.
She put her hand on her chin.
It should be soon.
The woman looked to the side, and her eyes landed on Kaguya.
Can you at least try to hide your annoyance?
Kaguya pretended to search her surroundings.
I think I heard someone talking to me. Was it a bug? Maybe it was the wind. Kaguya, don't be a child. I didn't want this job either, but I was given orders and I must follow them.
Kaguya looked at the woman for the first time.
You're right, Yuki. I was being juvenile. I'm sorry.
Yuki smiled gently.
So, are we okay?
Kaguya blurted bluntly.
Hell no.
Sasha approached them from behind.
Hello, Kaguya, and... I'm sorry, who are you?
Sasha was flanked by Ruby, Sienna, Pepper, Maria, and Lakis. Kaguya looked at Ruby and Sasha and muttered under her breath.
I don't see or feel any drastic changes. I thought they were supposed to be training.
Pepper whipped up her best game show host impression.
It's time to play Name That Clan! She's got white hair, blue eyes, she's dressed as a maid, and accompanied by Kaguya!
Pepper used her powers to conjure a water microphone and pointed it at Ruby.
For 1,000 liters of blood, what is your response?
Ruby leaned into the fake mic.
I'm going to say Clan Snow.
Pepper laughed.
Ding ding ding! Correct. Johnny, tell Ruby what she's won.
Everyone ignored Pepper and Ruby's impromptu bit. They were used to this kind of silliness from them. Except for Yuki, who was taken aback by the absurdity. Ruby scratched her head.
Who are you?
Pepper resumed her game show affect.
Oh, but we already know she's a Clan Snow maid.
Lakis covered Pepper's mouth.
Let's go to a commercial break.
Yuki bowed with traditional maid etiquette.
At the order of Countess Agnes Snow and Count Adonis Snow, I've come here to serve my new master, Lord Victor Walker.
Ruby and Sasha opened their eyes and dropped their jaws. Yuki stood erect from her bow.
My name is Yuki Snow. Nice to meet you.
Pepper scratched her silly facade and shook Yuki's hand.
Very nice to meet you.
Yuki didn't expect the sudden intimate contact. Pepper bombarded Yuki with a machine gun list of questions, but Yuki was too overwhelmed to answer any of them. Sasha whispered to Ruby under her breath.
Keep an eye on Yuki.
Ruby nodded back.
Consider it done.
To Ruby, the idea of sending a Clan Snow maid, which was the main clan, was quite suspicious. They must have sent her to keep an eye on Victor. Ruby thought to herself, this would make sense. After all, their only heiress had married a stranger. Violet's clan must not have cared at first, thinking that Victor would just be Violet's food. But now that her food has become her husband, they're suspicious. Despite Ruby's intelligence, she could have never guessed that Adonis, Violet's father, liked his daughter's new husband. Sienna pointed toward the Colosseum.
They're coming!
She stopped her work just in time to see the result of her mother's new disciple. And everyone held their breath. Sienna's expectations for Victor were low. After all, they only trained for 6 months. She snickered to herself.
In 6 months, he might have advanced a tad. Maybe he can face Pepper now?
Suddenly, the Colosseum door swung open, revealing Victor's godlike silhouette. Ruby stuttered with trepidation.
Darling, is that you?
Existed. Lacus, Pepper, and Sienna were speechless. Their mother? Playing? Had the world gone topsy-turvy? The sisters looked at Victor and wondered exactly how intense the training must have been to reduce a once majestic piece of architecture to a run-down dump. Victor suddenly behaved more like a mother than a husband.
How are you? Are you okay? Did you sleep well? Did someone mistreat you? Oh, you must be thirsty.
He started removing his shirt.
Darling, we're fine. Stop undressing.
Sasha quickly grabbed Victor's hands.
Yeah, we can control our bloodlust.
Victor was crestfallen.
Oh,
He buttoned back up.
but you are still thirsty, right?
Ruby and Sasha winked.
I think we might be able to wet our whistles.
Okay. When we get back, I'll be your meal.
His wives swooned.
It's been 6 months. We've been craving your taste for oh so long.
Damn right you have. The feeling is mutual.
Victor noticed the white-haired woman standing next to Kaguya. He disappeared and appeared beside the woman.
Who are you?
Yuki shivered inside. She tucked a lock of hair behind her ear. Victor walked a lap around her, taking in every inch of her body.
White hair, blue eyes, maid's uniform. Violet's maid, huh?
Yuki raised her head. Victor was so tall it was a long way up to look him in the eyes. She stuttered from nerves. Wrong? He lightly stroked Yuki's chin.
Wrong. I'm not usually wrong about these things. So tell me, who are you?
Yuki's face turned completely red. She wasn't used to having so much intimate contact. I'm your maid? Victor gasped. My maid?
Well, this just got interesting.
Victor stood there with a confused smile on his face. Yuki stood across from him. She was too nervous to maintain eye contact. My maid? She nodded. Kaguya! He called out in an urgent tone. Kaguya approached.
Yes, Lord Victor. How may I help you?
He gestured to Yuki. What do you think about this? Kaguya took a moment to scan the new maid up and down.
It doesn't matter to me. It was Lady Violet's parents' order. I don't have an opinion on the matter.
Yuki's face scrunched up. She looked like an angry squirrel. Victor chuckled. Kaguya cleared her throat. She had something else to say.
Lord Victor, you may not know this, but I'm also your personal maid now. Lady Violet fired me and transferred the master rights to you. But first, we need to talk about my salary and what kind of contract we're going to make.
This all was a surprise to Victor. He smiled to himself. Oh? But you know I can't pay you, right? She nodded in agreement that this was true. I suppose I'll just have to fire you then. Kaguya's eyes widened. She felt like an animal in a hunter's crosshairs. Victor shrugged. Maybe in the future I'll hire you as my maid, but right now I'm broke. Victor gently ran his fingers through her hair, then rested his hand under her chin. She felt compelled to lean into his palm. She wanted to mask it, but Victor could see a hint of ecstasy on her face. She looked up at him as he pulled away.
Wait, Lord Victor.
He tilted his head, waiting to hear what she had to say.
You can take out a loan, and in the future, when you earn money, you can pay me back.
He flashed a smile. Are you sure?
Yes.
She stuttered a little. She was thinking about her vacation, but when she remembered that the sacrifice was for the greater good, she didn't care. Victor let out a hearty laugh. Then he lifted Kaguya up in the air. He stared into her eyes as he spun her around. Looking into Victor's blood-red eyes, Kaguya found herself blushing. She took a breath and patted his shoulder.
Put me down, please.
Of course. He gently lowered her. Victor turned back to see Sasha and Ruby staring at him with a deadly glare. Cold air whirled around Ruby as she crossed her arms.
Why is he acting like this? Does he know what it looks like?
Sasha whispered back to her with venom in her voice.
Is he becoming a playboy?
Scathatch appeared behind Sasha and Ruby. She wrapped her arms around them and spoke in a cold, confident tone. Yeah, he might not realize it, but he instinctively knows how to act with women. When I questioned him about it, he said his mom taught him. Ruby sighed.
Oh, Anna, what have you done?
Scathatch flashed a quick smile. I'll have to visit her in the future. She seems like quite the interesting woman. Ruby turned to face her mother with a scowl.
Why this sudden interest in my darling's family?
The corners of Scathatch's mouth turned up a little. Can't I be interested in my disciple's parents? Ruby didn't know how to respond.
Yes, you can, but don't get too close to him.
Sasha growled, then pushed past her. She walked toward Victor. Ruby was about to say something to Victor when a high-pitched scream pierced the air.
Darling!
Victor could recognize Violet's voice a continent away. He looked up at the sky. A big smile grew on his face as he opened his arms. Everyone followed his line of sight and saw a plume of fire in the air. Pepper's eyes sparkled.
She's flying. That's so cool.
Violet started to descend at high speed towards Victor, and soon a small violet-shaped meteor slammed straight into him. She flew into his arms and held him in a loving embrace.
Darling, darling, darling!
She continued to call out his name as she showered him with kisses. Ruby looked on with a proud smile. She really has learned to control her power. Victor hugged Violet tight. How are you? Are you okay?
I'm fine now. I was just in need of some vitamin B.
Vitamin V? Shh. She puts her finger to Victor's lips.
I'm getting a dose now.
She kissed Victor passionately and he understood. Victor kissed her back. While Victor and Violet were lost in their own little world, Luna suddenly appeared.
Lady Scathatch, you're late. The game starts in 3 days. We were supposed to be in...
She noticed Victor and stopped in stunned Violet.
Wow, he got stronger.
Scathatch casually smiled. The game, huh? I completely forgot. She started walking. Let's go. The women stayed behind, all staring at Victor. Scathatch looked over her shoulder. Aren't you coming? They snapped out of their daze and followed. Together, the large group of women and Victor journeyed back to Scathatch's mansion. Victor was walking with Violet riding on his shoulders. Ruby and Sasha walked beside them while Yuki, Kaguya, Maria, and Luna followed from further behind. Yuki looked on in disbelief.
I didn't expect this.
Maria raised an eyebrow. What? Kaguya and Luna were a little surprised to hear Maria speak.
I didn't know my master was married to the 3 flowers of the vampire world.
Maria tilted her head. She never had heard this term before. 3 flowers? Luna explained.
Ruby, Sasha, and Violet. There's 4 flowers in total. The last one is the youngest daughter of the king who was born with supernatural beauty, even by vampiric standards.
Maria nodded. Oh. She turned to Yuki.
So you're surprised he's married to 3 of the 4 flowers in the vampire world?
She gave her a single poised nod.
Yes.
She adjusted her glasses.
I have a feeling that if he meets the daughter of the king of vampires, he might just end up with another wife. And I'm not sure how the others will feel about that.
The other maids were surprised by this bold statement. Kaguya scoffed.
Impossible.
Yuki looked at her with innocent curiosity.
Oh, why? Lord Victor is a faithful man, and he won't run after other women if he already has 3 wives.
Maria, Luna, and Yuki looked blankly at Kaguya. She scowled.
What?
Maria playfully raised an eyebrow. It seemed like the 2 of you were flirting pretty hard with each other earlier. Kaguya was dismissive.
That's not flirting.
Yuki stepped closer with an inquisitive look on her face.
What was it then?
Kaguya stammered.
That was simply a form of thanks. After all, I'm a hard-working maid.
The other maids rolled their eyes.
Get your minds out of the gutter. That's just the way he is. He's a caring man. I am certain he has no impure thoughts about me.
Maria smirked.
Right, but what about your impure thoughts about him?
The other maids giggled. Kaguya glared at Maria. There was fury in her eyes, but she couldn't hide that she was also blushing. The group continued silently, stifling the occasional smile. The group slowed down as they reached the entrance of the mansion. Scathatch called out to the crowd.
Before we go, Victor and I should take a decent shower.
Victor nodded. Yeah, you're right, Scathatch. Let's go. He entered the mansion with her right behind him. Violet, Ruby, and Sasha were shocked. They yelled in unison.
What?
They teleported directly in front of Victor and Scathatch, with their arms extended to stop them. Scathatch feigned innocence. What isn't? Ruby pointed an angry finger at them.
Are you guys going to take a shower together?
Victor tilted his head, looking a little confused. Yeah, we are. Ruby was incredulous.
And you don't find that odd? For God's sake, she's my mother and your mother-in-law.
Victor considered her point. Well, I guess when you put it like that... He turned to face Scathatch with a serious look on his face. Master, you are my mother-in-law. She smiled seductively. Yeah? Did you forget? Sasha's face turned red with rage. She stepped forward and separated the 2 of them.
Wait a minute. Why are you being so casual about this? Don't tell me you guys have already done this.
Victor looked at his wives with a neutral face and spoke very directly. Yes, I took a bad beating most days, and Scathatch was the one who would help me get cleaned and ready for the next challenge. Violet's body began to release a dark, distorted pressure. Her eyes turned dark, and she looked at Scathatch. Scathatch egged her on. Is that a problem? Ruby pulled her back before Violet did something stupid. Victor was getting frustrated. Okay, I don't have the patience for this right now. I'm tired and I reek. I'm taking a shower. You can follow me if you want. Violet, you're coming with me. He lifted Violet in the air and carried her off like a princess. Violet clung to Victor's neck and glared at Scathatch menacingly. Everyone was silent as Victor and Violet disappeared down the hallway. Scathatch shrugged. Well, I'm going with them. She hurried down the hall after them, leaving Sasha and Ruby in utter shock. They turned to each other and at the same time shouted,
What happened in that damn Coliseum?